Under the star-studded autumn night, the open-air campsite behind the ancient city was buzzing with excitement. A group of students preparing for the college entrance exam had gathered to celebrate the 18th birthday of their class beauty and monitor, Li Sitong. She wore an off-white down jacket and a red scarf snug around her neck, paired with loose jeans and white sneakers. Her face was bare except for a touch of lip gloss, yet her natural beauty made every boy's heart race. Only Jiang Xia, sitting on a folding stool, had an odd look in his eyes. 3 days ago, the phrase divine sequence 001 undercover had suddenly appeared in his mind. Since then, he could sense a strange similarity in Li Sitong, as if two wild animals instinctively recognized each other as the same kind. Even stranger, he had been plagued by relentless hunger for the past 3 days. No matter how much he ate, even to the point of nausea and a painfully distended stomach, he was still overwhelmed by a terrifying weakness. The hospital found nothing wrong, but Jiang Xia knew something had changed, something brought on by that mysterious message. Hey, race to our monitor, forever 18. Cheers. Amid the shouts, Jiang Xia weakly raised his beer. The refreshing chill of the liquid barely registered before a sharp pain stabbed through his stomach, as if he had just swallowed pure acid. He stumbled into the darkness, retching violently. Come on, Jiang Xia, is that all you've got? Knocked out after one sip? Didn't you brag about your drinking skills before? The teasing was relentless. With that kind of tolerance, you'd be sitting at the kids' table back in the countryside. Meanwhile, Su Kuan was receiving the nice guy rejection from Li Sitong. She spoke kindly but firmly. Sorry, I'm not looking to date right now. The college entrance exam is coming up, and I think I should focus on studying. When she handed Jiang Xia a bottle of water, her sweet, innocent expression suddenly turned icy, her voice sharp and commanding. Idiot. Don't you know we're not supposed to drink alcohol? How many days has it been since you've eaten? That question stunned Jiang Xia. Li Sitong gave him a quick once-over. Obviously, no matter how much regular food we eat, we'll never feel full. You don't seem to realize what's happened to you yet. Don't worry, once you've eaten your fill, you'll understand. Jiang Xia wanted to ask more, but the word undercover echoed in his mind. One wrong move, and he could fall into an abyss. Li Sitong left him with, don't leave after this is over. And as she walked back into the light, she instantly slipped back into her charming, perfect class beauty persona. What on earth was happening? What did undercover mean? How could he satisfy this hunger? What would he learn once he was truly full? And who exactly did she mean by we? This year, Jiang Xia is a senior at Xinghe No. 1 High School. He used to have a warm, loving family and a mischievous little sister 6 years younger than him. But 3 years ago, his father was in a car accident, which shattered their once happy home. During his recovery in the hospital, his father met a woman who was also a patient there, and the two became close. After the family split, Jiang Xia chose to live with his mother. She was always busy with work and frequently traveled for business, leaving him alone most of the time. Jiang Xia harbored a deep, unshakable resentment toward the woman who had come between his parents. What made things even worse was that she had a son his age, an obnoxious guy who seemed to get under his skin in every possible way. On his sister's 12th birthday, Jiang Xia went out of his way to pick her up and take her out for a celebratory meal. As they were about to leave the apartment building, the other woman's son stood nearby, muttering maliciously, "Idiots. Instead of cozying up to your rich mom, you'd rather stick with that washed-up old lady." That comment was like a spark to dry tinder, instantly igniting all the pent-up anger inside Jiang Xia. Without a second thought, he charged at the boy, and the two got into a fight. Jiang Xia rarely got into fights, but that day, it was as if something had possessed him. He was filled with an unusual strength, as if Lu Bu himself had descended. He fought fiercely, using both fists and feet, and in the end, left the other boy bruised and battered, winning by a landslide. After the fight, when Jiang Xia got home, a strange message suddenly appeared in his mind. Divine Sequence 001 Undercover. The bizarre message left him so excited he couldn't sleep all night. He thought about it over and over, convinced that it had been chosen by some mysterious force. The first part of the message sounded like some god had granted him a special power, but the word undercover at the end left him puzzled. In the days that followed, he tried everything he could think of to activate this so-called undercover ability, but nothing worked. The only noticeable change was a relentless hunger that wouldn't go away no matter how much he ate. He never felt full. The hunger followed him everywhere. Originally, Jiang Xia hadn't planned to attend Li Sitong's 18th birthday party. He was so weak from hunger that he could barely walk. But when he sensed a familiar aura from Li Sitong, something told him this might be a breakthrough. Maybe she held the key to solving his problem. The words Li Sitong had said to him earlier only strengthened Jiang Xia's feeling that he had made the right choice by coming tonight. Yet, even though the answer seemed within reach, his heart wasn't racing with excitement. Instead, he was gripped by a strange sense of dread, a vague and ominous unease about what was to come. At 11 o'clock, the birthday party ended, guests gradually left, and the house emptied out. Following Li Sitong's instructions, Jiang Xia stayed behind, hiding quietly in the shadows. The hunger was almost unbearable now. Even moving his fingers took effort, his mind was sluggish, and he felt dazed, as if he might faint at any moment. He could sense his life slipping away, like a health bar in a video game slowly draining. If he didn't eat soon, he doubted he'd make it through the night, let alone another 2 days. Whatever was happening, only one thought remained in Jiang Xia's mind. He needed to eat. He had to eat. About 20 minutes after everyone else had left, Li Sitong finally appeared. As soon as Jiang Xia saw her, he couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "How can I finally feel full?" In the soft moonlight, Li Sitong blinked her big eyes, long lashes casting delicate shadows. Instead of answering directly, she suddenly asked, "Jiang Xia, will you be my boyfriend?" Jiang Xia was stunned. Normally, if the class beauty and student council president confessed to him out of the blue, his mind would be racing. But now, his hunger was so overwhelming that he couldn't think about anything else. All he could do was weakly repeat, "Just tell me how I can stop feeling hungry. Promise me first," Li Sitong insisted. "Say yes, and I'll let you eat." Okay. Jiang Xia had never experienced such intense hunger before. He had no other choice. Li Sitong flashed a sweet, playful smile. "From now on, you're my boyfriend, so you have to listen to me. Fine, have it your way." Right now, Jiang Xia could only think about how to fill his stomach. Li Sitong let out a sly little laugh, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Wait here for me, and make sure you hide well. Don't come out until I tell you to." Jiang Xia was just about to ask what she was up to, but Li Sitong had already turned and left, her light footsteps echoing behind her. On the deserted street, Li Sitong stood alone as the cold wind howled, making her stamp her feet to keep warm. She pressed her hands together, rubbing and blowing on them in an attempt to chase away the chill at her fingertips. Even from a distance, her delicate profile was strikingly beautiful under the dim streetlights. This was the back of the old city, late at night, with no one around, just the yellowed leaves and the whistling wind for company. Soon, a young man hurried down from the upper street, his footsteps breaking the night silence. Sukuin, hiding behind the corner of the city wall, Jiang Xia squinted, barely believing his own eyes. "Why is it him? You came?" Li Sitong tucked her hands into her pockets, her voice softer than usual. Yes, Sukuin nodded, unable to hide his nervousness. "There were too many people just now, and I felt a bit awkward, so." A faint blush crept onto Li Sitong's cheeks. "It's fine, really, it's fine." Sukuin licked his dry lips, his heart pounding. "So, when you asked me to stay behind and meet you alone, does that mean you want to be with me?" Li Sitong didn't answer. She just lowered her head shyly, the silence speaking louder than words. Jiang Xia, hidden in the shadows, stared wide-eyed, his mind buzzing. "Wait a minute. Is this really happening? You asked me to be your boyfriend, told me to hide here, and now you're out here flirting with another guy right in front of me? Are you messing with me?" Jiang Xia felt a jolt of panic, as if a green light had just flashed above his head. "No, I don't want to be with you." Li Sitong suddenly looked up, meeting Su Kun's eyes with a clear and decisive voice. "Or rather, I can't be with you anymore. Just a few minutes ago, Jiang Xia accepted my confession." There was a hint of mockery in her tone, as if all that shyness had been nothing but a well-played act. "What?" Su Kun's expression froze in an instant, as if an electric shock had run through him. He instinctively took a step back, his face filled with shock. Jiang Xia, still hidden, nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it. You're with Jiang Xia now? Wait, so you confess to him?" Su Kun's voice rose sharply, his whole body trembling. Disbelief flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by burning rage. Li Saitongi's goddess. Jiang Xia's sworn rival. And tonight, after rejecting his confession, she turned around and confessed to his enemy? And she even called him back just to tell him? It was pure humiliation. "Then why did you call me here?" Su Kuan finally lost control, his angry voice echoing in the silent night. Li Sitong's voice was barely more than a whisper. "I wanted to know just how much you like me." Those words were like a lifeline, and Su Kuan clung to them desperately, suddenly convinced that Li Sitong and Jiang Xia being together was just a trick to test his feelings. "You're not really with Jiang Xia, are you?" Hope flickered in his eyes. Li Sitong smiled softly, reaching out to gently touch Su Kun's cheek with her slender fingers. "I want to know, how much do you really like me?" Su Kun's heart skipped a beat at her touch. He was certain now there was no way she was with Jiang Xia. He never imagined Li Sitong would be so intimate. His heart felt like it was about to burst. "A Lodi really like you. So much," he blurted out. Li Sitong gazed deeply into Su Kun's shining eyes. "Thank you for liking me," she said, her lips curling into a wicked smile, as if she had just toyed with another boy's feelings. Suddenly, a black tentacle shot out from Li Sitong's mouth, as sharp as a blade, stabbing straight into Su Kun's throat and bursting out the back of his neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, shockingly vivid against the night. Su Kun's eyes bulged, his pupils dilating, his last flicker of consciousness filled with confusion and terror over his sudden death. Jiang Xia's mind went blank, his pupils contracting as if had plunged into an icy abyss. The sudden horror unfolding before him struck his unguarded heart like a thunderbolt. It happened so fast they'd been worried something bad might happen. but he never imagined Li Sitong would kill Su Kuan so brutally with a tentacle from her mouth. It took Jiang Xia several seconds to snap out of his shock and try to run, but whether from hunger or fear, his legs felt like they were made of lead. He barely managed to step before collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. My tongue is like a straw, drinking in this exquisite flavor. Delicioso delicious. I haven't felt this excited in ages. Li Sitong turned to the crumpled Jiang Xia, her breathing heavy, her expression on the edge of madness. Jiang Xia, come and hold me. Do you even hear yourself right now? Jiang Xia's face twisted in pain, his scalp prickling as he pushed himself desperately along the ground, trying to crawl away, but had only made it half a meter before a tentacle whipped out, wrapped around his leg, and dragged him back with a violent yank. Driven by a desperate will to survive, Jiang Xia dug his fingers into the ground, scraping them raw against the rough surface until they bled. An overwhelming force dragged him across the earth until he found himself at Li Sitong's feet. Looking up, he realized the tentacle that had pulled him was actually Li Sitong's right hand, now back to normal. Not far away, Su Kuan stood rigid, his face a bloody mess. As 3 tentacles withdrew from his skull, his body collapsed heavily to the ground. At the same time, the tentacle in Li Sitong's mouth transformed back into a blood-red tongue. She was panting, her cheeks flushed, blood smeared at the corner of her lips. She wiped the blood from her face, then suddenly crouched down and grabbed Jiang Xia by the collar. Her eyes turned cold. I told you to come over and hold me. Why didn't you? Jiang Xia opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His throat felt blocked. Inside, he screamed, how could I dare go to you in that situation? Li Sitong's anger vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by a wicked smile. She leaned in close, her blood-stained tongue slowly running up his cheek. Then, pressing her lips near his ear, she whispered seductively, don't be afraid, darling. I won't hurt you. You just haven't realized what's happened to you yet. It's okay. Soon, very soon, you'll understand. Her behavior was deranged. She wasn't even human. Let's eat first, she went on. Afterwards, I'll take you to a hotel. There's a great 5-star couples hotel nearby. Tonight, you'll stay with me. Jiang Xia's gaze was drawn to Su Kun's mangled corpse, and his stomach churned. Noticing this, Li Sitong frowned slightly. What's wrong? Can't eat? She wiped the blood from her lips with her thumb, then gently offered it to Jiang Xia, her tone soft. Aren't you hungry? Just try this. Once you do, you'll realize how lucky you are. Now you won't be able to stop. She tried to force her thumb into his mouth. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Xia saw a patrol security guard from the ancient city walking toward them. He was about to call for help, but suddenly froze. Sensed the same aura from the guard as he did from Li Sitong, like beasts recognizing one of their own. Clearly, the middle-aged guard noticed something too. His wary expression relaxed. He lit a cigarette, walked over, glanced indifferently at Su Kun's body, and looked at the two of them with a blank face. Hey, you two don't you know the rules? Is this your territory to mess around in? At that moment, Jiang Xia's terror reached its peak. Li Sitong stood up and offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, uncle. My boyfriend was just too hungry. The middle-aged security guard took a drag from his cigarette, glanced at Su Kun's relatively intact and fresh corpse on the ground, and a flicker of greed passed through his eyes. Leave now, and he'll let this go, he said, exhaling smoke, his tone full of certainty. Okay, we're leaving right away. Sorry to trouble you with this, Li Sitong replied, grabbing Jiang Xia, who was slumped on the ground, and hauling him up forcefully. Jiang Xia stumbled as he was dragged away, his mind reeling with doubt. Are we just leaving? We're really leaving Su Kun's body here? He looked up at the night sky, tinged red by the city lights, and questions exploded in his mind. What's wrong with this world? Am I, like Li Sitong, no longer human? What does that hazy memory of being undercover mean? Most importantly, am I going to die? Li Sitong pulled Jiang Xia forward by the collar. From a distance, they looked almost like a couply, forceful girlfriend dragging along her timid boyfriend, with an odd sense of warmth beneath the strangeness. The night had deepened, and there were few people near the ancient city. Following the road uphill, they reached the entrance to the south gate, where a man sat under the gate playing folk songs on his guitar. Only 4 people stood listening, but Jiang Xia could sense the same unsettling presence from each of them. As they walked past, all 4 turned to glance at them, smiling knowingly before turning back to the music as if nothing had happened. Instead of taking Jiang Xia into the old city, Li Sitong kept walking uphill. By the roadside, a drunken young man was flagging down a taxi. Driver, take me to the new district New World, the young man slurred, crawling into the back seat and waving goodbye to his friends. Jiang Xia's gaze locked onto the bald driver. It was that same chilling sense of kinship. Kid, if you feel sick, let me know so I can pull over, the driver said, feigning concern as he looked back. Quit nagging. If I puke in your car, it'll pay for the cleaning. The drunk snapped irritably. The driver nodded, but as he turned away, a sinister smile curled at his lips. He gently pressed the gas and drove off. About 500 meters further, Li Sitong dragged Jiang Xia into a 5-star hotel. 2 receptionists greeted them warmly, But Jiang Xia's attention was fixed on the other guests, the couples entering the elevators, the scattered guests on the lobby sofas, even the two receptionists themselves. Every one of them gave off that same terrifying sense of kinship. Jiang Xia had never been so afraid, not even when he witnessed Li Sitong's terrifying transformation. When the receptionist politely asked him to scan a code for registration, he nearly broke down. Jiang Xia, hurry up and scan the code, Li Sitong said, waving a hand in front of his face when she saw him freeze. Jiang Xia wanted to run, but every instinct told him that if he tried to escape or call for help, his fate would be even worse than Su Kan's. Any one of these kin could turn on him in an instant. I'm not used to staying in hotels. Can I go home instead? He asked tentatively. Cut the crap. Let's go? Li Sitong snapped, grabbing him again. She turned to the receptionist with an apologetic smile. Can we register his ID a bit later? This was clearly against the rules, but perhaps out of a shared understanding, the receptionist nodded. That's fine. Hey, race your room key. Would you like us to escort you upstairs? No need. Thank you for your trouble, Li Sitong replied. Her grip was so strong that Jiang Xia was sure even several adults together couldn't overpower her. In the hotel suite, Jiang Xia sat on the birdcage bed, watching as the class beauty and head student, Li Sitong, undressed under the soft pink ambient light. She slowly slipped off her down jacket, revealing a white turtleneck sweater underneath. Her graceful figure was accentuated by the gentle lighting, her curves unmistakable despite just turning 18. Jiang Xia sat stiffly at the edge of the bed, his back soaked with cold sweat, his shirt clinging to his skin. His mind was racing wildly. What exactly is Li Sitong? Did some creature hollow out the real Li Sitong and take her place? Or did a monster kill her, and now where's her face? And what about me? Am I the same as her? Li Sitong gracefully kicked off her sneakers, slender fingers pulling away the red scarf from her neck. She then pressed her toes lightly against Jiang Xia's chest and gave a gentle push, sending him falling backward. His hands gripped the sheets tightly, knuckles turning white, while his head pounded with a deafening roar. This is bad. This is really bad. Alone in a room with the class beauty, about to do something unspeakable, something most guys would only dream of. But Jiang Xia felt no excitement at all. Who knows what Li Sitong really is? Is her body even human? Li Sitong knelt at the foot of the bed and crawled up to him with feline grace, her eyes sultry and filled with emotion. Her pale hands traced down Jiang Xia's chest, her fingertips barely warm. But after a few seconds, her expression suddenly turned cold, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. You think I'm a monster, so you're not interested in me? Her voice was icy. No, that's not, a Jiang Xia stammered. I've always had problems. Afraid of offending her, he swallowed his pride and lied. Don't be ridiculous. Li Sitong's gaze was frosty, the corners of her lips curving into a cold smile. I have plenty of ways to make you interested, but that would just make me look cheap. Her demeanor softened again as she gently stroked Jiang Xia's cheek. Honestly, I really do like you. Even back when I was still normal, I had feelings for you. So what are we exactly? Am I just like you now? Jiang Xia's breathing grew heavy, his chest rising and falling. He didn't want to be a monster like Li Sitong, but judging from the changes in his body, he knew they were the same now. Li Sitong traced circles on his chest with her fingertip, her nails occasionally grazing his skin. You're not human in Amori, at least, not in the way you used to be. It's hard to accept at first, but you'll get used to it. Learning that he was no longer human was almost too much for Jiang Xia to process. His Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to make sense of it all. What happened to him? Why was he suddenly not human? Especially troubling was the undercover agent in his mind. What did that mean? If he and Li Sitong were the same kind of monster, then what was this Divine Order 001 undercover? Was he some kind of spy among monsters? Why is this happening? How many people around us are like us? Jiang Xia pressed, his voice hoarse with anxiety. There are plenty. On the way to the hotel, I'm sure you sensed others like us. As for why, I can't really explain. Li Sitong's tone shifted as she continued. Honestly, you should feel lucky. If you were still human, you'd end up as prey sooner or later. So this is actually something to be happy about? From prey to predator? Then why do you want me to be your boyfriend? Jiang Xia asked, feeling overwhelmed by questions, each more pressing than the last. I've been interested in you for a long time, Li Sitong said, a knowing smile playing at her lips and an unreadable glint in her eyes. After a brief pause, her tone suddenly grew serious. But more importantly, I need a partner to hunt with. I think you'd be a good choice. Jiang Xia's pupils contracted sharply, memories of what Li Sitong had done to Su Kuan flashing involuntarily through his mind. I'm a bit too full from earlier, feeling sleepy now. Li Sitong yawned, stretching her long legs across Jiang Xia's lap and curling up against his shoulder like a lazy cat. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, her breathing gradually evening out, leaving Jiang Xia alone in the darkness, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. His initial shock and fear temporarily dulled his hunger. Although Li Sitong didn't seem hostile, this suddenly unfamiliar world left him feeling out of place, both physically and emotionally. His thoughts drifted uncontrollably to his family, his mother, his younger sister, and his womanizing father. Could any of them be like him? The idea made his hands tremble uncontrollably. Caught between overwhelming fear and hunger, Jiang Xia's consciousness slowly faded, and eventually he drifted into a fitful, uneasy sleep. A shrill alarm shattered the early morning silence. Jiang Xia jerked awake, his bloodshot eyes snapping open to find Li Sitong still quietly draped over his arm like a sleeping rabbit. The alarm disturbed her, and she murmured softly, burrowing her head closer into his chest. Lifting the blanket, Jiang Xia gazed at her peaceful face, unable to reconcile the gentle girl before him with the monster from the night before. 10 minutes later, Li Sitong got up to wash and answer a call from her father. I'm at the hotel, just by myself. Dad, don't you trust me? Jiang Xia, legs weak, leaned against the bathroom door. After she hung up, he asked, what will happen if I stay hungry like this? You'll lose control, and won't stop until you've eaten your fill, Li Sitong answered bluntly. Your family will be the first to suffer. But don't worry, you won't die of hunger. Even if you go a month without eating, you won't starve to death. Jiang Xia's pupils shrank again. His voice tightened. So if I stay hungry, I'll lose my mind and end up feeding on my family first? Not necessarily, Li Sitong said, putting down her towel and walking gracefully over to him. She hooked her arms around his neck, their faces just inches apart, their breaths mingling. But at that point, your family, anyone with your bloodline, will become even more tempting. Her fingers traced lightly along his cheek as she lowered her voice. Don't make our relationship public, and don't panic because of what we are. Just live as you always have. If you act out of the ordinary and draw attention, they'll come for you. Who are they? Jiang Xia pressed. Li Sitong's fingers lingered on his face, her tone laced with danger. They're our finest prey. Nothing nourishes us more than they do. But to them, we're also their food. It's a deadly game of hide and seek. If we find them first, they die. If they find us first, then it's us who die. She paused, then added, but don't worry too much. There aren't many of them, barely 1 in 100,000, but it's best to stay cautious. As she spoke, Li Sitong rose onto her tiptoes and planted a light kiss on Jiang Xia's forehead. She straightened her collar and said softly, so no one sees us leaving this love hotel together. We'll head to school first. Take your time. Click. The sound of the door closing echoed sharply in the quiet room. Jiang Xia slumped against the bathroom door, his mind swirling with confusion. He couldn't help but question what he and Li Sitong had become monsters? Demons? Those people she mentioned, were they like demon hunters in movies? If he was an undercover among monsters, did that mean he was actually on the same side as those mysterious people? Just then, a strange sensation snapped him out of his thoughts. Looking down, Jiang Xia's pupils contracted in horror. His left hand was transforming before his eyes. From his fingertips, sharp black claws pushed through, while blue-green scales emerged across his palm, coated in a sticky white fluid. His entire hand was turning hideously reptilian. The mutation spread like a plague up his wrist, and the more intense the hunger in his stomach grew, the faster the change accelerated. His left arm was now completely transformed, twice as thick as before, covered in a layer of blue-green scales. When he felt an itching on his face, Jiang Xia rushed into the bathroom. The sight in the mirror stunned him. His left eye socket had mutated entirely, the eyeball a ghostly green with a vertical, cat-like red pupil, surrounded by a patch of scales. He looked like a monster lurking beneath human skin, waiting for a chance to break free. At Xinghe No. 1 High School, Class 1, Grade 12, Li Sitong sat in the first row of the second group. She had changed into fresh clothes, clearly having gone home to tidy up. Jiang Xia arrived late, just before the first period. Out of 39 seats, only Su Kun's was empty. Jiang Xia quietly observed the classroom. He had just finished the drink Li Sitong left on his desk, feeling a bit of strength return. He could guess what she had put in it, but he had no other choice. He needed to fill his stomach, or else the monster inside him might lose control at any moment. Worse still, he sensed the presence of more kindred in the class. Wang Fei sat behind him, the nephew of the head of academic affairs. This 6-foot-tall boy loved being the center of attention and served as the class sports rep. Had just returned after a 2-week leave for his younger brother's death, and now exuded a distinct aura of their kind. Before the bell rang, Wang Fei tossed a crumpled note onto Jiang Xia's desk. It read simply, "Welcome to the club." Jiang Xia tore the note to shreds and stuffed it in his drawer without a word. At 8:21, their homeroom teacher, Yang Ruoxue, entered the classroom, her gaze landing on Su Kun's empty seat with a slight frown. She turned to Li Sitong. Li Sitong, yesterday was your 18th birthday. Did Su Kun go celebrate with you? Li Sitong nodded calmly. Yes, he did. Is something wrong? Do you know where he went afterwards? I'm not sure. Did something happen to him? Li Sitong's tone was light, and just the right amount of curious. Jiang Xia was inwardly startled, wondering how many people like Su Kun she had dealt with to remain so unflustered. The homeroom teacher looked around the class. It's nothing, really. He didn't come home last night, and his family is worried sick. Does anyone know where he went? Did anyone contact him after you parted ways? Students exchanged glances and shook their heads. One boy, a close friend of Su Kun's, spoke up. After the party, I asked him to leave together, but he said he wanted to walk alone and clear his head. I didn't hear from him after that. The teacher nodded. All right, let's continue with class. She exchanged greetings with the English teacher waiting at the door, then left. As soon as the English teacher entered, Li Sitong called out, "Stand up. Good morning." Jiang Xia had just sat down when another note landed on his desk. Unfolding it, he saw Wang Fei's messy handwriting. Su Kun tasted pretty good, didn't he? Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed, and the image of Su Kun's brutal death flashed through his mind. He silently tore up the note. Soon after, another note was passed from the front. This time, it was Li Sitong's handwriting, pressed deep into the paper. Be careful of Wang Fei. He's dangerous. Jiang Xia spent the whole morning in a daze. He didn't absorb a word the teacher said, and it hardly seemed necessary to study anymore. At 11:40, the lunch bell finally broke the silence of the classroom, but the math teacher lingered at the podium for another 5 minutes before reluctantly dismissing the class. As soon as the teacher disappeared from the doorway, Wang Fei, who sat in the back row, darted over to Jiang Xia, slinging an arm around his shoulders. Come on, let's grab some lunch. Wang Fei wore a bright, sunny smile, radiating the energetic confidence unique to young people. There was nothing about his appearance that seemed out of the ordinary. Perhaps due to the changes in his body, Jiang Xia's sense of smell had become unusually sharp. He caught a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood on Wang Fei, which made him tense up inside. Jiang Xia, come on, let's eat. Li Sitong's clear voice rang out from the front of the classroom. She stood by the podium, hands tucked into a pink hand warmer, her gaze fixed directly on Jiang Xia. The classroom, which had been buzzing with chatter, fell silent instantly, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Everyone's eyes shifted back and forth between Li Sitong and Jiang Xia, their faces full of disbelief. Wang Fei's arm was still draped over Jiang Xia's shoulders, and he didn't seem eager to let go. He looked at Li Sitong, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Seriously, class president? Did I hear that right? You're inviting Jiang Xia to lunch? Li Sitong ignored Wang Fei, her eyes quietly waiting for Jiang Xia's reply. Jiang Xia gently patted Wang Fei's hand off his shoulder and lowered his voice. Sorry, Wang Fei. Our friendship is important, but I can't turn down the class president's invitation. No way. Don't tell me you two are a thing. Wang Fei's words set off an uproar in the classroom. Aside from a few classmates who joined in the heckling, several boys who had secret crushes on Li Sitong looked as if they'd swallowed a fly. Wang Fei, Li Sitong seemed provoked. She grabbed a textbook, ready to throw it at Wang Fei, but before she could, her face turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Wang Fei ducked behind Jiang Xia, pretending to be scared, and said with a grin, Look, she's blushing. You two are definitely hiding something. Spill it. When did this start? Wang Fei, stop making things up. There's nothing between me and Jiang Xia. Li Sitong blurted out, flustered. We just made a bet before, and I lost. I promised to buy his lunch for the week, so I have to go swipe my meal card for him. The class exchanged skeptical glances. Faced with the options of lost a bet or dating the class president, most people preferred to believe the former, especially the boys who liked Li Sitong, whose faces finally relaxed a little. Jiang Xia, Jiang Xia's desk mate, suddenly grabbed his arm, his face twisted in distress. Come on, Xia, you can't do this. I'd be happy if you found a girlfriend, but if it's the class president, that's too much for me. Please, break up with her. They'll cover your lunch money for the whole month, okay? Li Sitong shot back immediately. Jiang Xia, stop making a scene. I already told you, there's nothing between me and Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia patted Jiang Xia's head as if he were a puppy, then leaned in and whispered, if I really do win her over, I'll introduce you to her best friend. Out on the school field, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong walked side by side. Feeling the jealous and admiring stares from all around, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel a little lightheaded, as if he were walking on air. Didn't you say we shouldn't let others know about our relationship? Li Sitong's tone suddenly changed, turning assertive. Do you know what I just did? I saved your life. You saved my life. Jiang Xia looked at her in confusion. Are you talking about Wang Fei? Li Sitong's expression turned serious. I think he's already set his sights on you. Jiang Xia frowned. Set his sights on me? I'm not even a normal human anymore, so why would he still target me? Among 100,000 people, you might not even find one person who awakens the divine sequence. Most people like to call us demon's pawn. Li Sitong continued explaining patiently, like a dedicated teacher, trying to share everything she knew with Jiang Xia. On the surface, we all seem to be the same, but if you look closer, there are actually many different types. Wang Fei, for example, is a special case. We call people like him aberrant demons. Not only can he prey on ordinary people like we do, but he can also target our own kind. And compared to regular humans, we provide him with much more sustenance. A flash of realization crossed Jiang Xia's eyes, and he suddenly froze in shock. Wait a minute. Li Sitong just mentioned divine sequence awakeners. Isn't that exactly what the information in my mind was about? This means I really am an awakened Oni mole hiding among these monsters. Excitement surged in Jiang Xia's heart. and he could barely contain himself. Knowing the importance of keeping his undercover identity secret, he forced himself to stay calm and asked in a steady voice, "So, you warned me about Wang Fei because he's dangerous. But we're classmates. Isn't there a saying about not harming those close to us? Don't be so naive." Li Sitong's expression turned serious, her gaze piercing, as if she could see right through Jiang Xia. "Remember, we're no longer normal humans. Our personalities and emotions have changed a long time ago. You know Wang Fei has a younger brother, right?" "I do. His brother is also Demon's Pawn. 2 weeks ago, his brother suddenly died. Who do you think killed him?" Jiang Xia's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of shock hitting him. "You mean?" "Of course, it's just a guess." Li Sitong paused, her expression complicated. "People like us usually wouldn't harm our family unless they're extremely twisted." She shook her head slightly, her face grave. "But Wang Fei is different. He's the most extreme case I've ever seen. In his eyes, you're just another new member of our kin, no threat at all, and therefore, an easy target." Remembering the predatory, cold look Wang Fei gave him in class, Jiang Xia felt a chill run down his spine. Thinking about it, there's no such thing as mercy among monsters. Didn't Li Sitong attack Su Kuan just last night? Unable to hold back, Jiang Xia asked, "These awakened ones you mentioned in novels, they're usually the heroes, and we're the villains, right?" Li Sitong let out a soft laugh, a glint of coldness in her eyes. "Does it really matter who's good or bad? In the end, we're all just trying to survive. It won't be long before this world descends into chaos. What matters now is becoming as strong as possible before that happens." Her voice was icy and resolute. Jiang Xia nodded, then asked, "How long have you been like this?" Li Sitong's eyes grew distant, as if she was lost in memory. "All I can tell you is, when I first changed, there were barely any of our kind around." She smiled, leaned close to Jiang Xia's ear, and whispered, "And by the way, I'm an aberrant demon too." Jiang Xia's mind went blank, and he froze on the spot, his expression turning rigid as if had just been electrocuted. "You warned me about Wang Fei, but aren't you just as dangerous?" Jiang Xia stared at her in disbelief. Li Sitong saw his stunned face and couldn't help but giggle, her eyes flashing with a strange light. Her voice turned seductive. "Relax, darling. If I wanted to hurt you, you wouldn't have made it through last night. Honestly, I really do like you. As long as you behave and don't upset me, I'll make sure you're safe." Looking at Li Sitong's possessive, unhinged expression, Jiang Xia felt a wave of dread. He couldn't shake the feeling that Li Sitong was even more extreme than Wang Fei. The good news? Had successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. The bad news? His girlfriend was a dangerously unstable psychopath. After paying for Jiang Xia's meal card in the cafeteria, Li Sitong dashed off to find her best friend from the neighboring class. Jiang Xia carried his tray to a corner seat and ate mechanically, shoveling food into his mouth. The aroma filled his senses, but the deep, gnawing hunger inside him just wouldn't go away. As he ate, he kept a cautious eye on his surroundings. His insatiable appetite was far too conspicuous. If any awakened happened to notice, he'd probably be treated as a monster and eliminated on the spot. Even if he tried to explain that he was an undercover agent, who would believe him? After all, not only did he look exactly like a demon, but he could actually transform into one. Who would buy such a story? Worse yet, he also had to watch out for demons nearby. Li Sitong was right. Awakened individuals offered far more nourishment than regular humans. If his identity was exposed, he'd likely become a coveted delicacy, hunted by the others. This is less like undercover work and more like being caught between a rock and a hard place, Jiang Xia thought with a bitter smile, shoveling another mouthful of rice. The information in his mind about Divine Sequence 001 Undercover made him ponder. This felt like more than just a cover story. It seemed to be an ability, allowing him to perfectly mimic the appearance of a demon. But beyond that, he wasn't sure what else it could do. This ability was a real torment. Becoming a demon meant preying on humans for sustenance, but his humanity and conscience remained intact. The conflict between body and mind was nearly enough to drive him mad. The cafeteria buzzed with noise, packed with at least 2,000 students across both floors. Jiang Xia ate his surprisingly decent meal while quietly sensing the people nearby. Though his abilities were weak and his range was limited to about 100 meters, he had already detected more than 10 other demons, including Li Sitong and Wang Fei. That number made his heart race. If each one needed to feed every 2 weeks, that meant 20 people went missing each month. If it was weekly, the toll would be even higher, and this was just at Xinghe No. 1 High School. Across Xinghe City, with its nearly 10 million residents, the number of demons must be staggering. As Li Sitong had said, this world was teetering on the brink of collapse. Only a handful of people were desperately holding up a fragile peace. Right now, his top priority was figuring out how to get stronger. According to Li Sitong, demons increased their power by absorbing nutrients from humans. There's no way I have to do that too, right? Jiang Xia frowned, deep in thought. I should be more like the awakened. But at this point, he couldn't even say for sure whether he was human or something else. All he could do was look for clues from that mysterious Divine Sequence 001 identity. At 9 p.m., evening study ended. Jiang Xia left the school, intending to visit his younger sister. He had just found a seat on the bus when he noticed Wang Fei boarding as well, even though this route didn't go anywhere near Wang Fei's home. The bus was packed with students from number 1 high school. As Wang Fei sat down behind Jiang Xia with a blank expression, a chill shot up Jiang Xia's spine, cold sweat instantly soaking through his shirt. He wasn't terrified, but the thought that Wang Fei might be looking for an opportunity to devour him made every hair on his body stand on end, as if they were steel needles. He frantically searched for a solution. According to Li Sitong, demons would never reveal their true form in front of others, which meant he was temporarily safe on this crowded bus. But what about after they got off? Sitting and waiting for disaster was as good as giving up, and confronting Wang Fei head-on would be pure stupidity. After weighing his options, he decided to make a break for it just as the bus doors were about to close. However, just as Jiang Xia was about to get up, a strong hand forced him back into his seat. Wang Fei leaned in close and whispered, "Don't make any sudden moves. There's an awakened on the bus." Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed at this. An awakened? Was Wang Fei following him because of the awakened? After all, to demons, awakened individuals were much more nourishing than ordinary people. But surely he didn't mean me, right? Jiang Xia wondered silently. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. It was a message from Wang Fei. Although day students at Xinghe number 1 High were allowed to bring phones, they had to be handed over to the class monitor while at school. "You might have caught the attention of that awakened," Wang Fei texted. "Who is the awakened, and where are they sitting?" Jiang Xia replied quickly. "She's at the very front, the woman with a bag of oranges at her feet." Jiang Xia glanced up cautiously and saw a woman in her early 30s sitting quietly at the front of the bus. She wore a light pink dress under a cream-colored coat, looking for all the world like a gentle, caring wife and mother. "She doesn't look the part," Jiang Xia messaged back. "Awakened are even better at hiding than we are. If she was easy to spot, she'd be dead by now." "So how do you know she's an awakened?" "Half a month ago, I saw her kill one of our own in an alley. Then she vanished without a trace. I only followed you onto the bus because I saw her get on with you." "Are you planning to eat her?" Wang Fei replied with a sweating emoji. "Idiot, I'm here to help you. What if she's not on this bus by chance, but actually targeting you?" Reading that, Jiang Xia paused for a moment, then quickly typed, "Help me? Since when are you so kind? Why do you make me sound like a villain? Did Li Sitong talk bad about me in front of you?" Wang Fei shot back with another message. "You'd better stay away from her. She's an abomination. Do you know what that is?" "Yes, she told me. But aren't you one too?" "Yeah, I am. But I'm not like her. I never turn on my own kind. I'd rather work together to hunt humans and awaken than fight amongst ourselves. But she's a complete lunatic. Haven't you noticed how unhinged she gets when you're alone with her?" Jiang Xia thought back to the past day and night had spent alone with Li Sitong and had to admit, she really had shown signs of madness. Something had sensed from the start. Wang Fei sent another message, the contents so cold it made Jiang Xia's skin crawl. "She got close to you for one reason: to cultivate you. The stronger you become, the more nourishment you provide. Once you're powerful enough, she'll drain you to fuel her own evolution." Jiang Xia froze for a moment, then typed out, "Evolution?" Wang Fei replied immediately, "Yes, evolution. Once we absorb enough nourishment, we undergo a transformation. Our powers and bodies are elevated, we become stronger." Jiang Xia fell silent, staring down at his phone. After a moment, he closed his eyes, emotions churning. He slowly typed, "Tell me your real motive. You didn't get on this train just to help me." Wang Fei's reply was blunt. "Fine, I admit it. I didn't get on to help you. I just wanted to find out where that awakened one lives, so it'll be easier to make a move later." Jiang Xia stared at the message, hesitated for a few seconds, then responded, "Li Sitong told me that if no matter who kills Michelle, take you down with her." He knew very well that compared to the mysterious awakened one, Wang Fei's target seemed to be him. The situation had changed, and he had to consider the worst possibilities, even start gambling. He was betting that Li Sitong was strong enough to make Wang Fei hesitate. After all, Li Sitong had said there weren't many of their kind when she became one, which probably meant she was stronger than most. Wang Fei sent a message with a hint of mockery. "Is that a threat I'm hearing?" Jiang Xia shot back instantly. "Just a reminder. If you think I'm easy prey, go ahead and try. But I promise even if I die, I'll make sure you pay for it. Don't mistake me for some clueless rookie." In the train car, Wang Fei sat in the back, silent for a long time. Only as the train approached the next station did he finally reply, "Are you so sure I'm coming after you?" Jiang Xia didn't hesitate. "Because you've been lying all along. If there really was an awakened one, you wouldn't tell me. You're afraid I'd leak the info before you could act, letting someone else swoop in. Plus, I don't believe you'd have the guts to stalk an awakened one alone. You just want to keep me in check." Then, Jiang Xia sent another message, this one more forceful. "If you don't get off at the next stop, I'll assume you're planning to attack me tonight. I'll grab you and shout, exposing what we are to everyone." Wang Fei replied quickly, "I don't believe you'd dare." Jiang Xia answered right away, "Try me. I know I can't beat you, but that just means taking you down with me is my best option." This time, Wang Fei didn't respond. Jiang Xia's heart was pounding. He kept his eyes on the train car, thinking, if Wang Fei doesn't get off and keeps following me, what should I do? Should I really stand up and reveal us to everyone? That would mean total exposure. Had already sent a message asking Li Sitong for help, but she hadn't replied. If Wang Fei really decided to go all the way, Jiang Xia would have no choice but to risk everything. The train slowed as it pulled into the next station. As the doors opened and people began to pour out, Jiang Xia held his breath, eyes locked on Wang Fei. Every nerve was stretched to its limit. Finally, Wang Fei stood up and melted into the crowd, getting off the train. Jiang Xia let out a long breath, but his gaze stayed sharp. He watched as Wang Fei looked around the platform, then zeroed in on a short-haired girl chewing bubblegum and followed her. Wang Fei was furious to been so close, only to lose his chance. He felt a surge of frustration but could do nothing about it. Li Sitong was a maniac the most ruthless of their kind had ever met. He couldn't risk it, couldn't bet that she had let him go after he finished off Jiang Xia. And now that Jiang Xia was on guard, even as a rookie, he wouldn't be easy prey. He wasn't even sure if Jiang Xia would actually expose them in public, but he didn't dare take the risk. Pushed to the edge, Jiang Xia might really go down fighting. Besides, Jiang Xia wasn't the only target out there. By the window, Jiang Xia watched Wang Fei disappear into the crowd, a swirl of emotions in his chest. He glanced at his phone, replaying the words, "She got close to you to cultivate you, then consume you to evolve." He didn't choose to believe it, but he couldn't dismiss it, either. At that moment, a clear conviction rose in his heart: trust no one. Not ordinary people, not awakened ones, not even his own kind. Not Li Sitong, not Wang Fei, no one. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on himself. That's what it meant to be undercover. He saw Wang Fei target the short-haired girl, but didn't warn her. He could barely protect himself, could only hope she'd be lucky. Jiang Xia got off at the next stop and headed straight to Xiaosan's place. He wasn't just going to check in on his sister. He needed to go inside. To make sure she was truly safe, only then could he be at ease. His brisk walk turned into a run, sweat beading on his forehead as unease gnawed at him. He needed to see his sister safe with his own eyes. Yet he was terrified had sensed that familiar, suffocating aura of his own kind coming from her. Xiaosan is a woman in her early 40s. Wealthy by inheritance rather than business acumen, she came into her fortune after her ex-husband passed away. She lives in Qiufeng Garden, the second most expensive neighborhood in Xinghe City, where elegant two-story villas are scattered across the estate, radiating luxury at every turn. Jiang Xia remembered how, a few years ago, his father had driven them past here and, pointing from a distance, promised he would one day work hard enough for their family to live in a place like this. In the end, his father did achieve that dream, just not in the way he had hoped, as he ended up relying on someone else's wealth. Jiang Xia always carried an access card with him, a gift from his father that he never brought himself to throw away. He kept it just in case his sister ever called for help. He wanted to be able to enter without any obstacles. After entering the villa community, Jiang Xia headed straight to Xiaosan's house. He had already texted his sister before arriving, so as soon as the doorbell rang, the door swung open. A girl of about 11 or 12, dressed in a Lolita dress, rushed over and hugged Jiang Xia tightly. Her eyes were big and bright, sparkling with excitement, and her smile lit up her face. "Big bro, you finally remembered you have a family and a little sister. It's been so long since we last saw each other. I almost forgot what you looked like." Jiang Xia couldn't help but smile helplessly. His sister was famous for her mischievous personality and always had something witty to say. "We just saw each other 4 days ago. Come on, come in," called a woman in pink pajamas, still looking charming despite her age, as she walked through the living room. Jiang Xia glanced inside and saw her son sitting there too. He was relieved not to sense any rivalry from the boy. The woman's chubby son lounged on the sofa, shooting Jiang Xia a look of disdain. Jiang Xia ignored him, his gaze sharpening as he asked directly, "Where's my dad?" "He's upstairs taking a shower. Come in and have a seat," the woman replied warmly. Although she was the one who had broken up his family, Jiang Xia had to admit that she treated his little sister well, unlike those women who could be cold and mean. Jiang Xia didn't sit down. "I just brought a little something for Lingling." He pulled an unopened set of trading cards from his backpack and handed them to his sister. "This is the last time. Don't buy this kind of stuff anymore." Jiang Ling took the cards, glanced through them, and pouted. "I already have this set. A few boys from school gave me several sets just the other day. Stop hanging around those boys at your school. You're worried they'll try to trick me?" Jiang Ling rolled her eyes and gave a small sigh. "All right, let's go get some late-night snacks. Me treat. Maybe another time." Jiang Xia's tone grew serious as he pulled her aside. "Come here, I need to talk to you." He crouched down, his expression grave as he looked her in the eye. "Lingling, I need you to remember what I'm about to say." Jiang Ling paused, suddenly nervous, her eyes starting to redden. "Bro, is something wrong?" "It's nothing," Jiang Xia said quietly. "I just need to remind you of a few things. From today on, you're not allowed to go out after dark. Even during the day, stay away from deserted places. Stick to where there are plenty of people." Confusion flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes, but seeing the seriousness on her brother's face, she nodded silently. even as a sense of worry crept into her heart. From now on, don't trust anyone but me. Don't ask why, just listen to what I say. Jiang Xia's voice was low and urgent, his eyes filled with a seriousness that brooked no argument. Jiang Ling stood frozen, confused by what was happening, but every word from her brother struck her like a nail driven deep into her heart. Take this. Jiang Xia quickly pulled a bottle of high-purity alcohol from his pocket and shoved it into Jiang Ling's hand with such force she almost dropped it. Whenever you leave the house, spray this on yourself. Demonic creatures are strongly repelled by alcohol. It won't kill them, but Li Sitong once said that, when given a choice, most of them will instinctively avoid people who smell like alcohol, just like they'd rather pick meat from a clean plate than from a dirty one. It's not foolproof, but it's an extra layer of protection. Brother, is something wrong? Jiang Ling's voice trembled slightly with anxiety. Nothing's wrong. Jiang Xia shook his head, but continued to give instructions. Just remember, what I'm telling you is only for Dad to know, not tell anyone else. Starting today, you must call me every night and text me your whereabouts before you go anywhere. You're not to act without my permission, understand? Jiang Xia weighed his options. As much as he wanted to keep his sister close, this place was probably safe for over 30 security guards, right next to a police station. Even if there were demonic creatures in this villa complex, as long as she didn't go out alone, the risk was minimal. No demon would be foolish enough to hunt openly in a place like this. Using the excuse of needing to prepare for an exam, Jiang Xia temporarily said goodbye to Jiang Ling. But he didn't leave right away. Instead, he carefully patrolled the sprawling villa area, trying to sense the presence of others like himself. The search was time-consuming, but for his sister's safety, it was worth it. At first, he found nothing. Just as he was starting to relax, he sensed two familiar presences at an intersection. The villa on the right had its lights on and was radiating a clear aura of his kind. As he turned to the left, a figure suddenly lunged at him. Before he could react, he was pulled into a tight embrace. Darling, how did you know I was here? The familiar voice made Jiang Xia relax a little. He recognized Li Sitong. But confusion quickly followed. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Li Sitong pointed to the villa on the left and looped her arm around his neck with a playful grin. This is my dad's house. Did you miss me so much you came all the way here to find me? I'm here to see my sister. She lives here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Xia regretted them. Giving away his sister's address to this unpredictable woman was probably a mistake. Sure enough, Li Sitong's gaze turned icy, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as her tone chilled. So you're not here for me, but for another woman? No. She's my sister, me real sister. Is there any need to be so jealous? Jiang Xia was exasperated. Inwardly, he sighed. Lunatic, obsessive, unstable. Li Sitong's mood swings had clearly gone far beyond the realm of normal. Seeing the unhappy look on Li Sitong's face, Jiang Xia felt a pang of anxiety, worried that his words had put her in an awkward position. He quickly made up a story to smooth things over. Actually, I was looking for you. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply, so I just wandered around by myself and happened to pass by here. That's why I came in to see you. Who would have thought we'd run into each other like this? It must be fate, a sign that we're truly meant to be together. Although Jiang Xia was nervous, the words flowed out smoothly. Li Sitong's expression softened right away. The corners of her mouth lifted, her eyes curving into crescents. Clearly, she was much happier now. I think I like you more and more, she said, then stood on tiptoe and planted a quick kiss on Jiang Xia's forehead. Even so, Jiang Xia couldn't fully relax. Although Li Sitong seemed to be in a better mood, he couldn't shake the feeling that his beautiful girlfriend had a side to her that was hard to handle. So why didn't you go home? What are you doing here? Jiang Xia asked. Come inside first, then we'll talk, Li Sitong said, taking his hand and leading him into the villa. The interior was decorated with elegance and luxury. The living room's ceiling was intricately designed. A spiral staircase curved gracefully like a sculpture, and a crystal chandelier sparkled overhead, filling the space with opulence. Jiang Xia couldn't help but be taken aback. Had heard that Li Sitong's family was wealthy, but seeing this multi-million-dollar apartment, and now this villa, he realized just how rich they really were. Your family is pretty well off, Jiang Xia remarked with a sigh. If life were made up of what ifs, if Li Sitong were just an ordinary girl, if he could be with someone this wealthy and beautiful, then, in theory, his life would be set. But there are no what ifs in reality. Everything is just as it is. His own family background couldn't compare to hers. At best, he could only rely on his good looks to have a fleeting, youthful romance with her. This is where my dad keeps his mistresses, Li Sitong said bluntly. Every time he gets a new girlfriend, he sets them up here. Honestly, my dad isn't all that capable. He's just a spoiled rich kid, living off my grandfather's money. Jiang Xia hadn't expected her to speak so candidly about her father. He was momentarily stunned, then suddenly asked, when I asked you for help earlier, why didn't you reply to my message? Did you not see it? I saw it, Li Sitong replied without hesitation. I just didn't want to answer you. Jiang Xia was caught off guard. What? He felt a bit like a lovesick puppy had just been brushed off, full of confusion. Seeing his bewildered expression, Li Sitong explained, I get that you couldn't handle Wang Fei. But if the fight happened on a bus, I figured you'd be smart enough to get away from him. If you want to grow, you can't always rely on me to help you. Jiang Xia didn't argue she had a point. Tonight, Head faced Wang Fei's threats on his own, without Li Sitong stepping in. Thinking about it, that was actually a good thing. People grow faster when they're pushed into tough situations. Handling danger alone builds resilience. Every challenge is a chance to become more mature. Next time something like this happens, he'll be even calmer and more composed. Come on, they'll show you something interesting, Li Sitong said, grabbing his hand and leading him up the winding staircase. Second floor, side bedroom. Jiang Xia never expected that the fun thing Li Sitong mentioned would turn out to be surveillance footage. On the computer screen, a live feed from the living room of another villa was crystal clear. A seductive woman in a long red dress lounged lazily on the sofa, her slender fingers absently playing with her hair as she whispered to a young man with strikingly dyed yellow hair sitting beside her. The entire scene was thick with an undeniable air of flirtation. So this fun thing you mentioned is spying on other people's private lives? Jiang Xia frowned. Li Sitong smirked. Isn't this what you men enjoy the most? This is a real live broadcast, not something you can just pay for with a membership. How do you know more about this than I do? Jiang Xia replied, but his eyes were already drawn to the woman on the screen. He had to admit, her figure was truly stunning. This is surveillance from the villa across the street, Li Sitong explained calmly. The one across the street? Jiang Xia was surprised, his mind racing. How did Li Sitong get access to surveillance in the villa opposite? More importantly, one of those two people in the footage might be like them. Was it the man or the woman? Li Sitong crossed her arms, her gaze icy as she stared at the woman on the screen. That villa belongs to my father too. He uses it to keep his mistress. This woman got involved with him about 3 months ago. Jiang Xia's eyes widened in shock. Hold on, he bought 2 villas in the same place just to keep mistresses? Is this how the rich live? I'm stunned and honestly, a little envious. Your father's really something. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, that woman is your father's lover. So who's the young guy flirting with her now? Did your dad get cheated on? Li Sitong kept her eyes on the screen, her voice cold as ice. From what I've observed, starting a month ago, every 3 days this woman brings a man into the villa at night, and by the next morning, he disappears. She's one of us? Jiang Xia asked, instantly on alert. Li Sitong let out a chilling laugh, a glint of something dangerous in her eyes. I'm debating whether I should praise her for her nerve. She's been hunting in the same place over and over. But tonight, her luck runs out. You're going to kill her? Jiang Xia blurted out, then corrected himself. Or maybe eat her is more accurate. After all, Li Sitong was a demon. Her own kind were food to her, far more nourishing than ordinary humans. She's doing this in my father's house. I can't just let it slide, Li Sitong said coldly. Besides, my dad still gets close to her from time to time. What if one day she gets hungry enough to go after him? Fair point. Jiang Xia glanced at the screen again, still puzzled. But if you want to get rid of her, why not just go straight for it? Why bother setting up surveillance? Because I suspect she's a lust demon. A lust demon? Think of it like those fox spirits in movies who seduce men to drain their energy, except most are women, rarely men, Li Sitong explained, her voice trembling slightly. They don't feed the usual way. Instead, they absorb energy through intimacy. At this point, Jiang Xia noticed a faint blush on Li Sitong's cheeks. At first, he thought she was embarrassed. Was this crazy woman actually capable of feeling shy? But as he watched her more closely, he realized something was off. This wasn't embarrassment, it was excitement. Peeping is a pretty strange hobby, Jiang Xia thought to himself, shaking his head. He was starting to find Li Sitong more and more unfathomable. Her level of perversity kept surpassing his expectations. Who says I'm into peeping? Li Sitong shot back, though her eyes never left the screen. I just haven't seen how a lust fiend absorbs energy before. If we want to survive in the chaos ahead, our enemies won't just be other awakened humans. The ones like us can be just as dangerous. The more we understand each type of our kind, the better our chances of survival. Li Sitong said this calmly, but inside, she had already anticipated what was about to happen. Her excitement was almost tangible. Her body trembled slightly, every nerve seemingly eager for what was about to unfold. Jiang Xia nodded, though he felt uneasy, worried that what he was about to witness would make him sick. Still, Li Sitong's reasoning made sense. Knowing how every kind of their own acted could indeed improve their odds of staying alive. On the surveillance screen, the atmosphere grew increasingly suggestive with a few whispered words. The woman straddled the man's lap, her movements practiced and seductive. Things quickly escalated. The scene grew more and more intense, saturated with an almost suffocating surge of hormones. Jiang Xia noticed that Li Sitong was gripping his hand tighter and tighter, and her excitement didn't seem to come solely from watching the two on the screen. Instead, it was triggered by the strange changes beginning to show on the woman. Her body started to transform, as if some beast within her had suddenly awakened. The woman's fingers quickly curled and elongated, her skin turning a deep greenish blue. Her hair retracted into her scalp and then shot out again in wet, rope-like strands, twisting through the air like seaweed. Her back heaved as if something inside was trying to break free, and with a deep, oceanic buzzing, several dark blue spines violently burst from her back, making her look like some deep-sea creature that had just crawled onto land. Lee Sidong quickly switched camera angles, turning the view to the woman's face. Her features had completely changed. Her head now resembled that of a fish, her eyes huge and round, almost the size of fists, oozing white mucus. Her mouth opened wide, revealing rows of densely packed, razor-sharp teeth, all slanted at terrifying angles, ready to tear anything apart. Lee Sidong cycled through several camera views but still couldn't get a clear look at the young man's face, which the woman's body kept hidden. Then, as the young man let out a piercing scream, the woman, or rather, the fish-headed monster suddenly opened her massive jaws and swallowed half the man's head in one swift motion. Her rotating teeth worked like a meat grinder, grinding against his skull with a sickening, high-pitched crunch that made Jiang Xia's skin crawl. Blood-red liquid oozed from the corners of her mouth, quickly covering the man's entire body. He convulsed violently, trying to break free, but it was as if he had been nailed to the couch, unable to move. The violence and madness of each moment far surpassed even the brutal scene between Lee Sidong and Su Qunit was 100 times more extreme. Jiang Xia clamped a hand over his mouth, fighting the urge to vomit as his face turned pale. He desperately didn't want to appear weak in front of Lee Sidong after all. He was a man, but this kind of bloody, savage scene was almost more than he could handle. He took a few deep breaths, struggling to steady his nerves, then couldn't help but think, why am I even comparing myself to her? This crazy woman had always been mentally unstable. It was only natural that he, new to all this, couldn't adapt so quickly. Luckily, had already prepared himself mentally. Otherwise, what he saw tonight would have hit him even harder. Lee Sidong remained fixated on the screen, her eyes burning with excitement. But for Jiang Xia, a chill swept through him. All of this was happening less than 30 meters away. It felt like he was right there, the cold creeping up from his feet and spreading through his entire body. Just then, Lee Sidong suddenly opened a drawer under the desk, pulled out a military knife, and handed it to Jiang Xia, a wicked smile curling at her lips. Go, kill her. Jiang Xia froze, staring at the knife in his hand, then at the woman on the monitor. Her monstrous appearance made it impossible for him to make up his mind. He pointed at himself, confusion written all over his face. Me? He never expected Lee Sidong to have such confidence in him. The whole thing felt as insane as if Hydra had sent Bing Boba to take care of Tang Sung and his disciples. Lee Sidong stood up, her gaze sharp as she swept it over Jiang Xia. She spoke slowly. You go in through the front door and draw her attention. He'll climb in through the back window and launch a surprise attack. Her tone was calm and indifferent, but carried a quiet authority that brooked no argument. Are you really not going to listen to me? She added with a faint, dismissive laugh. You're giving me too much credit. In my current state, I probably wouldn't last a single round. Jiang Xia could only shake his head with a resigned smile. Even though he had already made up his mind, he showed no sign of disagreement. This isn't the time to play hero, he said quietly, his voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. Lee Sidong raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Don't worry, she's not that strong. She won't take you out with the first strike. She didn't sound particularly confident, but rather coolly perceptive. She continued, the reason I want you to go in through the front isn't because I think you can't handle her. I just want to keep things quiet and avoid drawing too much attention. No one wants to cause a scene. More importantly, I want to give you a chance to grow. Her tone grew more serious. You may not want to take this on now, but you'll understand someday. Jiang Xiao's mind was racing. The old him might have agreed to such a challenge without hesitation, but now, anxiety and unease weighed heavily on him. Had only come to check on his sister, completely unprepared for what he was facing, and a pang of regret struck him. The situation had spiraled far beyond anything he had expected, and he hadn't even had time to brace himself. Is it that you don't trust me? Lee Sidong suddenly asked, her eyes turning cold, shadows flickering across her face with a hint of threat. Jiang Xia opened his mouth to explain, but couldn't find the right words. No, of course not. I trust you, he stammered. I'm just not ready. Ready? Lee Sidong scoffed, her voice as cold as steel. You won't always get time to prepare, Jiang Xia. If you never push yourself, you'll always be hiding in the shadows. Stop hesitating, come with me. She gave him a gentle shove toward the side door. Under her mix of persuasion and pressure, Jiang Xia finally accepted the task, albeit reluctantly. Gripping a military knife with a 20-centimeter blade, he took a deep breath and stepped forward quietly. Outside the villa, everything was still. Only the wind rustled the branches in the darkness. Lee Sidong gave Jiang Xia a condition. As long as he followed the plan and drew the enemy's attention, she would tell him a way to keep his family safer. That promise struck a chord with him. His own safety mattered far less than that of his mother and sister. In a world as uncertain as this, nothing was more important than their security. Remember, the code is, Lee Sidong whispered, her calm tone carrying an undeniable sense of authority. As Jiang Xia listened, he tried to steady his nerves and prepare himself for what was to come. He still hadn't mastered his shape-shifting ability, but right now, Jiang Xia had no other choice. All he could do was hope Li Sitong would succeed and that he might learn something from this experience. Silently, he prayed things wouldn't go wrong. At last, Jiang Xia stood before the villa's entrance, so tense he could barely breathe. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but his heart pounded wildly, threatening to burst from his chest. With trembling fingers, he punched in the code. A soft click sounded as the door slowly swung open. For a moment, Jiang Xia could hear nothing but the thunder of his own heartbeat. Fear threatened to paralyze him, but he forced it down, grit his teeth, and stepped through the doorway. All he wanted was to keep a low profile and not draw attention. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, the sound of flesh being torn apart reached his ears. Jiang Xia froze, his resolve wavering. His mind spun into chaos, and his determination to go inside faltered. He almost turned to leave, cursing himself for ever listening to Li Sitong and daring to open that door. As he hesitated, strange noises drifted through the air, sending chills down his spine. This game was proving far more complicated than had imagined. The tension mounted, and Jiang Xia's heart raced faster than ever. Before Jiang Xia could react, 3 tendril-like appendages, resembling strands of seaweed, suddenly shot out from the crack in the door and wrapped tightly around his ankles. With a powerful yank, his body was wrenched off balance and dragged through the narrow gap, plunging him into darkness. His mind buzzed in panic, but he quickly realized he still had a military knife in his hand. He tried to slash at the tendrils, but before he could move, they abruptly released him on their own. The next instant, a bizarre, fish-headed creature darted out from the shadows at alarming speed. Its spine twisted unnaturally, emitting a low, buzzing sound like a swarm of deep-sea fish. Jiang Xia's gaze locked onto its enormous eyes, and a chill shot down his spine. He was frozen in terror, his mind blank, driven only by a desperate urge to survive as he stumbled backward. But the monster showed no sign of stopping, closing in rapidly. Jiang Xia's heart pounded with dread. All his hopes rested on Li Sitong. He kept glancing back, praying she would appear in time, but the creature's bluish arm had already seized his leg. A surge of adrenaline and fear overwhelmed him. Had no other choice. Fueled by sheer determination, he gripped the knife and stabbed it fiercely into the monster's eye. With a sickening squelch, dark blue fluid sprayed across his face. The creature froze, then collapsed to the ground, motionless. Stunned, Jiang Xia stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had taken down such a threat with a single blow. But before he could catch his breath, the monster's mouth snapped open. A small, inky black octopus-like creature burst out, latching onto Jiang Xia's face. He screamed in terror, desperately grabbing at its tentacles and trying to pull it off. No matter how hard he pulled, it clung to his skin with countless tiny suckers, impossible to tear away. Worst of all, it seemed to be forcing its way toward his mouth, intent on invading his body. Jiang Xia's heart pounded so violently it felt like it might burst. He fought with everything he had, his skin stretching painfully as he tried to rip the creature away, the burning pain making him fear he might be disfigured. The slick, clammy sensation made his skin crawl, as if every inch of him was being violated. He squeezed the tentacles with all his strength, his nails digging deep into the soft flesh, refusing to let the creature escape. Finally, with a final burst of effort, he tore the thing apart, black fluid splattering everywhere. Exhausted, he let the shredded remains fall from his hands, disgusted by the slimy bits clinging to his fingers. He slumped to the floor, gasping for breath, his eyes wild and bloodshot as the shock began to subside. After a moment, a warm rush seemed to flow through his body, as if some kind of energy was stirring within him. His gaze drifted back to the fish-headed monster, and he noticed for the first time that its legs had been cut off, and its back was riddled with holes, thick, tar-like blood oozing from its wounds. What happened here? Who did this? Was it Li Sitong? Jiang Xia looked around, his eyes finally settling on a figure in the corner of the living room, a tall person, dressed all in black. The newcomer wore black boots, tactical pants, and a black jacket that covered their entire body, even their face hidden behind a mask. Only a pair of sharp eyes and a gloved hand gripping a curved, blue-glinting blade were visible. In her left hand, she held the weapon in a reverse grip. The perfectly arched blade was over a meter long. Jiang Xia drew a sharp breath, his eyes narrowing in shock. This was no ordinary person. Could she be an awakened? The living room was eerily silent, broken only by the faint ticking of the wall clock. The air was thick with the acrid stench of corroded metal. Imported wool rugs were soaked in blood, the dark red seeping deep into the fine fibers, filling the room with a pungent, metallic odor. On the sofa, the young man's corpse was twisted and unrecognizable, his face a bloody, mangled mess that spoke of a violent end. The fish-headed creature's legs had been neatly severed by a sharp blade, leaving chunks of flesh and pools of blood scattered across the floor. When Jiang Xia quietly mentioned the word awakened, the figure in black fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Her voice was as cold as expected, laced with a subtle hint of suspicion. You're an awakened too? 2 minutes earlier, after Jiang Xia had been coaxed away from the villa by Li Sitong, she had quietly slipped back into the surveillance room. 2 days before, she had already implanted a parasite demon inside the fish-headed woman. The process of cultivating this parasite was both complicated and secretive so much so that even others of its kind couldn't sense its presence, nor could the host. Li Sitong had originally planned to wait until the woman underwent her first evolution before striking. With the parasite's power, taking her down would be effortless. But Jiang Xia's unexpected arrival forced her to change her plans. She found herself looking forward to a confrontation between Jiang Xia and the woman, especially the idea of Jiang Xia facing her in battle. The anticipation made her uncontrollably excited. So she decided to let Jiang Xia face the danger while she stayed back to observe. Li Sitong had no intention of intervening directly. If Jiang Xia found himself in mortal danger, she would activate the parasite demon, using it to kill the woman at a critical moment. But as she turned to head back to the surveillance room, she froze at the sight of a figure on the screen. A person dressed in black had silently slipped in through the villa's back door. The newcomer moved with such lightness it was as if she left no trace on the floor, her steps as quiet as a whisper. Drawing a curved blade that shimmered with a blue light, she crept up behind the fish-headed woman, who was feasting on the sofa. The fish-headed woman didn't sense her presence until the black-clad figure was right behind her. Realizing the intruder was also an awakened, Li Sitong felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by concern. She instinctively wanted to call Jiang Xia back, but his phone was still sitting quietly on the table. The black-clad figure had already raised her curved blade, driving it swiftly and precisely into the fish-headed woman's heart from behind. The blade cut through flesh without hesitation, and with a powerful thrust, it pierced straight through her chest, even stabbing into the young man's body on the sofa. The awakened in black gripped the hilt tightly and gave it a savage twist, the blade sinking deeper into the fish-headed woman's body with a sickening, wet sound. The woman's head snapped back as she let out a dolphin-like scream of agony, her blood-filled jaws gaping wide. The black-clad figure braced a foot against her back and yanked the blade free in an instant. Blood and viscera slid off the blade, but not a single drop clung to its surface, as if the metal rejected the blood itself. The fish-headed woman wasn't dead yet. Though gravely wounded, she knew she didn't stand a chance against an awakened. She struggled to her feet, desperate to escape, but her legs were swiftly severed by the curved blade, sending her crashing to the floor, her head slamming into the ground. The black-clad awakened struck again, this time driving the blade through her back with a sharp, cracking sound as bone and flesh gave way. Just as the awakened in black was about to sever her head, the villa's front door suddenly creaked open. Hearing the sound of the combination lock being opened, the awakened quickly withdrew her curved blade and spun around, ready to escape. At that moment, the fish-headed woman, barely clinging to life, sensed the presence of another of her kind at the doorway. She immediately lashed out with the seaweed tentacles on her head, yanking the person into the room. However, when Jiang Xia's dagger plunged deep into her body, the fish-headed woman could hold on no longer. The last traces of vitality ebbed from her like a receding tide. Her death wasn't caused by Jiang Xia's fatal blow, but because a chilling cold had already frozen her from within. Sensing death approaching, the parasite demon hidden inside her panicked and tried to escape to latch onto Jiang Xia, only to be ruthlessly torn to pieces by him. Li Sitong watched as the parasite demon she had painstakingly nurtured was shredded by Jiang Xia. Instead of feeling any regret, she grew worried for him. This awakened was clearly formidable, judging by her earlier display. Li Sitong figured she had less than a 60% chance of defeating her unknown. Now that Jiang Xia was alone with her, if the woman decided to attack, there would be no time to help. The thought that she might lose her boyfriend filled her with dread. But then, something unexpected happened. When Jiang Xia called out the word awakened, the woman actually mistook him for one of her own. Suddenly, the situation became intriguing. Inside the villa, Jiang Xia was momentarily stunned. Had thought encountering an awakened meant certain death, but now it seemed she'd mistaken him for one as well. Wait, he suddenly realized actually was an awakened. Well, more like a demon kind, no. Almost identical to a demon kind. Normally, awakened couldn't sense each other's presence the way demon kinds could. This woman was clearly unsure about his true identity. To defuse the crisis, he needed to confidently claim his status as an awakened and temporarily ally with her. That's it. Jiang Xia nodded to himself, careful not to make any sudden moves. The thick smell of blood in the air made his stomach churn with hunger, and he felt a strange itch at the base of his spine. God, please. Now is really not the time to suddenly grow a tail. Jiang Xia prayed desperately. If he was killed by another awakened because he was mistaken for a demon kind, what a terrible, unjust fate that would be. The woman with the blade kept a wary eye on Jiang Xia, quickly circling around him before shutting the villa door. When she turned back, Jiang Xia was already on his feet, gripping his military knife tightly, equally on guard. His gaze landed on her weaponized blade glowing with an eerie blue light. Even from several meters away, he could feel a wave of icy cold emanating from it. Clearly, it was no ordinary weapon. What are you doing here? The awakened asked again, her voice sounding quite young. To kill. Jiang Xia glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on the fish-headed creature's corpse. He replied firmly, to kill her. Why aren't you masked or disguised? Aren't you afraid someone will discover you're awakened? The woman pressed. And how did you know the code for the villa's door lock? A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Xia's back, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead as his heart pounded in his chest. Right now, all he wanted to know was where Li Sitong was. According to their original plan, she should have shown up by now. This unexpected appearance by another awakened had thrown everything off. Had Li Sitong already retreated? And when had this woman entered the villa? Just minutes ago, when he checked the surveillance footage, she hadn't been on any of the cameras. I'm talking to you. Why weren't you masked? The woman's tone grew sharper. A Jiang Xia touched his face. I was masked, but my mask got left outside when I was dragged in. Noticing Jiang Xia's uneasy expression and still not fully convinced of his identity, the woman pulled a small white glass bottle from her pocket and tossed it to him. Here, drink this. What is it? Jiang Xia stared at the clear liquid inside, already guessing what it might be. Liquor. Strong spirits, the woman said coldly. Alcohol. Why are you giving me alcohol? Jiang Xia feigned confusion, but inside he was desperately praying for Li Sitong to show up and save him. Drink it. The woman's voice was icy, her curved blade gleaming menacingly under the light. I'm allergic to alcohol. Jiang Xia shook his head, refusing. Sweat was already beading on his forehead. Most demons reveal their true form instantly after drinking this high-proof liquor. The woman's gaze was razor-sharp. You have only one choice: prove you're not a demon. In this chaotic world overrun by demons, the woman clearly followed the same survival rule as Jiang Xia: never trust anyone. The more he resisted, the more suspicion flickered in her eyes. She raised her blade, the tip aimed straight at his throat. Prove it, she demanded coldly. Jiang Xia didn't move, but sweat soaked his temples. He couldn't handle even a sip of regular beer, let alone something this strong. If he drank, he'd be exposed on the spot. If he didn't, judging by the woman's posture, she'd kill him without hesitation. I'm doomed. Jiang Xia groaned inwardly. What's going on? Why is there an awakened one here? He scanned his surroundings, but sensed no hint of his kind. His heart sank, unsure if Li Sitong had already abandoned him. If you're allergic, they'll take you to the hospital, the woman sneered, stepping precisely to block the villa's entrance, cutting off his escape. If you don't drink, in 10 seconds, they'll cut off your head. Jiang Xia knew that hesitating any longer would only make her more suspicious. She might force the liquor down his throat, or just attack outright. Rather than waiting to be struck, Jiang Xia preferred to take the initiative. He grabbed the bottle and twisted off the cap. The strong smell of alcohol assaulted his senses, tightening like an invisible noose around his throat. He knew that if he downed it, he'd be exposed instantly. Staring at the blade pointed at him, Jiang Xia steeled himself. If I die, I die. Drink. Even if he transformed into his monstrous form, it wasn't all bad. At least he'd be stronger and stand a better chance in a direct fight. At a moment like this, he couldn't pin all his hopes on Li Sitong. Jiang Xia calculated quickly. He didn't need to fight to the death in the villa. If he could just break out, the woman probably wouldn't chase him. Demons didn't want to reveal themselves. Awakened ones were even more cautious. The biggest risk was that even if he escaped, his cover would be blown, but that was a problem for later, assuming he survived. Let's gamble. Undercover work, what a pain. Jiang Xia cursed his own abilities. He raised the small bottle to his lips, bracing himself for the burning pain he knew would follow. But just as the liquor was about to touch his mouth, the villa's lights suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. A split second later, Jiang Xia sensed a familiar presence racing toward him. The sound of a blade slicing through the air rang out, and blue arcs of light traced graceful curves in the darkness so fast they blurred together, like blue flowers blooming in the night. Li Sitong. Relief flooded Jiang Xia. He quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the clash, silently thanking Li Sitong's ancestors for generations. As his eyes adjusted, Jiang Xia was surprised to find his vision changing again. Everything in the darkness was crystal clear, as if he had night vision goggles. Tentacles. Countless tentacles whipped through the air, slicing through the darkness with a constant rush of wind. The source of these tentacles was in the corner of the villa, where a humanoid creature stood. 3 tentacles extended from its mouth, ending in sharp, icicle-like tips. Its hands had transformed into 2 blade-shaped tentacles, and 2 thick tentacles also jutted from its back, swinging menacingly in the shadows. The Awakened's night vision was clearly inferior to that of the demon, and dealing with multiple tentacles attacking at once in the pitch-black environment was wearing her down. With a loud crash, one of the tentacles struck her waist, sending her hurtling like a cannonball into the fish tank. The tank shattered instantly, glass shards and water flooding the floor. Soaked and scrambling amid the glittering debris, she rolled across the ground, narrowly dodging lethal tentacles lashing out from every direction. She didn't spring to her feet like a TV hero. Instead, she kept rolling, found an opening, knelt on one knee, and skillfully wielded her curved blade to fend off the onslaught. Only after a series of quick, practiced moves did she finally manage to stand. Her swordsmanship was outstanding. Even Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, silently grateful that Li Sitong had arrived in time. Otherwise, even if he had downed that bottle of high-proof liquor and turned into a monster himself, he doubted he could have escaped such expert swordplay. "Help me!" The awakened shouted to Jiang Xia, her voice urgent. Jiang Xia remained where he was, unmoved. If he was going to help anyone, shouldn't it be Li Sitong? He wanted to be the hero, to save the world like the protagonists in anime, but that was just a fantasy. In reality, he knew that his best chance lay in Li Sitong's victory. If the awakened won, his fate as an undercover agent would almost certainly be sealed. He doubted he could explain himself and survive. Realizing she was outmatched, the awakened began retreating toward the villa's door, taking several hard hits in the process. At last, she managed to fling the door open and escape outside. The tentacles hovering in midair paused, as if with no intention of pursuing her. A few seconds later, the tentacles withdrew like a receding tide. Li Sitong's voice rang out in the darkness. She actually got away. Frustration and anger mingled in her tone. She was clearly upset to have lost her prey. After a few seconds, she ordered, "Shut the door." When Jiang Xia had closed the door and turned around, the villa was suddenly bathed in light again. Li Sitong stood in the center of the living room, breathing heavily, savoring the blood on her hands. She looked like a ravenous beast at last, tasting long-denied flesh, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Delicious. There really is nothing better than awakened blood. Her crazed expression made Jiang Xia hesitate to get any closer, afraid she might turn on him next. Why was there suddenly an awakened here? Jiang Xia asked from the doorway, his voice dry. The immediate danger seemed to have passed, but the escaped awakened could pose an even greater threat to him. He was so tense that his lips were dry and his heart pounded in his chest. Li Sitong didn't answer until she had licked every drop of blood from her hands. Only then did she look towards the fish-headed woman lying on the floor. The creature had transformed back into a human, her once beautiful face now horribly disfigured by a knife wound from Jiang Xia. "She was after her, but ran into us by accident," Li Sitong replied, her tone lighter now. "So now that my cover's blown, am I in trouble?" Jiang Xia asked anxiously, frowning. Li Sitong glanced at him, uncertain. "Depends if she's got her eyes on you. But she's badly injured. She probably won't act anytime soon." As she spoke, she walked over, took the bottle of high-proof liquor from Jiang Xia's hand, sniffed its pungent scent, and examined it closely. She was no fool. She knew better than to trust anyone completely. "Just toss it." "The smell is awful," Jiang Xia muttered, pinching his nose against the harsh fumes wafting from the bottle. "What a waste to throw it away," Li Sitong replied with a sly, meaningful grin. Jiang Xia blinked, glancing from the bottle to her mischievous smile, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Jiang Xia sensed something was wrong and turned to escape, but Li Sitong grabbed him by the neck. His exaggerated struggle was half joking, half serious. "Babe, I'm your proper boyfriend. You can't just treat me like this. Just one sip, come on." Li Sitong pressed the bottle of liquor to his lips, her smile carrying a hint of danger. While trying to pry her hand off, Jiang Xia caught a glimpse of the strong liquor and couldn't help but recall the scene of Pan Jinlian poisoning Wu Dalong. "This stuff is so strong it could kill someone. What's gotten into you? Babe, how about this? You take a sip, and he'll take a sip." Li Sitong coaxed him patiently. "No." Jiang Xia refused flatly. Li Sitong's face darkened. "You see couples on the street when the girlfriend feeds her boyfriend a drink, he's always happy to accept. Why are you so ungrateful?" Jiang Xia held her hand and spoke sincerely. "Come on, put the bottle down. He'll buy you bubble tea, the kind with extra-large pearls." Li Sitong let out a cold laugh. "That woman just now wanted you to drink, and you agreed. But when I ask, you refuse. Am I even less important than a stranger?" Jiang Xia met her gaze. "How can you compare the two? Why not? We're both women, but I'm your girlfriend. Why listen to her, and not me?" Li Sitong's jealous complaint sounded just like a typical girlfriend's pout. "I know what you're after," Jiang Xia said, cutting to the chase. "You want to see what I look like after I transform, right?" He felt like he was finally starting to figure out how Li Sitong operated. She might seem crazy, but there was always a reason behind her actions. "I like how sharp you are," Li Sitong replied with a smile. "Aren't you even a bit curious about what you look like after you transform?" "Honestly, I am," Jiang Xia admitted. "But do we really have to do this with alcohol?" Li Sitong turned serious. "Right now, you can't control it on your own. If you ever want to transform at will, you have to go through at least one complete transformation first." Jiang Xia stared at the bottle, realizing there was no way out of this. "And," Li Sitong added, "it's not just about this one time. You'll need to get used to drinking in the future, too. You have to train your body to handle alcohol, at least enough to suppress any discomfort for 5 minutes after drinking. You can't let the alcohol take over that easily, right?" Jiang Xia had to admit she made sense. He was about to take the bottle when something occurred to him. "Let's go somewhere else." If that awakened one comes back with backup, we'll be in trouble. She won't dare, Li Sitong said, her eyes landing on the corpse of the woman with her eyes gouged out. She muttered, damn awakened ones, they always make me hungry. Well, take your time. He'll wait outside, Jiang Xia said, still unable to stomach scenes like this. No need. Let's go together. Li Sitong stood up. I have no interest in leftovers from someone else's kill. I prefer hunting for myself. Jiang Xia scratched at his itchy eyes and joked, didn't realize you were so picky. He glanced around the blood-soaked living room. So we're just leaving the bodies here? Is that really okay? Don't worry about it. Someone will take care of things. The authorities are still doing their best to maintain order. From what I can see, they'll probably claim it was a home invasion. Li Sitong's tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable confidence in her voice. Or maybe they'll say it was a lover's quarrel killed her and then took his own life. Either way, any excuse will do. Jiang Xia frowned slightly. Is there any chance they'll come after us? Li Sitong let out a quiet laugh. I've already dealt with the security cameras nearby. Besides, how much energy do you think the authorities can spare to investigate something like this right now? She paused, her voice suddenly dropping. And also what? Jiang Xia pressed. A flicker of something crossed Li Sitong's gaze. She was silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Maybe there are people like us inside the so-called authorities you mentioned. A complicated look flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. Clearly, he was unsettled by the vulnerability and corruption of the world. Seeing Li Sitong nod in confirmation, his unease and doubts grew even deeper. They didn't say anything more and returned to the villa across the street. Just a few minutes later, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong left Shofeng Biyuan a few minutes apart. Li Sitong didn't let Jiang Xia go his own way, but instead suddenly turned around and pulled him back to the same hotel for couples where they'd stayed the night before. Tonight's room was almost identical to last night's. Dim lighting, half-open curtains, a birdcage-shaped decoration above the bed, and even the expensive adult toys in the vending machine by the bed. Everything felt familiar, yet carried a strange, unsettling undertone. But unlike last night, Jiang Xia no longer felt that suffocating fear. He was gradually accepting the reality of his world, even starting to feel calm. In the bathroom, Li Sitong was washing her hands in front of the mirror. Her voice drifted out, the longer this drags on, the more people will die. Even if the authorities want to cover it up, the truth will come out eventually. She paused, then stepped out of the bathroom, her face fresh and untroubled. Right now, every country is secretly planning safe zones. Once the first batch is established, things will get even more complicated. By then, there will be nothing left to negotiate between us and them. Her tone grew heavier, and her final words were almost a growl. That's why we have to get stronger now. Jiang Xia nodded quietly. Had already noticed food prices skyrocketing in recent years and was starting to understand countries everywhere were preparing for this upheaval, quietly stockpiling resources. He couldn't help but ask, how do awakened people get stronger? Li Sitong's brows lifted slightly, her tone a bit cold. From what I know, the most direct way for awakened to get stronger is to kill people like us. She paused, giving Jiang Xia a meaningful look. But it can't be just any method, they have to use the special abilities they awaken to kill us. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly recalled the warm surge of energy that had flowed through him when he tore apart the small monster earlier. That warmth hadn't faded. It was slowly seeping into every cell, quietly strengthening his body. Isn't this just like leveling up in a game? The thought struck him, and he asked, so if I kill a demon, it'll get stronger? Li Sitong nodded. Exactly. But the question is, can you handle that kind of power? The stronger the demon, the more abilities the awakened gain. Killing a demon really can make you stronger, even help you evolve like they do. Her gaze grew deeper, as if she was pondering something far-reaching. Jiang Xia fell silent, a flash of understanding in his eyes. I think I know what to do now. He touched his chest, feeling the warmth still circulating within him. My divine sequence ability lets me sense the presence of others like me. That means I don't have to search blindly like other awakened. I can pinpoint where the demons are. Li Sitong nodded slightly, clearly surprised by this new discovery. That gives you a huge advantage, at least until humans and demons are openly at war. Jiang Xia's thoughts shifted to another concern. His brows furrowed. But there's something else. If awakened are always hunting us, couldn't they capture one of us first and force them to reveal the presence of others nearby? A barely noticeable glint flashed in Li Sitong's eyes, but she didn't answer right away. She fell silent for a moment, as if weighing her response. Li Sitong smiled faintly, a hint of caution flickering in her eyes. Yes, many of our kind have already been detained by the authorities, and they've used them to identify others like us. That's something we can't really avoid. Her voice dropped to a whisper. But honestly, the main reason we hide our identities isn't because of those official departments, but because of the scattered awakened out there. Jiang Xia frowned and leaned forward slightly. The awakened aren't connected to those departments? Some awakened have been secretly recruited by them, Li Sitong said, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. But most are still acting on their own. Even if they team up, it's just a small group of 3 or 5. She went on, given the current situation, any awakened with half a brain wouldn't trust anyone easily. Think about it if you were one of them, and you knew there could be demon spies among the authorities. Would you really risk exposing yourself and join them? Jiang Xia nodded slowly, considering her logic. Now that he thought about it, in this climate, awakened who might be 1 in 100,000 were far more dangerous than the others. Once their identity was revealed, no matter where they were, countless demons would flock to hunt them down. At first, Jiang Xia had felt a bit sorry for the awakened, but gradually, a chill ran through him and his expression froze. Damn, I'm an awakened too, he realized. As an undercover awakened, I might be the most dangerous one of all. Li Sitong walked barefoot across the soft carpet and picked up 2 glasses. Instead of the bottle of baijiu, she poured 2 small servings of whiskey delivered by room service. Then she sat gracefully on Jiang Xia's lap, her slender figure perfectly poised, and handed him a glass. Jiang Xia took the drink, eyeing the amber liquid with a hint of suspicion. You don't seem to be acting alone. Do you have an organization? That's right. Li Sitong smiled, her eyes glinting with mystery. When the time comes, they'll bring you in. I promise, the people there will open your eyes. She raised her own glass and clinked it against his, producing a clear, crisp sound. Cheers. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and tilted his head back, downing the entire glass of liquor in one go. In an instant, the amber spirit rushed down his throat like scalding lava. The intensity was far beyond what had expected. If it needed a name, Inferno would be perfect. The burning liquid seared a fiery trail down his esophagus, and when it hit his stomach, it felt as if had swallowed a red-hot iron, the heat still intensifying. It was as if a fire dragon was about to erupt inside him, and Jiang Xia couldn't take it anymore. He shoved the woman off his lap and staggered into the bathroom. The moment he bent over, his stomach churned violently, and he retched hard. Sweat drenched his body in seconds, and a piercing ringing filled his ears, like 1,000 silver needles dancing along his nerves. His consciousness blurred, and the world before him seemed shrouded in a hazy veil, making it impossible to tell reality from illusion. The demonic bloodline within him was activated by the liquor, causing his muscles to swell and twitch uncontrollably. Instinctively, he grabbed the edge of the toilet, and with the slightest pressure, the hard porcelain crumbled like tofu. The ringing in his ears persisted, and the searing pain in his abdomen forced a guttural scream from his lips. Jiang Xia stumbled to the sink, turned on the tap, and gulped down icy water, desperately trying to douse the flames inside him. He rinsed his mouth and vomited repeatedly, and after a few minutes, the symptoms finally eased a little. The agony was unbearable. Silently vowed never to go through this again. When his vision finally cleared, Jiang Xia braced himself on the sink and froze in shock. His reflection had changed completely. His skin had taken on a pale green hue, and though his features were still recognizable, subtle differences stood out. His eyes now glowed red with vertical pupils, an eerie green around them, and the skin at his temples was covered with neat, blue-green scales. His ears had grown long and pointed, almost elfin. When he parted his lips, rows of jagged, interlocking teeth gleamed, sharp enough to tear through anything. Most striking of all were the 2 newly sprouted black dragon horns on his forehead, fierce and imposing. So cute. Li Sitong, standing at the doorway, swallowed hard before coming to her senses. She rushed forward, tugging at Jiang Xia's ears and pinching his cheeks like an excited child with a new toy. A little dragon man. Jiang Xia blinked in disbelief, a storm raging inside him. Wasn't this supposed to be terrifying? Why did it look so adorable? If you look closely, you kind of resemble a goblin, Li Sitong mused. How do I look like a goblin? Jiang Xia protested indignantly. I mean the skin tone, Li Sitong quickly clarified. Of course, you're way more handsome than any goblin. But the transformation wasn't over. His hands were now covered in sleek, dark blue-green scales, and sharp black claws, nearly 10 centimeters long, had grown from his fingertips. A green, tapered tail had torn effortlessly through his pants. When he stripped off his jacket and undershirt, the fully transformed, demonic body was revealed in the mirror. His chest was firm and powerful, with well-defined abs below. Both sides of his waist were covered in scales that extended all the way to his back. At first glance, his face looked cute, but as a whole, the sharp claws, menacing fangs, and the conical tail behind him gave off a fierce, aggressive vibe. His long, lean physique seemed made for battle. Li Sitong stood beside Jiang Xia, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she studied his transformed appearance in the mirror. No wonder I chose you. Even after you've transformed, you're still exactly my type. Jiang Xia gazed at his reflection, feeling that the transformation wasn't complete enough. He tried to control the power inside him, and his face began to change. His hair quickly receded, his brow bone lengthened, and his neck thickened. When the transformation stopped, his entire head had taken on a dragon-like shape, with blue scales glinting eerily under the light. Li Sitong commented thoughtfully, "You look a bit like a dragon warrior, but honestly, your previous look was better." The transformation lasted for more than 10 minutes. Only after Jiang Xia gradually got the hang of it did he return to his normal state. He silently decided to buy some looser shorts tomorrow. His body was much bulkier after transforming, and his current clothes were uncomfortably tight. The good news was, he didn't turn into some creepy tentacled monster. Instead, he actually looked pretty cool. Suddenly curious, Jiang Xia looked at Li Sitong. How come you handle alcohol so well? It's been a while, and you're still completely fine? I didn't drink. Li Sitong replied with a mischievous grin. Jiang Xia gritted his teeth, swallowing the curse words that almost slipped out. After getting a good look at Jiang Xia's transformed state, Li Sitong, clearly satisfied, stayed a few more minutes before saying goodbye. She explained that she hadn't been home last night and needed to go back tonight. Jiang Xia didn't want to stay in this hotel, which felt like a gathering place for monsters, but heading home alone at night didn't seem safe either. After a hot shower, he lay on the bed and called his mom to check on her. Learning that she'd be flying back early the day after tomorrow, Jiang Xia seriously reminded her to be careful, stay in busy places, and not go out at night. He also told her about the trick he'd shared with his sister spraying alcohol on herself. When his mom pressed for more details, Jiang Xia didn't tell her the truth. He kept things from his sister to avoid scaring her, and from his mom because it was too complicated to explain over the phone. She might even think he was joking. After all, he and his sister often joked about seeing aliens and things like that. If he told the truth now, it would probably sound like crying wolf. Once he got his mom's promise, Jiang Xia hung up and quickly fell asleep, overcome by a deep sense of hunger. At 6:30 the next morning, a light rain was falling outside. The nights were growing longer as winter approached, and it was still dark. Jiang Xia squeezed onto the crowded bus, but instead of heading straight to school, he went home to change clothes first, then arrived at school in time for morning reading. All morning, Jiang Xia felt unusually lonely. The seat next to him, usually occupied by his desk mate Jiang Xia, was empty. After morning reading, Jiang Xia had been caught smoking in the bathroom and was now serving detention. The punishment itself wasn't embarrassing, but the teacher also made him write "I will never pick up cigarette butts from the bathroom floor and smoke them again 100 times, which was humiliating. After the rain stopped, the biggest surprise for Jiang Xia was that Wang Fei actually invited him to play basketball. Jiang Xia sneered inwardly. What an act. He was trying to eat me last night, and now he's casually inviting me to play ball, as if nothing happened. Jiang Xia declined not just out of spite, but because he was starving. Throughout the day, except for meals and bathroom breaks, he barely moved from his seat. The intense hunger sapped his strength, making even walking difficult. He knew Li Sitong had something that could satisfy his hunger, but he hesitated to ask, afraid that once he started, he'd never be able to stop. Jiang Xia still wanted to see if there was another way to fill his stomach. After all, he wasn't truly a monster, was just undercover. Deep down, he still resisted the idea of feeding on his own kind. It was Friday, and there were no evening classes. School let out at 4:20 p.m., and Jiang Xia caught a bus to Regrouping. The night before, while riding the bus, had caught a strange scent drifting in from outside. It wasn't pleasant, but it made his mouth water, and it didn't smell like human blood. Jiang Xia had a hunch that the source of that scent might help satisfy his hunger. If Wang Fei hadn't been following him last night, he would have gotten off the bus right then to investigate. On the bus, Jiang Xia sat by the window. As they passed the stretch of road from the previous night, that familiar, distinctive smell hit his nose again, shooting straight to his brain. His heart tightened. He quickly called out to the driver to stop, grabbed his backpack, and rushed toward the door. The moment the doors opened, he darted out like an arrow. Standing outside, he found himself at a crossroads. The surrounding buildings were low, and there wasn't a single tall structure in sight within several hundred meters. The traffic here was heavy. The narrow road always got congested around 5 in the afternoon, and traffic police would come out to direct the flow. Up ahead was the direction to Regrouping, while the road to the lower right led to the Xiyun district. Jiang Xia wasn't familiar with this area. Instead of hastily searching for the source of the smell, he cautiously pulled out his phone and opened the map to get a sense of his surroundings. According to the map, the lower right led to an industrial zone, a dense cluster of factories that looked like a steel jungle, their chimneys jutting into the sky like old men smoking pipes, slowly exhaling wisps of white smoke. Xinhe City had over 1 million working families who relied on jobs in this industrial area, and Jiang Xia knew the smell was coming from there. He looked up, clearly sensing the direction of the odor, and zoomed in on the map. His eyes landed on the names of several factory complexes, his brows furrowing in confusion. Slaughterhouses? The map showed several livestock slaughterhouses in the area. A thought struck him. Could this pungent smell be the scent of animal blood and flesh? Despite being several hundred meters away, far beyond what most people could detect, Jiang Xia's senses were far sharper than ordinary people's, especially his sense of smell, which became even more sensitive when he was extremely hungry. To give a rather awkward example, back in the school cafeteria, he could even tell if a female classmate was on her period. But something didn't add up. Li Sitong had once told him that only human blood and flesh could satisfy a demon's hunger. Nothing else worked, no matter how much he ate. This left Jiang Xia puzzled, silently mulling it over. He glanced around. It was rush hour, and workers in factory uniforms were pouring out of the buildings. Determined to get to the bottom of the smell, Jiang Xia mustered his courage and headed toward the industrial zone. Finally, he stopped in front of a slaughterhouse. He was certain now the smell was coming from here. Up close, the scent of animal blood in the air grew even stronger, instantly igniting his hunger. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Could he really satisfy his hunger with animal blood? It felt like a special blessing for him, a demon undercover. At that moment, Jiang Xia's legs nearly gave out. His hunger was so intense he could barely stand. Fighting to keep his excitement in check, he decided to head straight to a nearby market and buy a live chicken to test his theory. Although the live poultry market was only about a 10-minute drive away, Jiang Xia couldn't wait any longer. He hailed a cab and headed straight there. Normally, with only 150 yuan a month for living expenses, he'd never spent 10 yuan on a cab ride. But right now, he didn't have the time or energy to worry about that. In the car, Jiang Xia received a message from Li Sitong on his phone. "Where are you? Come out. I'll treat you to a meal." Jiang Xia stared at the screen and shook his head slightly. He knew all too well what Li Sitong meant by a meal. It wasn't about going to a restaurant, but about picking a random passerby. Just last night at the hotel, Li Sitong had excitedly told him that they should take advantage of the weekend to go on a real hunt. But Jiang Xia didn't need that anymore. He quickly replied, "No need. I can figure out how to feed myself." Li Sitong's response popped up almost immediately. "No way. I have to guide you through your first time. It's too precious." Jiang Xia smiled and joked, "How about this? We don't go hunting at all. Your family's loaded, right? Why don't we buy a mobile blood donation van together? They'll chip in 100, and you cover the rest. That way, we don't have to hurt anyone. We can eat our fill every day, try different flavors, and never go hungry." Li Sitong's reply was tinged with impatience. "How did you come up with such a ridiculous idea? And can you stop using those sensitive words in chat? Are you trying to get caught by the cyber police?" Jiang Xia paused, realizing he'd overlooked the fact that their messages could be monitored. But he quickly let it go. It didn't really matter. No matter how well they hid, the authorities would always find a way. According to Li Sitong, the real reason to keep a low profile was to avoid being noticed by other awakened ones who were also lying low. These people grew stronger by killing demons, and they probably understood that chaos would eventually sweep the world. To get as powerful as possible before society completely collapsed, their hunger for demons was probably just as strong as the demons' hunger for them. "Let's talk later. I'm busy right now," Jiang Xia replied briefly. Li Sitong just sent back a single word, "Fine." Jiang Xia put down his phone and headed to the market. He spent 100 yuan on a live chicken, brought it home, and immediately got to work. It was his first time slaughtering a chicken, and Jiang Xia was all thumbs. Feathers flew everywhere, and the kitchen was soon a mess. The chicken struggled desperately, and Jiang Xia, unable to bear its suffering any longer, finally twisted its neck in one swift motion. He pierced its windpipe with the tip of a knife, and fresh blood immediately spurted out, forming a thin stream that flowed into the waiting bowl. The mouth-watering aroma hit him instantly. Jiang Xia dipped his fingertip into the blood, feeling both excited and anxious. What he feared most was that this wouldn't be enough to fill him up. But the moment he put his blood-stained finger in his mouth, his eyes lit up. It was so sweet. There was none of the gamey taste had expected. Instead, it was as sweet as honeyed fruit. With just a single drop, Jiang Xia felt a surge of energy. Throwing caution to the wind, he grabbed the bowl and drank the blood before it could coagulate, gulping it down in one go. The long-lost sensation of fullness made him savor the feeling of being truly alive again. Vitality flooded his body, strength returned to his limbs, and the fog that had clouded his mind instantly lifted. It was as if someone who had been trapped in a swamp for days had finally climbed out onto solid ground. After draining the bowl, Jiang Xia was left breathless, bracing himself against the stove as his chest heaved. Incredible. That felt amazing. Thump thump thump. His racing heartbeat thundered in his ears, a testament to his excitement. He was overjoyed that he didn't have to prey on humans like other demons. He could live with a clear conscience. "Thank goodness I wasn't turned into a real demon." Jiang Xia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, savoring the lingering sweetness, not letting a single drop go to waste. Now that he was full, it was time to hunt down a suitable demon and become even stronger. Just as he was feeling satisfied and getting ready to clean up, the door to his house suddenly swung open. Click! Jiang Xia snapped his head toward the entrance, his first thought being that his mom had come home. But as the door cracked open, he instantly sensed the presence of another one of his kind. "Hey, are you there?" A head peeked in, looking a bit suspicious. When Jiang Xia saw that it was Li Sitong, he finally let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his gaze drifting curiously to the keys in her hand. "How do you have a key to my place?" "It's just opening a door, not exactly rocket science," Li Sitong replied with a grin, her eyes crinkling with amusement. She walked in as if she owned the place, kicked off her sneakers, slipped on a pair of black fuzzy slippers, and headed straight for the kitchen. Her eyes landed on the mess inside. "What are you doing, slaughtering a chicken?" Jiang Xia's eyes flickered for a moment, a jolt of panic running through him. He couldn't let anyone find out about his interest in animal blood. It would be a disaster if word got out, and had probably end up as some kind of lab experiment. Lowering his voice and quickly adjusting his tone, he mumbled, "Yeah, I'm killing a chicken. Thought I'd cook for you. Make some chicken stew." Li Sitong paused, clearly unconvinced. She gave Jiang Xia a curious look, sensing something was off. "You're cooking for me?" she asked, half skeptical. "What? You don't believe me?" Jiang Xia shot back, but the flicker in his eyes didn't escape Li Sitong's notice. She stared at him, then suddenly stepped closer, grabbing him by the collar and sniffing near his mouth. "You're lying. You bought that chicken to drink its blood, didn't you? You wanted to see if animal blood could satisfy your hunger." Her tone suddenly turned cold, the atmosphere shifting in an instant. Jiang Xia sighed, a bit helpless, and admitted, "Fine, I'll be honest. That was my first thought. But since you're here, I figured I'd actually cook you something." Li Sitong's expression didn't change. She just smiled slightly. "All right, I'll let it slide this time." She chuckled, and then changed the subject. "So how does chicken blood taste? Doesn't fill you up, does it?" Jiang Xia was quiet for a moment, then shook his head in disappointment. "No, it doesn't," he said softly, working to keep his emotions in check. "Don't bother trying. I can tell you for sure nothing but human blood can satisfy our hunger." Li Sitong raised her eyebrows, a bit surprised by his words, but quickly let go of his collar and wandered around the apartment. She moved with a relaxed confidence, picking up snacks from the table and popping them into her mouth without a second thought, as if this had always been her home. Still, she was careful not to overstep. She didn't touch anything in the kitchen or step into Jiang Xia's mother's room. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia was in the kitchen, methodically plucking chicken feathers. He realized Head never actually handled a live chicken before, though Head cooked a few simple dishes in the past. He was, at best, a passable cook, and making a meal wasn't too much of a challenge. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked, feeling a bit exasperated by the situation. By then, Li Sitong had already made herself comfortable on the sofa, curling up with her knees up as she played on her phone. She wore a white turtleneck sweater and loose jeans, her petite ankles wrapped in white socks. Her long black hair fell loosely around her shoulders, giving her a fresh, natural beauty that needed no makeup. Her effortless elegance and unique charm were on full display. At last, a steaming, fragrant plate of spicy chicken was ready. Jiang Xia brought it to the table, and the two of them sat down to eat. There was an unusual focus in Li Sitong's expression, as if she were savoring a taste she hadn't experienced for a long time. Ever since she had become a demon, she had lost all interest in normal human food. But today, this spicy chicken unexpectedly brought back a feeling of satisfaction she hadn't felt in ages. She tasted the food slowly, as if she wasn't savoring the meal itself, but rather enjoying the experience of sharing dinner alone with her boyfriend. In fact, she didn't seem interested in the chicken at all. Jiang Xia understood although ordinary food couldn't satisfy their hunger, the flavors still bloomed in their mouths. But compared to truly exquisite delicacies, the taste of regular food was barely worth mentioning. Head felt it himself just moments ago when he drank that bowl of chicken blood. It was so wonderful that nothing else could compare. At the table, Jiang Xia asked, "Last night you said there was a way to keep my family safer. What did you mean?" "I'm not sure how we became demonic beings, but I do have a method to make your family like us." "Well, not exactly like us, but close enough," Li Sitong replied carelessly. "No way." Jiang Xia rejected her idea immediately. He didn't want his family to become monsters too. Sure, their strength would increase, and as long as they avoided the other demons, they'd likely be safe from attacks. But they would no longer be fully human, living on the edge between human and monster, and they'd still be at risk from awakened hunters. He wasn't truly a demon himself. How could he do that to his family? It seemed the only option was to protect them as best as he could before society completely fell apart. Li Sitong had mentioned that countries around the world were building safe zones. Once those were finished, he'd send his family there. For now, just keep them in crowded, lively places as much as possible, and make sure they're not alone outside, Li Sitong advised, carefully nibbling on her chicken wing, trying not to get oil on her freshly changed clothes. After a while, Jiang Xia asked, "Why couldn't I sense your presence just now? I only noticed you when you opened the door." "The same thing happened during yesterday's crisis at the villa when I was facing that awakened one. I couldn't sense your kind at all. I thought you'd run off, but then you suddenly appeared." Li Sitong didn't hide anything. It wasn't much of a secret. Once you get strong enough, you can control your or expand it, contract it, whatever you want. "How much can you contract it now?" Jiang Xia asked. "About 5 meters. Anyone of our kind beyond 5 meters won't be able to sense my presence unless they're insanely powerful," she answered. Jiang Xia felt certain now. Among their kind, Li Sitong was truly strong, definitely not one of the weaker ones. At 8:20 p.m., after they'd eaten about half the pot and hadn't even washed the dishes, Li Sitong dragged Jiang Xia out to see a movie. Jiang Xia didn't really want to go out at night, but he couldn't refuse her and was pulled all the way to the cinema. The movie was a classic love story between a foreign couple, the kind that leaves a lasting impression. But Jiang Xia had seen it too many times. She had watched it again just recently, so now it felt a bit dull. Li Sidong, on the other hand, was completely absorbed, holding a tub of popcorn and resting her head on Jiang Xia's shoulder. Jiang Xia wasn't sure if this counted as happiness. Had managed to win over the most admired girl in school, someone even boys from other schools dreamed about. And she was extremely possessive of him. But he couldn't figure out her real motives. Did Li Sidong truly like him? Was she just looking for a companion to hunt with? Or, as Wang Fei had suggested, was she only getting close to him so she could fatten him up and devour him in the end? Just as Jiang Xia opened his mouth to eat a popcorn, Colonel Li Sitong fed him. A chilling voice sounded from behind them. Got you. Buzz. Hearing the low voice behind him, Jiang Xia felt a sudden chill run down his spine, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. In the empty movie theater, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong spun around to see Yang Jie standing behind them, wearing his signature mischievous grin and looking downright creepy. What's wrong with you? They both shouted in unison. There's nothing wrong with me. Yang Jie shot back immediately, pointing at the two of them. You're the ones who are messed up. Caught the love bug, huh? Already dating at your age? We're not dating. Jiang Xia denied instinctively. Don't try to lie. Yang Jie's voice echoed through the deserted theater. I saw the class monitor leaning on your shoulder just now, clear as day. And last night, in that Jiang BT 1089 taxi, I saw everything. Tell me, did you two get a room together? Just as Jiang Xia was about to explain, Li Sidong suddenly grabbed his arm. That's right. We are dating, she said proudly, tilting her chin up. What? Are you jealous because Jiang Xia found such a pretty girlfriend? Me? Jealous? Yang Jie pointed at himself dramatically, his breathing quickening. I'm a player, you know. I've been around, seen all kinds of beautiful women, never once caught up. And you? Jiang Xia, I can't believe you'd hide this from your own father. I'm cutting you off from the family. What are you doing here anyway? Don't tell me you've been following us, Jiang Xia said, not interested in playing along with his theatrics. Yang Jie smugly pulled out his phone. I'm here for a date too, okay? He said, showing off a photo in his gallery. A girl in a blue and white Lolita dress, long black stockings, petite yet curvy, her face hidden behind a phone. Online girlfriend? Li Sitong scoffed. Aren't you worried about getting catfished? Catfished. Yang Jie patted his chest, then played a voice message. I'm stuck in traffic. I might be a little late, sorry. Whoa, that's a real squeaky voice. Jiang Xia was startled. So what if her voice is high? Yang Jie mimicked a famous comedian's expression. That's exactly my type. Then why aren't you waiting for her outside? Come on. I saw you two sneaking around and had to check out what was going on, Yang Jie said, giving Jiang Xia a knowing look. He'll admit, Jiang Xia, you're impressive, bagged the class monitor. All right, enough talking. Don't distract us from our movie. Li Sitong cut him off decisively. TCH, what's so great about that? Don't think you're the only ones who can flaunt your relationship. Just wait till my Xiaoyu gets here, you'll see what a perfect couple really looks like. Yang Jie said as he straightened his designer jacket and bent down to wipe his brand new, gleaming sneakers. Jiang Xia couldn't help but glance at his deskmate, Yang Jie, a few more times. The situation was truly unusual. Although Yang Jie came from a wealthy family, in a way, he was actually an orphan. His parents had died in a car accident when he was young, leaving him in the care of a loving grandfather and grandparents. As their only grandson, he had more pocket money than he could ever spend. Yet, despite being a third-generation rich kid, Yang Jie always dressed like a broke gamer, with none of the airs of a wealthy heir. On the street, he looked more like a web cafe regular living off welfare. A few minutes later, Yang Jie bounded out the door to meet his girlfriend from the internet. He was practically skipping, humming a tune and swaying in time to the music, his face full of anticipation. But barely a minute later, he was back. And he looked like a completely different person, head down, shoulders slumped, dragging his feet. Behind him walked a girl in twin ponytails and a Lolita dress, weighing well over 300 pounds. The shoes on her feet looked more like oversized pork chops, stretched so wide they seemed larger than her face. Jiang Xia's face turned bright red as he bit his lip. It was absolutely not the time to laugh. Li Sitong, sitting nearby, was also holding back laughter, her face flushed as she tried not to burst out at the dramatic change in Yang Jie's expression. Yang Jie led his online girlfriend to the seats behind Jiang Xia and his friends, head lowered in gloom, obviously not happy. As the chubby Lolita approached, Jiang Xia suddenly stopped, finding the situation funny. Instead, a wave of fear washed over him, his nerves stretched taut. It was only then that he realized he'd been so focused on Yang Jie's failed romance that he missed something crucial. The chubby Lolita gave off a familiar aura. The girl, called Xiaoyu, sat down calmly, set 2 buckets of popcorn beside her, and naturally took Yang Jie's arm. Noticing Jiang Xia's gaze, Yang Jie shot him a glare that clearly said, "What are you looking at?" before lowering his head again, mouthing silent complaints. With her voice slightly pinched, the chubby Lolita leaned on Yang Jie's shoulder and asked, "Do you know them?" "No, I don't." Yang Jie shook his head quickly, turning away and blurting out, "Let's just watch the movie and go home." Li Sitong ignored the two behind them and focused on the movie. But Jiang Xia grew increasingly uneasy. He was convinced this girl wasn't interested in romance. She was probably just here for a meal. Jiang Xia might actually be in danger tonight. What puzzled him was why Li Sitong didn't seem to care at all. When the girl in front fed popcorn to Jiang Xia, Xiaoyu tried to copy her, but Jiang Xia stubbornly kept his mouth shut. Baby, what's wrong? Don't you like popcorn? Xiaoyu pouted. Please don't call me baby. Jiang Xia licked his dry lips, shuddering. I think our relationship. What? You don't want to be with me? Then why do you call me baby every day? Xiaoyu crossed her arms and pouted angrily. Uffed. Li Sitong, who had just taken a sip of her soda, nearly spat it out. Jiang Xia clenched his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated by the class president in front. That's right, humiliated. Xiaoyu folded her arms and leaned back in her seat, snorting. I'm mad now. I won't forgive you unless you feed me popcorn. Fine. Open your mouth and I'll pour it in. Jiang Xia grabbed a bucket of popcorn and stood up, thinking that with her size, pour was the right word. Ha ha ha, Li Sitong couldn't hold it in any longer. She grabbed Jiang Xia's shoulder and burst out laughing. Jiang Jia's forehead was throbbing with veins as he muttered under his breath, damn online dating. I've never been so embarrassed. Xiaoyu frowned and glared at Li Sitong. What are you laughing at? Huh? Oh, nothing. The movie is just too funny. Li Sitong turned around to explain, then leaned against Jiang Xia's shoulder, her face red from holding back laughter. Jiang Xia looked down at the giggling Li Sitong and had to admit, for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly shook his head to clear away those thoughts and glanced at Jiang Jia, who was suddenly getting up. I'm going to the bathroom, Jiang Jia announced, fleeing the scene like a gust of wind. Sensing his attempt to escape, Xiaoyu immediately stood to follow, but Jiang Xia reached out and stopped her. Jiang Xia and Jiang Jia had been best friends since junior high, and their deep bond was something others often envied. They would talk about everything, from school gossip about pretty girls to international affairs, and even the mysteries of the universe. Whenever Jiang Xia was low on cash, Jiang Jia was always generous, often paying for overnight sessions at the internet cafe. Right now, Jiang Xia stood in front of the chubby girl with a serious expression. He knew he wasn't anyone's savior, but since this involved his closest friend, he was determined to do whatever he could. He's my friend. Could you do me a favor? Jiang Xia asked calmly. The chubby girl gave a dismissive laugh, brushing Jiang Xia's hand aside. So what if he's your friend? What's that got to do with me? Jiang Xia didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled gently. We might not have known each other before, but now that we've met, why not become friends? Maybe we could help each other out in the future. She shook her head, a sly smile playing at her lips. If he were your family, maybe I'd consider it. But he's just a friend. If I said yes to everyone who asked, I'd go hungry. Unless, you can introduce me to someone even better, a guy I can actually meet up with. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up. Deal. He'll introduce you to a good-looking guy 6 feet tall, athletic, great at basketball, and super popular at our school. Trust me, he's exactly your type. He already knew he'd recommend Wang Fei. Let's see a photo first, she demanded, glancing over at Li Sitong. She hadn't wanted to back down, but her gut told her this woman was no pushover. Alone, there was no need to make enemies over Jiang Jia, especially when she wasn't sure she could win against both of them. Jiang Xia pulled out his phone and showed her a picture from Wang Fei's social media. What do you think? Better looking than my buddy, right? Seeing Wang Fei in the photo, smiling with a basketball in his arms, the chubby girl's eyes lit up. Not bad. Definitely better than your friend. She smirked. Honestly, meeting your friend made me realize just how risky online dating can be. Her words nearly made Jiang Xia and Li Sitong burst out laughing. It seemed Jiang Jia wasn't the only one unimpressed. The feeling was mutual. Open your QR code and add me. If he asks, just say Zhang Li introduced us. His name is Wang Fei, but you can just call him A Fei. As she pulled up her code, she asked, did this guy in the photo do something to you? Yeah, we've got some history. I'd really appreciate it if you could teach him a lesson for me. He's easy to set up. You might even be able to meet him tonight. Li Sitong couldn't help but smile, already imagining how things would go when the two met. Okay, I've added you. Accept it when you get a chance, Jiang Xia said. Sure, I'll accept it later. I'll do you this favor tonight, but I have to go now. When your friend comes back, just tell him I had to leave for family reasons. Just a couple of minutes after the chubby girl left, Jiang Jia returned. When he found out she was gone, he visibly relaxed, his shoulders dropping noticeably. The movie wasn't even over yet, but he couldn't wait to slide over to Jiang Xia and quietly suggest, want to grab a late-night snack together? Li Sitong immediately stepped between them, bluntly refusing, don't interrupt my time alone with Jiang Xia. Her eyes flashed as she added, and if you dare tell anyone about my relationship with Jiang Xia, they'll spill all the details about your failed online romance. Jiang Jia's face fell instantly. He was dying to share such juicy gossip, but with Li Sitong holding his embarrassing internet dating history over his head, he had no choice but to nod in reluctant agreement. Before leaving, he put a hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder and hesitated, then finally just said in a low voice, Xia, take care of yourself. By the time the movie ended, it was almost 11. Li Sitong still wouldn't let Jiang Xia go home. Instead, she dragged him for a walk in the nearby Qingshan Park. The winter wind was sharp against their cheeks, and the park was deserted except for the two of them. They walked deeper into the park along a stone path, surrounded by dense trees. Jiang Xia didn't know what kind they were, but even in this season, their leaves remained a deep, lush green. Jiang Xia answered a call, and when he hung up, he looked visibly relieved. Okay, Mom, get some rest. They'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Knowing his mother was safe finally put his mind at ease after a stressful day. Looks like you really care about your family, Li Sitong observed, watching his face closely. Who wouldn't? Jiang Xia replied. Suddenly, Li Sitong changed the subject. So, if your mom and I fell into the water at the same time, who would you save? Jiang Xia turned to her in surprise. Why do women always ask that question? Answer me. Li Sitong pressed, fixing him with an intense gaze. Well, Jiang Xia hesitated. According to the law, if I don't save my mom, that's illegal. So after you save her, would you jump in and die with me? Li Sitong asked, her bright eyes sparkling, a sly smile playing on her lips. Jiang Xia was just about to reply when a cheerful ringtone interrupted them. Li Sitong pulled out her phone, glanced at the screen, and after a moment's hesitation, answered. A few seconds later, her expression tensed. She hurriedly said, "They'll be right there," and hung up. Before Jiang Xia could ask, she turned and hurried off. Something's come up. I have to go. Head home by yourself. I was going to take you hunting tonight, but I guess we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Li Sitong quickly ran off, leaving Jiang Xia standing there in a daze. When he realized what had happened, he called out, "Seriously? You're just going to leave me here?" In such an eerie, deserted place, he didn't dare stick around alone and immediately tried to catch up with her. But after only a few steps, Jiang Xia sensed something strange. He could feel the presence of another of his kind approaching. His brow furrowed. Danger? He slowed down, confirming the presence. Once he was sure, he didn't hesitate, he turned and ran. Whether it was just another of his kind passing by or something else, leaving as quickly as possible seemed like the best option. He had barely gotten far when he had to slow down again. In the chilly autumn wind, he heard a faint whistling coming from the woods nearby. Listening closely, it was definitely a whistle, and now, there was another presence like his own. That familiar whistle sent a chill down Jiang Xia's spine. He picked up speed, determined to get away from this dangerous place as fast as he could. But just as he started running, someone burst out from the trees ahead, blocking his path. The clear whistle was coming from Wang Fei. He was whistling the same tune he always did at school, hands in his pockets, looking completely confident. As the whistle faded, he grinned at Jiang Xia. Sorry, Jiang Xia, but you're not getting away this time. Jiang Xia instinctively stepped back, only to hear a faint sound behind him. He spun around quickly. His escape route was blocked by another one of his kind. Blocking Jiang Xia's escape route was the chubby girl from the movie theater. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. The sight before him made him instantly realize something was wrong. Forcing down his panic, he tried to act casual and asked, "No way, you two got together this fast?" Wang Fei's lips curled into a cold sneer. "It's not that we got together quickly. I've known her for a while. She's been my girlfriend for a month now. Bet you didn't see that coming." The words hit Jiang Xia like a hammer. His pupils shrank when he introduced Wang Fei to her. Not only had he failed to help, had actually exposed himself. No, it was even worse. This was probably a trap to lure him away. Li Sitong was most likely deceived and taken away. Jiang Xia forced himself to stay calm, quickly assessing the situation. Facing two opponents put him at a huge disadvantage. He had only just started to grow stronger, while Wang Fei had already absorbed who knew how many people and others like himself. Running into the woods on either side would be suicide. Those several acres would become his grave. His only chance was to break through on the steps behind Wang Fei, but that was easier said than done. How did you two meet? Jiang Xia asked, trying to buy time as he looked for an opening. Wang Fei flicked out a pitch-black tongue and licked his lips, his eyes shining with a predator's hunger. That's none of your business. You're pretty cunning, Jiang Xia. To save Jiang Xia, you actually sold me out. I didn't have any other choice, Jiang Xia insisted, trying to hold his ground. Besides, you're a demon too. Selling you out wouldn't really hurt you. If anything, it just means you and your girlfriend were meant to be together. Even if tonight hadn't happened, I'd have come for you sooner or later, Wang Fei said, staring at him like he was sizing up a delicious meal. I'm going to eat you. For Wang Fei, familiar prey always brought out his strongest hunger, especially after his brother's death. Jiang Xia was silent for a moment before asking, Wang Fei, there are so many demons in Xinghe City. Why are you so fixated on me? We're classmates. There's no need for us to kill each other, is there? Jiang Xia, I'm sure Li Sitong told you a lot, Wang Fei replied coldly. You should know by now the world has changed. There's no such thing as classmates anymore, just survival of the fittest. Besides, we were never that close, were we? Realizing there was little chance of escaping tonight, Jiang Xia made one last attempt. If you eat me, aren't you afraid of Li Sitong? Her? Wang Fei scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. In the next instant, his expression turned icy cold, and he crouched low, lunging at Jiang Xia like a leopard. Jiang Xia's mind exploded. What? He's attacking already? Couldn't we talk a bit longer? Jiang Xia was so terrified that his fear ran deep to his bones. his legs even beginning to tremble. Still, despite the dread gripping his heart, he clenched his teeth and faced his opponent heat-in. He quickly summoned his inner power, transforming himself as a layer of blue scales instantly covered his limbs. Just as Wang Fei lunged at him, Jiang Xia lashed out with his claws, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. But just as Jiang Xia thought he had managed a successful counterattack, a sudden, intense pain exploded in his chest, as if he'd been slammed by a speeding truck. The force sent him flying, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Struggling to get up, Jiang Xia clutched his aching chest, his face flushed red. Not far away, Wang Fei stood grinning menacingly, his voice dripping with mockery. "I love hunting rookies like you," he sneered. "Just give up, don't resist, and maybe you'll make it quick for you." Panic surged through Jiang Xia. Even though he had been prepared, he still couldn't fend off Wang Fei's attack. It wasn't Wang Fei's hands that struck him, but a pair of black claws that had sprouted from Wang Fei's waist. Meanwhile, the chubby girl behind him remained motionless, clearly content to just watch. The bad news was that Wang Fei was far stronger than he was. Even in an unknown fight, Jiang Xia had little chance of winning. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand. As Wang Fei charged at him again, and the situation grew desperate, suddenly, a tentacle shot out from the nearby woods, snapping toward Wang Fei like a whip and forcing him to retreat. The moment he saw the tentacle, hope flared in Jiang Xia's heartly Sitong hadn't left. He thought she had come to the rescue. But to his surprise, it was a man who stepped out. The newcomer was about 1.7 meters tall with short hair, dressed in a black t-shirt and a red cape draped over his shoulders. A black leather mask covered half his face, revealing sharp, piercing eyes. The outfit was both odd and striking, leaving Jiang Xia, Wang Fei, and the chubby girl momentarily stunned as they rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. The tentacle was actually the man's left arm, flexible and powerful like a black leather whip. But what confused Jiang Xia even more was that, despite displaying demonic traits, the man gave off no hint of demonic aura. None of the three sensed any sign of their own kind from him, putting Wang Fei on high alert. Wang Fei grew uneasy. If this man really was a demon and could hide his presence so flawlessly, his strength must be extraordinary. The pressure was enough to make Wang Fei hesitate, suddenly aware of just how outmatched he was. "Who are you?" he asked in a low voice, taking a cautious step back as a strange sense of familiarity crept over him. The man gave a cold, slow smile and strolled up to Jiang Xia, his gaze fixed on Wang Fei. "Just a hero passing by who can't ignore injustice," he replied, his voice carrying a familiar tone, as if they'd heard it somewhere before. Jiang Xia wasn't the only one who felt this way. Wang Fei and the chubby girl also recognized something familiar in his voice. Frowning, Jiang Xia pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. When the ringtone sounded, he realized who the newcomer was. Jiang Xia. "What's going on? Jiang Xia is a demon too?" Jiang Xia muttered in shock. Jiang Xia glanced at the caller ID, gave a cold laugh, hung up, and put the phone back to his ear, his tone impatient. "I'm busy right now. How many times have I told you? Don't bother me with any project worth less than $1 billion. Standing a few meters away, Wang Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered, "That voice, I feel like I've heard it before. Have we met?" Jiang Xia smirked, his eyes mocking. "Maybe you've heard my name, but I don't know small fries like you." Wang Fei's mind whirled with suspicion. The voice, the attitude, it was all so familiar, yet he couldn't remember where had encountered it before. Still, his instincts told him to stay on guard. He wasn't afraid, but something about this man made him wary. If Jiang Xia turned out to be even stronger than he seemed, Wang Fei knew he might not make it out alive. Wang Fei cautiously scanned his surroundings before turning his sharp gaze to the newcomer who had appeared out of nowhere. His voice was cold as he said, "Friend, in times like these, it's best to mind your own business. Sticking your nose where it doesn't belong will only bring you trouble." "Trouble? Ha ha." The newcomer threw his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, his voice grating in the night. "Trouble is the last thing I'm afraid of. They'll give you 10 seconds leave now, and if you're fast, maybe you'll make it out of here alive." Wang Fei's eyes shifted to Jiang Xia, burning with resentment and frustration. Had let Jiang Xia go last night because the timing wasn't right, but tonight should have been foolproof until this unexpected interference. His brows knitted together as he thought for a moment, then gave a slight nod. "Fine, I'll do you this favor. Shall you, let's go." Though he agreed out loud, Wang Fei was anything but happy. Letting Jiang Xia go went against his plan, but caution was always the wiser choice. Yet as he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of the newcomer's trembling legs out of the corner of his eye. The truth hit him instantly: the newcomer was bluffing. A cold smile tugged at Wang Fei's lips. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he suddenly lunged forward, hands outstretched like claws. "Whoa!" The newcomer yelped in panic, clearly not expecting Wang Fei's sudden attack. Backing away in a hurry, he shouted, "Think twice. If you fight me, you'll die." At the same time Wang Fei engaged the newcomer, the chubby girl launched her own attack, forcing Jiang Xia into the fray. Luckily, Jiang Xia's senses were razor sharp. He instinctively dodged to the side, barely avoiding the engulfing shadow. Not far away, from where the chubby girl had stood, a massive man-eating flower erupted from the ground. It stood about 2 meters tall, its body made of black, fleshy masses, with roots like giant octopus tentacles spread across the earth, slick with thick black ooze. A bright red vine connected to the flower, and at its center was a spiraling abyss lined with 6 layers of interlocking, saw-like teeth. Blood-red eyeballs dotted its outer rim, giving it a terrifying aura. The gaping maw opened and closed, easily large enough to swallow a person whole and grind them to pulp with its vicious teeth. The monstrous flower lunged at Jiang Xia like a sledgehammer. Driven purely by survival instinct, he dodged left and right. It was his first real fight. There was no thrill, only utter panic. He felt like a cornered mouse, scrambling for cover as he was chased from one hiding spot to the next. At that moment, Jiang Xia was powerless to fight back. All he could do was keep dodging. He desperately wished he could unleash some hidden strength and take down the chubby girl, but with zero combat experience, just staying alive was already a miracle. Worried, he glanced toward the direction where Jiang Xia and Wang Fei were fighting, hoping to gauge Jiang Jia's strength. But what he saw instead was Jiang Jia on his knees, looking up at Wang Fei and saying sincerely, "I was wrong. You've got to be kidding me." Jiang Xia thought in disbelief. This was absurd. Here he was struggling just to survive, and Jiang Jia had already surrendered? Wang Fei looked down at the kneeling man with contempt and cursed. "I knew it. You're all bark and no bite." Through his tear-filled eyes, the kneeling man gazed up from behind his mask, looking utterly pitiful. "Forgive me for sounding a bit arrogant at first. We're all educated people. Here resorting to violence is beneath us. Can't you just let this go for the sake of saving face?" "So you're Yang Jia, right?" Wang Fei thought to himself. Sure enough, the person kneeling before him was Yang Jia, Jiang Xia's desk mate. "What? Yang Jia?" Yang Jia's breathing quickened, his expression serious. "You mean that Yang Jia from Xinghe number 1 high school, class 1, senior year? I've met him once. Tall, outstanding both in character and academics. Since you know him too, maybe we're on the same side after all." Wang Fei was speechless. He reached out and ripped off the leather eye patch from Yang Jia's face, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he cursed. "Damn, I knew it was you." Yang Jia's face twisted in bitterness, a touch of helplessness and pleading in his voice. "Wang Fei, we're classmates. You sit right behind me. We've studied together for years. Why turn on each other? I'm not nobody in our class. Give me some face. Let Jiang Xia and me go." Wang Fei gave a faint smile, his eyes flashing coldly. "I really don't get how your brain works. If you're so scared of dying, why would you walk right into danger? Honestly, seeing you grovel like this almost makes me not want to kill you." But, too bad his words were abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a pitch-black tentacle shot straight into Wang Fei's abdomen. He froze for half a second, completely caught off guard that the guy still begging for mercy would attack him out of nowhere. Rage flared inside him. And just as he was about to kick Yang Jia away, he saw Yang Jia had already jumped back, putting distance between them. "Wang Fei, for someone as experienced as you, I can't believe you let your guard down now." Yang Jia sneered, though there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Wang Fei's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with fury, looking more beast than human. Yet a few seconds later, he suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Watching all this, Jiang Xia couldn't help but think, they're both insane. Completely crazy. But right now, he was the one in real danger. Several blood-red vines had wrapped tightly around his arms and legs, leaving him almost no room to struggle. The massive maw of a man-eating flower loomed overhead, about to slam down and swallow him whole. All Jiang Xia could do was cling desperately to the edge of the flower's mouth, forcing himself not to get pulled in. Thick, black liquid oozed from the flower's jaws, dripping onto Jiang Xia's face with a stench so foul, he nearly retched. Even though he had been through demonic transformations and his hands were as tough as iron, the sharp teeth inside the flower's core still managed to break his skin. Blood dripped down, only to be instantly sucked up by the disgusting flower heart. With every drop lost, his strength faded a little more. Before long, the flower's core suddenly shuddered, as if growing even more desperate for life force. The chubby girl wasn't a demon herself. She needed nutrients from human blood. Yet Jiang Xia's blood, though only a few drops, was far richer than any normal person's, holding some mysterious allure. At first, the flower only wanted to kill Jiang Xia, but after tasting his blood, its monstrous heart became set on devouring him completely. It trembled violently, releasing waves of rot and decay, forcing Jiang Xia's body closer and closer to exhaustion. The stench was so overpowering that Jiang Xia could barely breathe, feeling himself about to collapse. The black fluid dripping from the flower's mouth seemed to have a numbing effect, gradually sapping the strength from his limbs. A trace of despair flickered in his eyes as he struggled to break free, but it was useless. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at Jiang Xia's side. A familiar hint of a young girl sent drifting past his nose. Startled, Jiang Xia's heart leapt on. He clung to the flower's jaws with all his might, turning his head with great effort to the right. Sure enough, Li Sitong stood right beside him, and a wave of emotion surged through Jiang Xia. Had never wanted to see her more than at this moment. Help me. Jiang Xia managed to squeeze the words out through clenched teeth, his voice tinged with desperation. But then, a sinister laugh echoed from the flower's mouth, low and chilling. No one can save you now. Jiang Xia looked back and was shocked to see not one, but two Li Sitongs, like twin sisters, standing on either side of the man-eating flower. At first, when Jiang Xia saw Li Sitong, a spark of hope ignited in his heart. But as Li Sitong's figure began to blur and split into two ghostly images before his eyes, he instantly realized it was nothing more than a hallucination caused by the man-eating flower's venom. That brief glimmer of hope was instantly extinguished. The man-eating flower launched a sudden attack, shooting several blood-red, thorny vines from its mouth that wrapped tightly around Jiang Xia's face. The sharp thorns tore into his skin, and warm blood trickled down the vines, which greedily sucked it up like straws. Why is your blood so nourishing? The flower's fleshy mass trembled violently, its voice filled with a sick excitement. So much nutrition, you make me feel so good, so good. The toxin's effects grew stronger, and the two hallucinated Li Sitongs in Jiang Xia's vision split again into four. They smiled eerily and said, "Darling, are you about to give in? Do you want me to help you? I want to help you, but I can't." Jiang Xia knew these illusions were the embodiment of his deepest desire for salvation. Realizing he was actually hoping for Li Sitong to rescue him, a wave of helpless shame surged within him. Am I really so dependent on Li Sitong? Am I just waiting to die without her? Anger and shame exploded inside him, unleashing a hidden power. Bloodshot veins filled his eyes as his head transformed in an instant. A green tail burst through his pants, broke free from the vines, and shot like lightning straight into the man-eating flower's mouth. The flower let out a piercing scream, its center convulsing violently. Jiang Xia controlled his tail like a deadly blossom, spinning and slicing wildly inside the creature's maw. Black blood sprayed everywhere as the fleshy mass wailed in agony. "Stop! Please, stop!" Jiang Xia gripped the flower's mouth with both claws, refusing to let it escape. His tail spun like a chainsaw, shredding flesh into pulp. Overwhelmed by pain, the blood-red vines finally loosened their grip. In just seconds, the huge mouth of the flower was reduced to countless pieces. The black mass writhed in agony on the ground, but Jiang Xia was lost in a frenzy. He lunged forward, tearing at the flesh with his claws and tossing chunks of black meat into the air. "Didn't you want to eat me? Come on, come on." Only when the entire black mass was utterly destroyed did Jiang Xia finally stop, panting for breath. The chunks of flesh still twitched on the ground, but quickly lost all life. A warm current surged through Jiang Xia, seeping into every cell. Could feel his strength rise to a new level, and the scales on his body shimmered with a greenish light. After killing the monstrous flower, Jiang Xia didn't flee. Without hesitation, he turned and joined Jiang Xia and Wang Fei in their battle. When the dragon-shaped warrior appeared nearby, Jiang Xia, battered and barely holding on, looked at him with envy in his eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he muttered with difficulty, "Damn, why is his demonized form so much stronger than mine?" His gaze shifted to the scattered chunks of flesh on the ground not far away. Wang Fei's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected Jiang Xia to possess such power. Then, a cold, sinister smile crept across his lips. "You actually destroyed the food I spent so long raising." Wang Fei sneered, licking his lips with disdain. "But maybe it's for the best. She was so ugly, I almost lost my appetite. Eating the two of you will do just fine." No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Fei's sides began to bulge. With a sickening, squelching sound, two slimy black claws tore through his clothes and burst from his body. Each of these new demonic limbs was about 1.5 meters long. Now, with his original 4 limbs, he had 6 claws in total, all of them lunging straight at Jiang Xia. But instead of backing down, Jiang Xia met the 6 claws heat with his whole body. Wang Fei was experienced in combat and knew a frontal assault was risky, so Jiang Xia deliberately chose this seemingly reckless approach. He wanted to live. In a life-or-death moment like this, if he hesitated, both he and Jiang Xia would be doomed. Wang Fei's pupils contracted and never expected Jiang Xia to charge at him in such a suicidal manner, like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. As they crashed to the ground, a sharp tail shot straight for the center of Wang Fei's forehead. Wang Fei's body tensed. In a desperate bid for survival, he grabbed the tail with both hands just in time. "You want to die?" Wang Fei roared, baring his teeth, ready to slash Jiang Xia with his claws. But before he could act, several dark purple tentacles suddenly shot over, wrapping tightly around his other claws. The claws that were about to tear into Jiang Xia's body were yanked away by the tentacles. "Jiang Xia, finish him!" Jiang Xia shouted hoarsely, veins bulging on his forehead as he trembled to keep control of the tentacles. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Jiang Xia lashed out at Wang Fei's face and head with his sharp claws, not bothering with any technique, just pure, frenzied violence. Each swipe ripped away chunks of flesh, blood spraying everywhere. Wang Fei's head instantly transformed, morphing into a bald, black dog's head. But even this demonic defense couldn't stop Jiang Xia's claws from tearing his face apart. The agonizing pain made Wang Fei scream. The only thing he could still move, his hands remained locked around the sharp tail hovering over his brow, his knuckles turning white from the strain. After shredding Wang Fei's face, Jiang Xia realized Wang Fei's skull was incredibly tough. Breaking through it wouldn't be easy. Jiang Xia's eyes darted to Wang Fei's chest, targeting his heart. He raised his blood-stained claws and plunged them down, tearing through flesh with a wet squelch. He could feel his fingertips brushing against the burning, pounding heart just a little more, and he could end Wang Fei's life. But somehow, Wang Fei's desperate will to live caused the flesh around his chest to clamp down on Jiang Xia's claws, trapping them in place. With claws poised over his heart, Wang Fei no longer dared to put on a brave face. His voice shook as he pleaded, "I give up. I surrender." Jiang Xia's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving as he panted heavily, his claws still pressed against Wang Fei's heart. Wang Fei's face was a horrific mess. Nothing from his forehead to his chin remained intact. His left eye had been punctured by a claw and was oozing a tar-like fluid, while his right eye, though intact, was surrounded by raw, exposed bone and torn flesh, giving his face a ghastly, skeletal appearance. "I was wrong, let's just end this tonight," Wang Fei rasped, barely able to speak. He hadn't expected the two of them to work together in such a way and defeat him. If he didn't beg for mercy now, he was sure Jiang Xia would kill him. "Finish him." A cold voice rang out from the trees. Li Sitong stepped from the shadows, arms crossed, her eyes icy as she stared at Wang Fei. Li Sitong's arrival filled Wang Fei with despair. He knew her well. If she said he should die, there was no way she'd let him live. Begging her for mercy was pointless. His only hope was Jiang Xia. "Jiang Xia, we're classmates. I even sat behind you in class," Wang Fei pleaded, struggling to turn toward Jiang Xia. "Even if we weren't close, there's no need to take it this far. I promise I'll stay far away from you from now on." "Oh really? Funny how you didn't have that attitude when I said the same thing to you earlier." Jiang Xia spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing angrily. Li Sitong walked up to Jiang Xia, her voice cold. "He's not human anymore, and neither are you. The way people relate to each other has changed. If you let him go tonight, one day he'll kill you instead." No, I won't." Wang Fei clung to his last hope like a drowning man grasping a straw. "Jiang Xia, I swear if you let me go, I'll leave Xinghe City tomorrow and never show my face around you again." Jiang Xia was silent for 2 seconds, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp and his claws shot toward Wang Fei's chest like lightning. Wang Fei's remaining eye widened in shock, his body arching like a shrimp. With a sickening sound, the claws plunged fully into his chest. Jiang Xia could feel the frantic pounding of Wang Fei's burning heart in his palm, as if it was trying to break free. Surprisingly, Wang Fei only struggled weakly for a moment before his pupils dilated and the life drained from him. A surge of warmth flooded into Jiang Xia, even stronger than when he had killed the chubby girl before. He slowly withdrew his claws, stood up, and looked down at Wang Fei's corpse, his feelings mixed. Even without Li Sitong's warning, he knew Wang Fei had to be eliminated. If he survived, he would only come back stronger. "Well done." Li Sitong patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder, a look of approval in her eyes. "Damn, that was intense," Jiang Xia said, still shaken. "Wang Fei was way tougher than I expected. Good thing we made it out alive." Jiang Xia let go of his demonic form and turned to Jiang Xia. "You're a demon too?" "Yeah," Jiang Xia sighed. "I wanted to live as a normal person, but it only led to being pushed away. In the end, I had no choice but to reveal my true self." Even after fighting side by side, Jiang Xia found it hard to believe his good friend was also a demon. Li Sitong circled Jiang Xia thoughtfully. "A demon, but with no trace of demonic aura. You must be a hidden demon, right?" "Hidden demon?" Jiang Xia asked, puzzled. "It means someone who can completely suppress their demonic presence. Even those right next to them can't sense it," Li Sitong explained with a smile. "This is the first time I've met a hidden demon. What a pleasant surprise. From now on, you'll be my and Jiang Xia's servant." "What? You want me to be Jiang Xia's servant?" Jiang Jia put his hands on his hips, his red cape billowing in the wind. "I'm Jiang Jia, the most famous guy at Xinghe number 1 high. Even the janitor knows me. If word gets out that I'm a servant, how am I supposed to live that down?" "Either be our servant, or die," Li Sitong replied, her smile unwavering but her tone icy. Jiang Jia frowned for a moment. Then his face lit up and he rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Heh, whatever you need, just let me know." Jiang Xia glanced at Li Sitong beside him. "When did you get back?" "I came back as soon as Wang Fei showed up. I've been watching from the woods," Li Sitong said, clearly having seen through the diversion from the start. "Why didn't you step in sooner?" Jiang Xia asked, wiping blood from his hands and face with Jiang Jia's red cape. "If I had, you wouldn't have had such a great chance to grow," Li Sitong replied, a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes as she stomped hard on Wang Fei's chest. Blood welled from Wang Fei's mouth. He's already dead. Why keep kicking him? Jiang Xia asked. He might be dead, but the danger isn't over, Li Sitong said seriously. You two go get some rest. Wait for my call tomorrow morning. From the look in her eyes, she was clearly planning something big. Jiang Xia was curious, but exhausted. All he wanted now was to go home and rest. Yang Jie didn't go home. Instead, he went to Jiang Xia's place with him. After a hot shower, Jiang Xia collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes falling on his arm. The small wounds had already healed, leaving only a few larger cuts that were still slowly recovering, an impressive demonstration of a demon's regenerative abilities. When did you become one of them? Jiang Xia asked, looking up at Yang Jie, who had just finished his shower. Yang Jie stood by the dining table, grabbed a piece of cold, spicy chicken, and tossed it into his mouth. About 4 months ago. Back then, there were barely any of our kind at school. The numbers only started to grow later. It was just a few days ago that I realized you had the same scent, too. So what's your goal with that chubby girl you met online? Planning to eat her? Yang Jie paused, chewing thoughtfully. Would you believe me if I said I haven't eaten anyone so far? Not to your taste? Jiang Xia joked. Yang Jie chuckled. I don't need to kill people to feed. I just make a small cut, they barely even notice the blood loss. I know when to stop. At worst, they just feel a bit weak afterward. They never figure out what really happened. Jiang Xia believed him. Maybe Yang Jie, like himself, hadn't changed all that much. Instead of giving in completely or starving, had found a middle ground. If animal blood couldn't satisfy the hunger, this was a decent compromise. Why did you come out to save me? Because at the movie theater, you stopped that woman from attacking me. I was eavesdropping at the door, you didn't notice because I didn't have the scent yet. Yang Jie hesitated, then added, but more importantly, we're brothers. So what's your plan now? Just keep scraping by like this? Honestly, I'd love to eat my fill. But you know how I just can't bring myself to hurt the weak, Yang Jie said, grinning sheepishly. Jiang Xia fell silent. He understood the real reason Yang Jie refused to kill for food. It wasn't just kindness. He was desperately clinging to his last shred of humanity, unwilling to open the door to something he couldn't come back from. What's happened to the world? Yang Jie looked up at the ceiling. Guys like me should be the main characters, but I'm not even an awakened. What kind of luck do those awakened people have? He shook his head. Whatever. So I'm a demon, maybe I was born to play the villain. His tone suddenly dropped. It doesn't matter to me, as long as I can get my dad and grandparents into a safe zone someday. You know something about the safe zones? Jiang Xia asked urgently. I know a bit. The safe zone here is built in the southwestern mountains. It's pretty big, but the first group indefinitely won't be many. Yang Jie pulled out his phone, shaking off the heavy mood. Enough of that. Come on, let's play a few rounds. Yeah, let's do it. Jiang Xia replied, waving his hand. Both of them instinctively avoided talking any further about being demons, as if it was some kind of taboo. That night, Jiang Xia didn't sleep well. In his dreams, he escorted his family to the safe zone and said goodbye to his sister at the towering city gates. But just as he watched his family enter, he suddenly sensed tens of thousands of demonic presences inside the safe zone. Brother, help me. Help me. On the city wall, Wang Fei, his face covered in blood, was strangling Jiang Xia's sister. Jiang Xia, thank you for delivering your family to us. Wang Fei grinned viciously, opening his bloody mouth and lunging at her. With a gasp, Jiang Xia jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. All night, he dreamed about Wang Fei, the classmate had killed. It was his first time taking a life, and the fact that it had been someone he knew clearly shook him. Beep, beep, beep. His phone alarm blared. As he turned it off, a message from Li Sitong popped up. Get up. Do exactly as I say today, or we're both dead. Last night, after hearing what Li Sitong said, Jiang Xia realized that there must be an even bigger crisis waiting for them. But Li Sitong clearly had no intention of revealing more, and Jiang Xia didn't press her. What could be going on? He wondered. Li Sitong, don't worry. As long as you and Yang Jie do as I say, nothing will go wrong, Jiang Xia texted her. Tell me what's going on. I just want to be prepared. Li Sitong still didn't give him a direct answer. Instead, she sent him an address, room 801 at Zui Ming Hotel. You and Yang Jie must get there before 10. Zui Ming Hotel. It was practically a gathering place for demonic beings, especially that couple's hotel. 10 o'clock. Suddenly Jiang Xia remembered his mom's flight was supposed to land at 10, too. As he was thinking about how to tell his mom he couldn't pick her up, the phone rang. The weather's bad over here. My flight's delayed. I probably won't arrive until tonight. When Jiang Xia stepped out of his room, Yang Jie was already awake, sprawled on the couch, playing a game on his phone and swearing at the screen. Are your brains not fully developed? How many times do I have to say it? Go for C1, C1. What's so special about C2? Your father or your mother? I swear you people are just bots. That tank's going crazy, can someone blow it up already? Jiang Xia usually enjoyed gaming too, but with everything on his mind, he couldn't get into it. Yang Jie, on the other hand, was still completely absorbed, his enthusiasm undimmed. As demonic beings, their wounds healed incredibly fast after just one night. Their injuries had all but vanished. Let's go. Li Sitong has something planned today, Jiang Xia urged. Where to? Yang Jia didn't even look up from his phone. If it's something evil, I'm not going. She said if we mess this up, we're all dead. Yang Jia froze for a second, then put down his phone and perked up. Well, in that case, we'd better go? It was cold and gloomy outside, the sky a hazy blue-gray. People on the street were bundled up, and police patrols were noticeably more frequent than usual. Clearly, it wasn't by accident. Jiang Xia couldn't shake the feeling that the day when order would collapse was fast approaching. More and more people were going missing. Even though the authorities tried their best to cover it up and control the situation, it was only a matter of time before the internet exploded. Every day, more people disappeared because of the demonic beings, and not a single one had been found. There was simply no reasonable explanation for this. The two of them bought some soy milk. It didn't fill them up, but it did warm them. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Xia arrived outside Zui Ming Hotel an hour early. As he was about to head over, he noticed that Yang Jia hadn't moved. He turned back. Let's go. He thought Yang Jia didn't trust Li Sitong and didn't want to go in with him, but Yang Jia surprised him with a different reason. You go first. They'll come in after you. What's up? Are you kidding? It's a couple's hotel. The only people going in and out are men and women. If the two of us go in together, what will people think? How am I supposed to face anyone after that? Yang Jia said, completely serious. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes, thinking, this isn't just being weird, this is basic self-preservation. Fine, you go in first. They'll come up in a bit. Left with no choice, Jiang Xia entered the hotel first. At the end of the hallway, he found the key cards Li Sitong had left in a flower pot. Oddly, there were two cards, one for room 801, the other for 802 next door. He messaged Li Sitong, and she replied, take both cards. Go to 801 first. Don't go to 802 unless you hear from me. They entered room 801 to find it completely empty. The familiar decor and layout were exactly the same as the previous nights, giving them the strange feeling of coming home. Not long after, Yang Jia arrived. He slipped into the room, looking around with wide eyes. Wow, no wonder this place is over 2,000 a night. The atmosphere is incredible. He strode over to the vending cabinet in the corner, marveling at the wide array of props. Unbelievable, there's so much variety. No wonder people come here to have fun. Jiang Xia watched Yang Jia's expression closely. Even though what was about to happen could mean life or death, Yang Jia acted as if nothing was wrong. Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Worst case, we die? Yang Jia said as he flopped onto the birdcage bed, sprawling out. By the way, what do you think Li Sitong is up to? She's your girlfriend. If you don't know, how would I? Jiang Xia replied coolly. Yang Jia suddenly sat up. You trust her that much? You just do whatever she says? Jiang Xia didn't answer directly. In truth, he was wary of everyone, including Li Sitong. But as a newcomer to this strange world, sticking with Li Sitong seemed like the safest move for now. Going it alone would be even more dangerous. Honestly, I don't trust her, but I trust you, Yang Jia said suddenly. Jiang Xia smiled. How do you know I'm not lying to you too? Doesn't matter, Yang Jia replied, lying back down. I'm tired of being alone. Instead of always being suspicious, I'd rather have someone to stick with. If I die, I die. I'm not the main character anyway. Living isn't that exciting. His gaze drifted up to the hanging fixture above the birdcage bed. What kind of position is that thing for? At 9:26 a.m., Li Sitong sent a new message. Following her instructions, Jiang Xia took two black hoods from the TV cabinet and handed one to Yang Jia. Now we look like robbers, Yang Jia said, checking himself out in the mirror. Is Li Sitong planning to have us rob the hotel? A few minutes later, Li Sitong messaged again, telling them to go next door to room 802. Jiang Xia asked what they were supposed to do, but got no response, as if they were playing some kind of mission-based game. As soon as the two robbers opened the door, they ran into a cleaning lady pushing her cart down the hall. She froze for a moment at the strange sight, then shook her head and walked away. Kids these days, even wilder than we were. Wait, ma'am, let me explain. Yang Jia called after her, but Jiang Xia grabbed him and dragged him to the door of 802. Forget it, we've got more important things to do. Beep, beep, beep. The door to 802 opened, and the scene inside left them speechless. A pair of long, shapely legs and black stockings caught their eye. A sophisticated, alluring woman was lying on the birdcage bed. In room 802, a woman dressed in professional attire with black stockings over her legs lay quietly on the bed, her eyes covered by a black satin blindfold. Her figure was graceful and flawless. Her hands were tied behind her back, and black tape was wrapped around her mouth. The entire scene left no doubt. This woman had been kidnapped. Yang Jia stared, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed loudly. Jiang Xia's mind was about to explode. Wait, who is this? Yang Jia paced over to the edge of the bed, almost pressing up against it, his gaze sharp as he studied the woman. His swallowing grew louder. A man in a hood, a woman in black stockings tied to a bed. This scene seemed to fit together seamlessly. Standing at the doorway, Jiang Xia suddenly felt disoriented, as if he were watching the opening scene of some risque film. The woman on the bed was clearly conscious. Hearing someone enter, and especially hearing a man stand at her bedside making crude noises, she began to tremble violently, fear written all over her face. Reluctantly tearing his eyes away, Jiang Xia walked over to Jiang Xia and placed a hand on his shoulder. Xia, I have to say, you've really outdone yourself with your girlfriend, setting me up with this kind of feast. Jiang Xia was speechless. Just an hour ago, this so-called good buddy had promised he wouldn't get involved if it meant hurting someone. But now, the excitement on his face made it obvious he was more than willing to take a shot at the woman on the bed. Jiang Xia realized Jiang Jia had changed. After becoming a demon, his personality had shifted, just like the other. She had become much more lustful, like a dog in heat. Jiang Xia quickly searched the room, even checking the bathroom corners, to see if Li Sitong had set up anything else besides this woman. Finding nothing, he looked at the bound woman on the bed, completely at a loss and full of questions. He had to admit, the woman's figure was incredibly comparable to the wife of Director Huang from their school. Director Huang, Huang Haifeng, was the head of academic affairs and the senior year director, as well as a relative of Wang Fei. Though he was 40, he dressed sharply and looked handsome, always in a crisp suit, like a well-read scholar. Many female teachers enjoyed chatting with him. Being handsome at 40 was one thing, but he also had a wife in her 30s, a career woman, beautiful and sexy. Every time she came to the school to see Director Huang, a crowd of teenage boys would gather in the hallway to watch, their eyes practically burning with excitement. Wait a minute. Something wasn't right. The more Jiang Xia looked at this woman, the more familiar she seemed. He stepped closer for a better look, then quickly recoiled. No way. What's with the drama? Jiang Jia asked. Take a good look. Do you know who she is? Prompted by Jiang Xia, Jiang Jia studied the woman's face more closely, even though her eyes were covered. The longer he looked, the more familiar she seemed. After a few seconds, he finally recognized her and blurted out, no way. The two exchanged glances, both completely baffled by Li Sitong's actions. It was one thing to kidnap a woman, but to kidnap Director Huang's wife? Just as they were trying to make sense of the situation, another message from Li Sitong came in. Have Jiang Jia lie down next to the woman and act sleazy. Take a few photos of them and send them to me. Jiang Xia's fingers swiped quickly across the screen, and a new message popped up. Why did you kidnap Director Huang's wife? Another message followed immediately. Director Huang isn't a good person. He's one of us, just like we are. Do exactly as I say. If we mess this up, we're all dead. The messages were from Li Sitong. Jiang Xia froze, his mind racing. Director Huang is a demon too? At that moment, Jiang Jia leaned over from behind to glance at the phone, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. I think I know what she's up to. What is she planning? Just do what she says. Jiang Jia's expression turned serious. Otherwise, we really might all end up dead. Without another word, Jiang Jia quickly took off his jacket and climbed onto the uniquely designed birdcage bed. He let out a dramatic sigh, feigning frustration, but there was a mischievous glint in his eyes. For the sake of our survival, for everyone's safety, I'll have to sacrifice my dignity for a bit. He struggled to hold back a laugh and added, but honestly, it's hard for me to look sleazy. With my natural charisma and this rebellious gaze, I can't even fake looking creepy. Jiang Jia lay down next to the tied-up woman, striking an exaggerated pose. He flashed a V sign at the camera, deliberately making his expression as lecherous as possible. Holding the phone, Jiang Xia suddenly felt like a director shooting some sort of explicit film. He still didn't understand Li Sitong's plan, but since Jiang Jia insisted, he went along. He found the right angle, snapped several photos, and sent the most appropriate ones to Li Sitong. A reply came quickly. Okay, wait for my message. Don't touch the woman. Jiang Xia yanked off his mask and sat on the sofa, his gaze complicated as he looked at the woman trembling on the bed. So what's her plan? Jiang Xia turned to Jiang Jia. Let's talk in the bathroom, Jiang Jia said, not wanting the hostage to overhear. Once inside with the door closed, Jiang Jia lit a cigarette. Director Huang is one of us I've known for a while. He's powerful enough to compress his demonic aura to a 4-meter radius. Jiang Xia nodded. That explained why he hadn't sensed anything from Director Huang at a distance the day before. So he's even stronger than Li Sitong? Jiang Jia took a deep drag. What I'm about to say is just a theory, but if I'm right, Director Huang wants to kill Li Sitong and us too. Because we killed his nephew, Wang Fei? Jiang Xia asked, then shook his head. It wasn't that simple. Scenes from last night flashed through his mind. Li Sitong being suddenly called away, Wang Fei's appearance, the way Wang Fei spoke about Li Sitong with disdain and a knowing smile looking back. Wang Fei must have known Li Sitong was doomed and wasn't afraid of her revenge. The real danger last night was for Li Sitong, and Wang Fei was only planning to kill Jiang Xia. As a side note, if Director Huang was behind all of this, Jiang Xia clenched his fists. Li Sitong was right. If they didn't deal with this, none of them would survive. Jiang Jia spoke slowly, his voice heavy with concern. Director Huang's original target was Li Sitong. Even though she didn't fall into his trap, that doesn't mean she's safe. On top of that, Wang Fei died at our hands. If we can't resolve this, none of us are going to make it out alive. Jiang Xia frowned. Why does Director Huang want to kill Li Sitong? No idea, Yang Jie replied, shaking his head. He had no clue about the grudge between Li Sitong and Director Huang. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes, thinking for a moment before realization dawned on him. So Li Sitong kidnapped Director Huang's wife to use her as leverage. Director Huang is crazy about his wife. If she's in our hands, we have the upper hand. Instead of sitting around waiting for trouble, maybe we should take the initiative. Exactly. Yang Jie took a deep drag on his cigarette. The only thing is, we don't know what Li Sitong really wants. Does she want to negotiate, or is she after Director Huang's life? Smoke filled the cramped bathroom, making Jiang Xia wrinkle his nose and eventually ask Yang Jie to put out his cigarette. By the way, Yang Jie said, rubbing his chin, his gaze turning a bit lecherous. Director Huang's wife is really something. Judging by the look on his face, it was clear his mind had already wandered to some inappropriate places. Can you not be so sleazy? Jiang Xia looked at him in exasperation. Ever since becoming a demon, Yang Jie seemed even more lustful, like he couldn't control himself. If he were left alone with Director Huang's wife for a night, who knows what he'd do? No wonder he preferred finding his meals through online dating. It satisfied both his hunger and his other cravings. What's sleazy about it? Yang Jie adjusted his collar and tried to look serious. Is it wrong to compliment a beautiful woman? If we weren't both such gentlemen, someone else would have already. Could you stop being so crude? Jiang Xia cut him off. What kind of gentleman talks like you? Can you honestly say you don't have any thoughts about her? Yang Jie gave him a sly smile, his eyes filled with mischief. Who doesn't love a married woman? Just then, Li Sitong sent new instructions, telling them to put on masks and get on the bed for a video call. Realizing their lives were at stake, they did as she said. Jiang Xia felt extremely uncomfortable. He admitted that he did have some thoughts about the married woman in the bed with him was a grown man. After all, there was nothing wrong with being attracted to a beautiful woman. Not being interested would be stranger. But now, wearing a mask and acting like the lead in some adult film, he couldn't help but feel like a complete pervert. He liked beautiful women, but he was no creep. When the video connected, Li Sitong was nowhere to be seen on the screen. Just a couple of meters away, a man in a black suit looked utterly deranged. Staring at the screen of his phone, he suddenly lunged forward, trying to snatch it away in a fit of madness. But before he could get close, someone quickly pulled him back. The background looked like the outskirts of the city, open fields, grass, and distant woods blurred under the dim light. Li Sitong's voice came through clearly from the phone, but her face was nowhere to be seen. Only her words echoed. It was obvious she was standing far away, recording from a distance, with the camera aimed at Director Huang. You tried to kill me first. So yes, I used some dirty tricks to save my own life. Who cares about dignity when survival's on the line? Winning is all that matters. Let my wife go. Release her. Director Huang Haifeng, screamed hysterically. His eyes were nearly bloodshot, his face dark red with rage, and his voice was raw. Or I'll kill you right now. Li Sitong replied coldly. Kill me? Maybe I'm not your match, but I'm not afraid to die. You can torture me. Do your worst, but I promise you while you're hurting me, your wife will suffer just as much. Before she finished, Li Sitong spoke into the phone to Jiang Xia and the others. Take off Director Huang's wife's clothes, one piece at a time. Director Huang's voice exploded from the other end, furious. Don't you dare, he roared. Li Sitong continued. After I hang up, do exactly as I said. Once her clothes are off, you can do whatever you want to her until I call again. If I don't call, keep going until she's completely broken. If I never call back, kill her. The call abruptly ended with a beep. The phone screen went black, and silence filled the room. Li Sitong's tone had been icy and resolute, as if she had no fear of what Director Huang might do. She had already made up her mind. Jiang Xia tossed the phone aside and looked coldly at Yang Jie. There was a burning, hungry look in Yang Jie's eyes as he stared at the woman on the bed, unable to look away. The fear and struggle in the woman's eyes only seemed to excite him more. He licked his lips and reached out to unbutton her red satin blouse, his fingers brushing against her chest. Suddenly, a large hand clamped down on his wrist. Yang Jie froze and looked up to see Jiang Xia's eyes, cold and bottomless. What are you doing? Are you really going to go through with this? Yang Jie coughed, his tone uncertain. Jiang Xia's face was stern. We have to do what she said if we want to live, but that doesn't mean we actually have to touch her. Our only goal is to drive Director Huang mad. He can't even see what we're doing. You still don't get it. Jiang Xia took a deep breath. Do you really think you can achieve the goal without touching her? If you can, go ahead. Who cares about morals? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. But I'm not interested in going that far. Yang Jie's voice was hoarse, and he bit his lip. That's easy to say, but can't we be a little more careful? Jiang Xia didn't reply. Instead, he slapped Yang Jie hard across the face once, then again. The sound echoed through the room, nearly knocking Yang Jie off the bed. Are you awake now? Go wash your face. Jiang Xia pointed to the bathroom, his expression calm. He didn't blame Yang Jie. After all, Yang Jie hadn't chosen to become like this. Just like Li Sitong and Wang Fei, their drastic changes weren't by choice, but rather the result of the demonic force manipulating their minds. dragging them into an inescapable abyss. After being slapped twice, Jiang Xia regained some clarity. He stared blankly at the unconscious woman on the bed, lingering desire still flickering in his eyes. But when Jiang Xia delivered a third slap, even that last spark was snuffed out. Like a child caught misbehaving, he jumped off the bed, ripped the mask from his face, and rushed into the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, he splashed cold water on his face as if trying to wash away the urge burning inside him. Watching Yang Jie's sorry state, Jiang Xia felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't a real demon seed himself otherwise. He couldn't imagine what kind of monster he might become if his personality changed. A moment later, Yang Jia came out of the bathroom and stood in the doorway, head bowed in shame. He couldn't bring himself to look at Jiang Xia, nor at the woman on the bed. He knew he had just behaved like a dog in heat, shamelessly exposing his ugly side in front of his friend. If Jiang Xia hadn't intervened, he might have been completely consumed by the demon's desire, crossing a line he could never come back from, becoming something less than human. He said nothing, not even daring to glance at the woman on the bed, afraid that even a single look might reignite the urge he'd just managed to suppress. Jiang Xia stood up from the edge of the bed, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't really you, it's that force inside you. Demon seeds change people's personalities. You just got unlucky and turned a bit lustful, that's all. Yang Jia kept his head down, clenching his teeth in silence. He'd always despised men who were slaves to their desires, yet now had become one of them. The self-loathing made him want to bang his head against the wall. Had noticed something was wrong with himself for a while, but he just couldn't control it. He could still resist the urge to eat people even when starving. He held on to his bottom line as a human being. But when faced with attractive women, especially the kind who dressed provocatively and had a seductive air about them, his self-control would instantly collapse. Even women who were just average-looking were hard for him to resist. And when it came to someone as stunning as Director Huang's wife, he simply had no defense at all. Do you think one day I might really lose control and do something worse than an animal? Yang Jia looked up, his eyes full of worry and pain, clearly still longing to be a decent person. Jiang Xia thought for a moment, then said, that's hard to say, but maybe you could try changing your tastes. If your preferences change, even if you lose control someday, at least no women would get hurt. Men? Yang Jia raised an eyebrow, curling his lip in disgust. I'd rather die than be interested in men. No, that's not what I meant. I was thinking, like, horses, cows. Jiang Xia suggested seriously. Yang Jia jerked his head up, staring at him for several seconds, his mouth twitching as if he wanted to say something but swallowed it back, looking conflicted. Xia? I always thought you were a cultured man. Did people really say things like that out loud? Oh, right. He almost forgot Jiang Xia wasn't exactly normal anymore either. But honestly, compared to himself, Jiang Xia still seemed pretty normal. That thought flashed through Yang Jie's mind, and he froze for a second. He realized he hadn't noticed any real changes in Jiang Xia at all. Was it simply because Jiang Xia hadn't been a demon for long, so there weren't any obvious changes yet? He was still debating whether to ask Jiang Xia if he had noticed anything unusual in his own personality, when suddenly the sound of a door unlocking beep, beep click, echoed through the room. The doorknob turned immediately after. The two exchanged a glance, and Yang Jia quickly pulled his hood over his head. Both of them stared warily at the door, clearly aware that whoever was coming wasn't one of their kind. They were standing 4 or 5 meters away from the entrance, yet couldn't sense any demonic presence at all. Since the person had a key card, could it be a hotel staff member? At that moment, the door slowly opened, and a woman dressed in black with a mask covering her face walked in. As soon as she entered, she locked the door behind her. Jiang Xia's mind buzzed. This woman looked exactly like the awakened one they'd met at the villa the previous night, right down to that cold, piercing gaze. The awakened woman scanned the room, her eyes briefly flicking over the woman on the bed before settling on the two demonkin with their hoods up. She didn't seem interested in who they were. Her gaze was direct and chillingly sharp. Who are you? Yang Jia stammered. But instead of answering, she summoned a curved blade glowing with blue light. With a simple wave of her hand, the blade materialized in midair, exuding a biting cold almost, as if she could control space itself. It's her. She's the awakened one from last night. Yang Jia realized instantly not only had he seen this blade before, he remembered why she had failed that night. She should have defeated Li Sitong, but the unfavorable environment had led to her loss. Now, if she could choose the battleground herself, the outcome might be entirely different. The curved blade whistled through the air straight at Yang Jia's throat. He dodged instinctively, barely avoiding the attack. But the awakened woman pressed on relentlessly. Her strikes were swift and relentless, forcing Yang Jia into a corner. With nowhere left to retreat, Yang Jia could only use his tentacles to block the razor-sharp blade. Several dark purple tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around the weapon. Just as he thought he was gaining the upper hand, a sly smile flickered in the awakened woman's eyes. Suddenly, the blue blade vanished from his grasp. Jiang Xia stared in shock as his tentacles clung to thin air. In the next instant, the blade reappeared in the woman's hand. Its tip pointed straight at his throat, moving so fast he could barely react. Faced with imminent death, Jiang Xia finally shouted, "Stop!" Instantly, the blade halted, its tip barely a hair's breadth from Jiang Xia's throat. He could feel the icy chill radiating from the weapon. His body pressed against the wall, sweat streaming down his forehead as his chest heaved. As the tip grazed his skin, a tiny wound froze over immediately, blood turning to ice crystals. The awakened woman slowly turned, still gripping her blade. Her cold gaze locked on Jiang Jia's throat. "Stop!" Jiang Xia shouted again from the bedside. His hand transformed and gripping the throat of Director Huang's wife. The moment he saw the awakened woman, Jiang Xia's heart sank in despair. He knew just how strong she was, seeing her blade technique firsthand. In a different setting, there was no telling who would win between her and Li Sitong. With his and Yang Jie's current abilities, they probably couldn't last 10 moves. What Jiang Xia couldn't understand was why this awakened woman had appeared here, ready to kill them without hesitation. Even if she was desperate to gain experience, it didn't make sense for her to come in broad daylight, especially not to Drunken Dream Hotel, a known haunt for demonkin. At night, the hotel could hold over 100 demons, and even during the day, dozens wandered its halls. Was she crazy enough to barge in during the day? But if she was after the woman on the bed, then everything started to make sense. Was her real target Director Huang's wife? Or was there another reason altogether? In the hotel room filled with deadly tension, not a sound could be heard. The air was so thick that even a falling pin might have caused a fatal disturbance. Each person's heartbeat was unique, their thoughts clashing fiercely beneath the surface. Jiang Xia sneered inwardly. Just as I suspected, this woman is after Director Huang's wife. If I want to negotiate with her, he'll need to get control of Director Huang's wife first. There's no chance of winning by force, so I have to outsmart her. Director Huang's wife was gripped by unease. What had happened to her? Her fate seemed to rest in someone else's hands. The hand around her throat was cold and unyielding, nothing like that of an ordinary human. An awakener. Regret flickered through Jiang Xia's mind. I was careless. She managed to seize my sister. If I had known, I should have finished her off the night before. He recognized her now. She was the woman from the villa 2 nights ago. Yang Jia was frantic. So the awakener who took me down was actually a woman. He felt a strange sense of threat. Suddenly, he let out a low, bitter laugh. If I have to die at the hands of a beautiful woman, at least it's a stylish way to go. The woman in black spoke, her voice cold and flat, showing no trace of emotion. Let her go, and he'll spare both of you. Jiang Xia scoffed at her threat. He knew both he and Yang Jia were in danger, but her situation was even worse. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Maybe we're not your match, but with dozens of demonic creatures surrounding you in this hotel, you're the one who's trapped. The woman in black fell silent, clearly weighing her options. How about this? We release our hostages at the same time. An even exchange. No way. Jiang Xia shot back without hesitation. That only puts us at a disadvantage. If you want to make a safe exit, you'll definitely kill us both to cover your tracks. So what do you want? She retorted coldly. You let him go first. Not happening. Her reply was swift and firm, refusing to agree to terms that would leave her vulnerable. She glanced around anxiously. She knew just how dangerous her current situation was. Stepping into this hotel was a gamble with her life, and she had no way out. All she could do was fight with everything she had. She couldn't afford to waste a second if she wanted to save her sister. She had already checked the hotel security cameras and knew there were only 2 people in the room aside from her sister. Her plan was to take them out quickly and escape with her sister, but things had unfolded far beyond her expectations. That man was far too clever. Not only did he avoid teaming up with his companion to fight back, he managed to seize her sister right from the start. Just as Jiang Xia was about to speak again, a phone rang on the bed. He glanced over and saw an unmarked number on the caller. It was Li Sitong. I need to take this call. Don't try anything. Jiang Xia's voice was low and steady. The woman in black reacted instantly, pressing the tip of her blade to Yang Jia's throat, her eyes sharp and full of warning as she watched Jiang Xia. You make a move, and he's dead. Jiang Xia warned coldly. He kept his grip on Director Huang's wife's throat as he reached for the phone with his other hand. When the woman in black didn't stop him, he picked up the call. Hello? Jiang Xia's voice was deep and guarded. Li Sitong's voice came through, cold as steel. Deal with the woman. Don't leave a trace. If you can't do it, let Yang Jia handle it. How's your side? Jiang Xia asked, his tone calm, though he already had a bad feeling. It's done. Everything's fine. He'll be there soon. Li Sitong's voice was still detached, as if nothing could interest her. From what she said, Director Huang was probably as good as dead. All right, got it. Jiang Xia didn't say more, though his feelings were mixed. For everyone's safety, he decided not to mention their situation to Li Sitong. When the call ended, the tension in the room thickened even further. Jiang Xia kept his eyes on the woman in black holding Yang Jia hostage, weighing his options at lightning speed. In such a tense situation, the worst thing would be to push her into a corner. Only by showing her a way out could he prevent her from taking desperate, mutually destructive action. I have a compromise, Jiang Xia said in a low voice. Put the knife away. The four of us will leave the room together and walk out of the hotel as a group. No way. The woman in black snapped, pressing the blade harder against Yang Jie's neck. This is the best solution, Jiang Xia said seriously, locking eyes with her. If we all leave together, any sudden move from you, and we can subdue you immediately. If we try anything, you can react just as fast. Once we're outside on the busy street, with so many people around, everyone will be safer. The woman in black hesitated, loosening her grip on the knife just a little. She then asked, First, tell Mui, are you after her? Clearly, she didn't believe these demons were targeting her sister just to satisfy a craving. No comment. Fine. Well, do it your way. She finally agreed after weighing her options. She knew that every extra minute spent here only made things worse for her. If more demons discovered the presence of an awakened one, she'd be trapped for sure. In the hallway, two teenagers wearing hoods, a woman wrapped head to toe, and another woman blindfolded made for a bizarre group that drew stares from everyone they passed. By the time they reached the lobby, even the two demons at the front desk couldn't take their eyes off them. While it wasn't unusual for people to cover their faces in a love hotel, no one had ever seen a disguise like this. It looked like they'd just finished filming some underground movie. Only when they stepped outside and saw the bustling street did both sides finally breathe a sigh of relief. In a public place like this, neither the awakened nor the demons would dare make a rash move. Jiang Xia pushed Director Huang's wife toward the woman in black. All right, you're free to go. Without a word, the woman in black waved down a taxi and quickly left with her sister. As soon as they got in, Director Huang's wife tore off the black ribbon covering her face. Even though her sister was bundled up, she recognized her instantly. Your brother-in-law could be in danger, she said anxiously. The woman in black shook her head, signaling her to hold off until they were somewhere safe. Back in the hotel room, Yang Xia collapsed onto the bed, excitement written all over his face. An awakened one. I actually met an awakened one. That was insane first time. But his excitement faded quickly as he gasped in pain, his face draining of color as he slumped over, sweat beading on his forehead. Jiang Xia suddenly remembered Yang Jie's injury and hurried over to check. The knife wound ran from his shoulder to the opposite side of his chest, at least 20 centimeters long. Strangely, there was almost no bleeding. The blade had been so unnaturally cold that the blood froze the moment it welled up, forming a red crystalline line across the wound, like a blood-colored crystal. But as the cold faded, blood was beginning to seep through the ice. With Jiang Xia's help, Yang Jie tore off a strip of bedsheet to bandage the wound. It's nothing, he said, trying to sound tough. Just a scratch. Jiang Xia shook his head inwardly. For an ordinary person, this would be a serious injury. But since Yang Jie was a demon, he'd probably be healed in 2 days, with not even a scar left in a week. After tending to his wound, Yang Jie slumped on the sofa and lit a cigarette, trying to calm his nerves. Outwardly, he looked excited, but facing death had truly rattled him. Had always thought he wasn't afraid of dying, but in that moment, he realized it was a different story. Jiang Xia mused. If that awakened one risked her life to save Director Huang's wife, their relationship must be something special. Yang Jie paused, then grinned slyly. You mean lovers? Jiang Xia shot him a disdainful look, clearly annoyed. You look like lace? Your whole family is lace. Seriously, can you act normal for once? Try to keep your thoughts a little more wholesome, all right? Yang Jie slapped his forehead in frustration, his brows furrowed. I can't help it. My thoughts are just too off these days. He didn't even understand why his personality had changed so much, or why his mind kept wandering into the gutter without him realizing it. Back to the point, Jiang Xia said, dropping the annoyed expression and getting serious. For her to risk everything and come to a place like this in broad daylight to save Director Huang's wife, I think their relationship isn't ordinary. Maybe their family? Yang Jie's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers and leaned forward. Now that you mention it, I remember Director Huang's wife has a younger sister. She's really pretty. She came here to see Huang with her sister before. I think her name was Zhou something. She's a student at No. 2 high school, a senior this year. Jiang Xia nodded slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. If she really is Director Huang's wife's sister, then everything makes sense. He thought for a moment. I vaguely remember meeting her a few months ago. It's been a while, so her face is a bit blurry in my memory, but her figure definitely matches. This news is worth 10 million. Yang Jie jumped up, eyes shining with excitement. I bet there are plenty of rich, powerful demons out there who'd pay 10 million for a major clue about an awakened. Jiang Xia smiled, his tone calm but tinged with sarcasm. Money? In times like these, does money even matter? Right now, things seem stable, so it still gets things done. But for demons and awakened, money means nothing. Not now, and especially not when society collapses. People say gold is king in troubled times, but when that day comes, gold will be worth as much as scrap metal, less useful than a kitchen knife. Yeah, you're right, Yang Jie mused. Then suddenly his eyes sparkled, and he rubbed his chin with a sly grin. I just had a great idea. What if we call her and say, hey beautiful, You wouldn't want your awakened identity exposed, would you? And then, Jiang Xia was speechless. He stood up and punched Jiang Xia on the head. There was a dull thud. Jiang Xia yelped in pain, clutching his head and crouching down, hissing through his teeth. Come on, I'm a wounded man. Why are you hitting me? What do you think? Try to keep your head on straight, will you? You're basically possessed at this point. Jiang Xia stood over him, hands on his hips. Jiang Xia, finally realizing, let out a long sigh. What can I do? My thoughts just go there on their own. I can't control it, all right? Half an hour later, Jiang Xia's phone rang. Li Sitong was calling to ask him to open the door. The lock clicked, and Li Sitong walked in with light steps. For some reason, the moment Jiang Xia saw her, he felt she had grown much stronger, radiating a far more dangerous aura. Did she eat Director Huang? Jiang Xia wondered to himself. It's possible. Li Sitong glanced around, noticing how clean the room was and how little blood there was in the air. She looked puzzled. Where's Director Huang's wife? Didn't I tell you to eat her? We let her go, Jiang Xia answered bluntly. Li Sitong turned to Jiang Xia in disbelief, her brows furrowed. What? I told you to eat her, and you let her go? Are you planning to starve to death? Someone rescued her, Jiang Xia replied, leaning against the wall, and explained everything that had happened. After hearing the full story, a faint glint appeared in Li Sitong's eyes, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Interesting. She hadn't expected the awakened she met at the villa a few days ago to show up and rescue Director Huang's wife. She had the same idea as Jiang Xia's awakened one was probably more than just friends with Director Huang's wife. If they could track down Director Huang's wife, they'd definitely be able to find her. But by now, it was probably too late. If they could think of using her to find the awakened one, surely the awakened one had already thought of this as well. Most likely, she had already taken Director Huang's wife and escaped from Xinghua City. How's Director Huang? Jiang Xia looked Li Sitong straight in the eye as he asked. He's dead. Li Sitong's tone was flat, but a cold glint flashed in her eyes. He died painfully and fought back hard. He was a bit stronger than I expected, even I was seriously injured. She gently touched her abdomen, a slight smile at the corner of her lips. Fortunately, he was quite nourishing. My wounds have almost healed. Li Sitong sat at the edge of the bed, feigning a look of regret for Director Huang. It's a shame he still had a long way to go in life. Too bad he had a weakness. Her voice turned icy. But thankfully he did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Jiang Xia wasn't particularly moved by Director Huang's death. He had expected this outcome from the start. Last night, when you got that call and left, was it Director Huang trying to set you up? Jiang Xia asked, watching Li Sitong's reaction closely. Yes. Li Sitong nodded, her fingers drumming lightly on the bed. That's why I made a move against him. Since he had already acted against me, I couldn't let him live. There was a hint of satisfaction in her voice. It's over now. We're safe, at least for the time being. As she spoke, Li Sitong glanced at the messy bed, then looked up at Jiang Xia with a sharp gaze and a cold smirk. So, did you have a good time with that woman just now? No, I didn't touch her, not even a finger. Jiang Xia immediately straightened up, swearing earnestly. Oh, not interested in her? Li Sitong narrowed her eyes. I'm really not, Jiang Xia hurried to explain. And more importantly, if I had touched her, wouldn't you have killed me? If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiang Xia. I really didn't touch her. Yeah, I believe you. Li Sitong stood up, a dangerous smile spreading across her face. But even if you had, it wouldn't matter. I'd just cut you up. She stretched lazily and continued. All right, nothing else for today. Go home and get some rest. Have a good sleep. Tonight, we'll go hunting. Tonight won't work, me mom's coming back, and I have to pick her up. Jiang Xia shook his head. Li Sitong circled around Jiang Xia, her eyes roaming over him curiously. You don't seem that hungry anymore. Did you sneak out for a meal last night without telling me? No, Jiang Xia replied, shaking his head. It was Jiang Xia. He gave me some of his leftover food, so I barely managed to fill my stomach. Li Sitong nodded and didn't press further. All right, then we'll skip tonight. I have things to take care of anyway. Go get some rest, and I'll contact you tomorrow morning. Back home, Jiang Xia quickly tended to his wounds again. It had only been a little over an hour, but his injuries were already visibly healing, with scabs forming at the edges. After dealing with his wounds, Jiang Xia sprawled lazily on the sofa, rapidly swiping through his phone, chatting flirtatiously with several women online, occasionally letting out a low chuckle. Jiang Xia didn't interfere. This was Jiang Xia's way of satisfying his hunger. He had his own choices. It had been a long time since Jiang Xia last ate, and hunger was once again gnawing at him, his stomach twisting in pain. But with Jiang Xia around, it was impossible to go out and buy a live chicken. Eating outside was out of the question, too. If anyone saw him, it would be all over. Luckily, the hunger wasn't unbearable. Yi could manage. At 8 in the evening, his mom called, saying she had just left the airport, and gave Jiang Xia an address, inviting him out for dinner. Jiang Xia put down his phone and got ready to leave. Jiang Xia headed out, as well had arranged to meet another woman he'd met online. This time, he was relying on his real charm, mainly his financial appeal. The woman was a local influencer with over 100,000 followers. To get her attention, Jiang Xia had spent over 60,000 yuan on gifts during her live stream, barely batting an eye. For one, he had more pocket money than he could ever spend. For another, he knew money would soon be worthless. In a chaotic world, even 500,000 might not buy a loaf of bread. Of that, 40,000 yuan had come from Jiang Xia. Listening to the sexy influencer Ku Gij during the stream, a wide grin spread across Jiang Xia's face. Money still had its uses, after all. The two parted ways at the intersection downstairs. Jiang Xia caught a ride to the entrance of Jinlan Western Restaurant. He pushed open the heavy glass door and looked around under the soft lights. By the window, he spotted his mother. Sitting across from her was a man in a suit. Jiang Xia, over here. His mom spotted him and waved. Coming. Jiang Xia replied with a smile, walking over. But as he got closer, his smile froze. He sensed the presence of another like him. Jiang Xia's mother is a bridge engineer who has worked at a construction company in Xinhe City for nearly a decade. The company is large, with operations spanning much of China, and it has been involved in many well-known domestic engineering projects. Song Qian, elegant name that remains timeless, belongs to a woman of unremarkable appearance, yet she maintains an impressive figure for her age. Even after having 2 children, her body remains balanced and graceful. Thanks to meticulous skincare and tasteful dressing, she stands out among women her age. Since divorcing Jiang Xia's father, she has attracted plenty of admirers, most of whom are also divorced men, and many of her male colleagues treat her with extra attention. Jiang Xia has a liberal attitude toward his mother's love life and never interferes. He hopes someone will keep her company and often encourages her to remarry if she meets the right person. In his eyes, his mother is still young in her early 40s, and as her son, he shouldn't selfishly stand in the way of her happiness. Over the past 3 years since the divorce, Song Qiayue has gone on dates with several men, but this time, the man she brought home was undoubtedly the most impressive Jiang Xia had ever seen. From appearance alone, this man was impeccably dressed and handsome, his blue suit seemingly tailored to fit him perfectly. Every gesture exuded the air of a gentleman, and the gold Rolex on his wrist hinted at his wealth. He looked to be in his early 40s, with steady eyes behind semi-rimless glasses that gave him an intellectual aura, someone who would be in high demand on any matchmaking site. At first, Jiang Xia couldn't help but admire his mother's charm, but as the man drew closer, a familiar aura washed over him, making his heart sink. Although Jiang Xia had encountered others like himself before, it was unusual enough to make him uneasy. He couldn't immediately tell if the aura was coming from the man or from his mother. After a slight pause, Jiang Xia quickly approached the table, eager to find the source of the aura. Once he got closer, he confirmed it was coming from the man, which brought a sense of relief, quickly replaced by a new worry. Could this man be eyeing his mother as prey? Mom, Jiang Xia greeted his mother, then turned to the man, asking naturally, "And you are?" "Hello, Jiang Xia." The man stood up at once, his attitude polite and approachable as he extended his hand. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Chen Kai. My English name is Jess. Nice to meet you." Since the man showed no hostility and was perfectly courteous, Jiang Xia knew it would be foolish to be rude or confrontational without cause. "I've heard a lot about you from your mother. Now that I see you in person, you really are quite outstanding. I bet you have plenty of admirers at school, don't you?" Chen Kai's words were full of praise, with a hint of flattery. Jiang Xia knew very well that no matter how charming Chen Kai appeared on the surface, it could easily be just a mask for outsiders. Jiang Xia had sensed the aura from 4 or 5 meters away and only confirmed its source up close. This suggested that Chen Kai's abilities were likely on par with Li Sitong's, and the number of people he had harmed might be no less or even far greater. Li Sitong was a different kind of demon. Unlike ordinary humans, she preferred to hunt her own kind. She once said, "A single demon provides far more nourishment than several humans. Given the choice, hunting my own kind is a much more efficient use of my time." The man in front of her, if he wasn't a demon himself, must have killed far more humans than she ever had, judging by his strength. This detail alone made it clear was no innocent man. Seeing how smoothly Jiang Xia and Chen Kai's first meeting went, their mother smiled in relief. Chen Kai handed Jiang Xia a neatly wrapped rectangular box, its contents concealed. "It's our first time meeting, so I brought you a small gift. I hope you like it," he said. Jiang Xia hesitated, but accepted the gift after a few polite words, much like how he used to accept red envelopes from relatives during New Year as a child, unable to refuse despite his reservations. When he opened the box, he found 3 concert tickets inside. Jiang Xia wasn't much of a fan, but he immediately recognized that these were front-row tickets to the concert of a superstar, one of the top singers in the country. He remembered that the last time this singer held a concert in East China, tickets for these seats had been resold for over 30,000 yuan each. The value of these 3 tickets was nearly 100,000 yuan. In terms of monetary value, this was by far the most expensive gift Jiang Xia had ever received. "This is too much. I can't accept it," he protested politely. But Chen Kai just smiled and pushed the box toward him. "Go on, take it. These were given to me by a former business partner. Am not a fan of crowds and have never been to a concert. They just go to waste with me. I'd rather give them to young people like you. Two are for you, and the other one is for your sister. Jiang Xia thanked him, set the box aside, and returned to sit next to his mother. Through their brief conversation, he learned that Chun Kai was registered in Xinghe City and had previously worked abroad as an executive at a publicly listed company. He was divorced and had a daughter who lived overseas with his ex-wife. A few months ago, he quit his job abroad to start his own business back home and had recently entered into a partnership with his mother's construction company. The way they met was almost like something out of a movie a little over a month ago. His mother had worked late and was harassed by a group of drunk men outside her office. Chun Kai happened to pass by and stepped in to help. The next day, when he came to discuss business, he ran into her again, and they gradually became acquainted. At this stage, their relationship was still just that of friends, but Jiang Xia couldn't believe that a mere friend would give such a lavish gift for a first meeting. His instincts told him that Chun Kai had an ulterior motive. Still, judging by his mother's expression, it seemed she truly saw Chun Kai as just a friend. Jiang Xia watched as Chun Kai raised his glass and toasted his mother, and suddenly, something caught his attention. His pupils narrowed slightly. He saw Chun Kai take a sip of red wine, his face emotionless, and set the glass down with practiced ease. Jiang Xia began silently counting the minutes. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and Chun Kai showed no sign of discomfort. The wine was gone. After a little while longer, Chun Kai excused himself and headed for the restroom. Jiang Xia immediately followed. The door to the last stall opened, and Chun Kai was inside, violently retching, as if he wanted to vomit out his very insides. After a few minutes, he seemed to recover a little and finally stepped out. As he passed Jiang Xia, he headed straight to the sink, rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and tidied up his appearance. I actually like drinking, he said suddenly. I used to enjoy the buzz and the sense of euphoria. Now, what I like best is that feeling when you wish you were dead. Every extra minute I can endure feels like a small victory. Jiang Xia watched him coldly. I guess there aren't many people who can hold their liquor like you. I once knew someone who could outdrink me. His tolerance was even higher, but he's dead now. Killed by people like you. Chun Kai's gaze slowly settled on Jiang Xia, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chun Kai's words left Jiang Xia puzzled. Died at their hands? Who? Wait, something's not right. Why does it feel like this man knows so much about me? Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes, asking warily, Who? Who else? Was there anyone else who died at your hands today besides him? Are you talking about that guy named Huang? Chun Kai turned toward the mirror, his slender fingers leisurely adjusting his tie. Yet through the reflection, his gaze locked with Jiang Xia's. He was an excellent companion, one of the most skilled hunters I've ever seen. I always thought that, given enough time to grow, had become one of the strongest among us. The word companion made Jiang Xia instinctively take half a step back, his muscles tensing as alarm bells rang in his mind. Noticing Jiang Xia's defensive stance, Chun Kai's lips curled into a slight smile. No need to be so tense. I never said I'd avenge him. To be honest, I'd already thought about killing him myself. Even if you hadn't done it, I would have taken action in a few days. Still, I was surprised you managed it. Even I would have had a hard time, but you kids pulled it off. He paused, an unusual glint flickering in his eyes before he added, Sorry, poor choice of words. For people like us, age doesn't really mean much. I wasn't the one who killed him, Jiang Xia replied coolly. No need to be so modest, Chun Kai chuckled. Your little girlfriend already told me you worked together. Li Sitong. Jiang Xia frowned. Chun Kai took a deep breath, the scent of alcohol lingering on his breath, as if he wasn't fully sober yet. She met with me today. She mostly wanted to talk about you joining us. Honestly, I wouldn't normally consider someone who hasn't even gone through their first evolution, but you're interesting. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. She told me about your run-in with that awakened one at the hotel. I have to say, I was impressed with how you handled it. Most people would have panicked, but you managed to stay calm, analyze the situation, and find a way out in no time. I like how sharp you are. Jiang Xia's expression didn't change, his voice steady. Thanks for the compliment. But instead of your organization, what I really want to know is why you approached my mother. Chun Kai slipped his hands into his suit pockets, his expression calm. We're just friends. Even if we're not exactly normal, we still have the right to make friends. I still think you have ulterior motives, Jiang Xia said, meeting his gaze. Chun Kai smiled, the lines at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. You really underestimate me. With my abilities, I can hunt anywhere. There's no need to spend so much time befriending someone just to satisfy a craving. Maybe you have some special quirks, Jiang Xia replied, his tone and eyes full of distrust. He didn't trust any demon, especially a powerful one, to be friends with his mom. Chun Kai answered without hesitation. Your mother is a kindred spirit. We have a lot in common. She loves history, and so do I. I genuinely want to be friends with her. In fact, to make sure our friendship lasts, I'll even protect her. But you can relax, I only want to be her friend. It might be better if you stayed away from her, Jiang Xia said coldly. Chun Kai laughed, resting a hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder with just enough pressure to be impossible to shake off easily. You might have the right to tell your mother who she can be friends with, but you can't stop me. I could tell her what you really are. Tell her? Jiang Xia sneered. And how would you convince her you're telling the truth? Show her what you look like when you're transformed? Let her know that her own son is a monster. Make her live in constant fear and eventually lose her mind? She doesn't even belong to this world. Why drag her into all of this? Wouldn't it be better, at the very least, to just warn her that the world has become dangerous? And what good would that do? When danger really comes, is an ordinary person like her really able to avoid every crisis? Rather than have her live in constant anxiety, wouldn't it be kinder to let her enjoy some peace? As long as I'm strong enough, shouldn't I be able to protect her? Jiang Xia fell silent. He understood that without enough strength, he had no right to bargain with anyone. At this moment, if he said something like, "If you don't stay away from her, you'll regret it," it would only sound ridiculous. After drying his hands, Chen Kai was already heading out. "Let's go home first. Don't keep your mom waiting. We'll talk again tomorrow," he said, then left. At 10:30 p.m., Jiang Xia returned home, still torn about whether he should tell his mother the truth about the world. But how could he explain it in a way she would believe? Should he really do what Chen Kai suggested and just show her his transformed self? Or, if he told her, would she only end up living in even more fear? Jiang Xia messaged Li Sitong and Yang Jia, hoping to find out how they had dealt with it. Li Sitong replied quickly, "I haven't told my parents the truth about the world, and for a simple reason. How do I know whether they're awakened or not? What if they found out I'm a demon and decided to turn me in for the greater good? I'd rather just let things happen as they will." That was very much Li Sitong's usual style. Yang Jia's answer was similar. "My dad and my grandparents are old. There's no need to make them worry. They don't go out much, and when they do, it's just around the neighborhood. Even if they ran into a demon, it's unlikely anything would happen to them. So I just don't tell them. Let them live peacefully. Even if I did tell them, they probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Am I supposed to show them my demon form? Wouldn't that scare them to death?" Both of their responses were almost identical. "It's up to you." Jiang Xia stared at the screen, lost in thought. He was torn. He knew that no matter what he chose, he couldn't guarantee his mother's complete peace of mind. But what he feared even more was that, knowing nothing, she might walk right into danger one day. Compared to her fear, he was more worried about her being caught off guard. In the end, he decided to tell her the truth. Even if she would be anxious and afraid for a while, at least she would know what was really happening in the world and could be more alert. Jiang Xia made up his mind. He would tell her, but he would never let her think he was a monster. If she knew about the dangers in the world, her fear would at least help her stay vigilant, rather than be directed at him. Just as he was about to speak, his mother suddenly sat down across from him, her expression serious and a little off. "Xiaoxia, do you know something you're not telling me?" Jiang Xia paused, noticing something unusual in her face. Without a word, his mother reached into her bag and pulled out a small bottle of liquor. Jiang Xia's eyes widened in shock. "Drink this," his mother said, her voice low and firm. In just a few days, Su Kuan, Wang Fei, and the grade director Huang Haifeng had all passed away. The deaths of these three people, all of whom were connected to Jiang Xia in one way or another, made him realize with painful clarity that the world had changed. The relationships between people had reverted to the most primal opposition between hunter and prey. Survival had become Jiang Xia's most urgent need. To stay alive, he was prepared to redefine his relationships with all his friends, ready at any moment to switch between being the hunter or the hunted. But when it came to his family, he never considered changing anything, nor did he even dare to think about it. At that moment, the bottle of baijiu on the table seemed to say something without words. His mother seemed to have sensed that the world had changed. She didn't have the aura of a fellow kind, nor could she be a hidden demon. If she were, she wouldn't need to test her son with a bottle of liquor. All the signs pointed to one conclusion. She was most likely an awakened one. That should have been something to be relieved about. Awakened ones, while more likely to attract demons, were also far better at protecting themselves than ordinary people. But Jiang Xia couldn't bring himself to feel happy. As a special undercover who survived on animal blood, he was almost indistinguishable from a real demon. Right now, he had no way to explain his identity as an undercover among the awakened to anyone. "Why are you suddenly asking me to drink? Haven't you always told me to stay away from alcohol?" Jiang Xia asked, feigning confusion. "Don't you know what drinking means?" His mother replied, her tone unusually serious. "It means celebrating?" Jiang Xia forced a relaxed smile. "Is there good news? Did you get a promotion? Or did you win custody of my sister?" His mother's expression grew even more somber, and Jiang Xia's heart sank. He found his gaze drifting to the bottle on the table. Outwardly, he looked nervous, but in truth, it was his mother who was the most unsettled. The more he hesitated, the more anxious she became. After a long silence, Jiang Xia finally reached for the bottle and slowly unscrewed the cap. With a click, the cap came off. To run away or refuse now would be as good as admitting something. So, he decided to drink. When it came to his mother, Jiang Xia refused to let himself feel even a hint of suspicion. If he had to be on guard against the person closest to him, then there would be no one left in this world he could trust. No matter what happened after he drank, he was ready to do everything he could to explain. Even if he couldn't make himself understood, He was prepared to accept whatever consequences his mother chose even if she decided to turn him in. Of course, if she really tried to kill him, he would choose to run for his life. He'd run as far as he could. Staying alive was all that mattered. Dying here would be a waste. But deep down, Jiang Xia felt certain that, even if he couldn't explain after turning demonic, even if his mother was an awakened one, she would never truly harm him. This was an act of unconditional trust in his own mother. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia grabbed the bottle and brought it to his lips. But just as the bottle was about to touch his mouth, his mother, quick as ever, snatched it away. I just wanted to see if you actually drink, she said, scrutinizing him. Judging by how hesitant you were, I'd say you don't. Remember what I told you, no drinking. With that, she turned and walked toward the bedroom, bottle in hand. It's late. Get some rest. I'm tired from the flight. The door closed softly behind her, leaving Jiang Xia alone in the living room. Jiang Xia sat quietly on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the closed door. He understood why his mother had suddenly taken the bottle away. She wasn't ready to change the way she interacted with her son. Even if she suspected something, she didn't have the courage to bring it up. As long as he didn't drink that bottle, in her eyes, he was still just her son. He let out a long sigh and leaned back on the sofa, his eyes drifting through the balcony glass to the brilliant night sky outside. Maybe this was the best outcome. Even if she had her suspicions, there would be time to explain things later. Is Mom really an awakened? The question circled in his mind. A shrill alarm shattered the morning silence. Jiang Xia got out of bed, washed up, and left his room. His mother was already heading out, saying she was going to visit his sister. Jiang Xia sat at the table, eating the buns and soy milk his mother had bought, taking his time. After breakfast, he went to the market a few hundred meters away, bought a chicken, and butchered it at home for the day's meal. He carefully wrapped the remains in a black plastic bag, took them downstairs, and tossed them into the trash. Then, he headed to the address Li Sitong had sent him. The early morning sun slanted across the lake, making the water glisten. Walking side by side along the lakeside path, Jiang Xia told Li Sitong about meeting Chun Kai the night before and asked what kind of person he really was. He deliberately left out the part about his mother and the alcohol. Whether or not she was an awakened was something he couldn't tell anyone else. As they walked, Li Sitong ran her fingers lightly along the lakeside railing. Most of what you know is accurate. His English name is Jess. He had a daughter and ex-wife overseas, but they've both passed away. He's not an executive at a foreign company, he's actually a restaurant owner and quite the chef. How well do you know him? How did you meet? Jiang Xia asked. He's very meticulous, especially when it comes to food, Li Sitong replied, her voice calm and cool. He carefully selects every ingredient, finds the right moment to act once he's chosen his target, and brings it back to his kitchen. No matter how hungry he is, he won't eat in just any environment. Many of our kind call him the elegant gourmet. As for how I met him, that goes back to the day I joined the organization. Organization? Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow. What does this organization actually do? In the near future, the world is going to become chaotic, Li Sitong said, her gaze turning distant. If we keep going it alone, we'll end up hunted by the human military or killed by our own kind. Think of it as a group formed for mutual support, to work together, help each other out, and form a protective shield when the end comes. After all, we'll never be allowed into the safe zones. We'll always be outsiders. So, there must be a leader, right? What roles do you and Chun Kai play in the organization? I don't have any special status, just a regular member. They contact me when I'm needed, but otherwise, I keep my distance, Li Sitong said lightly. Chun Kai, though, is different. He's the public face, the organization's operations agent. Public face? Jiang Xia caught the keyword. So who's really in charge behind the scenes? No idea, Li Sitong shook her head. The founder's identity is a closely guarded secret no one knows except Chun Kai. But there's one clue. This person is a big shot in Xinghua City, and among the Magic-born, his power is near the top. Are you taking me to the organization's headquarters now? Jiang Xia asked. Not the headquarters. You haven't joined yet, so you can't go there. I'm taking you for an interview. Why not bring Jiang Xia along? Li Sitong's lips curled with a hint of disdain. Him? He's not qualified. If someone like him doesn't get stronger, hell, just be cannon fodder. The organization won't let a burden like that join. She glanced at Jiang Xia. Honestly, you don't meet the requirements either, but you're with me, so. How many people are in the organization? How many are as strong as you? You ask too many questions, Li Sitong said, a bit impatient. You'll have to find out for yourself. I have one more question, Jiang Xia said suddenly. Go ahead. What about a child born between two magic-born? What would they be like? Li Sitong paused and slowly turned to look at him, an enigmatic smile on her lips. Why do you ask? Planning to have a child with me? I'm just curious. I don't know either, her voice softened. If we last, I guess we'll find out in 5 or 6 years. With that, she pulled Jiang Xia into a nearby cafe. The cafe was located on the southern edge of the artificial lake, within Baiyun district where Jiang Xia and the others were currently staying. Just across the lake to the north was another district. The sign for New World Cafe shimmered in the sunlight. It was a newly opened place, tastefully decorated with bright, spotless glass windows, but the sparse number of customers made the atmosphere feel a bit cold and empty. As Jiang Xia pushed open the door, he was immediately struck by the presence of others like himself, making him tense up instinctively. Looking around, whether it was the busy barista behind the counter or the young customers peacefully sipping their coffee by the window, all of them gave off an aura similar to his own. The scene reminded Jiang Xia of an anime he had once watched where the protagonist, turned into a monster by a twist of fate, was taken in by a cafe run by monsters who clung to their humanity. They refused to harm ordinary people and chose a path of compromise to survive. Jiang Xia couldn't help but wonder if this cafe before him was a real-life version of that sanctuary for monsters. In the corner, Chun Kai had been waiting for some time. He was impeccably dressed as always, holding a fashion magazine with a steaming cup of black coffee on the table before him. Noticing Jiang Xia and Li Sitong approaching, he set the magazine aside, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he glanced at the clock on the wall. 8:30, right on time, Chun Kai said, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Jiang Xia took a seat and ordered a cappuccino, hoping it might ease his hunger the way it did in the anime. But reality quickly disappointed him. The coffee was just coffee, with no special effects. He sighed inwardly, realizing that reality was nothing like anime. Li Sitong sat beside him with her arms crossed, her expression serious. Time's tight. We've got other things to do. Let's get on with the interview. Chun Kai leaned forward, fingers steepled under his chin as he looked directly at Jiang Xia. All right, let's start. Jiang Xia, are you willing to join us? Jiang Xia glanced at Li Sitong by his side and nodded slowly. Following his girlfriend's lead seemed like the right choice. There are quite a few conditions to joining us, Chun Kai continued when he saw Jiang Xia nod. But the first is that you must have completed at least one evolution. However, considering your girlfriend and my relationship with your mother, I might be able to bend the rules for you. At the mention of his mother, Jiang Xia wanted to say something but decided to stay silent and not interrupt. As for the second condition, this one is non-negotiable. Chun Kai's tone grew more serious. You need to hunt down 10 high-value targets on your own within 3 days and bring them to us as your initiation gift. No help from anyone else. As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Li Sitong, as if warning her not to interfere. Jiang Xia didn't argue, simply listening in silence. That's all there is to it, Chun Kai went on. If you can do that, you're in. Then he'll show you the full scope of our organization and take you to headquarters. Jiang Xia nodded, but instead of continuing the conversation about joining, he changed the subject back to last night. What will it take for you to stay away from my mother? Hearing that Jiang Xia was still hung up on this, Chun Kai laughed. So you haven't told your mother what I really am? I thought about it, Jiang Xia replied, meeting Chun Kai's gaze, but I don't want to scare her if I have a choice. I'd prefer if you stayed away from her. Name your price. I told you, your mother and I are close friends. To put it professionally, we're confidants. As long as I want to be her friend, no one can stop me, Chun Kai said, his tone leaving no room for argument. If you're worried that it'll harm your mother, you can relax, Chun Kai said calmly. He stood up, walked over to Jiang Xia, and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. As long as you complete your task, you're one of us. Why would I ever target a teammate's family? Even if not for your sake, I'd have to consider Xiao Li's feelings, wouldn't I? Jiang Xia watched Chun Kai's back as he left. Li Sitong muttered under her breath. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Jiang Xia didn't respond. He picked up his coffee cup and took a slow sip. Outwardly, he appeared calm and collected, but inside, his thoughts were a tangled mess. He wasn't sure whether his mother had awakened, but one thing was clear: she was aware that something about the world had changed. What puzzled him most was whether his mother knew Chun Kai was a demon. If she did, and still maintained a friendly relationship with him, maybe she had already awakened and was planning to hunt him. But if she was unaware, then her friendship with Chun Kai might be nothing more than it appeared. Turning his attention back to Chun Kai, Jiang Xia couldn't believe he simply wanted to be friends with his mother. Impossible. Jiang Xia knew full well that, as a demon, Chun Kai would never take an ordinary person so seriously, whether his mother was awakened or not. Chun Kai's intentions were anything but innocent. Li Sitong broke the silence with a soft chuckle. 10 people, and you have to complete the task alone, within 3 days. That might be a bit tough for you. No, it's not tough at all. Jiang Xia crossed his arms, his expression full of confidence. Oh, that confident? Li Sitong looked genuinely surprised. That's right. Jiang Xia's lips curled into a defiant smirk. Because I never planned on joining in the first place. What? You don't want to join? Li Sitong stared at him in shock. I don't think I need to be part of this organization to survive. At least for now, there's no reason to join. Jiang Xia's tone was calm, but resolute. At first, he thought joining the group wouldn't be an issue, and that following Li Sitong wouldn't hurt. But Chun Kai's terms were something he couldn't accept. There was no reason to become a puppet for a meaningless task. 10 people? It was pointless. Li Sitong nodded slightly, as if she understood his reasoning. Maybe I'm letting your goodwill go to waste, but honestly, I feel like joining this group would only put me in more danger. Her tone was gentle, but her words carried unmistakable resolve. To be honest, it doesn't matter to me whether you join or not. I don't have any particular fondness for anyone in this organization. Jiang Xia frowned, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. What I really want to know is why Chen Kai is getting close to my mom. There's no way he just wants to be friends. No matter if she's awakened or just an ordinary person, there's no way his intentions are pure. Li Sitong's expression turned cold, her voice dropping. There's no doubt about it wants to eat her. Like I said, he's a refined gourmet. He carefully selects every ingredient. Carefully selects? Jiang Xia repeated, a little thrown off. Yes, it's not just about the quality of the ingredient, Li Sitong explained. He takes his time to build a relationship with his food. Only when the bond is deep enough does he make his move. What a freak, Jiang Xia muttered, then quickly looked at Li Sitong. So, do you think he might let my mom go because of you? That's hard to say, Li Sitong replied coolly, a note of disdain in her voice. He might tolerate you joining and even show me some leniency, but your mother is not just another ingredient to him. After spending so much time getting close to her, he won't give up easily. Jiang Xia was silent, lost in thought, before finally asking, so is there any way to make sure he doesn't hurt my mom? Li Sitong gave a cold, thin smile. That's simple. Just kill him. A flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Xia's eyes, but then he nodded firmly. Yeah, that's simple enough. The soft background music in the cafe created a cozy atmosphere, but Jiang Xia sat with a furrowed brow. A disturbing thought kept circling in his mind. Killing Chen Kai might actually make everything a lot simpler. Li Sitong stirred her coffee with elegance, but her tone was icy. He has to die? His obsession with food is downright pathological. Once he sets his sights on prey, he never lets go easily. She put down her spoon, lowered her voice, and continued. He might not stop with your mother could take your sister too. What's even more terrifying is that he'd deliberately go after your sister first, right in front of your mother. He gets off on watching his victims break down in fear. It excites him even more. Jiang Xia's frown deepened. Is he really that twisted? Had always known Chen Kai was unhinged, but he hadn't realized just how perverse he was. Li Sitong's expression grew grave. I've seen it with my own eyes. There was a dinner at headquarters, and I was there. They'll never forget what I saw, a man tied to a chair, forced to watch what happened to his wife at the table. She trailed off, but Jiang Xia already felt a chill run down his spine. It said Chen Kai spent 2 whole months gaining that woman's trust before making his move. You didn't take part in that, did you? Jiang Xia asked cautiously. Of course not. Li Sitong immediately denied it. I couldn't stand that kind of scene. I left as soon as the banquet started. Jiang Xia let out a quiet sigh of relief. In comparison to these true psychopaths, Li Sitong seemed almost normal. Of all the people had met, Chen Kai was by far the most deranged, followed by that pervert Yang Jehenever. He saw a beautiful woman on the street. His eyes practically undressed her. If he goes after my mom, does that mean he'd come for me too? Jiang Xia wondered aloud. Most likely, Li Sitong nodded. You'd definitely seek revenge, and he wouldn't leave any loose ends. After they left the cafe, the two of them walked along the road by the lake. Only then did Li Sitong reveal that the seemingly ordinary cafe was actually a secret slaughterhouse, as well as a major intelligence trading hub. Any demon could exchange the right payment for information there, from ordinary people's backgrounds to the secrets of awakened ones. Even state secrets were up for sale. And the price wasn't money, it was fresh blood. Just a few days ago, Li Sitong said, an unidentified demon paid with the blood of 50 healthy young men to buy an important piece of intel about an awakened one. It was an installment plan. They have 10 days to deliver all the blood. Hearing this, Jiang Xia couldn't help but be a little surprised. I hadn't expected the currency of the new world to be like this. Li Sitong crossed her arms, a faint smile appearing on her face. Actually, we could sell them the information on that awakened in black. She might have already escaped, but the intel is real. The reward for it should be enough to let you feast for quite a while. Jiang Xia's curiosity quickly shifted to the number of demons. How many demons are there exactly? He still couldn't accurately estimate their distribution. In some places, crowds gathered, but there was no trace of demonic presence. In others, though sparsely populated, he could sense a strong demonic aura. Based on our estimates, out of every 10,000 people, there are about 2 or 3 demons. Maybe more, Li Sitong said with a hint of resignation. Look at Xinghe City, nearly 10 million people, so there must be at least 2 or 3,000 demons. Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully. That means our school's rate is pretty high, over 2,000 students, and there are 10 demons? He paused, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. Is that because most people who turn into demons are young? There are hardly any elderly, like those in their 70s or 80s, who become demons. Li Sitong explained, but Jiang Xia felt even more unsettled. If the estimates were right, the global number of demons would be unimaginable. He looked up at the clear blue sky, silently doing the math. If we go by that, with 8 billion people worldwide, then the number of demons, he trailed off, shock in his eyes. That's astronomical. Even if each demon only feeds twice a month, wouldn't that mean millions of new demons every month? Yes, Li Sitong nodded, her voice suddenly heavy. But did you know? Last night, I got word that in a small northern country with a population of 6 million, the demon issue has already been exposed, causing massive public panic. The military has started fighting demons, and the UN is keeping it all tightly under wraps. Jiang Xia frowned, his doubts growing. Can demons really stand up to the military? From what I know, they shouldn't be a match. Once the guns start firing, how could an ordinary demon survive a Gatling gun barrage? Li Sitong's expression grew even more serious. Regular demons are no match, of course. The army can take them down easily with conventional weapons even, just automatic rifles. But there's a rumor that one demon wiped out several military units and grew stronger by devouring others. Jiang Xia was stunned. Does that mean he's become unstoppable? Li Sitong nodded, her eyes full of caution. Especially since a few awakened went to fight him and ended up dead. After devouring them, that demon evolved. The military decided to use nukes, but it went badly. 2 small nuclear bombs, and they didn't even break through his defenses. Jiang Xia could hardly believe it. Not even nukes? How strong is he? It's just a rumor. Who knows if it's true? Li Sitong sighed. But in any case, there's definitely no demon that's strong in Xinga City. A demon that can't be killed by nuclear bombs? Jiang Xia repeated softly, waves of shock rising in his heart. How much energy did he have to absorb to reach that level? Li Sitong's eyes lit up with a touch of fantasy. If I could devour him, I'd be set for life. Jiang Xia shook his head, knocking on the table to snap her out of it. But can you even stop a rifle bullet? Li Sitong came back to herself, shooting him a playful look. Are you underestimating me? Before he could respond, her tone shifted, becoming serious. Have you decided what to do about Chen Kai? Jiang Xia shook his head slightly, his expression grave. With my current strength, I can't kill him. Not just probably, it's absolutely impossible. Unless you use some kind of trick, like luring him into a warehouse full of explosives. But with his abilities now, even if I had a warehouse of explosives, I might not be able to kill him. Li Sitong looked at him intently. Do you want my help? Jiang Xia took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. You have to help me kill him. Time is running out. I can't wait until I get stronger. Otherwise, something might happen to my mom sooner or later. He looked at Li Sitong, his eyes full of hope and pleading. Li Sitong hesitated, silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. All right, since you say so, I'll help you. Jiang Xia was a little surprised by how readily she agreed, hadn't expected her to say yes so easily. Li Sitong suddenly narrowed her eyes, a teasing look on her face. But I'm not doing this for free, you know. Jiang Xia smiled, a sharp glint in his eyes. Of course not. In exchange, I'll help you kill 10 demons as a gift for you. Hearing the terms Jiang Xia offered, Li Sitong's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. All right, I agree. She nodded readily, then added, but I have one more condition. What is it? Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow. Li Sitong met his gaze directly. While I'm hunting these demons, you have to watch from the shadows. If I can't handle it, you have to step in and save me. Deal. Jiang Xia agreed without hesitation, but added, just don't pick targets that are way too strong. If you do, there's nothing I can do to save you. Just have to watch you die, and maybe avenge you later. Don't worry, that won't happen. Li Sitong's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. He'll start with the easy ones. Jiang Xia thought to himself that this deal was almost too good to be true. Not only could he get rid of Chen Kai, but on the surface, he was helping Li Sitong hunt 10 demons. In reality, he'd grow stronger himself during the process, and with Li Sitong secretly watching his back, it was even safer. Taking down more demons would also be a service to the community. No need for 10, 8 will do, Jiang Xia said. Wang Fei and that fat woman from before can count as 2. From what Li Sitong had said, Jiang Xia realized that Wang Fei and that woman had already become stepping stones for her to get stronger. All right, 8 it is, Li Sitong nodded. When will you make your move? She thought for a moment. Not in the next couple of days. Chen Kai isn't weak, and I need to fully recover from the injuries I got fighting Director Huang. Within 3 days. All right, within 3 days, Jiang Xia confirmed. Within 3 days, he'll give you half the payment up front. That's fine. Looking at Li Sitong in front of him, Jiang Xia couldn't help but think that his girlfriend was surprisingly easy to talk to. But then a worry crept into his mind. Chen Kai is in the same organization as you. If you kill him, won't that get you in trouble? Li Sitong lightly tapped Jiang Xia's forehead, giving him a playful look. Silly. After I kill him, am I supposed to go around telling everyone it was me? Good point. Jiang Xia nodded, but pressed further. But what if you really do get found out? If I do, then so be it. As soon as Li Sitong finished speaking, Jiang Xia's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. As soon as the call connected, Yang Jia's agonized screams came through the line. Yang Jia? Yang Jia. Jiang Xia called out twice, his expression changing instantly. Help me. Help me. Yang Jia's voice was filled with terror, then another voice took over the call. Zuaming Hotel, room 608. Your friend slept with my subordinate's wife. If you don't want him dead, come talk to me. Jiang Xia knew this voice all too well. Chen Kai. He was about to say more, but the call disconnected. When he tried to call back, there was no answer. Damn. Jiang Xia cursed, turning to Li Sitong. It's Chen Kai. He's got Yang Jia. We need to go to Zuaming Hotel, room 608 actually. It sounds like he wants me to go alone. What happened? Li Sidong asked. Chen Kai said Jiang Xia slept with one of his subordinates' wives. Jiang Xia frowned. But deep down, he believed that was exactly the kind of thing Jiang Xia might do these days. To be honest, he wasn't thrilled about sticking his neck out for Jiang Xia over something like this. Even if he went, he didn't really have a reason to help. Jiang Xia kind of had it coming. Maybe a good beating would teach him a lesson. But Jiang Xia knew Chen Kai probably had more in mind than just roughing Jiang Xia up. So, are you going or not? Li Sitong asked, watching him closely. He'll go take a look, Jiang Xia sighed. I don't really have a choice. Yang Jie's always had my back like that night. He jumped in front of Wang Fei for me. I can't just ignore that. Aren't you worried it's a trap? Jiang Xia shook his head. If Chen Kai wanted to catch me or kill me, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Li Sitong thought for a moment, a meaningful smile appearing on her face as if she'd just realized something. All right, let's go take a look. He'll go with you. The whole thing started last night. After leaving Jiang Xia's place, Yang Jia headed straight to the hotel where he had arranged to meet the internet celebrity. But for some reason, once he got to the hotel, he suddenly couldn't reach her anymore. He waited until midnight, but still hadn't heard from the influencer. Just then, a woman had been flirting with online for several days suddenly messaged him. Bored, Yang Jia stared at his phone, tapped out a few replies, and as the conversation became more suggestive, he glanced at the time. Still no word from the influencer. A hotel room that costs over 2,000 a night shouldn't go to waste, Yang Jia muttered, steeling himself as he sent his location and room number. The woman agreed to come over soon. Yang Jia lay on the bed, still thinking about the influencer, even fantasizing about what would happen if both women showed Upit would be perfect. He was sure had asked the woman about her marital status several times, and she always insisted she wasn't married. More than an hour passed, dawn was breaking, but the woman still hadn't arrived. Just as Yang Jia was dozing off, the door burst open with a crash. A burly man stormed in, and without a word, punched Yang Jia in the face. With a thud, blood gushed from Yang Jia's nose. Before he could react, a heavy kick landed in his stomach. You trying to seduce my wife, huh? The man roared, raining down blows on him. Yang Jia finally snapped out of it, and sensed something strange about the manha. Recognized the aura of his own kind. No longer hiding, Yang Jia revealed his demon traits. Dark red scales surfaced on his skin and his fingertips sharpened into claws. The man froze for a second, then bared his own fangs and claws. So you're a hidden demon. I thought I'd found myself a meal. The two of them fought fiercely in the cramped room, furniture crashing all around. After several rounds, Yang Jia was battered and bleeding and realized that continuing the fight wouldn't benefit either of them. Come on, man, stop. Please. Yang Jia fell to his knees, looking up at the man, his voice pleading. I was wrong. I didn't know who I was messing with. Let's just call it even, okay? The man looked down at him coldly. You're a demon, and you tried to lure my wife out here to eat her. And you think I should let you go? I swear. Yang Jia blurted. I didn't want to eat your wife, I just wanted to sleep with her. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Jia realized he'd said the wrong thing. Sure enough, the man's rage boiled over, and he started beating Yang Jia again. Finally, he kicked Yang Jia toward the bed and barked, unlock your phone. Shaking, Yang Jia unlocked it. The man took the phone, scrolled through the chat list, and frowned. Li Sidong, you know her? Are you from Xinghe number 1 high? Yes, yes. Yang Jia's eyes lit up, as if he'd found a lifeline. I know her, she's my class monitor. We're really close. You know her too? That means we're practically family. Don't try to cozy up to me. The man kept scrolling. Wow, you're talking to this many women at once. You're quite the player. He pulled out his own phone and handed it to Yang Jia. Hey, race my chat list. You've got an hour and a half. Get one of these men to come here. Taking the phone, Yang Jia scanned the chat history and suddenly understood there never was a woman. The person he'd been chatting with was this man all along. Just like Yang Jia, this guy was luring people online, inviting them to hotels, and treating them as prey. Only, he used a woman's identity after all. A charming woman was much more likely to lure someone in than a man. But this time, had accidentally lured in another demon. What kind of bad luck is this? Yang Jia cursed under his breath. Enough talk. Hurry up and set it up. The man threatened. Get someone here and I'll let you go. If not, they'll kill you even if I don't eat you. Gritting his teeth, Yang Jia messaged a man with a sports car profile picture. Hey, are you there? The reply came quickly. What's up? Yang Jia typed. Ugh, just got a room with my husband, but he totally couldn't perform. After sending the message, Yang Jia felt a wave of guilt. He was like a ghost doing evil for another monster. If he really helped this man lure someone here, wouldn't he be hurting an innocent person? He didn't want to hurt Anyan if he were truly evil. He'd be strong enough to kill this guy pretending to be a woman and preying on others. He wanted to send a distress signal to Jiang Xia, but the phone was in the man's hands, and he couldn't remember Jiang Xia's number. After a moment's thought, inspiration struck. Could download a game on the man's phone and log in with the man's number. On weekends around this time, Jiang Xia should be online. If he could add Jiang Xia as a friend, he could send a call for help. Jiang Xia opened the app store and started downloading a game. Just then, the man appeared behind him and saw the download screen, his brow darkening. Addicted to games, huh? I told you to lure a guy here, not play games on my phone. Do you not realize how much trouble you're in? Bang. The sounds of fists and kicks echoed through the room. Jiang Xia lay on the floor, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he stubbornly clenched his teeth. He would rather die than be humiliated. But in the end, his resistance was futile. After another round of savage beating, he was forced to obediently pick up the man's phone. With trembling fingers, he went online to arrange a meeting, all the while vowing in his heart that one day, he would make this man pay for what had done. The man, seeing Jiang Jia's defiant look, grew even angrier. He had been looking forward to a good meal, only to find out his prey was the same kind as him. The whole experience was ruined. Annoyed, he thought to himself that if only he were a demon, he'd just eat this kid and be done with it. Time ticked by as the first light of morning crept in through the heavy curtains. The man's appetite was gone, and so was his patience. He glared coldly at Jiang Xia, deciding he might as well kill him, vent his anger, and eliminate a competitor at the same time. Just as he was about to strike, the shrill ring of a phone broke the silence. He had two phones, one in Jiang Jia's hand for finding prey online, and another for personal use. The caller was his boss, Chun Kai, the man who had promised that as long as he played along, he'd have a place in the world once chaos broke loose. During the call, he casually mentioned what was happening. When Chun Kai learned that Jiang Xia had a lot of chat history with Jiang Xia and seemed to know him well, he immediately ordered him not to act and to wait for further instructions. Downstairs at the Zui Ming Hotel, Jiang Xia stood in front of the building. What once felt foreign now seemed oddly familiar. That sense of home, he wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse. Maybe it meant he was starting to become part of this strange world. In the elevator, Li Sitong reminded him sternly, "Remember what I just said. When we get up there, just do exactly as I say." "What? Do you sense danger?" Jiang Xia looked at Li Sitong. In that moment, she seemed like a prophet who already knew what was about to happen in the room. "As long as you listen to me, you'll be fine," Li Sitong replied confidently. The moment they opened the door to room 608, Jiang Xia froze at the sight before him. Jiang Xia, wearing only his underwear, was tightly bound and hanging from the birdcage bed. Just yesterday, he had been curiously examining the hooks on that bed, saying he wanted to see what it would be like to hang someone there. Now he was experiencing it firsthand. With a towel stuffed in his mouth, Jiang Xia let out muffled cries when he saw Jiang Xia. His face was so swollen and bruised that he was almost unrecognizable, his body covered in welts and bruises, a clear sign of a brutal beating. Jiang Xia thought to himself that this was a lesson for him. Maybe he'd think twice before meeting strangers online again. Turning his gaze to the window, Jiang Xia saw Chun Kai lounging on the sofa, legs crossed. Next to him stood a burly man in a black t-shirt, about 37 or 38, with the intimidating air of a gangster. A thick gold chain hung from his neck, radiating a strong street boss vibe. Li Sitong glanced at the battered Jiang Xia, then turned to Chun Kai with a smile. "Brother Chen, what's going on? Why did you beat up my friend and hang him up like that?" Chun Kai sighed. "I had no choice. Your friend slept with one of my guy's wives. Normally, that'd be a death sentence. But when I found out he was your friend, I told them to stop right away." Chun Kai glanced back and forth between Jiang Xia and Li Sitong, his tone tinged with amusement. "We're all on the same side here. Even though this is a serious matter, I think we can sit down and talk it out. So, who's going to speak for him?" Tied to the chair, Jiang Xia desperately shook his head, muffled sounds escaping his lips. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he tried to explain that he hadn't slept with that man's wife. In his heart, he was bitterly thinking, "Haven't I been a decent person? Even after becoming a monster, I never hurt anyone. I've always been careful when feeding, never taking lives, never scaring anyone. Why is it that good people never get a good ending?" He admitted he was indeed lustful, just like Jiang Xia sighed, a dog in heat. But was it entirely his fault? It was the demonic power at work, making it impossible to resist. Besides, had never forced any woman. He always relied on his own charm. Li Sitong sat gracefully on the nearby sofa. "He'll do it. So how do you want to discuss this?" No, Chun Kai chuckled, tossing the problem back to her. "It's up to you how to handle it. After all, it's your friend who messed up. You should come up with a solution that'll make my buddy here feel better." Li Sitong turned her gaze to the man beside Chun Kai. "So, how did your wife end up sleeping with my friend?" Following Chun Kai's cue, the man answered, "He arranged to meet my wife online. I felt something was off, so I followed them. When I barged in, I found the two of them naked in bed. Then you're at fault, too." Li Sitong nodded calmly. "You didn't keep an eye on your wife. The main problem is with you." Her words made Jiang Xia glance at Li Sitong, secretly impressed by her bluntness. "What? I'm at fault?" The man pointed at himself, furious. "They cheated, and you're blaming me? Where's your wife? Let me see her." Li Sitong looked around. "I ate her," the man declared, justified. "Why keep a woman like that around? She's already in my stomach." Li Sitong remained unhurried. "All right, you're the main party here. Why don't you suggest a solution?" "He'll listen. The man stole a glance at Chen Kai, but seeing no reaction, he hesitated. What? Can't come up with anything. Li Sitong stood up. Then he'll assume you don't care. He'll take him with me. She motioned for Jiang Xia to untie Jiang Xia. Wait. The man shouted. Who said I don't care? He slept with my wife. For your sake, he'll give you a choice: either castrate him, or have him kneel and kowtow 3 times to admit his guilt. That's it. Li Sitong smiled. You think that's too easy? It doesn't matter. I just wanted to see your attitude. So, what will it be, castration or 3 kowtows? Ignoring the man, Li Sitong turned to Jiang Xia. Do you remember what you promised me? Jiang Xia couldn't recall, but nodded so as not to lose face. You said you'd bring me 10 demon seeds as a gift. Li Sitong's gaze shifted to the man. I think he'll do nicely. Let's make him the third. Li Sitong's words landed like a sledgehammer, stunning everyone in the room. The man who claimed his wife had been taken stared in disbelief, momentarily doubting his own ears. Head asked the other party to choose, but never expected the answer would be his own life. On the sofa, Chen Kai's eyelid twitched, while Jiang Xia, still hanging from the birdcage bed, started breathing heavily. Jiang Xia was first shocked, then utterly confused. He thought he understood Li Sitong's ways, but now realized his knowledge barely scratched the surface. What did you say? Kill me. The man started, but before he could finish, Jiang Xia lunged like an arrow loosed from a bow, his black claws aiming straight for the man's heart. Jiang Xia didn't know what Li Sitong was planning, but he trusted she never acted without reason. Better to act decisively than to hesitate. The man reacted instantly, his hands turning into razor-sharp talons that caught Jiang Xia's attack midair. The claws dug into the back of Jiang Xia's hand, and pitch-black blood began to ooze out. With eyes burning red, the man slammed his head into Jiang Xia's forehead. Staggering back, Jiang Xia barely regained his footing before a kick sent him crashing into the bathroom's glass door. The glass shattered loudly, and Jiang Xia tumbled inside, shards scattering like rain. The man followed immediately, attacking like a starving wolf. Meanwhile, Li Sitong walked calmly to the birdcage bed and freed Jiang Xia from his restraints. After exchanging a quick glance, the furious Jiang Xia charged into the bathroom as well. Though the luxury suite costing over 2,000 a night was spacious, the bathroom felt cramped with 3 people fighting in close quarters. It might fit all 3 in the bathtub, but in a brawl, there was barely room for hand-to-hand combat, and chaos broke out immediately. Li Sitong sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Chen Kai. He ignored the commotion in the bathroom, remaining lost in thought, expressionless. Inside, Jiang Xia and Jiang Xia worked together more seamlessly than when they'd fought Wang Fei before. What started off dangerously soon tipped in their favor. Jiang Jia's arms transformed into several dark purple tendrils that wrapped tightly around the man's limbs, just as he had done with Wang Fei. Jiang Xia seized the moment, locking the man's hands with his claws. Jiang Jia's strength alone wasn't enough to subdue this man completely. Just as they pinned the man against the wall, he suddenly noticed a green, conical tail appear behind Jiang Xia. The front part of the tail unfurled like a blooming flower, spinning wildly like a chainsaw. Realizing the danger, Jiang Xia struggled even harder. Just as the deadly tail saw was about to slice through his throat, a surge of primal power erupted from within him. With sheer force, he tore free from the tentacles wrapped around his legs and narrowly dodged the fatal blow by twisting his body to the side. The spinning tail saw scraped against the tiled wall, producing a harsh screech as debris flew and white dust filled the air, entering their lungs with each breath. As Jiang Xia dodged the attack, the man who had broken free from his restraints kicked him aside, then lunged at Jiang Xia with razor-sharp claws. Although Jiang Xia managed to avoid a mortal wound, 3 deep gashes were left on his face, the flesh torn open and curling outward. The fierce battle inside the bathroom was a stark contrast to the calm in the adjacent room. Li Sitong played a match-3 game on her phone, seemingly unconcerned that Jiang Xia might be killed. Chen Kai sat with his legs crossed, silent and expressionless. In that cramped space, the intense fight lasted a full minute. At last, Chen Kai's subordinate, his face covered in blood, staggered out of the bathroom. But before he could reach Li Sitong, he collapsed forward, revealing several gaping holes that pierced straight through his back and chest. Jiang Xia followed close behind, 3 clear claw marks on his demonized neck, with several scales gouged out. Jiang Xia came out after, battered and bloodied, but his injuries were not life-threatening. Li Sitong snapped her phone shut and stood up, looking at Chen Kai with a slight smile. Brother Chen, I gave you a solution. I let your man have a chance to vent his anger by killing them, but unfortunately, he got himself killed instead. There's nothing more I can do. Chen Kai, who had been silent, stood up and glanced at his subordinate's corpse, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Well, I guess he has his wife to blame for this mess. Anyway, since it's settled, let's leave it at that. Li Sitong politely asked, would you like to take care of your brother's body yourself, or should we handle it for you? I've got things to do, so you handle it, Chen Kai replied, walking over to Jiang Xia and giving his shoulder a pat. Not bad. You've got potential. Make sure you finish your hunt soon. The organization needs people like you. Chen Kai left with an air of indifference, as if the death of his subordinate hadn't affected him at all. Only after he was gone did Jiang Xia collapse onto the bed, wincing in pain from his wounds and gasping for breath. Jiang Xia ignored Jiang Xia, considering this a lesson he needed to remember. He reverted from his demonized state and turned his attention to Li Sitong. Before he could speak, Li Sitong sat down on the sofa, her gaze resting on the body on the floor. I know what you want to ask. He had to die, you understand? Chen Kai sent us here. And you think it was only about Jiang Jia sleeping with his subordinate's wife? Jiang Jia abruptly sat up. I swear, I never slept with his wife. I haven't even seen her. Li Sitong continued. All the more reason to believe my suspicion. Chen Kai just used this as a pretext to test us. Jiang Xia suddenly understood. I get it. If we had just given in and tried to appease him, he'd think we were pushovers, too afraid to stand up to him. Exactly. Li Sitong nodded. He wanted to see where I stand with Heimer, more specifically, my attitude toward you. He had already chosen your mother as his target, but then you showed up and turned out to be closely connected to me. He wasn't willing to let go so easily, and when this incident happened, he decided to use it to test me. If I showed fear or tried to avoid conflict, or if I acted indifferent to your situation, he wouldn't hesitate to go after you and your mother. On the other hand, if I stood my ground, he'd have to reconsider. So does this mean he might give up on targeting my mom now? Jiang Xia asked, recalling how Li Sitong had stood her ground and treated Chen Kai without any fear. Given her attitude, maybe Chen Kai would back off. It's possible, but I think it's more likely he'll just delay his plans, Li Sitong replied. Jiang Xia was exasperated. Why does he have to be so troublesome? Why is he so fixated on my mom? You think he's wasting his time? Do you really believe your mother offers him the same nutrition as everyone else? Li Sitong's words made Jiang Xia's heart sink. What do you mean? Isn't my mom the same as everyone else? We're all just people, right? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be because his mom wasn't awakened? And if Li Sitong said this, did she already know the truth? Jiang Xia felt a sudden jolt in his chest and unconsciously leaned forward, quickly asking, what do you mean? Is it not the same? Li Sitong's expression grew serious as she answered slowly, of course it's not the same. The ingredients he carefully selects give him a huge amount of emotional satisfaction during the meal. When his psychological needs are fully met, the nutrition he absorbs from eating that person is far greater than under normal circumstances. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Xia visibly relaxed, his shoulders easing a little. So, does that mean someone who satisfies his emotional needs provides him with much more nutrition than a complete stranger would? That's right, Li Sitong confirmed with a nod. He spends so much time building a relationship with your mother and getting close to her because, when he finally feeds, his twisted mind gets an extreme thrill out of it. Not only does this fulfill his emotional needs, but it also gives him far more nourishment than he'd get from several other people. She shrugged. I can't really explain why this happens, but I'm sure he'll never give up hunting your mother easily. His obsession with his food is far beyond anyone else I've ever met. Jiang Jia, sitting on the bed, suddenly chimed in, tapping his knee with his finger. So, is it kind of like eating the same food, but if you're in a good mood, you have a better appetite and absorb more nutrients? Li Sitong shook her head, frowning slightly. I'm not sure, she said, her voice tinged with confusion. Even though I'm a demon myself, my understanding is still pretty limited. Why do regular humans turn into demons in the first place? I haven't even figured that out yet. Jiang Jia stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, if it was us, and we went after someone we're really close to, would we also get several times the nutrition compared to anyone else? A faint smile appeared on Li Sitong's lips. If you're as twisted as he is, and you get that level of excitement from eating a friend, then maybe you could. She glanced at Jiang Xia, her expression turning serious. Honestly, I think Chen Kai spends so much time building relationships before feeding not because he wants to get stronger or satisfy his hunger, but to indulge his twisted mind. Her voice grew slightly louder. Take Wang Fei, for example. Do you know why he's so fixated on you? It's not just because you're new and probably weaker, making you an easy target. The main reason is that you're someone he knows. He likes to go after people he's familiar with. It's all about feeding his twisted desires. As for his brother's death, I'm pretty sure he was behind it, and the motive wasn't to get stronger, but just to satisfy his own sick mind. After hearing all this, Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh inward. Lidmans really are strange creatures. He understood what Li Sitong was getting at. Demons aren't just simple beings that eat for survival. Eating is just something they have to do to stay alive. Once their hunger is satisfied, most of them start looking for ways to fulfill their twisted desires. For some demons, getting stronger doesn't even matter. They don't care about evolving or not, they just want to satisfy their own twisted urges. Jiang Xia's gaze unconsciously drifted to Jiang Jia, who was sitting closest to them. He was a perfect example. He had no real desire to get stronger. He just wanted to satisfy himself in other ways while feeding. In fact, if he could always stay full, he'd probably never hurt anyone. But he'd still go to great lengths to fulfill the dark desires in his heart. In other words, Chun Kai getting close to his mother probably has nothing to do with how much nutrition she can provide him at all. What mattered to him wasn't just a physical need, it was the emotional value his mother provided. The way she satisfied his twisted psychological desires was impossible to ignore. If it were only about physical urges, maybe he could hold himself back because of Li Sitong's presence and stop before going too far. But once it became a psychological dependency, escaping was nearly impossible. It was like a man who's been obsessed with a woman's body for years. No matter how many other beautiful women you give him, even if they meet his physical needs, he can never truly forget the first one. He may have found physical satisfaction elsewhere, but only she can fulfill him emotionally and spiritually. For Chen Kai, the more he couldn't have her, the more he became obsessed. Perhaps, at the peak of his desire, he would risk everything, even sacrifice his life if that's what it took to satisfy his psychological craving. Jiang Xia stared at Li Sitong and asked seriously, "What about you? Do you have any twisted thoughts?" "I admit my personality has changed, but I am definitely not a pervert," Li Sitong answered without hesitation, but it was clear from Jiang Xia and Jiang Jia's expressions that they didn't believe her. They were convinced she was hiding something dark inside, just waiting to be uncovered. "So Chen Kai still has to die?" Jiang Xia said, his tone resolute. Li Sitong nodded calmly. "If you think he might give up on your mother, you can spare his life. But I believe he has to die." She looked at both Jiang Jia and Jiang Xia, as if confirming their resolve. It was clear she was being extra cautious. Jiang Xia's tone grew firmer. "A man who's already fixated on your mother won't let go, no matter how many other women you throw at him. We can't take chances with him. Leaving him alive only increases the threat." Li Sitong slowly stood up. "Wait for me downstairs. They'll take care of things here and meet you both later." She glanced at the man's body on the floor. Although it could provide her with some nourishment, she felt no appetite at all. She went into the bathroom, quickly cleaned her wounds, and got dressed again. Jiang Jia followed her out, the claw marks on his face obvious, though a mask covered most of them. Fortunately, his demonic healing abilities meant he didn't have to worry about his appearance. Jiang Xia tied his torn jacket around his waist to cover the hole in the back of his pants. That tail of his was powerful, a surprise weapon, but every time he used it, his clothes paid the price. Whenever the tail came out, both his underwear and pants got completely destroyed. He wondered if he should buy a pair of pants with a zipper in the back, just for his tail. The two sat on the sofa in the lobby. Jiang Xia rubbed his sore shoulder from the earlier fight. He wasn't badly hurt, but slamming into the wall still left him aching. He couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Li Sitong. No matter what she did, she always seemed confident and unruffled, as if she was one step ahead of everyone else. "You know, this world's gotten so complicated," Jiang Xia sighed. "If it were just monsters, that would be tough enough. But now even people are mutating. Nobody's thoughts or actions are predictable anymore. Surviving here isn't just about strength. You have to use your head, too." Just as Jiang Xia finished speaking, he realized Jiang Jia wasn't listening. Instead, Jiang Jia was completely absorbed in his phone, clearly fascinated by whatever he was looking at. Jiang Jia's eyes shone with excitement. He was messaging the social media influencer head met the night before. "Bao Bao, hey, sorry, my grandpa had a health emergency last night. I just got out of the hospital." "No worries, really," Jiang Jia replied absent-mindedly. "So how about tonight? Want to reschedule?" Bao Bao messaged again quickly. Bang! A solid fist landed on Jiang Jia's head with a dull thud. He instantly howled in pain, dropping his phone and clutching his head, sucking in a sharp breath. His face was twisted with agony. "Is this really the time to think about that?" Jiang Xia glared at him, exasperation plain in his eyes. They had just survived a life-or-death struggle, their wounds were still bleeding, and yet this guy was still thinking about meeting people online. Jiang Jia rubbed the spot where had been hit, looking at Jiang Xia with an aggrieved expression, his voice barely audible. "What can I do? It's not like I want this either. Can't you control yourself?" "I wish I could, but I just can't." Jiang Xia sighed inwardly. He knew all too well that Jiang Jia really couldn't help himself. This wasn't just a psychological issue. It was like a demonic urge, an instinct he couldn't shake off. "Fine. If you want to meet someone, go ahead. If you can actually get a date, I won't say anything." Jiang Xia looked him straight in the eye, his tone serious. "But don't you dare go hurting innocent women." He didn't want his best friend to turn into some kind of monster. Jiang Jia's expression immediately turned solemn. He pressed his right hand to his chest. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. If I ever stooped that low, I wouldn't want to live with myself." A dozen minutes later, Li Sitong came down from upstairs. The three of them left the hotel together. Jiang Xia called a cab for Jiang Jia, telling him to go home, get some rest, and take care of his injuries. He even told him to skip night classes at school. After watching Jiang Jia leave, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong took a walk along the lakeside path they'd followed that morning. A cool breeze swept across the lake, brushing against their faces. "You still can't bring yourself to harm ordinary people, can you?" Li Sitong suddenly asked. Jiang Xia didn't hide it. He just gave a quiet Li Sitong turned to look at him, her eyes thoughtful. "Honestly, I find it strange. Every demon I've met, their personality changes at least a little. But after spending these past few days with you, I've noticed you haven't changed at all." "Really?" Jiang Xia shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I haven't been a demon for very long. Fine, let's not talk about that. Li Sitong stopped and looked him in the eye. Let me ask you something else. Why do I feel like you're stronger than before? You are definitely stronger than when you fought that overweight woman the first time. A Jiang Xia scratched his head. He thought to himself that he had killed 3 demons by now, so of course he was much stronger. But how could he say that to Li Sitong? Maybe it's just because I've had a couple of fights now and gained some experience? Li Sitong didn't respond right away, just watched him thoughtfully. She knew that experience played a part, but Jiang Xia's strength had clearly improved a lot since the fight with the overweight woman. There was only one explanation: over the past 2 days. He must have secretly absorbed the life force of several people. Have you been hunting behind my back? She asked directly. Didn't I just tell you I can't bring myself to hurt ordinary people? Why would I go hunting in secret? Jiang Xia retorted. Li Sitong stared into his eyes for a few seconds, then said thoughtfully, that is pretty strange. Jiang Xia didn't want to continue this topic. Li Sitong was simply too smarter than any woman had ever met, even sharper than his clever and mischievous little sister. If he let his guard down, a single slip could give him away. Is there another reason you want me to join your organization? He changed the subject decisively. No, Li Sitong replied, walking on. Jiang Xia kept pace with her, sounding certain. There must be. Otherwise, you wouldn't suddenly recommend me for no reason. Come on, it's not like we're strangers. Li Sitong let out a soft laugh, a meaningful glint flashing in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Xia. I have to admit, you're actually pretty smart. Jiang Xia shook his head slightly. He didn't think of himself as particularly clever. It was just that the current situation forced him to think things through carefully. So what's really going on? Do you have something you need to do? Jiang Xia asked. Li Sitong's expression remained calm. I've always been curious about who's really behind our organization, she said, her gaze growing deeper. This person is as elusive as a shadow. I've only seen him once. Jiang Xia frowned. So, you asked me to join the organization because you want me to help you uncover the identity of our leader? Li Sitong nodded. Exactly. Jiang Xia pressed further. And then what? You're not just doing this to satisfy your curiosity, are you? Li Sitong's lips curled into a faint smile. He's powerful, and I like challenging those who are stronger than me. She looked at Jiang Xia, a hint of provocation in her eyes. If there's anything in this world that truly satisfies me, it's facing someone stronger than myself. Jiang Xia thought for a moment, crossing his arms as his gaze sharpened. It sounds less like you want to challenge the strong, and more like you want to devour those who surpass you. Li Sitong's eyes lit up, a confident smile spreading across her face. That's right. That's exactly it. She had displayed this mindset earlier that morning. Back then, she had mentioned a small northern country where its army had clashed with demons, and one particularly powerful demon had survived a nuclear strike with its bare body. Li Sitong had even said, if only I could devour it. Her tone grew firm. If someone is weaker than me, or about the same strength, I can't even be bothered. It just doesn't interest me. Jiang Xia's brows furrowed slightly as he picked up on her obsession. Your fixation on the strong is almost as intense as Chun Kai's obsession with your mother. A faint but sincere smile appeared on Li Sitong's face. The real reason I brought you into the organization is because I want you to help me uncover our leader's identity. He's my ultimate target. Her voice became more animated, eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. They'll keep moving forward, step by step, until I can devour him. Taking a deep breath, Li Sitong tried to calm her excitement before continuing. Honestly, it's not the act of devouring my target that I enjoy. It's the process of achieving that goal. Jiang Xia let out a helpless sigh, his gaze drifting toward the lake, where sunlight shimmered on the gentle waves. Twisted, he thought to himself. This is twisted in its own way. He couldn't help but recall his earlier idea. Could humans and demons ever coexist peacefully? After all, there were far more humans than demons. If the number of demons stopped growing, maybe providing them with a regular supply of blood could prevent their hunger. If one demon were supported by 3,000 people, wouldn't that be enough? But he quickly realized how naive his thinking had been. The demonic nature in Li Sitong was what truly inspired fear. It wasn't just a simple animalistic hunger, it was a near pathological drive, a compulsion that never let up and could push the entire world toward madness. Compared to the demon's desire to hunt humans, this demonic drive was 1,000, a million times more terrifying. A chill ran down Jiang Xia's spine. Had once imagined the possibility of peace between humans and demons, but now, he finally understood. This demonic nature was an uncontrollable, destructive obsession, one that shattered all reason. Even if a demon's hunger could be satisfied, they would still unleash chaos to fulfill their inner cravings. This wasn't just a simple conflict between vampires and humans, it was more like a death game that fate had set upon humanity. After calming her excitement, Li Sitong fixed her gaze on Jiang Xia. Back at the hotel, you acted the moment I told you to. You reacted so quickly, weren't you worried I might set you up? Jiang Xia replied as he walked, sounding completely at ease. I didn't think that far ahead. I just figured you must have your reasons. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Li Sitong's lips. I like that you trust me. Suddenly, Jiang Xia stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowing. Wait a second, I just realized something. What is it? Li Sitong asked, intrigued. Jiang Xia turned to face her, his expression serious. I don't think Qin Kai will slow down his plans for my mom. In fact, he might speed things up. Explain, Li Sitong encouraged, her interest clearly piqued. It's based on what you just said about enjoying the process of reaching a goal. Jiang Xia began analyzing. Qin Kai is the same as you. He enjoys the sense of control during the hunt. Just like a hunter who slowly approaches an unsuspecting prey, he takes pleasure in watching the prey fall deeper into his trap without realizing it. He went on, if I were Qin Kai, I'd start off not knowing my target, but once I picked someone, I'd find ways to get close. I'd gradually build a relationship with the ultimate goal of taking them down. But what I'd enjoy even more than the final act is watching them walk right into my trap, completely unaware. Li Sitong nodded, signaling for him to continue. Now that he knows his cover's blown, Jiang Xia said in a low voice, if I warn my mom about his true nature and she starts being cautious, he'll lose interest. What he enjoys most is the prey's lack of defense. Once they get suspicious, he loses the thrill. And since we're onto his intentions, we'll definitely act soon. We might even send my mom out of Xinghe City in the next few days. So he'll likely make his move before he loses all control. As for that little test earlier, Jiang Xia continued, it might have been deliberate. He wanted us to think he was just probing your stance, so I'd assume he'll either give up or delay his plans based on your attitude. Watching Jiang Xia's focused expression as he worked through his reasoning, Li Sitong couldn't help but admire this man's quick thinking, regardless of whether his deductions were right. After finishing, Jiang Xia shook his head. Of course, this is just my theory. Maybe I'm being overly cautious. That's not being sensitive, it's good judgment, Li Sitong said seriously. Our enemies aren't just soldiers and awakened. Sometimes, it's our own kind who pose the biggest threat. Being able to read others like us is a survival skill. If you can see through them, you'll find their weaknesses. Jiang Xia nodded in agreement. Her words weren't just empty talk, they'd been proven true. Li Sitong once used Director Huang's possessiveness and devotion to his wife to bring him down. As for Jiang Xia, he was even easier. All it took was a few attractive women to have him eating out of her hand. The demonic nature of the Mo species might make them seem dangerously unpredictable, but that madness could just be their biggest weakness. Your reasoning isn't wrong, Li Sitong said calmly, her gaze turning serious. In fact, instead of worrying that Qin Kai might delay his hunting, we should put more trust in your theory. But we need to deal with him quickly, I can't afford to wait any longer. She paused for a moment, her tone growing even more severe. Besides, I want to see if I can get him to reveal the identity of the leader behind all this. Jiang Xia felt a wave of tension as he listened. He lowered his head in thought, sensing an unspoken determination in Li Sitong's words. Suddenly, her voice became even sharper. But you can't keep hesitating like this. If you can't bring yourself to act against ordinary people, you're only heading toward a dead end. Think about those demon battles in that small country in the northern hemisphere. If those incidents can't be covered up and word gets out, the whole world will be thrown into chaos. At that point, even if awakened ones don't intervene, a well-armed military squad could easily take you down. You might even get your head blown off by a sniper from a distance. A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Xia's eyes. How much stronger does one get after a single evolution? Li Sitong's expression sharpened, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Once you complete an evolution, your power changes dramatically. Ordinary bullets will feel like nothing more than a tickle. Curiosity sparked in Jiang Xia's tone. What about you? How many times have you evolved? Li Sitong's smile deepened, her voice dropping to a low murmur. That's a secret. But I can tell you, regular firepower can't kill me. And what about awakened ones? Jiang Xia pondered. Are their abilities ranked as well? Of course, Li Sitong nodded. Their powers grow stronger as they level up, just like our evolutions. You could say it's two different paths that lead to similar results. Jiang Xia nodded, though his mind was still racing. As he thought about his future, he felt more uncertain than ever. Should he continue down the path of demon evolution, or pursue the changes that come with being an awakened one? But since Li Sitong said he was undercover, maybe he wasn't so different from the demons after all. He had wanted to discuss this further with Li Sitong, but she cut him off with a smile, insisting they focus on enjoying their date. Blinking, Jiang Xia agreed. The weather is great today, let's just enjoy our time together and leave all this talk for another day. Over the next few hours, the two of them enjoyed a pleasant shopping trip. Li Sitong picked out a few outfits with excitement, while Jiang Xia wasn't far behind, choosing a new set of clothes for himself. After all, the tear in his old shirt was really starting to bother him. Around noon, they returned to Li Sitong's house. Jiang Xia didn't follow her upstairs, feeling a bit anxious, wasn't ready to meet her father just yet. When Li Sitong came back down, she handed him a drink. Jiang Xia knew exactly what was in it. Although he could quench his thirst with animal blood, he drank the entire cup in one go to avoid raising Li Sitong's suspicions. Later, they headed to an amusement park, trying out a few thrilling rides. After going through the haunted house, Li Sitong pouted in disappointment. That was boring. Not scary at all. For Jiang Xia, the whole day was filled with simple, heartwarming moments. He couldn't help but wonder if he would ever get to experience such ordinary happiness again. They played until 5 in the afternoon before slowly making their way back to school for evening study. As soon as they arrived, their homeroom teacher asked if anyone had seen Wang Fei recently. Jiang Xia's heart sank. He hadn't been directly involved in Wang Fei's death, but he was certainly the most affected. Still, he reminded himself there was no reason to feel guilty. Wang Fei had struck first and had only acted in self-defense. Then, something unexpected happened. Li Sitong received a love letter. She was used to getting these, but this one made her pause. It was from Chang Wan, the class president from next door, a polite, top-performing student who always seemed a bit bookish despite his unremarkable appearance. Normally, Li Sitong would just stash the letter away and toss it in the trash after school. But seeing Chang Wen's name, she decided to open it. After reading it, she silently handed the letter to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia took the letter, his eyes flickering with a hint of emotion as ripples stirred quietly in his heart. Back in middle school, and up to now, Jiang Xia had received his fair share of love letters. Though the number couldn't compare to the piles Li Sitong got, he still had a dozen or two. It wasn't hard to see why was good-looking, well-built, and while he might not have ruled the campus, he could at least compete with the most popular guys. But today's letter made him frown. Why are you with Jiang Xia? The handwriting on the page was sharp with anger. I've confessed to you so many times, and every time you said you didn't like men. But today at the amusement park, you were holding his hand, even kissed him in public. Jiang Xia's fingers unconsciously tightened around the letter. Every word from Chang Wen cut deep. I don't blame him. I blame myself for not being good enough. But he isn't right for you. You deserve someone outstanding, the perfect partner in both, and better than him. Li Sitong, I'm begging you for a chance, just one chance to show you how I feel. They'll be waiting for you in the bamboo grove after evening study. If you don't come, you'll regret it, because I promise I won't let you down. Jiang Xia let out a cold laugh. Writing a love letter to his girlfriend? That was clearly a challenge. From the letter, it seemed Chang Wen had been pursuing Li Sitong for a while. It made sense after chasing his goddess for so long, and always being told she wasn't interested in men. Seeing her suddenly get together with another guy would make anyone unwilling to accept it. But letting Li Sitong meet him? Not a chance. 9:18 p.m., Junzi Grove. The bamboo grove was behind the school's outer wall, covering several acres. It used to be a popular spot for couples. But ever since a heinous murder happened there half a month ago, it was deserted at this hour. The so-called heinous murder was actually the result of a demon feeding carelessly, leaving a body behind. The authorities had labeled it as such to keep the peace. Standing outside the grove, Jiang Xia could sense the faint presence of another like himself. Chang Wen was already waiting. You wait here. Li Sitong turned to Jiang Xia, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I want to see what exactly he thinks will surprise me. Why not just skip it? Jiang Xia said warily. You're not planning to go out with him anyway. Oh, are you jealous? Li Sitong grinned. Who says I'm not interested? What if he really manages to change my mind? Jiang Xia gave a helpless smile. If that's the case, at least break up with me before you say yes to him. Li Sitong reached out and gently touched Jiang Xia's cheek, her voice soft but chilling. Don't worry, I'll never break up with you. If the day ever comes when you disappoint me, they'll just eat you. All right, that's enough. Jiang Xia interrupted. If you want to hear what he has to say, you'd better go on in. Jiang Xia waved his hand, as if to say, that was pretty intimidating, wasn't it? Li Sitong nodded and turned to walk deeper into the bamboo grove. 2 minutes passed, and Jiang Xia remained where he was, his unease growing stronger by the second. He frowned, pacing back and forth, his fingers unconsciously drumming against his thigh. No matter how he looked at it, something felt off. His girlfriend had been invited by her ex to have a talk in the bamboo forest, while he was left outside like some kind of doorman. What is this supposed to be? Jiang Xia took a couple of deep breaths and glanced back at the silent bamboo grove. Moonlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The bamboo creaked and groaned in the night breeze. Should he sneak in for a look? What if Chang Wen tried something against Li Sitong, and he just waited outside like a fool? Wouldn't that make him an accomplice? Jiang Xia gritted his teeth and quietly made his way into the grove. Thanks to his mutated eyesight, he could see clearly even in the pitch-black night. From a distance, he spotted Li Sitong. Opposite her stood a thin young man, Chang Wen. He looked gentle and refined, but the words coming out of his mouth were anything but. And much better than him. Chang Wen insisted, his voice urgent. I can hunt for you every day at least 7 people a week. Trust me, being with me would be so much better than being with him. Li Sitong let out a soft laugh, her tone calm. You've got the wrong idea. I really don't like men. If you don't like men, why are you with Jiang Xia? You even kissed him today? There was obvious jealousy in Chang Wen's voice. I'm just having fun with him, Li Sitong replied nonchalantly. How about this when I'm done playing with him? He'll play with you, okay? Chang Wen's expression turned serious. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Just give up on him and be with me. I promise he'll do everything I just said. Li Sitong tilted her head, as if considering it. How do I know you mean it? For all I know, you could be just playing around with me too. I told you I'm serious. Chongwen's voice grew louder. I can hunt for you every day. I swear. I really like you. I liked you before, and after becoming a demon, I like you even more. It's like I'm obsessed. As he spoke, his tone became more frantic, and his eyes shone with a feverish light, as if Li Sitong was the only one who could satisfy his twisted desires. Li Sitong slowly circled around Chongwen, stopping in front of him and locking eyes with him. All right then, give me one of your hands, right now. If you're willing, he'll agree to be with you. Jiang Xia held his breath. No way would Chongwen agree to something that crazy, right? But to his shock, Chongwen didn't even hesitate. His right hand instantly transformed into a sharp claw, which he used to grab his left arm and yank it off in one swift motion. There was a sickening sound, and blood spattered everywhere. He tore off his entire arm and, gritting his teeth against the pain, held it out to Li Sitong. What the hell? Jiang Xia gasped internally, eyes wide. Maniac. Another total lunatic. This guy's completely unhinged. A terrifying thought flashed through Jiang Xia's mind. Oh no, I'm outmatched. How am I supposed to compete with that? Jiang Xia felt his entire worldview shifting once again. He knew most demons were insane and twisted, and many of them didn't even behave like normal people. But to rip off your own arm just because Li Sitong asked? This level of madness was way beyond anything he could have imagined. In the shadowy bamboo grove, Chongwen held up his left arm, blood dripping from the severed end onto the bamboo leaves like water from a leaky faucet. Yet there was no sign of pain on his face. Li Sitong was frozen in shock, instinctively touching the warm blood on her cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't just her, and Jiang Xia, the only one witnessing this scene, would have been stunned. The model student, praised by everyone at school, had become so crazed after turning into a demon that he tore off his own arm just because of a casual remark from his goddess. Even with the demon's powerful regenerative abilities and the chance his arm might regrow one day, this was not something any ordinary person could do. This hand is yours now. You're mine, right? Chongwen's voice, calm at first, was now trembling with barely contained excitement. Li Sitong snapped out of her shock, slowly turning toward Jiang Xia, her voice trembling. Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia forced down his horror and walked over, his face expressionless. In truth, had never really been hiding. No matter how quietly he moved, the demonic aura around him had already given him away to both Li Sitong and Chongwen. Chongwen only glanced briefly at Jiang Xia before fixing his gaze back on Li Sitong. Right in front of Chongwen, Li Sitong took Jiang Xia's arm and said clearly, if Jiang Xia agrees to let me be with you, he'll leave with you tonight. Chongwen's eyes flickered as he turned to Jiang Xia. I agree, Jiang Xia said without a moment's hesitation. What? Li Sitong whipped around to stare at him, her confusion quickly shifting to surprise and then to anger. What did you say? Jiang Xia sighed and looked at her helplessly. He's just too much. I really can't compete with that. Li Sitong clenched her teeth. She had expected Jiang Xia to object outright, not to agree so quickly. But soon she realized he was probably just joking. She clung even more closely to Jiang Xia's arm, deliberately ignoring the severed limb hanging in the air, and smiled sweetly at Chongwen. Sorry, Chongwen, but Jiang Xia just can't let me go. I can't leave with you. He said he agreed. Chongwen said coldly. He said he didn't. Li Sitong shot back, pinching Jiang Xia's waist with all her strength. Ow. Right, I don't agree. Of course I don't. Li Sitong is my girlfriend, so please stay away from her from now on. Jiang Xia yelped in pain. Chongwen took a deep breath, clearly angry. Ignoring Jiang Xia completely, he stared straight at Li Sitong. You said if I tore off my arm, you'd be with me. Did I? Li Sitong pretended to think. You must have heard wrong. I would never ask you to hurt yourself like that. She smiled, making it clear she had no intention of keeping her promise. Chongwen glanced at Jiang Xia, then turned to Li Sitong and asked, are you really just playing around with him? Li Sitong sighed, exasperated. Please, just let me go. With that, she waved her hand, pinched Jiang Xia's arm even harder, and dragged him away. Incredible. Not only didn't you let her down, you didn't let me down either, Jiang Xia said as they walked away. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Chongwen's gaze turned icy cold. Only when they were completely out of sight did he press the severed arm back to his wound. Countless thin black threads appeared, densely packed and entwined like glue, fusing the severed arm back to the wounded shoulder. In just a moment, the arm was reattached, leaving only a distinct ring-shaped scar at the site, as if it had been stitched together. He adjusted his glasses, a cold smile curling at his lips. Outside the bamboo grove, Li Sitong looked up at the sky, a flicker of complicated emotion in her eyes. I really didn't expect him to be this obsessed with me, she murmured softly, her brows knitting together. This could be a problem. With that, she turned her gaze toward the depths of the forest, her eyes thoughtful. You seem to enjoy playing with people's feelings, Jiang Xia said evenly, his gaze scrutinizing. Li Sitong shook her head. Who said I'm toying with him? He's just foolish. I clearly told him, I don't like men. That's an obvious rejection. But he actually believed I meant it literally. She sighed, then fixed Jiang Xia with a serious look. But there's something I want to know now. Was willing to give me his hand just because of what I said. What about you? Jiang Xia had just unlocked his phone when he froze. Slowly, he locked it and slipped it back into his pocket, meeting Li Sitong's gaze. He could sense the seriousness and anticipation in her eyes. Ah! Jiang Xia suddenly clutched his stomach and squatted down. My stomach hurts. Li Sitong's expression turned icy in an instant. She grabbed Jiang Xia by the collar and yanked him up, her voice cold as frost. What? You're not even willing to give me a hand. Crap. She's going crazy again. Jiang Xia's mind screamed with alarm. After a split second of thought, he grabbed Li Sitong's wrist, his eyes suddenly filled with affection. Forget a hand, I'd give you my life if you wanted it. But tearing off my hand for no reason wouldn't help anyone. He softened his tone. I swear, if you're ever in danger, I'd give my life for you. His words clearly struck a chord. The gloom lifted from Li Sitong's face, replaced by a radiant smile. She reached out, her slender fingers gently caressing Jiang Xia's cheek. It might feel like you might be lying to me. But even if you are, I'm still happy to hear you say it. How could I ever lie to you? Jiang Xia continued to coax her, all the while realizing Li Sitong was surprisingly easy to please. We should have killed him. Li Sitong's gaze shifted toward the depths of the bamboo forest, her tone suddenly chilling. As someone like him, she could see right through Chongwen's mind. To her, his willingness to sever his own arm without hesitation was anything but a good sign. Kill him? Jiang Xia considered it carefully. From a safety perspective, getting rid of Chongwen might really be the best option. A man that obsessed with Li Sitong could do anything to have her. Plus, if he could be the one to take Chongwen out, it might make him stronger, too. It's getting late. If we don't go now, we'll miss our chance. Li Sitong withdrew her gaze, her tone returning to calm. Go where? Jiang Xia asked, curiosity piqued. Had planned to start hunting demons tonight anyway, at least, to pick out his targets. He already had a few candidates in mind, and once he confirmed the best one, he'd make his move. Right now, he was desperate to get stronger. I'm taking you somewhere interesting time to broaden your horizons. Li Sitong's lips curved into a smile. Bring your buddy Yang Jia along. With him there, you might feel a little safer. Oh, and tell him to bring a mask. Jiang Xia had no idea where Li Sitong was taking him this time, but he had to admit she was right about one thing. Having Yang Jia around did make him feel safer. It was like, no matter what happened, as long as that overzealous mutt was by his side, they'd always be on the same team. 9:56 p.m. at a deserted intersection. Jiang Xia watched as Yang Jia furtively pulled out a mask and slipped it over his face. Jiang Xia was instantly exasperated, almost wanted to kick Yang Jia straight into the gutter. Ajay, are you out of your mind? I told you to bring a mask. What's with this thing? What? It is a mask, isn't it? Yang Jia replied earnestly, removing the purple lace half mask from his face. A bright red feather stuck out from one side. Jiang Xia pressed a hand to his forehead in defeat. We're going to see something new, not sneaking into an illegal party. After 10 o'clock, the city sheds its polished facade. Office buildings go dark, 3/4 of their windows extinguished, and the elevated roads, with only a trickle of cars, are occasionally sliced by the blue lights of passing ambulances. The night wind, carrying a chill before winter's arrival, threads its way through shadowy alleys. On the windowsill of a dilapidated apartment block, water drips in a steady rhythm, emphasizing the stillness of the alleyway. That silence is abruptly broken by hurried footsteps echoing through the maze of lanes. Stop following me. Jiang Xia suddenly halted, turning to face Yang Jia, whose striking purple mask stood out in the gloom. What did I do? Yang Jia protested. You're the one who asked me to come. Now you don't want me here? So where am I supposed to go? In the dim alley, his purple mask looked especially bizarre. Jiang Xia put a hand on Yang Jia's shoulder and took a deep breath. Jia, people can change, but there's a line. Listen to Medich the mask. If you really can't, honestly, wearing your underwear on your head would be better than this. Can you all stop making such a big deal about my mask? Yang Jia said, hands on his hips and sounding proud. Purple shows off my rebellious spirit best. Jiang Xia hesitated, remembering the other night clearly. Yang Jia had showed up wearing a leather eye patch and a red cape, just to get him out of Wang Fei's grasp. Maybe, for Yang Jia, these eccentric outfits were some kind of psychological armor. Fine, be as weird as you want, just don't drag others into it, Jiang Xia conceded. Take this one off, and I'll get you a new one. Li Sitong couldn't stand the purple mask either, worried that passers-by might think they were heading to some bizarre event. She regretted letting Jiang Xia invite Yang Jia along. All right, Yang Jia said, carefully stowing the mask inside his jacket. I'll keep it for now. What if the one you give me isn't as cool? Li Sitong sighed in resignation and led them around a corner into an old bathhouse. From a storage locker, she pulled out 3 masks made from specially treated animal hide. 2 were black, Batman-style masks that covered the upper half of the face, and the other was a lifelike animal mask. I call dibs on the one with the hook, Yang Jia exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the animal mask. That's an elephant trunk, Jiang Xia replied, exasperated. Yang Jia laughed and slipped on the elephant mask, running his hands fondly over the trunk. Just kidding. This actually feels great. You two lovebirds can have the black ones. Enough talking. Put on your masks and follow me, Li Sitong said briskly, donning a black mask herself. The three of them moved through the narrow alley, masks giving them the look of people about to pull off a heist. Finally, they stopped in front of a billiard hall. This area is part of the old town, surrounded by rows of communal apartment buildings. Even the facade of the billiard hall looks dated. Inside, the space is small, with only 3 heavily worn pool tables. The lighting is dim, and the walls are peeling. Aside from the Onera bald man in his 40s with a shiny scalp, the place is completely empty. The lack of customers is hardly surprising. The hall is so outdated that stepping inside feels like traveling back to the late 80s or 90s. The air is thick with the lingering smell of old cigarettes and musty wooden furniture. To put it politely, you could call this retro. To be blunt, it's just an old shop that's been running for decades, where the owner hasn't made enough money to afford even a single renovation. As expected, the billiard hall owner was one of their kind. He barely acknowledged the three as they entered, lounging lazily in a rocking chair, playing on his phone. He held a nearly empty drink, idly swirling the straw around the cup, making a faint slurping sound. A streak of red liquid from his drink stained the corner of his mouth, standing out starkly in the dim light. Li Sitong didn't bother talking to the owner. She led Jiang Xia and Jiang Xia straight through an unremarkable side door. Behind it was a windowless, enclosed room like a carefully concealed secret chamber. I love this kind of vibe, Jiang Xia said excitedly, his eyes sparkling in the gloom. Li Sitong walked to a corner of the room and pressed her foot on a hidden floor panel, almost indistinguishable from the rest of the ground. With a dull mechanical clunk, the wall-mounted cabinet in front of them slid apart, revealing a passageway leading downwards. An eerie red glow poured from the depths, illuminating their faces in flickering shades, like the entrance to the underworld. Damn, this place has style, Jiang Xia exclaimed, acting like a professional hype man. Jiang Xia turned to Li Sitong, his brow furrowed, worry clear in his voice. If we're just here to look around, maybe we should come back another time? I know what you're worried about, Li Sitong replied calmly and confidently. You're afraid Qin Kai will go after your mother tonight. But you don't have to worry, Qin Kai doesn't have time. He's definitely down there, too. With that, she led the way down the stairs, her figure quickly swallowed by the red light. Jiang Xia and Jiang Jia exchanged a complicated look, then followed after her. The staircase seemed to stretch endlessly downward. After descending dozens of steps, they reached a small landing. Directly ahead stood a heavy steel door, its surface scarred by time. Li Sitong placed one hand on the wheel-shaped handle and turned it with effort. The wheel groaned with resistance, as if it would take several tons of force to move it even an inch. As the door slowly creaked open, an overwhelming surge of familiar energy rushed out, as if they'd opened Pandora's box. Jiang Xia managed to stay composed, though his pupils contracted. Beside him, Jiang Jia instinctively took a half-step back, startled by the flood of energy, his elephant mask twitching nervously. The intensity of it triggered a primal sense of unease in both of them. Let's go, Li Sitong called out, striding through the doorway without a backward glance. Jiang Xia paused at the threshold, scanning the scene inside, hesitating. Was stepping through this door the point of no return, truly entering the world of the demons? He lingered for a few seconds, only moving when he saw Li Sitong almost disappear into the crowd. Wait for me, wait up, Jiang Jia called, hurrying after Jiang Xia, his elephant mask swinging wildly with every step. Beyond the door, the space opened up dramatically. It was a surprisingly vast underground chamber, lit with neon and pulsing with music, as lavish as the city's most exclusive clubs. On a raised stage in the center, a dozen women in revealing outfits and ornate masks danced provocatively, their movements bold and enticing. Yang Jia stared, unable to look away, his Adam's apple bobbing. The deafening music filled every corner, the bass so powerful that the floor seemed to vibrate, making everyone's heart race in time. Looking around, there were at least 200 people inside. Almost everyone wore different styles of masks, with only a bold few showing their real faces. Some, even without masks, displayed grotesque, demonic features that looked especially eerie under the flashing lights. Li Sitong found an empty booth in the corner and sat down, patting the seat beside her to signal Jiang Xia to join her. Stop staring. Jiang Xia yanked Yang Jia's sleeve sharply, catching him as he openly gawked at the woman dancing on the stage. Yang Jia swallowed hard and reluctantly tore his eyes away, obediently taking the seat across from Jiang Xia. His attention was quickly diverted by the fruit platter on the table. He eyed the neatly sliced apples, watermelons, and cantaloupes, each piece coated in a thick layer of bright red liquid that gleamed eerily under the dim lights, as if someone had slathered them with too much strawberry syrup. Yang Jia reached out and picked up a grape, cautiously slipping it under his mask and into his mouth. The moment he bit down, his eyes widened in shock as he looked at Jiang Xia. It's Huma. Shut up. Li Sitong cut him off coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Don't act like a country bumpkin. If you weren't such an obedient slave, I wouldn't have bothered bringing you at all. Jiang Xia immediately lowered his head, but still muttered under his breath, Tongjia, can't we just treat each other like equals? We're all human, so why is the way you treat Jiang Xia and me so different? It's like the gap between a person and a pig. Calling me a slave all the time really hurts my self-esteem. You know, just eat and keep quiet, Li Sitong replied calmly, her gaze sweeping across the entire venue. Jiang Xia glanced around, both uneasy and curious. The pounding music was deafening, and the flashing lights shifted colors constantly, illuminating the packed crowd. This seemed to be a secret club for demons, with at least 200 of their kind inside, far more than Jiang Xia had ever encountered before. Judging by Li Sitong's attitude, it was clear this wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Ordinary demons would never have the qualifications to set foot here. The specially prepared fruit platters on the tables were tempting everyone's taste buds. Even Jiang Xia couldn't resist, grabbing handfuls of grapes and stuffing them into his mouth, red juice oozing from the edges of his mask. Glancing around, Jiang Xia noticed similar fruit platters on every table. The vivid red fruit made him involuntarily think about how they might have been made, sending a wave of nausea through him. Even though he seemed to have fully infiltrated the world of the demons, he still couldn't accept these things neither mentally nor physically. But Jiang Xia saw this as a good sign. At least it meant he was still human, still normal. He looked back at Li Sitong, about to ask a question, when something caught his eye, a massive iron cage not far away. As the cage door swung open, two men battered, scarred, and clearly tortured were shoved inside by several people wearing tiger head masks. The metal door slammed shut with a piercing clang. The massive iron cage door slammed shut with a resounding clang, its vibrations echoing through the air. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the sound. As Jiang Xia stared, lost in thought, a slender hand gently set a glass of amber liquid on the table in front of him. Looking up, he was greeted by a shocking sight: a ram-head creature in a sharp black suit looming over them. The creature's smooth, black head was completely hairless, and two crescent-shaped horns gleamed atop it. Jiang Xia's sharp eyes caught sight of a striking gold Rolex on the creature's wrist, and he immediately recognized who it was: Chun Kai. I didn't expect you to bring the other two as well, the ram-head creature said, using Chun Kai's unmistakable voice. Li Sitong tore her gaze away from the iron cage, looking at Chun Kai with mild surprise. You can recognize us even with our masks on. Masks may hide your faces, Chun Kai replied, sitting down gracefully and crossing his legs, but the three of you together are quite distinctive. Jiang Xia quickly stood up and moved his fruit platter, taking a seat beside Jiang Xia. The three of them fell silent, but seeing Chun Kai appear made Jiang Xia finally relax. Noticing the confusion in Jiang Xia's eyes, Li Sitong took the initiative to explain, this is a special club for demons. It only opens on the first and third Sunday nights of every month. The events change each week, and the owner behind it all is very powerful. There was a hint of pride in her voice. For us demons, this place is the perfect sanctuary. Here, we can drop our disguises, be ourselves, trade information, and find allies. Anyone who can get in here has a much better chance of surviving when the apocalypse comes. Inside the cage, the two men struggled to their feet. Li Sitong shifted her gaze toward them. Those two are traitors. They colluded with the authorities and awakened ones to betray their own kind. They must be punished. A duel in the cage. Only the winner has a chance at survival. As soon as she finished speaking, the two men in the cage transformed into massive, tentacled monsters. They crashed into each other with such force that the entire cage shook violently, producing a harsh metallic clamor. The audience wasn't cheering them on, but instead shouted provocative taunts, fueling the savage fight inside the cage. As the battle grew increasingly intense, Li Sitong's excitement became more and more obvious. She gripped Jiang Xia's thigh tightly, squeezing harder every time blood splattered or flesh flew inside the cage. Amid this frenzy, only Jiang Xia and Jiang Xia, who was focused on his food, seemed to remain calm. Jiang Xia, who had once been a fan of violent movies, now found himself growing sick of such scenes after experiencing real violence over the past few days. Jiang Xia, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in eating, even helping himself to the fruit platter from the neighboring table. Let go! Let go! Jiang Xia cried out, enduring the sharp pain in his thigh as he tried to pry Li Sitong's hand off, but it was useless. He even began to worry that if this went on, the woman caught up in the frenzy might actually crush his leg. Jiang Xia had no choice but to change the subject to distract her. Li Sitong pinched her own thigh, her expression gradually relaxing as she snapped back to reality. She looked at Jiang Xia and said coolly, that Changwen seems to treat you pretty well, doesn't he? Jiang Xia smirked, amusement flickering in her eyes. Oh please. As if there are any normal people among the demon spawn. Li Sitong let out a cold laugh. He's a complete psycho, a guy with a totally twisted mind. Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow, suddenly interested. The turn in the conversation was just what she needed to take her mind off the brutal fight in the iron cage, and she even stopped pinching his leg. Go on, she said, her tone light and teasing, though she was genuinely curious about these bizarre, twisted personalities. Li Sitong sneered and continued. He's obsessed with women, especially the ones he can't have. The harder they are to get, the more crazed he becomes. He'll do anything to win them over. But once he succeeds, he loses interest and starts torturing them. Then he moves on to his next target. Jiang Xia nodded, a hint of mockery in her voice. I see. Back in the bamboo forest, he acted so passionate I almost thought he was hopelessly devoted. A flash of coldness passed through Li Sitong's eyes as she sighed. I was fooled by him too. I thought he was sincere, but it was all just a game to him. People like that deserve no mercy, Jiang Xia said, her voice icy and full of resentment. If anything, we should play with his feelings and destroy him 100 times over. Exactly. That's who he is. Chongwen has no shred of humanity left. And look, the psycho rankings just got updated. Li Sitong smirked. Chongwen's at the top now, Chen Kai is second, and Yang Jia's been bumped down to third. Jiang Xia gave a chilly smile, her eyes narrowing. Wang Fei, the guy who could hurt his own brother, might just beat Yang Jia for third place. Li Sitong sighed, sounding weary. At first, I wanted nothing to do with him, but the more I ignored him, the more obsessed he became. Eventually, I found out who he really was from someone else in our group. Jiang Xia looked at her, puzzled. You're stronger than her, right? If that's the case, what would he do to you once he got his hands on you? How could he possibly kill you? Li Sitong shook her head, her eyes turning cold. How would I know what goes on in his twisted mind? But I've wanted to kill him for a long time. The problem is, he's got powerful people backing him, doesn't he? Jiang Xia frowned slightly. He's got connections? But you're not afraid, are you? No matter who's behind him. I'm not, Li Sitong replied with a cold smile, a dangerous glint in her eyes. I just haven't found the right opportunity yet. But honestly, maybe this should be your problem to solve. Jiang Xia was caught off guard, then laughed. You've got a point. Since you're my girlfriend, of course I'll take care of it. Li Sitong ran her hand along Jiang Xia's thigh, her voice teasing. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Xia nodded. No problem. I won't go easy on someone as twisted as him. I'm looking forward to seeing what he'll do to make sure you're not disappointed, Li Sitong replied, her smile tinged with danger and challenge. Li Sitong had made it clear that Chongwen would stop at nothing to get her, using any means necessary. Even though he was Li Sitong's actual boyfriend, it was nearly impossible to avoid this conflict. Sooner or later, he would be dragged into it. In any case, he needed to hunt demons to improve his own strength. The only thing he didn't know was just how powerful Chongwen really was, or whether he could handle him at his current level. While they talked, the fight inside the iron cage was drawing to a close. In such a confined space, these brutal, no-holds-barred brawls rarely lasted long. Once one side suffered a fatal injury, the other would quickly seize the advantage, turning their opponent into nothing more than a helpless victim. As tentacles ripped apart the remains inside the cage, the sounds of violent collisions and the stench of blood filled the air. Many of the demons screamed in excitement, making the scene even more chaotic. Chen Kai's eyes glinted red, as if he was exhilarated by the violence. His hand trembled as he downed the rest of the strong liquor on the table in one gulp. Outside the cage, bits of debris and blood splattered everywhere, giving off a sharp, metallic scent. Jiang Xia couldn't help but frown, but the demons around them seemed utterly intoxicated by the spectacle. Some even took deep breaths of the bloody air, caring nothing for appearances as they stuffed fruit into their mouths and swallowed hungrily. We've seen enough. Let's go, Jiang Xia said to Li Sitong, clearly unwilling to stay in such a violent, bloody place a second longer. The wild, frenzied gazes made him feel as if the atmosphere itself was closing in on his mind. Don't be in such a hurry, the main event hasn't even started yet, Li Sitong replied with a slight smirk. If we leave now, wouldn't tonight be a total waste? The main event? Jiang Xia was taken aback. What main event? Chen Kai, regaining his excitement, leaned in and whispered, tonight, the club's host will reveal the identity of an awakened. This person is right here in Xinghe City. Jiang Xia paused, then nodded. Got it. You're hoping to get the news firsthand, right? Chen Kai grinned, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Who could turn down an awakened? Even Shaoli wouldn't, I bet. Li Sitong glanced around and said softly, honestly, I mainly brought you here tonight to broaden your horizons, but I am interested in the awakened. Their taste is more addictive than anything else. She looked at the other demons nearby and smiled. But with so many of our kind here, I doubt we could beat them to it. Jiang Xia swept his gaze over the 200 or so demons present, feeling a pang of sympathy for the awakened whose identity was about to be exposed. He probably won't announce it until after midnight, right? Come on, let's play some cards to kill time. Li Sitong picked up a deck of cards from the table. Soon after, the three of them sat down to play Do Diju, and Chen Kai was quickly edged out of the game. Li Sitong won several rounds in a row, making Jiang Xia start to doubt his own card skills. When Li Sitong casually played a hand of 4 twos, Jiang Xia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I'm not even trying to hide it anymore, are you? Time ticked by, and eventually the clock struck midnight. The music in the hall cut off abruptly. All the demons looked up in unison. A man in a white suit and a lifelike white tiger mask stood atop a moving steel platform. The mask was so realistic it looked as if a majestic white tiger was standing there in person, radiating an imposing aura. Thank you all for coming tonight. The white tiger's voice was deep and resonant. He'll keep this brief. The identity of tonight's awakened will be revealed now. Please look at the screen. With a wave of his hand, a large screen nearby lit up, displaying the awakened's information. Jiang Xia, female, 40 years old, address, apartment 602, Sunshine Community, Baiyun District. Li Sitong leaned in and whispered to Jiang Xia. That's the owner of the club code name, White Tiger. Jiang Xia couldn't help but wonder, if he knows who the awakened is, why doesn't he just take action himself? Wouldn't it be better for him if he kept the information to himself? Li Sitong chuckled softly. He enjoys the excitement. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother running this club. Revealing the awakened's identity is just his way of stirring up a little entertainment. Jiang Xia nodded, understanding but still a bit puzzled. Most people would want to keep such valuable information to themselves, but White Tiger's actions were completely unpredictable. Then again, demonkind had always been strange and impossible to figure out. As White Tiger made the announcement, the demons in the hall were swept up in anticipation and excitement. The previously quiet night suddenly became charged with restless energy. Damn it! Jiang Xia cursed loudly as he stared at his mother's photo on the screen. The familiar face on the screen sent a strange silence rippling through the underground chamber. Li Sitong's eyes widened as she studied the woman in the picture, her mind conjuring up the gentle, kind face she knew so well. There was no doubt. This was Jiang Xia's mother. Instinctively, she glanced over at Jiang Xia, her expression turning complicated. Oh shit. Yang Jia's fruit plate hit the floor with a loud clatter as he jumped up like he'd been shocked, disbelief written all over his face. Meanwhile, Chen Kai looked at the photo, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting, this is just too interesting. The tension in the underground space suddenly spiked, and the restless demons began to stir. Frantically, Jiang Xia pulled out his phone to check for a signal. Damn it. Still no signal. Damn. His eyes flicked back to the photo of his mother on the screen, his heart pounding in his chest. Suddenly, Jiang Xia leapt to his feet and bolted toward the exit. His movement set off a chain reaction. Dozens of demons surged toward the door like a tidal wave. Just as he was about to burst out, a black tentacle whipped around his leg, yanking him down hard. Son of a bitch. Yang Jia grabbed an ashtray and hurled it at the head of the man who had attacked. The man yelped in pain, releasing Jiang Xia and spinning around to glare at Yang Jia, about to strike back. Before he could move, Li Sitong stepped forward like lightning, her voice cold and commanding. Get out. The force of her presence made the man hesitate and back off, unwilling to challenge her. Stop them. Hurry. Yang Jia shouted anxiously at Li Sitong. To him, Jiang Xia's mother, Aunt Song, was like a second mother. She had always treated him like her own son during the holidays. That warmth meant everything to someone who had lost his own mother. Li Sitong shook her head helplessly. How? There are too many of them who could possibly stop this? The exit was already a chaotic battleground, with dozens of demons fighting to get through, black tentacles whipping wildly through the air. Some of the sharper demons gave up on the main exit and started searching for other ways out of the underground space. Chen Kai stood next to Li Sitong, arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold. I never imagined Jiang Xia's mother would turn out to be an awakened. Shouldn't you be fighting to get out with the rest of them? Li Sitong asked, turning to him. Chen Kai smirked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. I have no interest in such crude feeding. There's no elegance in it, just a bunch of pigs scrambling for food. His face darkened with anger and disappointment. What a waste of all my carefully prepared delicacies. Li Sitong's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of meaning flickering in her eyes. Don't be so sure. Since Jiang Xia's mother isn't awakened, there's a chance she's known all along that you're a demon. Maybe she befriended you for her own reasons. In the end, it's hard to say who's really the prey here. Good point. Chen Kai chimed in immediately. Watching Jiang Xia's growing anxiety, Li Sitong wanted to help, but there was nothing she could do in the chaos. Too many of their kind were swarming in. Here was no way to stop them. Suddenly, a tentacle as thick as an arm lashed out and struck the door, and with a click, the lock gave way. On the landing above, the white tiger looked down over the chaos below, a satisfied smile on his face. He had originally planned to capture this awakened and throw him into a ring, letting the guests fight for the right to claim the prize. But that old routine bored him now. This time, he wanted something different. Hoped tonight's guests would stir up even more trouble, maybe even throw the entire Xinghe city into turmoil. He loved orchestrating chaos with his own hands. Jiang Xia burst out of the billiard hall, hands shaking so badly he could barely hold his phone as he frantically dialed his mother's number. Pick up, please. When the call finally connected, only static and broken sounds came through. Damn signal. He cursed, running back and forth in the dark alley until his phone finally showed bars again. Hello, Xia, why aren't you home this late? His mother's voice came through. Mom, run. Your identity as an awakened has been exposed. A lot of demons are heading for our house. They are coming to hunt you. There was a long silence on the other end. Xia, tell me, are you a demon? No. Jiang Xia answered firmly. There's no time to explain. You need to leave Xinghe City right now. Don't worry, they'll keep Ling safe. After hanging up, Jiang Xia leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He felt incredibly lucky that had come here with Li Sitong tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to warn his mother in time, and the consequences would have been unthinkable. While he waited anxiously, Li Sitong called, but Jiang Xia cut the conversation short, afraid to miss a call from his mother. 20 minutes later, his mother finally called back to confirm she was safe. They comforted each other back and forth, ending the call only at the last second before his phone died. Standing there, Jiang Xia was still in shock. Learning about his mother's identity as an awakened in this way, he almost felt grateful that the white tiger hadn't acted directly. Otherwise, things could have turned out much worse. Just as he was about to charge his phone, a familiar whistle echoed from the alley ahead. Someone radiating the same kind of aura was approaching, and the clear, sharp whistle made Jiang Xia's hair stand on end and his scalp prickle with fear. A familiar whistle rang out in the darkness, sounding exactly like Wang Fei's voice when he was alive. Jiang Xia froze, standing still until the moonlight fell across the stranger's face. Thanks to his demon-enhanced night vision, he finally saw the person clearly. It was Chang Wan. Playing tricks. Jiang Xia cursed under his breath. He should have known it couldn't be Wang Fei. After all, had crushed Wang Fei's heart with his own hands. The sensation of that scorching heat still vivid in his memory. Besides, as an awakened, he had absorbed Wang Fei's energy at the time, proof enough that Wang Fei was truly dead. Chang Wan stood a few meters away, one hand in his pocket and the other pushing up his glasses. He got straight to the point. Wang Fei was killed by you, wasn't he? Who told you that? I guessed. Chang Wan replied bluntly. And I'm here to make you disappear. Psycho. Jiang Xia muttered, cursing this deranged demon as he shrugged off his jacket and tossed it aside, ready to fight. There was no point begging for mercy from someone this twisted, not that he would ever consider it. Unlike the panic head felt during previous threats, Jiang Xia was much calmer now. Chang Wan's breathing grew heavy. Li Sitong must have misunderstood me. I didn't pursue her to hurt anyone. I genuinely like her. You think killing me will get you what you want? No. Killing you won't win her over, but it'll make me feel better. I can't stand seeing what I want in someone else's hands. If I can't have her, then no one should. Why not just kill her then? Why come after me? I like her. How could I bear to hurt her? Jiang Xia glanced at Chang Wan's left hand. Got your hand reattached? Yeah, not sure if it works. Want to find out? Let's see. In an instant, two tails lashed out from the darkness, colliding violently in midair. The two of them transformed at once. One took on the form of a dragon's head, the other a hairless wolf, both with jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth. For blood-red eyes glowed eerily in the dark, like floating drops of blood. The sound of claws slicing through the air startled nearby residents awake. In the close-quarters fight, their clothes were quickly shredded by each other's claws. Jiang Xia lunged to bite Chang Wan's throat, but Chang Wan blocked with his arm, Jiang Xia's fangs sinking deep into flesh. At the same time, Chang Wan bit down hard on Jiang Xia's left arm. Pain shot through them as Chang Wan kicked Jiang Xia away. Each had torn a bloody chunk from the other's body. As Chang Wan chewed on the flesh in his mouth, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. This flesh, it actually tastes amazing, and it's giving my body a huge boost of energy. Why is this happening? Chang Wan was deeply confused. As a demon, he couldn't understand why the flesh and blood inside Jiang Xia, another demon, could provide him with such abundant nourishment. What baffled him even more was that, although he wasn't an aberrant demon, he could still draw energy from the flesh of his own kind. This discovery thrilled him, and a sinister grin spread across his face. He not only wanted to kill Jiang Xia, but also felt an overwhelming urge to devour his flesh. His instincts told him that if he consumed Jiang Xia's flesh and blood, he would break through his evolutionary barrier and complete his first true evolution. Just as Jiang Xia spat out the flesh in his mouth, Chang Wan, now in his wolf demon form, leapt at him like a predator, pouncing with deadly intent. The violent clash of their bodies echoed down the alley, and within a minute, lights flickered on in homes on both sides. The dim glow from old glass windows spilled into the dark alley, illuminating the scene. Inside one bedroom, a terrified woman curled up on the bed, clutching the blanket tightly around her. Her husband pressed himself against the door, one hand gripping the handle, straining to hear what was happening outside. As a devoted wildlife documentary viewer, he knew this was no ordinary dog fight. The guttural roars were far more terrifying than anything he'd heard from lions on the savannah. Everyone in the alley heard the terrifying sounds, but no one dared to open their door to investigate. In the alley, the two beasts fought ferociously. Jiang Xia's green arm easily snapped the bars of a security window. Chang Wan was shocked by Jiang Xia's strength had reached an astonishing level in just a few days. Jiang Xia was also sizing up his opponent and realized that Chang Wan was far stronger than Wang Fei. But he himself was no longer the same. After killing 4 demons, especially drawing the substantial energy from Chen Kai's subordinate, she now had the confidence to face Chong Wen Heaton. The 2 beasts wrestled on the ground. Chong Wen straddled Jiang Xia, biting down hard on his green tail. Dark green liquid oozed from the wound, trickling past Chong Wen's lips, as if the blood was giving him immense power. Jiang Xia, meanwhile, gripped Chong Wen's scorpion-like black tail, but his hands were firmly pinned by his opponent. She's mine. Mine. And you mine too. Chong Wen howled madly. Back inside the house, the trembling man pulled out his phone and dialed the police. I need to report an emergency. In the alleyway at number 66 Haishi Lane, something was happening outside, something terrifying, like wild beasts fighting. The sounds were even more frightening than a lion or tiger. I'm sure I didn't mishear it. That wasn't a stray dog. No stray could make noises like that. And there were people's voices, too. Please, send someone right away. The man hung up, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He looked around his bedroom in panic, desperately searching for something to defend himself with. The deafening roars outside pierced through the walls, making his blood run cold. Even if someone handed him a gun right now, he doubted it would help against whatever horror was out there. In the alley, the stench of blood was so thick it nearly became tangible. 2 crazed beasts were locked in a fight to the death. Jiang Xia let out a thunderous roar, muscles tensed as he summoned a burst of strength and threw Chong Wen off his back. His once proud tail had been ripped apart, the sharp, conical tip now clenched between Chong Wen's teeth. Chong Wen tumbled through the air but wasted no time, lunging at Jiang Xia again. He chewed on the fragments of Jiang Xia's tail, his speech garbled but brimming with wild excitement. She's mine. Mine. You're all mine. Chong Wen's own tail was in no better shape. Jiang Xia had torn it off, and dark blue blood gushed from the wound. Jiang Xia sprang to his feet, eyes locking onto an electric scooter parked nearby. He grabbed it with both hands, muscles bulging, and spun. The heavy vehicle became a giant hammer under the force, slamming hard into the charging Chong Wen. With a loud crash, Chong Wen's body flew like a broken kite, slamming into the brick wall of the alley. The sound of bones snapping echoed in the night. More than one rib had broken. But before Chong Wen could steady himself, a black-scaled claw flashed toward his chest. Chong Wen's eyes narrowed as his claw shot up, catching the deadly strike just in time. He should have been safe, but Jiang Xia's other claw was already slicing toward his throat. Even though Chong Wen twisted away quickly, sharp talons still tore a gruesome gash across his neck. Dark blue blood spurted from his carotid artery, running over his scarred body, making his skin slick and sticky. A wound like that would be fatal to a human, but for Chong Wen, it only seemed to trigger something even more feral inside him. His eyes blazed, his movements grew wilder, and he hurled himself at Jiang Xia once more. Jiang Xia's heart pounded as he realized the terrifying truth: wounds that would kill a human might mean nothing to some kinds of demons. But even facing such an unmistakable opponent, he felt no urge to back down. He knew that in a life-or-death battle like this, the slightest fear would mean certain defeat. Their brutal fight spilled from one alley to another, smashing bricks and cracking the pavement in their wake. Finally, they crashed through the rolling door of a restaurant, the screech of twisting metal filling the air as they tumbled inside. Tables, chairs, and dishes went flying, glass shattering across the floor. Upstairs, the restaurant owner and his wife huddled in their bedroom, trembling in terror. The man stood at the door, clutching a cleaver, his other hand shaking so badly he could barely hold his phone. It took several tries before he managed to dial the emergency number. When the dispatcher answered, he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence, his throat tight with fear. The roars of the beasts below left him frozen with dread. Downstairs, the battle grew more savage. Chong Wen's bloody claw gripped Jiang Xia's throat, sharp talons piercing the tough scales on his neck. He bared his fangs, trying to sink them into Jiang Xia's flesh, but Jiang Xia's fierce swipe knocked him away, tearing an entire chunk of meat from Chong Wen's cheek. Chong Wen felt the excruciating pain, but his eyes showed no trace of suffering. It was as if he had lost all reason, consumed only by a mindless urge to kill. Mine. All mine. He howled, his voice no longer sounding human. Screw you. Jiang Xia roared back, driving his foot hard into Chong Wen's abdomen. Bang! Chong Wen's body was hurled out of the restaurant, slamming hard against the alley wall. Jiang Xia followed close behind, his black claws aiming straight for Chong Wen's chest. In a flash, Chong Wen caught the deadly strike with both claws, but he couldn't stop Jiang Xia's other claw from driving precisely into his throat. Dark blue blood spurted from Chong Wen's neck. He kicked Jiang Xia away and clamped both claws tightly over the wound, but the blood kept seeping through his fingers, impossible to stop. To Jiang Xia's surprise, Chong Wen didn't collapse despite the fatal injury. Instead, he twisted his face into a grotesque, eerie smile, as if he felt no pain at all. Roaring, the two clashed again. The sound of claws tearing flesh echoed through the alley, mingling with the thuds of their bodies colliding. The blue scales covering Jiang Xia's body offered decent protection, but under Chong Wen's frenzied assault, even they began to peel away. In contrast, Chang Wan, with no defense at all, was left battered and bloodied, his wounds far more severe. Jiang Xia seized an opening, landing an uppercut to Chang Wen's jaw, then followed with a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall. Chang Wen barely dodged the claws that came next, leaving deep gashes and scattering debris from the wall. Though the blow missed, his wolfish jaws were now mangled and barely able to move, his strength quickly draining away. Still, Chang Wen refused to give up. He lunged at Jiang Xia, claws slashing for his heart. But the scales on Jiang Xia's chest were tougher than Head expected, though they cracked under the attack. They absorbed most of the force. Just as Chang Wen tried to push deeper, Jiang Xia suddenly flipped him to the ground. Both fighters were exhausted, gasping for breath. Jiang Xia's heart still raced with fear. Chang Wen's last strike had nearly pierced his heart. Chang Wen, meanwhile, realized he might be killed in return, but the twisted frenzy in his mind only drove him wilder. A sick light burned in his eyes. He had only one thought left: kill Jiang Xia, then devour him. He suddenly spread his arms wide, his steps swift as the wind, and charged toward Jiang Xia. In the blink of an eye, he wrapped Jiang Xia in a tight embrace, slamming into him with such force that Jiang Xia staggered backward again and again. As Jiang Xia was forced back, the corner of his eye caught sight of a vulnerable spot behind Chang Wen. In that instant, hope flickered in his heart. With a burst of strength, he wrenched one hand free and struck hard at Chang Wen's back. Sharp black claws tore through flesh, plunging deep into Chang Wen's body. Heat surged once more into Jiang Xia's palm. A flicker of joy passed through him as he seized the burning, pounding heart and squeezed it with all his might. A muffled cry of pain escaped Chang Wen's throat, but his grip did not loosen. He clung to Jiang Xia with relentless strength, still charging forward with reckless force. Despair flooded Jiang Xia's mind. How could he still be alive with his heart crushed? Drained and grievously wounded, Jiang Xia no longer had the strength to tear Chang Wen apart completely. But then, Chang Wen's hold began to weaken. After shoving Jiang Xia back another 2 meters, Chang Wen suddenly collapsed, his knees hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Black blood gushed from his mouth. Impossible, his eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't accept that he had lost to Jiang Xia. He struggled to lift his head. The twisted wolf-like face, with its snarling mouth ripped open by Jiang Xia's claws, was half destroyed, exposing glinting fangs beneath shredded flesh. Chang Wen tried to speak, but Jiang Xia didn't give him the chance. With a swift, downward motion, his claws seized Chang Wen's throat. In the reflection on the wall, the wolfish head was brutally torn off by those claws. A surge of warmth flooded into Jiang Xia, pouring straight into his heart. He raised his hand and tossed the scorching head aside, letting it roll to the edge of a nearby trash can like discarded garbage. Leaning against the crumbling alley wall, Jiang Xia gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. Wounds covered his body, leaving him barely able to move. Claw marks crisscrossed his chest, raw and bleeding. Chunks of flesh were missing from his back and arms, but it was the deep gash across his chest that made every breath agony, the cold night air biting into the wound and cutting straight through him. This battle had been far more brutal and intense than his fight with Wang Fei. The pain racking his body made it almost impossible to stand. His mind began to blur. He saw his mother's face in his mind. She must have escaped Xinghe City by now, right? Jiang Xia muttered softly, lifting his head to gaze past the tall buildings on either side, his eyes searching the dazzling night sky as his breathing grew more ragged. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Under a weak pool of light a dozen meters away, a man in a white coat and white mask approached at a steady pace. In his hand, he held a gleaming revolver, his steps calm and measured, exuding an icy composure that sent a chill down the spine. Jiang Xia was exhausted. If he could just find a quiet place, he'd probably fall asleep the moment he lay down. Too much had happened today. In the morning, Head killed Chen Kai's men in a hotel. At night, he watched in horror as his mother's identity as an awakened was exposed at the Demon Club. His heart had nearly leapt into his throat, and his mind was pounding from the tension and worry. Just now, Head barely survived a brutal fight with Chang Wan, his body covered in wounds and blood. He had finally managed to take down Chang Wan, though at the cost of serious injuries. But at that critical moment, another awakened appeared. For a brief instant, Jiang Xia, completely drained, even considered giving up and letting fate decide. But he snapped back to reality. I couldn't die here. When Jiang Xia saw the masked man draw a revolver shimmering with white light, he didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and bolted, dragging his battered body toward the mouth of the alley. Trying to run? The masked man sneered, raising the silver revolver and taking careful aim at Jiang Xia's back. This weapon, known as Divine Sequence 098, the Enforcer, could fire 6 different types of bullets: intimidate, disarm, arrest, cage, interrogate, and execute. All but the execute round were specially designed to deal with demons. He didn't fire right away, instead waiting until Jiang Xia was nearly at the next alley. as if deliberately giving his prey a glimmer of hope just to crush it completely. Bang! With the pull of the trigger, a blue energy round shot from the barrel, instantly transforming into a massive net of blue light. Like a giant hand, it raced toward the fleeing demon at bullet speed. This was the arrest bolt. If it touched a demon, it would entangle them like a fish caught in a net, leaving no chance to escape. The masked man didn't bother firing a second shot. He was confident the arrest bullet would do its job. He planned to capture this wounded demon first, then use interrogate to extract information from him. But this time, his confidence was misplaced. The blue energy net closed in on Jiang Xia at incredible speed, but Jiang Xia simply swiped at it, his sharp claws tearing through the net with ease. He then pivoted into a side alley, continuing his desperate escape. A buzzing sound rang out. The masked man's mind reeled, his eyes wide in disbelief behind the white mask. Impossible. He could hardly believe what had just witnessed. With just a casual swipe, the energy net had been ripped apart. That shouldn't be possible. The arrest bullet was supposed to completely restrain any demon it touched. Even a demon that had already evolved once would struggle to break free in a short time. Yet this one had escaped effortlessly? The masked man couldn't figure out what went wrong. Unwilling to let his prey get away, he prepared to give chase. Suddenly, a tentacle with a blade-like tip crashed down in front of him, smashing a deep crater in the concrete and sending debris flying. Startled, the masked man instinctively looked up. On the edge of the rooftop 8 stories above, 2 demons stared down at him, eyes glowing an eerie red. One had the head of a black ram, while the other appeared to be a woman wearing a black mask. The tentacle that had slammed down was actually her left hand. Damn it! The man cursed inwardly. He could clearly sense that the 2 demonic beings standing on the rooftop were terrifyingly powerful. He might be able to handle one of them alone, but against both, he didn't stand a chance. Li Sitong stood at the edge of the rooftop, her gaze fixed on the white-masked man fleeing below, but she showed no intention of giving chase. The night wind tousled her hair, and her expression remained calm and composed. Chun Kai had his hands in his pockets, asking casually, "What? Not planning to go after him and finish him off?" "It's too late," Li Sitong replied coolly. "The fight just now must have woken up the neighbors. Someone's probably already called the police. People from the relevant department will be here soon, no doubt. I have no intention of getting trapped in an alley over a single awakened one." Chun Kai turned to look at Li Sitong, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "I'm guessing that before tonight, Jiang Xia had already made up his mind to have me killed, just to make sure I wouldn't go after his mother." "You're right." Li Sitong met his gaze directly, not bothering to hide anything. "He wanted me to kill you, and I agreed." Chun Kai let out a soft "oh," the corners of his lips curling into a dismissive smile. "So, are you really planning to kill me? Why not? Can I kill you?" Li Sitong shot back. Chun Kai just smiled, turning toward the rooftop exit. "Tomorrow night, they'll be hosting a lavish dinner in my kitchen. If you have the time, feel free to bring your little boyfriend along." In the narrow alley, Jiang Xia stumbled as he ran for his life. He wasn't sure if the awakened one was still chasing him, so all he could do was keep running. The darkness blurred his vision, his breathing ragged, until he suddenly collided with someone and came to a stop. "It's me." A pair of steady hands caught Jiang Xia's swaying body in the darkness. Jiang Xia struggled to open his eyes. When he recognized Li Sitong, his exhausted mind finally gave out, and he collapsed into her arms, losing consciousness entirely. Li Sitong called out softly. Hey, seeing that he didn't respond, she sighed. Stubborn man. Probably doing this on purpose. In his dream, countless tentacles thrashed wildly in the darkness, like a swarm of demons dancing. Grotesque, blood-stained faces flashed through Jiang Xia's mind. Su Kuan, the chubby girl, Wang Fei, Chun Kai's underlings, Chang when they all wore terrifying grins, their laughter sending chills down his spine. The next moment, a surge of blood came crashing like a tidal wave. Jiang Xia tried to run, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, and he was quickly swallowed up by the crimson sea. With a gasp, Jiang Xia's eyes flew open, a wave of pain crashing over him and forcing a sharp intake of breath. The first thing he saw was a white ceiling. Looking around, he realized he was lying on a soft, double bed, gentle morning sunlight spilling across the foot of the bed from the window. Li Sitong sat by the window, eyes glued to her phone, the sound blaring harshly from the speakers. Jiang Xia was sure it wasn't fear that had jolted him out of his nightmare. It was the blaring noise from Li Sitong's phone. Back before I became a demon, I actually liked watching these cooking videos, Li Sitong said without looking up, somehow knowing Jiang Xia was awake. Jiang Xia struggled to sit up, checking his injuries. Most of his wounds had already begun to heal, though a few deeper ones still revealed raw flesh. He licked his dry lips, tasting a faint sweetness. Glancing around, he spotted an empty bowl on the nightstand, its inside stained with traces of dark red. Looking at Li Sitong, his first question was, "Where's my phone?" Li Sitong got up, pulling a shattered phone out of her pocket and handing it to Jiang Xia. "It's pretty much totaled, but you can still make calls. While you were out, your mom called twice. Did you answer?" Jiang Xia asked anxiously. Li Sitong shook her head and didn't answer. Jiang Xia unlocked his phone, his finger running over the shattered screen, the sharp edge grazing his fingertip. On the display, 2 missed calls showed clearly, and the battery bar was fully charged and bright green. Before Jiang Xia could say a word, Li Sitong quietly got up and slipped out, leaving him alone in the room. Jiang Xia immediately dialed his mom's number, his heart pounding faster with each ring. The call connected quickly, and his mother's familiar voice came through the receiver. Jiang Xia's tense shoulders finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. In their brief conversation, he learned that his mom had already left Xinghua City and was now somewhere safe, planning to head to an even more secluded location. She promised to send someone for them as soon as she was settled. Jiang Xia deliberately avoided asking about his mother's exact location or her next destination. He understood that, for an awakened, the less anyone knew about their whereabouts, the safer it was for everyone. After making sure his mom was safe for now, he reminded her to stay cautious before hanging up. With Li Sitong just outside, there were things better left unsaid. Finished your call? Li Sitong came back in when the room fell quiet. Where are we? Jiang Xia glanced around. This is the villa where my dad kept his mistress. Haven't you been here once before? Xiaofeng Bun? That's right. Jiang Xia nodded slightly. Since they were at Xiaofeng Bun, he figured he could visit his little sister soon. Bud instinctively touched his face, fingers brushing over the rough, jagged wound. Showing up like this might scare her. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xia decided he still needed to see her. Now that his mom's identity as an awakened had been exposed, and although she had escaped, his sister was in more danger than ever. Who's to say those demonic beings wouldn't come after her to get to their mom? That possibility was all too real. Li Sitong stood by the bed with her arms crossed, a look of admiration flickering in her eyes. You were pretty impressive last night. Even Changwen couldn't make it out alive. I just got lucky. We both fought desperately, but I guess I was tougher. Jiang Xia's tone was flat, but the memory of that life-and-death struggle was still vivid and unsettling. Head risked everything in that fight and somehow survived. How did you get so much stronger so fast? Li Sitong pressed, frowning. She could understand Jiang Xia killing Fat Lolita, Wang Fei, and Chen Kai's men, but last night even Changwen had fallen to him. She had witnessed the whole thing. Jiang Xia's strength had already surpassed that of ordinary demonic beings. At this rate, he'd probably complete his first evolution soon. As far as she knew, Jiang Xia hadn't gone on any hunts, so his increase in power made no sense. I really don't know, Jiang Xia replied, playing dumb. Sometimes it was better to admit ignorance than try to make something up. The more you explained, the more mistakes you might make. That's strange, Li Sitong said, sitting on the edge of the bed, her gaze sharp and searching. Are you sure you don't know? Jiang Xia shook his head again, confusion written all over his face. Honestly, I have no idea. I'm just as surprised as you. Aramy's strength has changed a lot in just a few days. Li Sitong reached out and pressed her fingertip directly onto a bloody gash on Jiang Xia's chest. She suddenly pushed down, hard. Jiang Xia cried out in pain as fresh blood welled up, staining his skin red. What was that for? He snapped, gritting his teeth against the pain, glaring at her in bewilderment. Jiang Xia winced in pain, quickly yanking Li Sitong's hand away. His movements were hurried and defensive, a flash of wariness flickering in his eyes. Li Sitong didn't seem to mind. Instead, she slowly brought her blood-stained fingertip to her mouth, savoring the exquisite taste with the tip of her tongue. Her eyes narrowed, her expression shifting from enjoyment to surprise, and finally settling into one of disbelief. Watching Li Sitong's actions, Jiang Xia felt a knot tighten in his chest, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously. Sure enough, the next second, Li Sitong looked up, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on him, a cold smile curling at her lips. You wouldn't happen to be an awakened, would you? Jiang Xia's mind went blank, as if struck by a heavy blow, but he forced himself to stay calm. What? I said, are you an awakened? Li Sitong leaned in closer, her voice low but clear. Your blood is exactly like theirs. The taste, the richness, it's just like an awaken's. I can't think of any other explanation unless you are one. There was a probing look in her eyes. Ever since she brought Jiang Xia back last night, the scent of his blood had been overwhelmingly enticing. She couldn't resist dipping a finger in and tasting it. That one taste left her baffled all night. The flavor was so unique, it nearly kept her awake. You're saying my blood tastes just like an awaken's? Jiang Xia blinked, his voice tinged with surprise and curiosity. He muttered, no wonder that fat woman and Changwen last night both went crazy after tasting my blood. Li Sitong licked her finger again before reluctantly lowering her hand. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that you have the aura of our kind, I'd be sure you were an awakened. So my blood really is just like an awaken's? Jiang Xia pressed, his eyes shining with curiosity. It's hard to describe, Li Sitong replied, frowning in thought. But the taste is identical to what I've had from awakened before, and it's incredibly nourishing. The question gnawed at Li Sitong. It made sense that Jiang Xia's blood could nourish her. After all, she was a demon. But with his current strength, before his first evolution, his blood shouldn't be nearly as potent. Her frown deepened. And why is Jiang Xia's strength so strange? She mused aloud. Then her eyes lit up. Could it be you're a new type of demon? Her tone was filled with the excitement of discovery. To her, this was the most plausible explanation. Nothing else made sense. If Jiang Xia really weren't awakened, Li Sitong analyzed, I'd still be able to sense the aura of our kind from him, and so could others. He can sense it from other demons, too. He's just like the rest of us, gets hungry. Regular food doesn't satisfy him. Alcohol causes an immediate rejection, and he can demonize himself. He even looks pretty cool when he does. What else could he be but a demon? Maybe a new kind? Jiang Xia echoed her curiosity, his eyes thoughtful. Li Sitong nodded firmly. There are many types of demons, some we know, some that are extremely rare or unknown. If you really are some new kind, that would be fascinating. Maybe that's why your strength is so unusual, and your blood is so special. Jiang Xia looked worried, his brows furrowed. That means I'm in danger. If every demon gets the same taste and nourishment from my blood as you do, I'm in big trouble. We absolutely can't let anyone else know about this. As she spoke, Li Sitong crawled onto the bed, kneeling beside Jiang Xia, her bright eyes fixed on him with a pleading look. Her posture was clearly a request, her gaze filled with anticipation. A sense of dread crept over Jiang Xia, and he instinctively leaned back. What are you up to? I just want to discuss something with you, Li Sitong said, fluttering her long lashes like butterfly wings. Don't tell me you want something from my body. Jiang Xia asked warily. How about this? From now on, just give me a little of your blood every day. Not much, just a bowl. Li Sitong said, her tone matter-of-fact. What? Jiang Xia glanced at the large bowl on the nightstand. It was twice the size of a regular rice bowl. He stared at Li Sitong, his voice rising in disbelief. A whole bowl? What do you think I am? Invincible and immortal? Li Sitong clung to Jiang Xia's hand, pouting. Okay, then less. Just a small sip every day. It won't hurt you. Her voice was sweet, but her eyes were determined and left no room for refusal. Jiang Xia thought for a moment. I think until we figure out exactly what kind of demon I am, you'd better not go after my blood. What if there are side effects? His tone was cautious and concerned. Li Sitong looked up at the ceiling, considering his words carefully. That makes sense. Her expression showed she was seriously weighing the possibility. A new kind of demon. Jiang Xia scratched his head, deep in thought about what he might actually be. His eyes reflected a mix of curiosity, worry, and a faint hint of anticipation. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Xia sat at the dining table in Li Sitong's father's bathrobe. The wound on his back itched slightly, a familiar sign that it was almost fully healed. He ran his hand gently over it, silently marveling at the resilience and remarkable self-healing powers of the demonic species. Do awakened ones have the same kind of rapid healing? Jiang Xia turned to ask, curiosity shining in his eyes. And is the heart the weak point for all demons? He was eager to gather as much information as possible. Counting Changwan, he had killed 5 demonic beings himself. He had utterly destroyed the small octopus creature and the obese woman, while Wang Fei, Chen Kai's subordinate, and Changwan had all been killed by a blow to the heart. Not necessarily, Li Sitong called out from the kitchen. Some of them die with a shot to the head, but for others, even if you rip out their heart or chop off their head, they might still survive. She kept busy as she spoke. If you really want to make sure one's dead, the best way is to cut them to pieces, or in my case, eat them. Li Sitong moved deftly around the kitchen, trimming the tops off bright red strawberries and tossing them into a blender. She poured in a packet of red sauce and pressed the button. After a few seconds of buzzing, she brought 2 bowls of fresh strawberry juice to the table. She sat across from Jiang Xia, scrolling through her phone with one hand and sipping from her cup with the other. Jiang Xia scooped up a spoonful of the red liquid, tasting it with a slight frown, clearly lost in thought. They ate their breakfast in silence. Suddenly, Jiang Xia's phone rang. The call was from his homeroom teacher, asking why he hadn't come to class and why his mother's phone wasn't reachable. Jiang Xia casually made up an excuse about having a fever. After he hung up, he sighed softly. School was the least of his worries now. Not long after, Yang Jia called, concerned about Jiang Xia's whereabouts and condition. Upon learning that Yang Jia had also skipped school, Jiang Xia gave him the address and reminded him to bring a change of clothes. To avoid any weird fashion choices from this notorious prankster, Jiang Xia painstakingly described exactly what kind of clothes to bring more than once. What's it like to have an awakened one in the family? As soon as the call ended, Li Sitong looked up at him, curiosity in her eyes. It doesn't feel all that different. Jiang Xia paused. If anything, I feel a lot less pressure now. It was true. His mom being awakened meant she was much better at protecting herself than ordinary people. With her status, it might even be easier to get his little sister into a safe zone in the future. The only thing that worried him now was if demons would target his sister or father to get to his mom or even come after him. Still, he wasn't too concerned for his own safety. A family with both demons and awakened one sounds like something out of a soap opera, Li Sitong remarked, a slight smile on her lips as she put down her phone. Jiang Xia joked, do you think your dad might be awakened too? It's possible, but not likely. Li Sitong shook her head. And if he was, am sure had caused more trouble for society than some actual demons. You seem to have quite a bias against your father, Jiang Xia said, raising an eyebrow. It's not bias, it's just the truth, Li Sitong replied, her tone serious. I've seen him do some pretty awful things. He's calmed down a lot in recent years, probably because he has so many kids to take care of. Jiang Xia was momentarily taken aback, thought Li Sitong was an only child. He quickly realized and said, your dad has a lot of illegitimate children, doesn't he? For that I know of, Li Sitong replied coolly. Anyway, let's not talk about him. Just thinking about it annoys me. She cut the topic short and began describing her first battle with an awakened one. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia arrived at the door right on time, carrying a set of clothes in his hand. He handed Jiang Xia a black casual outfit, complete with matching pants and shoes, the exact style favored by young people nowadays, almost identical to what Jiang Xia had described earlier. The three of them sat around the dining table, and Jiang Xia wasted no time asking for details about the battle last night. He explained that he had indeed followed Jiang Xia out of the demon club, but in the blink of an eye, lost sight of him. He searched the area, turning left and right with no luck, and finally had to call Li Sitong for help. That's when he learned that Jiang Xia had already defeated Changwen from class 2. I never imagined the fight was so intense, Jiang Xia sighed after hearing Jiang Xia's detailed account of the life and death struggle. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. If only I'd been there, Changwen wouldn't have dared to make a move if had seen me. Jiang Xia was used to Jiang Xia's self-confidence and just nodded lightly. He then steered the conversation toward a more pressing issue, asking if either of them had any good ideas for keeping his sister safe. After all, three minds working together had to be better than him racking his brains alone. Li Sitong shook her head, her expression serious. No, this is a risk that comes with being the family of an awakened. After your mother's identity was exposed, she escaped, but some demons might still think she's in Xinghe City. To track her down, they might really target your family. She paused, then added, unless you send her somewhere else, or keep her with you at all times. Keep her with me? Jiang Xia's eyes lit up, thinking it was a pretty good option. Keeping his sister close would be a hassle, but it would also help avoid a lot of dangerous situations. Protecting family Watt's a little inconvenience compared to that. At least for now, that could work. You can keep your sister with you, but what about your dad? Li Sitong cut straight to the point. You can't keep both of them by your side, can you? Well, maybe I can. Jiang Xia blinked, already considering the idea of having his father take his sister out of Xinghe City, or even leaving with them himself. Li Sitong let out a sarcastic smile. And then what? You'll take them along when you go hunting? Let them watch you feed? Jiang Xia leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, staring off into space. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a way to stay fed and nourished without having to go out and hunt yourself? There Isif, you're a demon king, Li Sitong replied immediately. Demon king? Jiang Xia blinked. The term was clearly outside his area of expertise. Li Sitong patiently explained. Among demons, rare types like me are already few and far between. Demon kings are even rarer, maybe 1 in 10,000, if that. Besides having all the usual abilities, they have a special power. They can turn other demons into their thralls. They don't need to hunt themselves, their thralls handle everything for them. After feeding, the thralls deliver what they've gathered back to the demon king at regular intervals. She shook her head. But as far as I know, there hasn't been a demon king sighted in Xinghe City. After hearing this, Jiang Jie's eyes sparkled. That's awesome. You wouldn't have to lift a finger, just stay home and reap the benefits. He tilted his head, curious. But how do demon kings turn others into their thralls? A flicker of curiosity crossed Li Sitong's eyes, though her attention didn't seem focused on the demon king's abilities. She was more interested in what kind of demon Jiang Xia really was. In her opinion, this mysterious and unknown type was probably even rarer than a demon king. Looks like my Typean invisibility demonist much use, Jiang Jie sighed, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. I might even get mistaken for an ordinary person and hunted by my own kind. Jiang Xia was about to say something to comfort him when his phone, sitting on the table, suddenly lit up. On the screen, the caller ID clearly displayed 2 words, Dad. The call came at just the right moment. Even if her dad hadn't called, Jiang Xia had been planning to reach out to him anyway. She picked up her phone, and as soon as she answered, Li Sitong and Jiang Jie immediately fell silent. Her father's gentle voice came through the line. Hello? Dad. Xia, your homeroom teacher called me and said you had a fever. Is it serious? Jiang Xia took a deep breath, trying to keep her hoarse voice calm. The fever's gone down. I just feel weak and can't really walk, so I didn't go to school. I see. What about your mom? She's at home, right? She had to leave on a last-minute business trip last night. She's probably on a flight right now. I can't reach her by phone. I'm out of town, too. I'm in Yinbei County, here to check on some goods. Your sister is with me. Lingling's with you? Jiang Xia frowned, feeling a wave of frustration. She had specifically told her sister to let her know before going anywhere, but she had still gone off with their dad without saying a word. Yes, that girl got into a fight with 2 boys at school, so the teacher told her to stay home and reflect for a week. I figured it was better to take her out with me and let her see a bit more of the world. She got into a fight? Jiang Xia couldn't help but be impressed. Her sister really was something else. Then she thought about it. Maybe it was safer for Lingling to be out of Xinghe City for now. When are you coming back? She asked. Maybe in a few days. She wants to see the big waterfall. All right, just be careful. Jiang Xia nodded. I'm going to get something to eat, and I'll call you both later. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. There's no need to have Uncle Wang come over. He'll rest for a day and go back to school tomorrow. You two stay safe out there. Don't worry about things here. I've got 7 or 8 people from the company with me. Just take care of yourself at home, and he'll check on you when I get back, her dad said, his concern clear in his voice. After hanging up, Jiang Xia put down her phone and turned to Li Sitong and Yang Jia. My dad took my sister out of town with him. Li Sitong shrugged. That's probably a good thing, isn't it? Yang Jia suddenly cut in. Do you think the monsters might go after them? Could they follow them out of town? Li Sitong shook her head. That's unlikely. Out of town is unfamiliar territory for our kind. They probably wouldn't take that risk. There's more than one awakened one, but everyone only gets one life. Let's hope so, Jiang Xia said quietly, getting up. I'm going to head home and check things out. He'll drive you. Yang Jia pulled a set of car keys from his pocket. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up as she took the keys and looked at them closely. Seriously? A Maserati? If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Yang Jia grinned proudly. Outside, a white 2-door sports car was parked at the villa's entrance. In the sunlight, the car's logo gleamed, a clear sign of its luxury and uniqueness. Is this the latest model? Li Sitong took the car keys from Jiang Xia, pressed the unlock button, and the sports car responded with a soft beep. She turned to Yang Jia with a teasing glint in her eyes. Not bad. Out of all the high school seniors in Xinghe City, you're probably the only 18-year-old who gets to drive something like this. Yang Jia crossed his arms and closed his eyes, savoring the compliment. Can't help it when your family's got money. You might as well spend it. He said this with a grin, though he knew full well the car was rented and cost 5,000 yuan a day. But in his mind, money was meant to be enjoyed, not left sitting in the bank. Besides, this multi-million yuan supercar was the perfect accessory for tonight's date. Thinking of the girls had been chatting with on WeChat, Yang Jia couldn't help but imagine how the evening would go. The girl would see the car, grab his arm in excitement, and say in that sweet voice, "Wow, is this your car? That's amazing. I'm sticking with you." Just as he was lost in his daydream, the engine suddenly roared to life. By the time he snapped out of it, the sports car was already rolling away. Wait, I haven't gotten in yet. Yang Jia rushed after the car, breathless, and caught up at the window. Li Sitong was in the driver's seat, looking perfectly at ease. They'll give Jiang Xia a ride and try out your car while I'm at it. You can grab a taxi. Before he could protest, the car sped off. Come on, can't I at least be the driver? I'd even ride on the hood. Yang Jia shouted helplessly after them. In the passenger seat, Jiang Xia watched as Li Sitong handled the steering wheel with practiced ease. Suddenly, he asked, "You know how to drive?" "Piece of cake," Li Sitong replied casually. "Wait, the left one's the brake, right?" Jiang Xia's face went pale with shock. "What?" When they arrived at Jiang Xia's house, they found the door unlocked. Pushing it open, they saw traces left by last night's demonic intruder, but thankfully, nothing had been damaged. Li Sitong looked around. It was her second visit, and once again she was struck by the cozy atmosphere of Jiang Xia's home. It was a feeling she had never experienced in her own 500-square-meter mansion. Suddenly, the sound of a toilet flushing came from the bathroom. The door opened, and a man in a white suit and white mask stepped out. Even from 4 meters away, Jiang Xia immediately sensed a familiar presence. This was the mysterious owner of the Demon Club, Baihu. Although he wasn't wearing his signature white tiger mask, that distinctive build and outfit left no doubt. Baihu's gaze swept over Li Sitong and finally landed on Jiang Xia. "So that's why all my carefully planned chaos fizzled out. Turns out the awakened one had a son who's one of us, and he just happened to be at the club last night." The moment Jiang Xia saw Baihu, his heart skipped a beat. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was no longer a newcomer to the world of demons. "Would you like some tea?" Jiang Xia asked, his tone calm and even. Both Li Sitong and Baihu were taken aback by how unfazed Jiang Xia seemed. Baihu smiled lightly and replied, "Sure. I haven't slept all night. A cup of tea sounds just right." He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs, his pristine white suit spotless. Jiang Xia stood up, took some hot water from the dispenser, made 3 cups of tea, and gently placed them on the table. "Thank you," Baihu said politely, picking up the paper cup with graceful movements. Jiang Xia watched him, half expecting Baihu to remove his mask, but he didn't. Instead, a black tentacle slipped out from under the mask, acting like a straw as it dipped into the cup and slowly sipped the tea. After drinking half the cup, Baihu set it down, lifted his head, and fixed a sharp gaze on the young man sitting next to Li Sitong. "You ruined my fun," he said in a low voice. Jiang Xia's expression didn't change. "I can only apologize, but that was my mother. I couldn't just let her run off without warning her." Baihu nodded slightly. "Makes sense. If I were you, I'd have done the same. Having an awakened family member is a big deal. You can't just let someone else interfere." Jiang Xia didn't argue. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "You're right. After a brief silence, Baihu suddenly suggested, how about this if you can lure your mother back? I'll let bygones be bygones about the party, and he'll even let you have her for yourself. Jiang Xia remained calm and replied evenly, you might not believe me, but I honestly don't know where she is. Baihu's eyes darkened slightly. He was silent for a few seconds before he spoke again, his voice slow and deliberate. If you don't want to say, I won't force you, but you'll have to find a way to make it up to me. Before he could finish, Li Sidong cut in coldly. We're sorry for messing up your plans, but we're not going to let you threaten us into making amends. If you think we're easy targets, you're welcome to try. As soon as she finished speaking, the air grew tense. A glint flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes as he wondered if a fight was about to break out. He wasn't afraid if it came to blows. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't back down easily. But Baihu was the first to break the heavy silence. No, I don't think you're easy to push around, especially you, Tongxi. I've heard plenty about you, and your boss has mentioned you more than once. Tongxi. Jiang Xia was taken aback. Was that Li Sitong's code name? Just like Baihu, both using aliases to hide their real identities? Jiang Xia paused, then asked, you know our boss? I do, Baihu replied with a slight smile. Not only do I know him, but I also know his real identity. Thanks to his endorsements, my club is always packed with guests whenever we open. Li Sitong's interest was clearly piqued, and she spoke with a hint of challenge in her voice. Honestly, I'm curious about his real identity too. Care to share and satisfy my curiosity? Baihu shook his head, his tone dropping. Knowing too much won't do you any good. If he's chosen to keep his identity from you, he must have his reasons. Just like I always wear a mask and refuse to reveal who I am. You think your disguise is that good? Jiang Xia chuckled, his gaze suddenly sharp. Principal Huang. As soon as Jiang Xia spoke the words, the atmosphere froze. Li Sitong stared at Jiang Xia in shock, then turned to Baihu, her eyes full of disbelief. Baihu was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting clearly. He hadn't expected Jiang Xia to see through his identity. After a moment's thought, since his identity had already been exposed, he stopped hiding and reached up to remove the mask from his face, revealing the features of a man nearly 60 years old, his forehead lined with wrinkles and streaks of gray at his temples. It really is the principal. Jiang Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as he took a step back. Principal Huang Tianfu, an elderly man approaching 60, was always known for his kindness at school. Unlike other teachers who could be harsh, he was always patient with students, even when they made mistakes. He often mingled with them, organizing chess tournaments and joining in himself, sometimes even buying prizes out of his own pocket. The annual spring outing was a tradition he insisted on maintaining, hoping to ease the students' academic stress. But now, with the mask off, a trace of ruthlessness appeared on that once gentle face. His eyes were sharp and cold, looking more like a cunning villain than the beloved principal the students knew. Huang Tianfu frowned at Jiang Xia, his voice tinged with obvious suspicion. How did you figure out who I am? Jiang Xia answered calmly. Your voice sounded familiar, and your eyes looked familiar too. But the real clue was the way you held your cup. My way of holding a cup. What's so special about it? Huang Tianfu glanced at his own hand, clearly at a loss as to what set him apart from others. No, it was the cuff of your shirt, Jiang Xia pointed. There's chalk dust on it. That means you're probably a teacher here. Combined with your voice and your eyes, I made the connection. Of course, that wasn't enough to be sure, so I just took a guess. I didn't expect you to actually give yourself away. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with satisfaction, quietly impressed. Even she hadn't noticed the chalk dust on the cuff. As for the voice, Baihu had clearly gone out of his way to disguise it, making it sound harsher. If Jiang Xia hadn't pointed it out, she might not have caught it either. Not bad. I like students who are observant and use their brains, Huang Tianfu said, brushing the pale blue chalk dust from his shirt cuff. It was careless of me. So you're Baihu. I have to admit, I'm surprised, Jiang Xia said. Principal Huang Tianfu's expression turned cold. Now that you know who I am, I can't let you live. Li Sitong immediately straightened up, projecting a strong presence. Do you really think you can kill both of us on your own? Who knows? Huang Tianfu replied indifferently. But honestly, I have no interest in killing you. I'm not some demon, there's nothing in it for me. His gaze flickered between the two of them. Then what do you want? Li Sitong asked directly. You ruined the little show I had planned last night, so you owe me, Huang Tianfu said, fixing his eyes on Jiang Xia. To be precise, Jiang Xia owes me. He was the one who disrupted my fun, so he should make it up to me. Jiang Xia frowned. Is having some excitement really that important to you? Yes, it's very important. Huang Tianfu's eyes suddenly lit up. I have no ambition to get stronger, I'm getting old. All I want now is a little excitement. The livelier the world, the more I enjoy it. So you just want to watch the world burn, Li Sitong said coldly. Principal, I did respect you before. But as I just said, we won't let you blackmail us into making it up to you. Jiang Xia warned his mother to leave because it was the right thing to do. If saving your own family is wrong, then nothing in this world is right. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. Huang Tianfu didn't leave or lose his temper. Instead, he spoke slowly. But what if I offer you something you want in exchange for helping me stir up some excitement? At the mention of a reward, Both Li Sitong and Jiang Xia's eyes lit up. Li Sitong crossed her arms, her tone wary. If your idea of a reward is food, forget it. We can take care of ourselves. I can give you whatever you want, Huang Tianfu said, giving Li Sitong a meaningful look. I could tell from your eyes just now that you're curious about your boss' real identity. If you're really interested, I can tell you who he truly is. Or, if you don't like that deal, name something else. Li Sitong nodded slightly, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. That does sound tempting after all. Finding out her boss' identity was one of the things she wanted most. Huang Tianfu then turned to Jiang Xia. And as for you, Jiang Xia, I can offer you something you want as well. Me? Jiang Xia shook his head, looking calm. I doubt you have anything I want, but go ahead, I'm listening. Huang Tianfu sat across from Jiang Xia, his gaze deep and penetrating. I can tell you care a lot about your family, he said. But frankly, that's not a good thing for you. In this world, it's a huge weakness. Jiang Xia replied with a blank expression. Who says they're my weakness? They're just family. If I can keep them alive, great. If not, I can let them go. A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Tianfu's eyes. After a brief pause, he said, the safe zone in the southwest is partially built, and people have already started moving in. I have 2 entry passes. If you're interested, they're yours. If you have those passes, why not give them to your own family? Jiang Xia asked, narrowing his eyes. My daughter is abroad, and she's like us. My family, and I don't qualify for the safe zone. Rather than waste these passes, I'd rather trade them for something interesting, Huang Tianfu replied calmly. Where did you get these passes? That I can't tell you. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to verify it. Is the safe zone really safe? It's not absolutely safe, but it's a lot better than the outside. Huang Tianfu paused. You can refuse. After all, your mother isn't awake and she might be able to get a pass through official channels. But you still owe me that favor. Jiang Xia was silent for a moment. All right, what kind of favor do you want? Huang Tianfu pulled a photo from his pocket and placed it on the table. She's the star of this little event. Jiang Xia picked up the photo. His pupils suddenly contracting. It was Zhang Niyue, a hugely popular idol known for her singing and dancing. She's a student at Xinghe No. 1 High School, isn't she? That's right. 10 years ago, she was at Xinghe No. 1. I was the vice principal and her homeroom teacher. She's not the most accomplished student I've taught, but she's definitely the most famous. What do you want to do? Li Sitong asked. Huang Tianfu answered calmly. She's coming back to Yanbei County soon to film a commercial. I want you to cut off her head, hang it somewhere visible, and bring her body back to me. She was your student, Li Sitong frowned. She's also one of us. We both sensed it when we met a few days ago. Li Sitong stared at the photo. She must have said something that pissed you off. She did say some things I didn't like, but that's not the point. I'm only interested in the spectacle. I don't want you to kill her in secret. I want to see it make the news. Why do you want the body brought back? Li Sitong asked, puzzled. Her head was displayed in Yanbei County, while her body turned up in Xinghe City right in her old seat at Xinghe No. 1 High School. As Huang Tianfu spoke, he began to tremble uncontrollably. One hand clutched his chest as if he were having a heart attack, his breathing ragged, and his eyes gleamed with a sick kind of excitement. Just imagine the scene. Students walk into the classroom and find a headless corpse seated at a desk. Huang Tianfu grew more agitated, suddenly bowing his head to bite down hard on his own arm, tearing off a bloody chunk along with his sleeve. Jiang Xia watched this, unable to help turning his gaze to the window. In his eyes, none of these demons seemed capable of even basic sanity. All of them were so deranged it was revolting. Li Sitong had originally worried this might all be a trap for them, but seeing the principal in such a manic state, she actually felt relieved. Fine, I'll join you. But you have to tell us exactly who the boss is, no mistakes. Seeing this, Jiang Xia added his own condition. I want you to publicly announce that my mom has been killed by hunters. That way, the demons in Xinghe City will stop targeting her, and my dad and sister will be safer. Deal. Huang Tianfu agreed immediately, struggling to calm his excitement. They'll be waiting for your good news. After the principal left, Jiang Xia turned to Li Sitong. Honestly, I didn't expect the principal to end up like this. If you think it's too dangerous, you don't have to come. Li Sitong blinked. Don't be silly. How could I let you take all the risks alone? Besides, maybe that senior of ours is actually pretty powerful. Jiang Xia did some quick mental math. He could visit his family in Yanbei County, secure a spot in the safe zone, and hunt demons along the way. It was a great deal. Correct answer. Li Sitong grinned and pinched Jiang Xia's cheek. So, shall we head out now? Just as Jiang Xia was getting ready to pack, Yang Jia's call came through. On the other end, he could hear Yang Jia swallowing, followed by a muttered, that little vixen, she's just my type. Jia, get a grip. Jiang Xia shouted. Think about something that makes you sad. Calm yourself down. You're my only brother. Don't go turning into a freak. On the other end of the line, Yang Jia's tone turned cold. What are you talking about? I'm saying there was a woman. She just winked at me. Where are you now? I'm downstairs, outside my apartment building. All right, wait there. He'll be down in a minute. Downstairs, Yang Jia crouched by the shrubbery, his sharp eyes scanning every woman who passed by. Suddenly, he spotted Jiang Xia and Li Sitong coming out of the building and quickly stood up to greet them. We're heading to Yanbei County. Want to come with us? Jiang Xia asked. What for? Looking for your sister? Something like that. Well then, what are we waiting for? Of course I'm coming. If something happens on the way, who's going to protect you? Yang Jia puffed out his chest, putting on a confident front. Li Sitong thought to herself that having Yang Jia, this hidden demon, along might actually come in handy. So she decided to let him join them. She had already called a car from upstairs, and it arrived a few minutes later. During the ride, Yang Jia sat in the front seat, chatting animatedly with the driver, barely pausing for breath. Jiang Xia sat in the back, a mask covering the wound on his face, eyes closed as he rested, quietly waiting for it to heal. Scenery flashed past the window like slides in a projector. By 4 in the afternoon, they arrived in Yanbei County. Though only a county-level city, Yanbei is a nationally renowned tourist destination, drawing countless visitors every year. Unlike the bustle of large cities, the town is full of ancient charm, with gray brick buildings, black-tiled roofs, peaceful streams, and a slow, relaxed pace of life. The area is famous for its bamboo weaving, a traditional craft appreciated throughout the country. Though most of the artisans are based in the surrounding villages, the whole place exudes a warm, timeless atmosphere. Li Sitong couldn't help but remark, this really is a great place to unwind. I have to admit, it's pretty nice, Yang Jia said with a grin, soaking in the easygoing vibe of the small town. Here, everyone moved at a leisurely pace, so different from Xinghe City, where crowds hurried by as if always chasing after something urgent. Let's head to the hotel first, Jiang Xia suggested, having already booked their stay on his phone. But when he pulled out his phone to check the location, he saw the screen was shattered and completely unusable. With no other choice, he borrowed some money from Yang Jia and bought a new phone at a nearby shop. Now, Jiang Xia needed to keep his phone on around the clock, ready for anything. By the time they reached the hotel, it was already 5 in the evening. The hotel looked more like a guest house, though it was a notch above the usual ones. The front desk was manned by a young guy with bleached blonde hair, who couldn't have been more than 20. He only looked up reluctantly when he heard the door open, but his eyes instantly locked onto Li Sitong, captivated by her beauty. I booked 2 rooms with you, Jiang Xia said, pulling up the booking app on his phone. 401 and 402, the blonde confirmed, handing over 2 room cards, his gaze still fixed on Li Sitong. Outside room 401 on the 4th floor, Yang Jia leaned against the doorframe, a cigarette between his fingers, eyes world-weary but tinged with a knowing look, as if nothing in life could surprise him anymore. Xia, listen to your father. Women are nothing but trouble fire like poison, and if you're not careful, you'll end up getting hurt. Why don't you sleep in my room tonight? He'll share with you some of the life lessons I've learned over the years. Jiang Xia glanced up and down at Yang Jia, who was saying this with a straight face, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Do you really think you're the right person to be giving that kind of advice? Yang Jia blinked and took a drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling around his face. Jiang Xia rested a hand on Yang Jia's shoulder, giving it a couple of light pats. Come talk to me about this again, when you can walk past a pretty woman without inhaling dramatically. Come on, Xia, Yang Jia said with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Do you really have the heart to let me sleep alone, cold and lonely, in a room by myself? So what? You're not just interested in women now. Men are on your radar too? Li Sitong walked out of her room, fixing Yang Jia with a teasing gaze. Yang Jia took another drag from his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not trying to steal him away from you. I just don't want him to wear himself out at such a young age. Li Sitong smiled faintly and turned to Jiang Xia. Come on, let's talk on the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, they could see the whole neighborhood below. It was dinner time, and a fast food place was bustling with customers coming and going. Do you know where your sister is? Li Sitong leaned against the railing and asked. They're in an old town just outside the city. They'll be back later, so we'll go see them tonight, Jiang Xia replied, his expression thoughtful. Are you planning to tell them the truth? I'm going to tell my dad, Jiang Xia said firmly. He needs to know what's really going on. If he's aware, he'll be more cautious, and that could help him avoid a lot of danger. Maybe he already knows, Li Sitong said, her hands gripping the edge of the rooftop as the breeze played with her black hair. I've thought about that too, Jiang Xia nodded. On the way here, I realized that if Mom is an awakened one, she would have told Dad the truth about the world at least so he could look out for my sister. Mom isn't the type to keep secrets, especially from Dad and my sister. If she knew how dangerous things were, there's no way she'd keep it from them. Jiang Xia frowned. But if Dad already knows how dangerous things are, why would he still take my sister out for fun? The truth about this world isn't much of a secret anymore. It's getting harder and harder to hide, Li Sitong replied. I just saw a post on my phone where someone was exposing the truth, but it got deleted almost immediately. The principal said people have already started entering the safe zones, so the day everything falls apart can't be far off. What principal? Yang Jia looked puzzled, his brow furrowed. Jiang Xia hadn't explained their mission or the principal's identity to Yang Jia before, mainly because there was a driver with them on the way over. Now, he briefly summarized everything, and Yang Jia finally understood. That's awesome. Yang Jia's eyes lit up. So the 3 of us are like assassins this time? We came all the way from Xinghe City to take down a big celebrity feels like something out of a movie. And I'm definitely the star of this one. Li Sitong glanced at the darkening sky. It's getting late. Let's rest tonight and start tomorrow. Night fell, shrouding everything in deep twilight. When the clock in the watch shop struck 22:11, a distant train rumbled across the tracks. The small county town wasn't as lively as a big city at night, but it had a charm all its own. On a barbecue street in the east part of town, charcoal sizzled under tin roofs, and the smell of grilled meat drifted from one end of the street to the other. At this hour, Jiang Xia's dad and younger sister were still up, having a late-night snack with 3 men who were traveling with them. After finding out where they were, Jiang Xia arrived. Standing outside the restaurant, Jiang Xia called his dad. Inside, Jiang Guohai answered immediately, and when he heard Jiang Xia's voice, he quickly looked outside. Jiang Xia's father was a refined-looking man, dressed in a blue wool sweater that made him look like a college professor. In reality, he was a chef, having learned his craft from Jiang Xia's grandfather. He used to be a head chef at a hotel. After getting together with his mistress, Jiang Guohai left his marriage with nothing and opened a restaurant in a busy part of Xinghe City with her investment. Business was decent. His trip to Yanbei County wasn't for the restaurant, but to inspect goods for his mistress company and to take Jiang Ling out for some fun. After leaving the barbecue place, Jiang Guohai followed Jiang Xia to a quiet alley. It was a private spot where they could talk, and they could still see Jiang Ling inside the restaurant. They stood facing each other. Jiang Guohai didn't speak right away. Instead, his gaze was serious as he looked at Jiang Xia. Sensing something was off, Jiang Xia got straight to the point, taking off his mask to reveal the fierce wound on his face. Jiang Guohai stared at the scar, his brows drawing together. After a deep drag of his cigarette, he said in a low voice, "Looks like you've just been through a tough fight." When Jiang Guohai spoke those words, his meaning was clear. Jiang Xia's eyes remained unusually calm, as if he had already anticipated this. "So Mom told you everything already," Jiang Xia said quietly, looking his father straight in the eye. Jiang Guohai didn't respond right away. He simply stood there in silence. After a few seconds, Jiang Xia's pupils suddenly contracted. A familiar aura emanating from the man in front of him sensed that he was one of his own kind. "Dad?" Jiang Xia's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with unease. His heart tightened, and his mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. The thing he feared most had happened. There was a demon among his family. If his guess was right, his father was just like Jiang Xia, a hidden demon. "Surprised, aren't you?" Jiang Guohai lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag as smoke curled around him. "But honestly, I'm the one who's really shocked. I never imagined you'd turn out to be one too." Jiang Xia's mood grew heavier by the second. Dad was a demon. Was that good news or bad? Even though Head tried to prepare himself, the reality still felt impossible to accept, his mind close to overload. Countless questions swirled in his head, finally condensing into a single sentence. "Can you tell me everything, from the beginning?" Jiang Guohai inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled, then began, "I became a demon a year ago. Not long after it happened, I told your mother in private. That's when I found out she's awakened. I was shocked. We made a pact to protect you and Lingling as best we could. We didn't tell you the truth about the world because you were both still young, especially your sister. If you found out what the world was really like, you wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone the fact that your own father had become a monster." His voice grew heavy. "We just wanted you both to have a few more happy days." Jiang Guohai sighed, flicking ash from his cigarette. "Honestly, I was worried about leaving you in Xinghe City, but knowing your mom was back put my mind at ease, so I took Lingling out for a bit. As for me, I've already made up my mind. Your mom and I had a plan no matter what, would get you and Lingling into a safe zone. But now even you." He trailed off. Jiang Xia listened with his head bowed, then looked up, concern in his eyes. "Did you know something happened to Mom?" "What? Something happened to her?" Jiang Guohai's expression tightened instantly. Jiang Xia quickly explained what had happened the night before. After listening, Jiang Guohai's brow furrowed, but his tone was resolute. "Don't worry. She'll be fine. As far as I know, she's not working alone. She has a team. So, what are you planning to do next?" Jiang Xia asked. "My plans." Jiang Guohai looked up, gaze drifting through the window to the smoky sky outside. "Same as before. Do everything I can to keep you and Lingling safe. As long as this world is still somewhat intact, I want Lingling to have as much fun as possible, to spend time with her, to give her a little more happiness." He turned back, his expression growing serious as he looked at his son. "Xia, be honest with me. When did you become a demon? During that time, have you hurt anyone?" Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment before replying quietly. "I haven't hurt anyone." Jiang Guohai raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You haven't hurt anyone? Then how have you been surviving?" "I just knock people out and take what I need, but never go too far." "Hey, just like me." Jiang Guohai's surprise gave way to relief. "So you haven't hurt anyone either?" Jiang Xia looked at his father in disbelief. "Of course. By all rights, after a year of being a demon, I should be pretty powerful by now, but I just can't bring myself to hurt ordinary people." Jiang Guohai gazed at Jiang Xia, his eyes growing deeper and more serious. Because I want you and Lingling to understand the truth one day that even though your dad might be a monster, he's not the kind that hurts people. Not far away, at the entrance of a nearby alley, Li Sitong stood with her arms crossed, eyeing the father and son with a peculiar expression. So, you mean that after the world falls into chaos, you and I can still stick together out there? Jiang Xia joked, trying to lighten the heavy mood. That's right. Jiang Guohai put a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, hoping to give him a sense of security. After a brief silence, Jiang Xia spoke up. Then, for now, please take good care of Lingling. What? You're not going to stay with us? Jiang Guohai's tone grew serious. Your mom is out of town and won't be back for a while. You should move in with me so I can protect both of you. Jiang Xia shook his head firmly. In times like these, only by becoming stronger could he survive and protect his family. Living with his father and sister would only make him miss the chance to grow. He lied. I'm different now, Dad. I need to get stronger. I want to get stronger. He didn't want his father to know that he had to rely on something as dark as consuming humans to gain power. Different? Jiang Guohai frowned. But it's too dangerous for you to be out there alone. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not by myself. I have 2 friends with me, one of them you know, and he's like us. Please look after Lingling. If anything happens, call me. I promise, if there's any danger, he'll be the first to run. Jiang Guohai fell silent for a long time, his gaze complicated as he looked at his son. Finally, he nodded. All right, I won't stop you. In times like these, you have to find a way to get stronger. If you have this ability, use it well. Jiang Xia glanced at Li Sitong, who was waving to him from a distance. Dad, my friend is waiting for me. I have to go. Take Lingling home soon, and don't stay out too late. Honestly, I'm really worried about you. Don't worry, Jiang Guohai said seriously. He'll take good care of Lingling. You just stay safe, that's the most important thing. If you run into anything you can't handle, call me. He'll always have your back. As Jiang Xia walked past his father, a strange feeling welled up inside him, one he couldn't quite explain. He looked back, torn between reluctance and confusion, that odd sense of unease growing stronger. It came out of nowhere, but it was impossible to ignore. When he turned to look at Li Sitong again, he saw a young man with dyed red hair, probably in his early 20s, blocking her path. The guy looked drunk and swaggered as he spoke. Hey, beautiful, I'm not bad looking, right? Don't be so cold, give me your number, will you? My buddy's made a bet with me. If I can't get your number, he'll never hear the end of it. The guy in front of her had dyed red hair, 2 earrings in his ears, and a cigarette between his fingers. Everything about the way he moved screamed dropout and troublemaker. Li Sitong didn't actually mind people like that, but she couldn't stand this flashy, over-the-top look, especially when it was paired with someone who had no self-awareness after a few drinks. Sorry, I have a boyfriend, Li Sitong said, catching sight of Jiang Xia approaching from a distance. She quickly found an excuse, not wanting to waste any more time. Come on, don't be like that, the red-haired guy slurred, swaying on his feet as the smell of alcohol hit her. You sound like you're from a big city, right? Maybe you don't know who I am. My name's Afei. Ask anyone around here, they've all heard of me. He thumped his chest with pride, as if it was some major accomplishment. A hint of annoyance flashed in Li Sitong's eyes, and her tone turned colder. I said, I have a boyfriend. So what if you do? Afei didn't care, letting out a boozy burp as he staggered even more. You just don't know me yet. Give me a chance, and you'll see I'm way better than your boyfriend, 100 times over. As Li Sitong turned to leave, he grabbed her wrist, his tone suddenly dropping. What? You really want to embarrass me in front of my buddies? A chill flickered in Li Sitong's eyes. She glanced around, but couldn't find a good spot to make a move. Seeing Jiang Xia getting closer, she gave a slight smile. My boyfriend's here. Why don't you talk to him? If he's fine with me giving you my number, he'll give it to you right away. Boyfriend? Who? Afei asked, eyes unfocused from the alcohol. Me, Jiang Xia replied. At the sound of his voice, Afei turned around and saw a taller guy wearing a mask. He blinked in confusion. You? Why were you grabbing my girlfriend just now? Jiang Xia asked directly. It's nothing, really. I just wanted her number. If possible, maybe have a drink together, get to know each other. Afei mumbled, dodging the question. Sorry, she has a boyfriend. If there's nothing else, go back and finish your drink. Jiang Xia replied calmly, clearly not interested in getting into it with the drunk. Don't go. Afei grabbed Li Sitong's arm again, struggling to get the words out. Fine, you don't have to give me your number, but at least come over and have a drink with my buddies. Don't embarrass me in front of them. Bang. A sudden punch landed squarely on Afei's face, nearly knocking him off his feet. His head felt like it had been hit with a hammer, stars danced before his eyes, and his mind went blank. He barely managed to steady himself, the pain sobering him up a little. Just as he was about to lash out, he met Jiang Xia's icy stare sharp as a blade and instantly lost some of his nerve. What's going on here? Jiang Xia, who had been peeing in the alley, came running over when he heard the commotion. Seeing another person join them, Afei hesitated for a moment, but then gritted his teeth. All right, you think you're tough? Don't leave if you dare, he shouted, pulling out his phone, clearly about to call for backup. Let's go. Getting into it with some immature punk like that is just a waste of time, Li Sitong said as she pulled Jiang Xia away, though she was secretly pleased with that solid punch head thrown. Jiang Xia, did you tell your dad yet? Yang Jia glanced at Fei, who was still making calls, but didn't seem bothered at all as he followed along. Behind them, Fei kept yelling at them not to leave, his voice grating in the night air, but none of them paid him any attention. Honestly, Jiang Xia had no interest in dealing with street punks like that either, but the guy was clearly drunk and his whole attitude was nothing but provocation. According to how things usually go, the situation had reached a point of no return. Jiang Xia was faced with only two choices: either swallow his pride and drink with them, or take action and end it. He didn't hesitate for a second and chose the latter, not wasting a single word. If I'm right, your father is just like us, is one of our kind, Li Sitong said bluntly. Jiang Xia stayed silent. He knew Li Sitong was only guessing. At this distance, there was no way she could actually sense his father's presence. Yang Jia, standing nearby, stared in shock at what had just heard. The revelation left him stunned. Jiang Xia was a demon, his mother was an awakener, and now even his father might be a demon too. Such a family makeup was beyond imagination. How did you figure that out? Jiang Xia turned to Li Sitong, deciding to stop hiding the truth. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Li Sitong immediately grabbed Jiang Xia and started running. The thug, Fei, and his three friends, each clutching a bottle, chased after them, cursing all the way. The chase ended on a deserted, pitch-black street. Not a single streetlight was on, and it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Damn it, where are they? Fei cursed angrily, his humiliation at being beaten up after trying to hit on someone fueling his rage. Just as Fei was about to turn on his phone's flashlight, one of his friends tapped him on the shoulder. Following his gaze, they saw a vague figure standing in the middle of the street. Guys, you really shouldn't have followed us, Jiang Xia said, his voice tinged with resignation. A chill ran down the four thugs' spines, as if a terrifying beast had set its sights on them. Before they could react, several tentacles suddenly shot out from the darkness of the alley, dragging the terrified group away like prey. Jiang Xia leaned against the wall at the alley's entrance, closing his eyes in thought as the sound of tearing flesh echoed unpleasantly in his ears. Yang Jia stood some distance away, looking up at the gloomy sky. Not a single star tonight. Looks like it'll rain tomorrow. A moment later, Li Sitong stepped out of the alley, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The taste is average. Maybe they drank too much, it killed my appetite. She glanced at Jiang Xia. Wanna try? It's not great, but it'll fill you up. No thanks. I'm not hungry, and I can't stand the taste of alcohol, Jiang Xia replied, stopping her. So, tell me, how did you figure it out? I'm full and a bit sleepy. Let's talk while we lie down back at the hotel. Back at the hotel, the blonde clerk obsessed with gaming was still glued to his screen. But as soon as Li Sitong walked in, he stared at her without blinking until the elevator doors closed. Gorgeous, he thought to himself, having been captivated by her looks since seeing her for the first time that afternoon. Glancing at the wall clock, the blonde exited his game and sent a brief message to a friend. They're back. We can move in now? Inside the room, Li Sitong carefully inspected every corner once again. Her eyes swept over each spot, and her fingers lightly traced any suspicious areas, making sure there were no hidden pinhole cameras. Her actions were practiced and cautious. It was clear this wasn't her first time doing such a check. There's no choice, you have to be careful, she explained quietly. In small motels like this, pinhole cameras really are everywhere. You can never be too cautious. Jiang Xia sat on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping slightly under his weight. He glanced toward the bathroom, where the sound of running water could be heard. Li Sitong was washing up inside. How did you figure out my dad was the same as us? Jiang Xia asked directly. Li Sitong's voice floated out from the bathroom. Just a gut feeling, she replied after a pause. The way you two were talking didn't seem right to me. But mainly, I think I saw your dad at the demon club. Or, to be precise, I saw someone with the same build from behind. The water stopped, and she continued. That person was wearing a mask. There was a cage match at the club that night. He was incredibly strong, took down someone who had already evolved once in less than 3 seconds. When I saw your dad just now, it reminded me of that figure. The demon club? Jiang Xia's brows furrowed, surprise evident in his voice. His dad had said he didn't hurt people, so why would he go to a place like that? Only the most dangerous demons would go there. And from what Li Sitong said, if that really was his dad, then he must be terrifyingly strong. Are you sure it was my dad? Jiang Xia pressed. I'm not sure, just a guess. Maybe it was just someone who looked similar from behind. Jiang Xia lowered his head, deep in thought. His brows were tightly knit, and he absent-mindedly rubbed the bedsheet with his fingers. Li Sitong came out of the bathroom, drops of water still clinging to her face. She sat down next to Jiang Xia, making the mattress sink again. What did your dad say to you? Not much, Jiang Xia looked up. He just said he didn't expect me to be a demon too. We chatted about this and that. I lied and told him I was a different kind of demon, asked him to take care of my sister, and told him I needed to get stronger as soon as possible. Li Sitong turned to face him directly, looking into his eyes. He didn't say anything else. Do you know how strong your dad really is? No, Jiang Xia shook his head. He told me he hadn't hurt anyone much, and that he was just average. But I feel like something's off. I just can't put my finger on it. If you feel that way, then there's probably something to it, Li Sitong shrugged. Maybe your dad really was the guy I saw that night, but only you can figure that out. She gave a helpless smile. Honestly, I kind of feel sorry for you. Your mom's an awakened. Your dad's a demon. How are you supposed to deal with them, especially your mom? It doesn't matter what they are. They're still my family, Jiang Xia replied firmly. He had thought about it earlier too, but the more he dwelled on it, the more it gave him a headache. No matter what his parents were, they were still his parents and they cared about him a lot. Instead of getting caught up in all these worries, he'd rather focus on getting stronger. As long as he became strong enough, he'd have a say in this chaotic world, wouldn't he? Li Sitong placed a hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. Aren't you worried your dad might have some weird urges and someday just eat your sister? Jiang Xia whipped his head around to look at her, his expression suddenly serious. He was silent for a moment, considering the possibility, then shook his head. I don't think he would. But what if he did? Li Sitong pushed. Can you not scare me? Jiang Xia's voice was a little tense. He hadn't really thought about it until Li Sitong brought it up, but now it made him nervous. After all, you never really knew what a demon might do. But after all this time, if his dad really had that kind of demonic nature, he would have acted by now. Jiang Xia's instincts told him that his dad genuinely cared about him and his sister, Lingling. Maybe his dad did have some unusual demonic traits, but they probably wouldn't make him hurt his own family. After all, had known for a long time that his mom was an awakened. If he was capable of hurting her, she wouldn't still be alive. And thinking about it, if his mom knew his dad was a demon and still trusted him to look after Lingling, then maybe it wasn't something he needed to worry about after all. Get some sleep. We'll move out tomorrow. I already got the target's whereabouts out of that thug who tried to hit on me, Li Sitong said, climbing into bed and pulling the covers over herself. Jiang Xia lay beside her, restless and unable to sleep. His mind kept circling the same question. If his father was truly the powerful figure Li Sitong claimed, why had he hidden his strength? Why had he lied to him all these years? Why keep such a secret? 2 hours passed, but Jiang Xia was still wide awake. Meanwhile, Li Sitong was fast asleep, breathing softly as she hugged his arm. It was as if she had become a different person just moments ago. She had been fierce and intimidating, but now she clung to him quietly like a gentle rabbit. Suddenly, Jiang Xia caught a strange scent in the air. It carried a peculiar energy that seemed to clear the fatigue from his body as he breathed it in. Alarmed, he shook Li Sitong gently and whispered, Sitong, wake up. At the end of the hallway, a dark tentacle slowly extended from the door of room 401, wrapping around a small syringe. With great care, it injected a liquid into the room through the gap beneath the door, completing the task in utter silence. Standing nearby was Huang Mao, a member of the hotel staff and one of the hidden demons. He masked his presence completely, making sure no one sensed anything unusual. Next to him stood a short-haired girl with dyed green hair. She looked about 19 or 20. Her face was ordinary, but her figure was striking. She frowned, a hint of doubt in her voice. Are you sure this stuff works? Huang Mao grinned confidently. Relax, it's foolproof. It's the leftover essence from an awakened one, basically a booster for people like them. ITLL stimulate their bodies, sharpen their senses, boost their strength, and even numb pain. Think of it as adrenaline for regular people. The short-haired girl looked puzzled. What about for people like us? A cold smile crept across Huang Mao's face. For hidden demons, it's a sedative. The more you inhale, the heavier your body gets. Even if you wake up, you'll be too weak to move. Trust Methy won't notice a thing. They'll just fall deeper asleep. Give it 5 minutes, and we can get started. They won't wake up? The girl asked again, just to be sure. Huang Mao nodded. 5 minutes from now, they won't even be able to try. You take care of the guy, I'll handle the girl. The girl smirked mischievously. You're really something, letting me have first shot at another woman. Huang Mao gave her a twisted smile. I'm not interested in women you've already played with. The girl grabbed his face, her fingers trailing over his skin. That's exactly why I get a special thrill. If you've touched a woman, I just can't help myself. That's fate for us, isn't it? Huang Mao chuckled darkly. The girl licked her lips. So what about the guy? He doesn't feel like one of our kind, but he might be a hidden demon too. Doesn't matter. I've already dosed their room. Once we finish with the pair, they'll deal with him, Huang Mao replied. The girl was growing impatient. Isn't it about time? Huang Mao thought for a moment. Let's wait a bit longer, just to be safe. 2 more minutes. After waiting, he pulled 2 gas masks from his backpack, putting one on himself and handing the other to the girl. The 2 of them moved quietly toward room 401, ready to put their plan into action. Huang Mao pressed his ear cautiously against the door. After making sure it was silent inside, he pulled a master keycard from his pocket. With a few beeps, the lock clicked open. He carefully pushed the door open just a crack, his green eyes glowing in the dark as he clearly saw a man and a woman lying motionless on the bed. But the moment he swung the door fully open, 2 tentacles shot out of the darkness. One wrapped tightly around his neck, while the other seized the short-haired woman. Before either of them could react, they were yanked into the room by a powerful force. Jiang Xia immediately jumped down from the bed and slammed the door shut. The fight broke out instantly. Li Sitong's blade-shaped tentacle slashed out like lightning, severing one of Huang Mao's arms in a single blow. His mind reeled in shock. How could these two still fight so fiercely after being drugged? Even he, a demon who had undergone one evolution, would lose all ability to move within 3 minutes of contact with that liquid. Even more terrifying was the woman's strength. She had cut off his arm in a single strike. That kind of power could only mean she had evolved multiple times. Forced into their demonic forms, the two intruders revealed themselves. The short-haired woman's head morphed into a menacing black snake, while Huang Mao's became that of a bald vulture. But even so, their counterattacks had no effect on Li Sitong. Her tentacles held them fast. Jiang Xia seized the opportunity, driving his demon claws toward Huang Mao's back. Unexpectedly, Huang Mao's defenses were so tough that the claws couldn't pierce through at first. In that moment, Jiang Xia noticed a strange scent lingering in the air, a smell that was a deadly drug for Li Sitong. But for him, it was like a surge of adrenaline, amplifying his strength. He inhaled deeply, feeling his power multiply, and with a final burst of strength, he drove his claws straight through Huang Mao's back, aiming for the heart. With a wet, ripping sound, the burning heart burst in his hand, sending a rush of warmth through his body so intense it felt like it might tear him apart. At the same time, Li Sitong's blade-shaped tentacle swept out, neatly slicing off half of the short-haired woman's head, sending thick, tar-like fluid splattering across the wall. Both bodies crashed heavily to the floor. Li Sitong sneered. "You didn't even know how many times I've evolved, and you still came here to die?" But when she turned to look at Jiang Xia, her pupils contracted sharply. Li was kneeling on the floor, convulsing violently. He was about to evolve. Jiang Xia had evolved. He hadn't expected the transformation to come so suddenly. Kneeling on the floor, his hands pressed against the ground, Jiang Xia felt every cell in his body expanding wildly. The sound of tearing fabric echoed clearly through the room. In an instant, his body underwent a demonic mutation. His blood-red eyes glowed with a strange light, and a blue tail burst through his pants, whipping into the open. The front of the tail retained its conical shape, but the tip split open like a blooming flower, revealing a blood-red maw lined with dense, razor-sharp teeth. With each opening and closing, the maw could easily envelop an adult's head. With two crisp snaps, a pair of black, blade-like bone spurs jutted from Jiang Xia's arms, ripping through his sleeves. At the same time, the scales across his body began to change, starting from his forehead and rolling downward in layers. They shifted from a deep blue-green to a darker, more hardened hue. Each scale seemed to come alive as it transformed, flexing and contracting with razor-sharp edges, moving in a rhythm that mimicked breathing. Jiang Xia's demonic form had grown even more powerful. Clothes that had only just fit before were now split open by his bulk, leaving gaping tears. Li Sitong watched the transformation, her eyes shining with unconcealed excitement. This was the first time she had witnessed another of her kind evolving in person. A full minute passed before Jiang Xia's evolution finally subsided. He remained kneeling, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by sensations that defied description. If he had to compare it, it was like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, agonizing and arduous, but leaving him reborn on the other side. As his vision cleared, a tentacle suddenly sliced through the air, aiming straight at him. Instinctively, Jiang Xia's new tail shot out, whipping forward like a striking tentacle and knocking the attack aside with a sharp crack. Impressive. Not only has your strength and resilience increased after evolving, but you've also gained a new mode of attack. This tail is even more perfect now. Li Sitong examined Jiang Xia's transformed tail and the bone blades on his arms with fascination. She had just lashed out with her own tentacle to test his new abilities, and she had to admit, she was growing more and more fond of Jiang Xia's demonic form. Jiang Xia slowly stood up. Now nearly 2 meters tall, he was much more muscular than before, radiating a powerful aura of aggression and battle readiness. He brought his mutated tail in front of him, experimenting with its movement. To his delight, the open tip still spun like a chainsaw, just as before. The 6 segments at the end were both as hard as blades and as flexible as hands, able to extend, contract, and move freely. Jiang Xia realized that his tail was even more versatile and controllable than the legendary guillotines of ancient times. After carefully examining his evolved body, Jiang Xia withdrew from his demonic state. Li Sitong also returned to normal and walked toward him. "Now let's talk about why you evolved right after killing that demon spawn." Jiang Xia felt a twinge of anxiety, but managed to keep his composure. He looked up at Li Sitong, just as confused as she was. "I'd like to know that myself." Li Sitong walked up to Jiang Xia. In the darkness, her eyes glowed an eerie red as she stared straight into his. "As far as I know, every kind of demon evolves by absorbing nutrients," she said, her voice unusually clear in the silence. "But you haven't absorbed much at all, yet you've evolved this quickly right after killing another demon, no less." Jiang Xia's expression was complicated and puzzled. He frowned, thinking aloud. "Now that you mention it, it does seem like every time I kill someone, I get stronger." Li Sitong couldn't see any clues in Jiang Xia's calm gaze. She circled him slowly, her steps as light as a cat's, and finally stopped in front of him, close enough that they could feel each other's breath. Your flesh is as rich in nutrients as an awakens, and you seem to get stronger by killing demons, just like they do. Her tone was probing. Jiang Xia's brow furrowed. He shot back. So, do you think him an awakened? Li Sitong shook her head, her red hair swaying softly in the dim light. She spoke quietly. It's strange. You're clearly a demon, but you seem to have some traits of the awakened. Jiang Xia gave a bitter smile, his voice tinged with self-mockery. I wish I really was awakened. Then I wouldn't have to worry about some twisted demonic nature turning me into a freak, neither human nor monster. Li Sitong's gaze deepened, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she wondered what Jiang Xia really was. His flesh tasted almost the same as an awaken's, and was just as nourishing. And the way he grew stronger seemed similar to gaining power by killing demons. Tell me, she asked directly, when you kill our kind, does your body have any special reaction? Jiang Xia lowered his head, thinking hard, his brow furrowed. Finally, he shook his head. Nothing noticeable. He paused, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Wait, actually, maybe there is something. Not when I'm killing, but when I transform and fight in my demon form, my body heats up, especially when I wound the enemy, tearing through their flesh. That feeling gets really intense then. At first, I thought it was just adrenaline from fighting, but now that I think about it, maybe it's something else. I can't really describe it clearly yet. This wasn't something Jiang Xia made up on the spot. He had already prepared this explanation for such questions. Li Sitong eyed him skeptically, suspicion shining in her red eyes. Give me your hand. What for? Jiang Xia raised his right hand, palm up. Transform. Jiang Xia had a hunch what Li Sitong was about to do. As soon as his hand morphed into a sharp black claw, Li Sitong grabbed his wrist and, without hesitation, drove it straight into her own arm. With a dull sound, Jiang Xia's claw sank deep into her arm. Blood slowly trickled from the wound. Are you feeling any heat in your body? She asked, her face expressionless, as if she didn't feel a thing. Her eyes never left Jiang Xia's face. Jiang Xia shook his head, his expression calm. His answer made Li Sitong fall silent, her brow tightly knit. It only seems to happen when I'm fully fighting, Jiang Xia added. What exactly are you? Li Sitong pulled his claw from her arm. The blood at the wound quickly stopped flowing. She racked her brain for an answer, confusion flashing in her eyes. She suspected Jiang Xia might be some unknown type of demon. The first thing to figure out was how exactly he grew stronger. He could absorb nutrients from normal humans, but he seemed to have another, faster way of gaining power, one that was closely tied to combat. I'd like to know what kind of demon I am too, Jiang Xia said quietly, a trace of worry in his eyes. Being too different isn't always a good thing. Jiang Xia sighed helplessly and glanced at Li Sitong's arm, his tone filled with concern. Is your hand all right? It's fine. Just a minor scratch, Li Sitong replied, lowering her gaze to the two still warm corpses on the floor. A flicker of hunger flashed in her eyes. Once I eat them, I'll heal completely. All right, take your time. I'll go check on Jiang Xia, Jiang Xia said, turning to leave, clearly eager to make his exit. Wait. Li Sitong suddenly raised her voice, her eyes shining with curiosity. You said that feeling only happens during a fight. How about this? Let's spar and see if it happens again. She straightened up, eager to uncover Jiang Xia's secret. Why did his body heat up and his strength suddenly increase during battle? Was it real, or was he just making it up? Faced with this sudden challenge, Jiang Xia shook his head decisively. Forget it. I can't get in the right state fighting you. He paused, then added, tell you what, next time we're in a fight, they'll pay close attention to how it feels and let you know. Maybe you can help me figure it out. With that, Jiang Xia didn't leave right away. Instead, he reminded her, eat up and heal that arm as soon as possible. As Jiang Xia left the room, Li Sitong didn't try to stop him. Instead, a slight smile curled on her lips. Her interest in him only grew. The door closed softly behind him, and her gaze shifted to her hearty dinner on the floor. But she didn't start eating right away. She crouched down and skillfully unlocked both of their phones, scanning their brief chat histories to understand what had happened. Only then did she finally relax. Next door, in room 402, Jiang Xia chose the most direct approach. His tail pierced through the door with a sharp sound, then deftly unlatched it from the inside. The moment he entered, a strange, pungent scent filled his nostrils. The lights came on, revealing Jiang Xia sprawled out on the bed, completely motionless, as if drugged. Jiang Xia hurried over and placed a hand on Jiang Jia's chest, feeling a faint but steady heartbeat. Thank goodness, he's still alive. Jiang Xia gave Jiang Jia a shake, but he didn't budge, as if he were in a deep coma. After a moment's thought, a mischievous glint appeared in Jiang Xia's eyes. He turned Jiang Jia over and began stripping off his clothes, leaving not even his underwear, and covered him with a corner of the blanket to preserve his modesty. Once he was done, Jiang Xia began shaking Jiang Jia vigorously. Jia, Jia. Gradually, Jiang Jia opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Jiang Xia. His voice was so weak it was barely audible. Xia. Jia, are you alright? Jiang Xia's voice was urgent, his face full of worry. I. Yang Jia tried to move, but his body felt like a puddle of mush, completely limp. What happened to me? Why am I so weak? Kneeling by the bed, Jiang Xia looked him in the eye, his expression grave. He bit his lip and deliberately avoided Yang Jia's gaze. It's nothing. Nothing really happened to you. If nothing happened, why the face? What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Xia's complicated and heavy expression, Yang Jia started to panic. Just tell me, did something bad happen? Where's Li Sitong? You were drugged, Jiang Xia said, frowning deeply. To be precise, it was one of our own kind, the blonde guy at the hotel front desk. And then? Spit it out already, Yang Jia snapped, hating Jiang Xia's roundabout way of talking. The more Jiang Xia hesitated, the more uneasy he felt. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and spoke each word clearly. He did you. Boom. The words hit Yang Jia like a bomb going off in his head. What? Yang Jia let out a scream with all his strength. Jiang Xia bowed his head deeply, his face full of sorrow. Don't worry. I've already killed him to avenge you, and I confiscated the weapon he used, Jiang Xia said, his voice disturbingly calm. Xia, don't scare me. This isn't something to joke about. Yang Jia's voice trembled. He was convinced Jiang Xia had to be kidding, but a sense of dread crept over him. He sensed something was wrong with his body. With great effort, he lifted his head. He was naked. Every inch of his skin was exposed to the cold air. Xia, you're joking, right? You're messing with me, aren't you? Yang Jia's eyes reddened in panic, his voice choked. He was always the one playing tricks on other show. Could he be the one fooled tonight? Instinctively, he tried to feel for pain behind him, but there was nothing. No sensation at all. Jiang Xia silently pointed to his own torn clothes, stained with a dark, pitch-like liquid. Do you really think I'd joke about this? Just look at my clothes, and you'll know I'm not lying. Yang Jia stared at the rips in Jiang Xia's clothes and the blood-like stains, and it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He lay motionless on the bed, his eyes empty. Ajay, Ajay. Jiang Xia waved his hand in front of Yang Jia's face, but he seemed soulless, unresponsive. 5 minutes later, Li Sitong finished her meal and walked out from next door, her expression grave. We can't stay here. We need to find another place. Jiang Xia returned to room 401, pulled fresh clothes from his backpack, and changed. He then helped the still weak Yang Jia into the elevator. Though Yang Jia's voice was faint after learning the truth, he cursed non-stop, his language foul. Downstairs, Li Sitong opened her laptop and skillfully erased all the surveillance footage. Around 3 a.m., they arrived at another hotel. This one was clearly much more upscale than the previous inn, rivaling even the high-end hotels in Xinghua City. Inside the room, Li Sitong slipped off her shoes and jacket, ready for a hot shower. Yang Jia isn't doing well right now. He'll stay with him tonight, Jiang Xia suggested. Sure, Li Sitong agreed easily, then asked curiously. But I am curious, how did you realize something was wrong with the air back at the inn? Jiang Xia replied without hesitation. I wasn't asleep. I was thinking about something, and then I noticed a strange smell in the air. That's when I woke you up. Li Sitong didn't catch anything unusual in his answer. She smiled and said, good thing you did. If you hadn't woken me, even if I didn't end up paralyzed like Yang Jia, my fighting ability would have been seriously weakened. With that, she walked over and pressed a gentle kiss to Jiang Xia's cheek. That's your reward. In the next room, Yang Jia lay on the bed, still not fully recovered, his body weak and sore, but relief clear on his face after surviving the ordeal. In the bathroom, Jiang Xia stripped and turned on the shower. Warm water streamed over his skin, bringing comfort. Even without transforming, he could feel the remarkable improvement in his body after his evolution. It was more than a minor change. It was a leap to a new level, as if his entire body had entered another dimension. His defense, in particular, had grown dramatically. The dark, blue-black scales covering him were as hard as iron, and seemed capable of easily deflecting bullets. The next morning, at 8:08, just as Yang Jia had predicted the night before, the rain was pouring. Misty rain shrouded the small city, thunder rolling in the clouds above. Cars splashed through the streets, sending water half a meter high, while raindrops drummed against the windows like countless tadpoles sliding down the glass. Despite the rain, Li Sitong didn't sleep in. She had already called Jiang Xia 8 minutes earlier to wake him up. Jiang Xia dressed, washed up, and headed next door. The door was ajar, clearly left that way for him. Inside, Li Sitong sat on the edge of the bed putting on her socks and shoes, her long hair loose around her shoulders, giving her a touch of allure. Jiang Xia thought to himself, this woman really is versatile. She can be cute, she can be sexy, and if she needs to, she can be cold-blooded too. After putting on her shoes, Li Sitong walked into the bathroom to freshen up, calling out as she went, let's head to Gyua town in a bit and see if our target's there. If they are, we'll wait for the right moment and make our move. Jiang Xia leaned against the bathroom door, her curiosity piqued. The principal said your code name is Pupil Serpent. When you're fully demonized, do you actually turn into a snake? She had wanted to ask this for a while. Even though they spent a lot of time together, Li Sitong had never shown her true, demonized form in front of Jiang Xia. Li Sitong wiped the water droplets from her face, turned to Jiang Xia, and flashed a mysterious smile. You'll get to see it when the time comes. By the way, are you hungry? Want to grab something to eat first? No, I'm not hungry. Jiang Xia shook her head. She wasn't just being polite after eating at Li Sitong's place yesterday. She felt so full that she probably wouldn't be hungry for another couple of days. The three of them headed downstairs and caught a taxi to Guyua town. According to the GPS, their destination was over 30 kilometers away, and it would take almost half an hour to get there from the county seat. By the time they arrived, the rain had stopped, and a mist hung over the ancient town, filling the air with the fresh scent of earth and new leaves. Guyua town was nestled between two mountains and was fairly large. A winding river split the town in two, creating distinct eastern and western sections. The sound of running water echoed around them, and the black-tiled, brick houses stretched from the foot of the mountains up to the slopes. Even modern touches like street lamps were cleverly designed to look like withered trees, blending seamlessly with the town's historic charm. They got out in the eastern part of town. To reach the western side, they would have to cross a long, arched bridge or pay to take a black awning boat. Jiang Xia had only seen videos of this place online before, but being there in person was a whole different experience. Moss grew between the cracks of the stone-paved streets, and in the distance, girls in flowing Hanfu dresses posed with oil paper umbrellas for photos on the bridge. Say cheese. Li Sitong suddenly wrapped an arm around Jiang Xia's neck, lifted her phone, and snapped their first photo together with the river and arched bridge as the backdrop. Yang Jie's attention had already wandered to the girls taking photos in the distance. Noticing this, Li Sitong quickly suggested, let's split up. You go check out the beauties, and I'll walk around with Jiang Xia. The setting made her want to enjoy some time alone with Jiang Xia. After wandering around the eastern side, the two of them crossed the bridge to head to the west. As they walked, Jiang Xia asked, how did that thug who hit on you know the target was in this town? This is the target's hometown, Li Sitong explained. That guy said he was chatting with friends on his phone and heard that the target had been spotted here yesterday afternoon. This surprised Jiang Xia when she had looked up information about the target online. All she had found was that he was from Yinbei County. She hadn't known the exact location. Do you think the target might have already left? She couldn't help but ask. It's quite possible, but I don't think she'll leave so soon. Li Sitong glanced around at the bustling crowd of tourists, a shrewd glint in her eyes. This place is a perfect hunting ground, she murmured to Jiang Xia. There are so many tourists here, especially from out of town and abroad. Just about anyone could be an ideal target. Jiang Xia was about to reply when he suddenly noticed a slim man walking over from the other side of the bridge. The man looked to be in his early 30s, wearing a black down jacket. There was a faint 5-centimeter scar on his left cheek, and his sharp features gave him a cold, forbidding look. Li Sitong tugged at Jiang Xia's sleeve and suggested quietly, he looks like a local. Why don't you pretend to be a fan of our target and see if you can get her address out of him? Jiang Xia was just about to approach when he abruptly stopped in his tracks. As demons, their sense of smell for blood was incredibly keen. Sometimes they could pick up the scent from miles away. Right now, there was a strong, fresh smell of blood coming from this stranger, definitely not animal blood. The closer the man got, the stronger the scent became. Oddly enough, Jiang Xia couldn't sense any demonic aura from him. Another hidden demon? Jiang Xia wondered to himself. Li Sitong had also noticed something was off. Hunting in broad daylight. She whispered to Jiang Xia after the man had walked past. This really is the perfect hunting ground. The two made their way to West Town and found a guest house run by a local woman in her 40s. Jiang Xia pretended to ask about Zhang Niyu's address, weaving a touching story about a gravely ill brother. The owner was moved and helpfully pointed them in the right direction. Her house is by the river bend in East Town, right next to a big willow tree. You can spot it from the bridge. It's hard to miss. After leaving the guest house, Li Sitong teased Jiang Xia about his storytelling skills. They returned to the arched bridge, and sure enough, they immediately spotted the tall willow tree. Beneath it stood an old house with gray bricks and black tiles that had been recently renovated, about 300 meters away. As they were sizing up the place, the courtyard gate creaked open. A woman in a white down jacket stepped out, wearing a knit hat and a black mask that covered her face. The woman's face was tightly concealed, but her striking red hair immediately drew attention. Combined with her figure, it was almost certain that she was their target, Zhang Niue. She didn't leave the house. Instead, she picked up a package left at the door and closed it behind her. It looked like she had no intention of leaving anytime soon. Li Sitong whispered, that has to be her. Jiang Xia thought for a moment. So what's our move? Li Sitong glanced into the distance, a bit hesitant. The plan itself isn't complicated, but her strength is the real issue. We're too far away to get a sense of it right now. If she's much stronger than us, rushing in would be risky. They'll have to get closer to assess her abilities. Jiang Xia considered this. I don't think she's that strong. If she was, we wouldn't stand a chance, and the principal wouldn't have sent us here for such a minor task. Li Sitong nodded, her eyes lighting up a little. That makes sense. She paused, then added, plus, we don't know the layout inside the house. If she set up traps or defenses, Barging in would be a bad idea. She'll probably go out hunting tonight, right? A sly glint flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. We can just wait for her to come out. When she goes out to hunt, we watch her for a bit, and, if the opportunity's right, make our move. Catch her off guard. Li Sitong smiled and looked toward Jiang Xia, who was strolling over from the bridge. So, are you done playing around? Did you two lovebirds fill up your camera rolls yet? Jiang Xia hummed a tune as he walked over, leaning against the bridge railing. Just about. We took a ton of photos. He stretched. I almost forgot about your plan. Any updates? Li Sitong smiled and glanced at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia and I have figured out the target situation. If all goes well tonight, we'll be able to finish the job. But we might need you to make a little sacrifice and try to lure her in. Lure her? Yang Jia's eyes lit up, instantly perking up. You mean that Star Senior? Li Sitong nodded, a hint of a smile on her lips. Exactly. All you need to do is get her attention. Leave the rest to us. Yang Jia cleared his throat, raising an eyebrow as he pictured the glamorous senior. He puffed out his chest. No problem. I'm willing to take one for the team. If it helps, I'd even sleep with her. Li Sitong chuckled. Good. Hey, race the plan. Tonight, she'll probably go hunting. You'll stay here, pretend to argue with your girlfriend on the phone, and try to catch her attention. Once she's focused on you, act like you're heading back to the hostel. Wait a second. Yang Jia interrupted, eyes wide. Isn't this just using me as bait? What if she attacks me out of nowhere? If you can't get there in time, I'm dead. Li Sitong narrowed her eyes. If she does attack, just let her see you're one of her kind, right? What if she's a demon? Yang Jia grumbled, frowning. I'm toast. Li Sitong just laughed harder. Don't worry. If anything happens, we'll take care of her right away. You play a key role in this plan, and you'll get your chance to shine before we finish her off. Yang Jia blinked, falling silent for a moment. You're setting me up, aren't you? He asked, eyeing Li Sitong suspiciously. She smiled. Come on, she's a star. Most guys would kill for this chance. You should feel lucky. What? Having second thoughts. Really? Yang Jia's eyes sparkled. Then I'm in. Jiang Xia stood by, her face serious and brows furrowed. There was a warning in her eyes, but she said nothing more. All right, that settles the details, Li Sitong said, satisfied, a sharp glint in her eyes. Tonight, we wait for her to take the bait. Enough talk. Just do as I say. Trust me, there's absolutely no danger. After Li Sitong finished speaking, she paused, her mind already made up. If this plan didn't work, she'd come up with something else. Still, she felt there was a 70% chance their target would come out to hunt tonight. Yang Jia had already realized there was no way to avoid this, and he wasn't about to let himself get the short end of the stick again. He let out a cold laugh. Forget about her. Who knows what she's turned into by now? For all I know, she could be some disgusting monster. That's not exactly my thing. He trailed off, then made a new demand. How about this? When we get back, you have to introduce me to two pretty girls. Li Sitong pretended to hesitate, narrowing her eyes. Fine, I'll introduce you to three. But hey, race the deal. You have to win them over yourself. If you can pull it off, they're all yours. She teased him lightly, though she wasn't entirely joking. If Yang Jia did well on this job, she really could introduce him to a few suitable girls when they got back, ones who were at least decent looking. At that moment, Jiang Xia chimed in. Why don't we take a walk and look around instead of staying in one spot? The target might have already noticed us. Li Sitong agreed, deciding to relax for now and wait until night to act. Yang Jia, on the other hand, chose to head out on his own toward the west side of town, planning to regroup with them after dark. Before they knew it, it was noon. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, filling the air with dampness. The rain came down in fine, slanted needles, and the river in the bend grew swift and turbulent. The three of them found a spot on the second floor of a restaurant, where Li Sitong ordered a few dishes. She savored a steaming bowl of chicken and papaya soup, feeling the warmth chase away the chill. Jiang Xia picked up a piece of blood sausage and took a bite, but his expression fell slightly. The taste was fine, but not satisfying. His stomach still felt empty. Chun. Just then, a man came up the stairs, calling out to someone at the table next to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia glanced over and recognized him as the hidden demon had seen on the arched bridge that morning. Hey, don't call me that, the fat man with a huge beer belly replied with a laugh. By seniority, I ought to call you Grandpa. He stood up, pulled out a cigarette from his pack, and handed it to the man. The man took the cigarette and sat down. When did you get back? Why didn't you let me know ahead of time? I've been back for a couple days, the fat man replied, pouring a glass of baijiu. Just been busy with some things, so I haven't had a chance to reach out. How's business going for you? The man shook his head, looking bitter. It's getting harder and harder. Can you believe there are 6 restaurants on Riverside Street now? There are plenty of tourists every day, but the competition is so fierce, it's almost impossible to stay afloat. So what are you planning to do now? The fat man asked, pouring him another drink. They clinked glasses with a crisp sound. The man took a big gulp and smacked his lips. As for what's next, I honestly have no idea. Maybe you'll just team up with you? The fat man sighed. Things haven't been easy for me either. A couple years ago, I took on 2 construction projects and made a few million, but I still haven't been paid in full. You know those 2 bosses? They've completely disappeared. No one Not even their families can find them. I don't even know what to say. Jiang Xia watched the man closely, picking up a faint scent of blood from him. He began to wonder if this person might be one of their kind. If he was, though, how could he seem so unaffected? Yet, glass after glass, more than 20 minutes passed, and the man still showed no sign of discomfort, not even a bead of sweat on his forehead. He actually seemed to be enjoying himself. Li Sitong noticed something was off, too. If this guy could handle that much alcohol without issue, and if he were one of them, she would have picked up on it. His tolerance was on par with a normal human. This guy doesn't seem like one of us, Jiang Xia thought. Both he and Li Sitong were now quietly questioning what kind of secret this man might be hiding. There was no trace of his own kind on him, yet he could down so much strong liquor without showing any sign of discomfort. That could only mean one thing. He was probably not a demon. As for the scent of human blood on him, that was easier to explain. Maybe he was injured, and the smell of blood was coming from his own wounds. Or perhaps a family member was hurt, and their blood got on him. Of course, there was another possibility: he was a murderer who had just killed someone that morning, and the blood had splattered onto him. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong exchanged a meaningful glance, neither showing much concern. Whoever this man really was, and wherever the blood came from, it had nothing to do with their mission. By the way, a Jew, where's your wife? Didn't you always bring her along wherever you went before? The chubby man asked, raising his glass curiously. The man called a Jew didn't answer right away. His eyes flickered, as if weighing his words, before he finally replied, she's pregnant. She's been staying home lately, and almost never goes out. Pregnant? Since when? The chubby man's voice rose in surprise. We found out a month ago. She's almost 20 weeks along now, a Jew replied calmly, in stark contrast to his friend's excitement. Not bad, man. Nicely done. The chubby man clapped a Jew on the shoulder, a genuine smile spreading across his face. You've been trying for a kid for so long, and now it's finally happening. Congratulations. Come on, let's have a drink. Here's to your wife giving you twins, a boy and a girl. He raised his glass, and the two glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. Aegeus' expression suddenly grew heavy, as if he was weighed down by some secret. He hesitated for a moment, then downed the entire glass of baijiu in one go, not leaving a single drop. By the time Jiang Xia and Li Sitong finished eating and went downstairs, a Jew was still sitting in the same spot, drinking steadily. The bottle was nearly empty. Judging by how much alcohol he could handle, it was almost certain he wasn't a demon. At 1 in the morning, the air was cold and biting. The rain had stopped, and the moon was especially bright, with a few scattered stars like silver pins on a black curtain. The sound of the rushing river was clear in the quiet night, like a natural lullaby for the small town. The ancient town was fast asleep, with only 2 taverns and a few homes showing faint lights in their windows. On the west bank of the river, about 150 meters diagonally from the arch bridge, stood a massive stone monument, with the words Gu Yuan boldly painted in bright red. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong hid behind the monument, waiting quietly. They weren't sure if their target would come out to hunt tonight, but if she did, the person standing alone on the bridge Jiai would undoubtedly be her first choice. One thing was certain, the target was still at home. At 10 o'clock, the lights in her old house were still on. They only went out around midnight. On the bridge, Jiang Xia held a cigarette in one hand, the glowing tip flickering in the darkness, while his other hand gripped his phone tightly. He shouted furiously into the receiver, I've treated you so well, and now you want to break up with me? Over my dead body. Turn on your camera. Show me you're really at home. I don't believe you. After hearing a few words from the other end, Jiang Xia's expression darkened even more, and he snapped, fine. You want to break up? You know exactly how much you've spent these past 2 months. I won't even mention the small stuff, but all the clothes and the phone I bought you add up to at least 20,000. If you want to break up, pay me back every cent. Apparently, the other person hung up. Jiang Xia called back twice, but both times his phone showed the other party is on another call. Damn it. Jiang Xia cursed, kicking the bridge railing hard, the sound echoing through the night. He stood there in frustrated silence, the only movement coming from the cigarette glowing in his hand. This guy's a pretty good actor, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong both thought, quickly ducking their heads to avoid being spotted. Although they were hiding behind a large rock and there wasn't a single light nearby, leaving them in total darkness, the demon's night vision was as sharp as military-grade goggles. In this pitch-black night, their eyes could see everything clearly. A biting night wind howled past, breaking the silence. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the direction of Dongjin, and a figure gradually came into view. The man stopped beside Jiang Xia and spoke. Hey, got a light? It was the man called Ajio. Jiang Xia glanced at him, not sensing any trace of blood on him, so he pulled out his lighter and handed it over. Ajio lit his cigarette and returned the lighter. It's pretty late. What are you doing out here? Nothing much. Couldn't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air. Jiang Xia leaned against the railing, quietly on guard. It was well past 1 a.m. This guy wandering around at this hour was definitely suspicious. Under the moonlight, Ajio studied Jiang Xia. You look new around here. Not a local, are you? I'm from Xinghe City, just here on vacation with my girlfriend. Really? Where is she now? She had to go home early because of family stuff. After a moment of silence, Ajio said, I heard you on the phone earlier. Sometimes you just have to let things go. He turned toward the river, his tone heavy. Love can turn people into something they're not. Best to steer clear of it. You look young, focus on your studies. Sounds like you've been hurt by love before. Jiang Xia asked. At that moment, Jiang Xia and Li Sidong cautiously peeked out from behind the stone monument. Even from a distance, they recognized the man in the darkness and felt a growing sense of unease. Ajio gripped the railing, lost in memory. I loved her very much. 8 summers ago, I had just graduated college and returned home. She was traveling and asked me for directions. She was so thin back then. And then, Yang Jie thought this man definitely seemed troubled by love. Ajio looked up at the sky. The moon is full and bright tonight, but it's hidden behind the clouds. After we got married, life was good, but we couldn't have children. My dad was fine about it, but my mom kept pressuring me to get a divorce and find someone who could give the family an heir. A woman isn't just a childbearing tool, Yang Jie said. It's not her fault she can't have kids. As long as you're happy together, that's what matters. There are good things about not having kids, too. I told my mom the same thing. Now they've moved in with my sister. And a few months ago, my wife found out she was pregnant. That's great news. So why do you still look so down? Is your mom still unhappy? Ajio shook his head. I haven't told them. Why not? Ajio turned to Yang Jia, looking exhausted. Something that should be a happy occasion just doesn't feel that way to me. All the responsibility of taking care of my wife has fallen on me. Yang Jia found this odd. Wasn't that just part of being a husband? He wanted to get rid of this man quickly, but worried that acting too eager would arouse suspicion. Suddenly, Ajio became serious. Do you know what a pregnant woman needs most? Yang Jia looked at the man in front of him, clearly confused by his strange words. Care for pregnant women? He asked cautiously. Ajio nodded urgently, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, care. She needs to be looked after in every possible way. She has to be careful with everything she does now. I can't let her go out looking for food on her own. What if something happens to the baby? Yang Jia's eyes narrowed with suspicion, his mind racing. If he guessed correctly, this man's wife was probably a demon spawn. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Ajio's hand shot out like a snake and clamped around Yang Jia's throat. Leaning in close, Ajio's lips curled into a wicked smile. Sorry, kid, but for my child's sake, I can't let you go. Who told you to wander around at night instead of sleeping? Yang Jia immediately swung a punch at Ajio's face, but Ajio was even faster. He caught Yang Jia's fist with his other hand. In the moonlight, Yang Jia could clearly see a layer of fiery red armor covering Ajio's right fist. Unawakened, Yang Jia's heart sank. Watching from behind a stone tablet, Jiang Xia was stunned. Unawakened? How interesting, this is getting good. Li Sidong hadn't expected to stumble upon such a surprise in Guyua town either. An awakened who practically delivered himself to their doorstep. What an unexpected turn. Ajio, still gripping Yang Jia's throat, suddenly realized something was wrong. The force behind Yang Jia's punch was far beyond that of an ordinary person. At that moment, a damp, dark purple tentacle lashed out at Ajio's abdomen. He immediately released Yang Jia and grabbed the tentacle. A demon spawn. Ajio's pupils contracted in shock. He hadn't expected tonight's target for his wife to turn out to be a demon spawn as well. Still, he quickly regained his composure. As an awakened, killing a demon spawn would only make him stronger. Besides, now that Yang Jia had seen his face, he couldn't let him leave alive. Just as Ajio was about to strike, faint footsteps echoed from the bridge at the west end of town. He looked up warily and saw a shadow with glowing red eyes approaching step by step. As the clouds parted, moonlight revealed the Nakamura demon spawn with a dragon-like head. Ajio's heart grew even heavier. What was going on? Why was there another demon spawn? Was this an ambush, or just a coincidence? Damn it! Yang Jia cursed under his breath and lashed out with a kick. Ajio quickly let go and retreated, dodging the attack. Whether this was a setup or not, the situation was clear. Ajio had killed a few demon spawn before, but the oppressive aura from the one at the bridge was on another level. It had definitely evolved at least once. Demon spawn of this caliber were on a whole different scale from the unevolved kind. He might be able to handle it, but if this really was a trap, there could be even more lurking nearby. After weighing his options, Ajio cursed under his breath, gritted his teeth, and turned to flee toward the east side of town. Jiang Xia immediately set off in pursuit, with Yang Jia close behind. Ajio's figure darted through the night, quickly slipping across the arched bridge and into the winding alleys of East Town. Having lived here for 30 years, he knew every street and alley like the back of his hand, and was confident he could shake off the two demons on his tail. Not far away, a pale face appeared at the crack of a door in the old Jiang Xia family house. A red-haired woman watched the bridge with wary eyes. She had originally targeted the dispirited young man on the bridge as her prey for the night, but hadn't expected an awakened to show up, followed closely by two more of her kind. Clearly, this was a hunt aimed at the awakened. A glint of greed flashed in the red-haired woman's eyes. Flesh and blood of the awakened were said to be irresistibly tempting. She had never tasted it herself, but her kind claimed it was the most delicious food in the world, brimming with potent energy. Perhaps this was her chance to break through her evolutionary bottleneck. Footsteps echoed urgently along the stone-paved streets. Agio ran for his life, weaving left and right through the narrow alleys. For 5 minutes, he led his pursuers on a chase that nearly circled half of East Town. Finally, he ducked into a dark alley, pressed his back against the brick wall, and struggled to steady his rapid breathing. Damn it! I just came out to find some food for my wife. How did I end up running into two demons? Agio cursed inwardly, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't understand if always been careful, his identity hadn't been exposed, so why was he being targeted? As he was considering his escape plan with his pregnant wife, a chill wind swept through the alley and moonlight spilled through the clouds onto the brick wall. Suddenly, a light voice called out, "Got you." Agio's head snapped up, his pupils contracting. At the mouth of the alley stood a woman, her whole body dripping wet and radiating an aura even more powerful than the previous two pursuers. Before he could react, Li Sitong lashed out with a razor-sharp tentacle aimed straight at his head. Agio barely dodged. The tentacle slammed into the wall, sending shards of brick flying, its force far greater than a bullet's. Not wanting to fight in such a confined space, he turned to escape, only to find the other end of the alley blocked by two pairs of glowing red eyes. "You're pretty fast, what? You think you're taking us out for a walk?" Jiang Xia panted, clearly winded. As a demon who hadn't yet completed his first evolution, he couldn't keep up with Jiang Xia, who already had. In the death-laden alley, a bead of cold sweat slid down Zhou's forehead. His heart pounded as he faced the scene before him. Three demons stared him down, two of them radiating an especially intense sense of menace. Had never faced odds like this before. Even a two-known fight was beyond his experience. How did my identity get exposed? Zhou clenched his jaw. This was clearly an ambush meant for him. These demons knew he came out every night to find food for his wife, and had set a trap. But as far as he knew, only his wife was aware of his awakened status. No, he refused to believe she would betray him. Does that really matter? Li Sitong spoke coldly. Jiang Xia gave him a knowing smile. With an awakened one like you helping her find food, your wife's pretty lucky. But I wonder, does she know who you really are? And if she does, has she ever thought about eating you? Zhou fell silent. After discovering his wife had become a demon, had considered killing her more than once. Watching the woman had loved for 8 years turn into a monster, neither human nor ghost, had nearly torn him apart. But she was pregnant, carrying the child they'd both longed for. He couldn't bring himself to harm his wife of 8 years, or their unborn baby. Yet the cost of his hesitation was steep. To keep his wife nourished, had hunted for food dozens of times, even killing another awakened companion with his own hands. In the process, had become something neither human nor monster himself. "I don't want to fight you," Zhu tried to bargain. "Let me go, and he'll give you 2 pieces of crucial information about the awakened. If you're capable, you'll be able to find more of them." Li Sitong brushed back her hair, wet from the river. She had chosen to ambush him in the alley rather than on the bridge, wary that he might escape into the water. "Let's hear it first. If your intel checks out, maybe we'll let you go." Suddenly, Zhu realized how naive had been. Negotiate with demons? A living awakened was worth more than any information. In a flash, he sprang up, twisting his body and launching himself off the alley wall, hoping to use his extraordinary abilities to escape if only the dark purple tentacle hadn't lashed out and caught his leg. Snap! The tentacle yanked him down, slamming him hard onto the ground. Before he could recover, a blood-red, sickle-shaped tail opened its gaping maw and lunged straight for his head. Aji quickly jerked his head aside, just as the bloodthirsty jaws slammed down on his shoulder. A surge of pain shot through him like electricity. The sharp fangs pierced his flesh in an instant. With a rush, Jiang Xia's tail tightened around Aji's shoulder, its bloody mouth hungrily drawing his blood. A strange energy flooded Jiang Xia's body, his eyes glowing an even deeper crimson. The blood of an awakened one was a taste like no other, and the powerful nutrients sent his body into a frenzy. Aji gasped, blood dripping from his wound. Clenching his fists, he ignited a blazing red flame around his gauntlets and grabbed hold of the snake-like tail wrapped around his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he yanked hard. With a sickening rip, the bloody mouth was torn from his shoulder, shredding muscle and flesh into pieces that were instantly devoured. The energy, channeled through the tail, drained even more of Aji's life force into Jiang Xia. A look of grim determination flashed in Aji's eyes. His gaze sharpened, and only one thought remained. If I can't escape, he'll take him down with me. With a furious roar, he pulled with all his strength, trying to drag Jiang Xia closer by the tail. But instead of pulling Jiang Xia off balance, the tail triggered a surge of power through Jiang Xia's body. He bared his claws and lunged at Aji. At the same time, several dark purple tendrils sprouted from Jiang Xia's back, whipping toward Aji like venomous snakes. The tendrils coiled around him, pinning him down and forcing him to dodge desperately in the narrow alley as Jiang Xia closed in. Aji swung his fist, landing a powerful blow against Jiang Xia's body. The impact echoed like an explosion, tearing through the air with a sharp gust. Jiang Xia staggered back, but his scales absorbed almost all the damage. Aji's punch only shattered bricks on the wall, leaving Jiang Xia unharmed. Jiang Xia's counterattack was swift and deadly. Aji felt a surge of force rushing at him. The tail, with a buzzing, bloodthirsty sound, lunged toward him. Agony. The fangs bit deep into his knee like razor-sharp blades, the crushing force nearly shattering it, and sending waves of pain that almost made him black out. Fighting through the torment, Aji slammed his other fist at Jiang Xia, but his opponent easily blocked the strike. Damn it! Aji cursed inwardly, flames erupting from his fists and scorching Jiang Xia's claws. The searing heat forced Jiang Xia to loosen his grip, giving Aji a brief chance to pull his hands free, though the pain in his body refused to subside. But the fight was far from over. Jiang Xia, like a wild predator, tore through Aji's defenses and lunged straight at him, taking a punch to the face without flinching. In that instant, Jiang Xia's tail shot out like a blade, stabbing through Aji's shoulder. The blinding pain nearly made him lose consciousness. Blood spattered as the tail writhed in the wound. Gritting his teeth, Aji wrenched the tail free, sending a spray of blood into the air. No longer willing to be tangled up with Jiang Xia, Aji hurled him aside and dashed toward Jiang Xia at the end of the alley. He knew that if he didn't break free now, he might not survive another round. In that moment, he realized that between life and death, the only things he could rely on were his speed and his resolve. Ajio's greatest strength was his fists, but in this narrow alley, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side, his advantage was completely lost. In contrast, the demon's agile and sinister tail seemed perfectly suited for such confined spaces. Each end of the alley was guarded by a demon, and the female demon was clearly the strongest. The one currently fighting Ajio was evenly matched in strength, but with that elusive tail, he held the upper hand in the tight quarters. The one at the other end was noticeably weaker. If I can break through the weakest one, there's a chance. Ajio calculated his escape in his mind. But just as he was about to make his move, a tentacle lashed out like lightning, instantly wrapping around his neck. It tightened like a giant python constricting its prey, dragging him back to the center of the alley and slamming him hard onto the ground. Despair surged over him like a tide. Ajio realized the strongest female demon had been watching all along, only intervening whenever he tried to escape. This was a dead end. Gritting his teeth, Ajio forced himself up from the ground, his gaze toward Jiang Xia burning with a wild, desperate light. It was the fierce resolve of a trapped beast, a man who knew he was doomed but was determined to fight to the end. Jiang Xia frowned, fully aware of how dangerous an opponent in such a state could be. Flames erupted from Ajio's fists, their intense glow instantly illuminating the entire 20-meter-long alley and driving away the night's chill with blistering heat. With a tearing sound, Jiang Xia ripped off his clothes, revealing a powerful demon body covered in dark blue scales. In the firelight, the scales looked like an impenetrable suit of armor. They lunged at each other at the same time. Ajio's flaming fists, like wild beasts unleashed, struck Jiang Xia's face with enough heat to boil the air, making him cough up blood on the spot. Jiang Xia's claws, undeterred by the flames, tore through the heat and left 5 deep, gaping wounds across Ajio's chest. Li Sitong watched the brutal fight coldly from the sidelines. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she wanted Jiang Xia to experience the strange sensation that came with battle and better understand his unique path to strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia wasn't idle either, occasionally sending out dark purple tentacles to harass Ajio. But when Ajio grabbed onto one and pulled him closer, landing a solid punch, Jiang Xia's face was badly burned. He gasped in pain, finally learning his lesson and backing off. The alley fight raged on. Ajio's fists smashed into the brick walls, pulverizing the solid bricks and leaving terrifying fist marks behind. The sounds of fierce combat and beast-like roars startled the residents nearby. But not a single person dared to come out, not even to turn on a light. The residents cowered in their homes, knowing full well that stepping outside now could mean life or death. The street fight had reached its climax. Ajio was covered in blood, with a dozen savage wounds gaping open on his body. The most dangerous was a bloody hole in his abdomen, pierced clean through by a tail spike, and still gushing blood. In comparison, although Jiang Xia had taken dozens of Aegis heavy punches, the dark blue scales on his body acted like natural armor, absorbing most of the impact and blocking nearly 80% of the flame's heat. Jiang Xia's gaze was icy and merciless. In a fight to the death, compassion was nothing but foolishness. He took one of Aegis' heavy blows Hedon, then slashed his sharp claws straight at Aegis' throat. Although Ajio dodged in time, a chunk of flesh was still torn from his neck. At the same moment, Jiang Xia's tail spike shot toward Aegis' face like a javelin. In a split second, Ajio managed to grab the tail spike with one hand, but had no way to block the claws aiming for his abdomen. Making a snap decision, he abandoned defense and threw a fierce punch straight into Jiang Xia's chest. Both sides were wounded. Jiang Xia was knocked back by the blow, while two deep claw marks appeared on Aegeus' abdomen, cutting all the way to the bone. Leaning against the wall, Aju gasped for breath, enduring searing pain as he cauterized his wounds with the heat from his fist. His eyes stayed locked on Jiang Xia at the other end, still searching desperately for a chance to escape. But at that moment, the main artery in his neck finally ruptured from the strain, and blood spurted out in a torrent. With a dull thud, Aju dropped to his knees, struggling in vain to seal the gushing wound with his burning hand. The will to survive blazed in his eyes. She didn't want to die. Not yet. Suddenly, both Jiang Xia and Li Sitong looked up at the wall. Two figures stood atop it. One had a hairless, rabbit-like head with glowing red eyes. The other's head resembled that of an octopus. I can't stand it when people try to take a share of the spoils without lifting a finger after the hunt is done, Li Sitong said with clear annoyance. We were just worried you couldn't handle this awakened on your own, so we came to help, the rabbit-head woman replied. Then the octopus-headed man spoke up. This is my territory. Hunting here without my permission isn't exactly polite, is it? Agio didn't want to die? His bloodshot eyes looked wild and desperate, like a fish left flailing on a chopping board. Both hands pressed tightly against his ruptured artery, but every time his throat convulsed, fresh blood would well up between his fingers. The dark red liquid spread across the filthy alley floor, pooling into an irregular puddle. For the 5 demonkin watching nearby, the alley was thick with the tantalizing scent of death and the promise of a delicious feast. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the silence. Jiang Xia, panting heavily, rushed to join Jiang Xia and Li Sitong, glancing nervously at the two figures perched atop the wall. At a time like this, his instincts screamed not to stand alone at the far end of the alley, exposed and vulnerable. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong kept their eyes fixed on the woman with the rabbit's head. Jiang Xia. Even though her true features were obscured by her monstrous appearance, her clothes were unmistakably the same as what Jiang Xia had worn earlier that day. Her silhouette alone was enough to confirm her identity. It was a shock to realize that Jiang Xia, the superstar commanding the music scene, turned out to be one of their own kind. Without absolute certainty, Jiang Xia decided to test the waters. When he spoke, the rabbit-head woman paused in surprise, tilting her head as she replied with a hint of astonishment. Is my voice really that recognizable? Are you a devoted fan? No. I just saw you from a distance at your house by the bridge earlier today. You were wearing these exact clothes, Jiang Xia answered calmly, though he was secretly amazed that Jiang Xia had been drawn out in such a way. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, making things even more intriguing. The rabbit-head demon glanced down at her puffer jacket and muttered with annoyance. If I'd known, I would have changed before going out. All right, I don't care who you 3 are or where you came from. Leave my territory right now. The octopus-headed demon crossed his arms, looking down at the trio with a menacing glare. Li Sitong couldn't help but laugh, though her laughter was icy cold. So you're saying all our effort was for nothing? Her fingers curled slightly, the tips already beginning to shift and morph. The octopus-headed man shot a glance at Agio, who was still writhing on the ground as blood pooled beneath him. He turned back to Li Sitong, his tone flat and unhurried. How about this? Since you did put in some work, I'll let you take one of his hands. At least you won't walk away empty-handed. Li Sitong laughed again, this time lifting her head to meet the octopus-headed man's gaze, her eyes flashing with danger. Trying to snatch food from a tiger's jaws. That's a deadly game. A low, sinister chuckle rumbled in the octopus-headed man's throat. It's always been survival of the fittest. Only the strong get to eat. The temptation of a complete awakened's body was too great. Neither side was willing to back down. But what truly infuriated Li Sitong was that someone dared to reach for prey she already considered hers. With a sharp swish, 2 tentacles sliced through the air, crossing paths as they collided. The moment they entwined, Li Sitong gave a sudden, forceful tug, yanking the octopus-headed man off balance and sending him hurtling down from the wall. 8 tentacles shot out from his chin, stretching long and sharp like flexible spears. His hands had transformed completely. His left hand had become a hard crab claw, while his right was now an octopus tentacle, each sucker lined with tiny, razor-sharp teeth that glinted menacingly. In an instant, their fight spilled from the narrow alley onto the open street. The tips of Li Sitong's tentacles morphed into blades, slicing through the air with a metallic hum. The octopus-headed man fell back step by step, deflecting her strikes with his crab claw while his right tentacle shot out, lashing backward to wrap around a street lamp several meters away. The suckers latched onto the cold metal with a faint, wet sound, anchoring him in place. With a powerful yank, the 3-meter streetlight was uprooted entirely, dragging the wires beneath it as it hurtled toward Li Sitong. The wires snapped in an instant, sparks crackling and dancing in the darkness. Li Sitong remained unfazed. Her left hand returned to its normal form, and with a single, precise motion, she caught the whistling streetlight pole. Her feet were rooted firmly to the ground, utterly unmoved. A flicker of surprise crossed the octopus man's eyes. This woman was stronger than had expected. After testing Li Sitong's strength, he realized this would be a tough fight. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to go up against such a formidable opponent. But the temptation of a fully awakened body was too great. He couldn't stand to see this prize from Guyue town taken by an outsider. With a crunch, Li Sitong's fingers tightened, crushing the spot on the pole like an empty can. Then, with a surge of strength, she hurled the streetlight like a spear at the octopus man. He dodged swiftly, his tentacles extending from below his head, some wrapped around the pole, while others shot toward Li Sitong like venomous snakes. From atop the wall, Jiang Xia watched the fierce battle on the street with cold detachment, secretly relieved she hadn't come alone to hunt, but had brought the mayor along. With her own strength, she knew she'd be no match for that woman. She withdrew her gaze, fixing it on the awakened one struggling to get up in the Aliyah figure clutching their neck, inching weakly along the wall. Now was the perfect moment. She no longer wanted to share this awakened one with the mayor. She knew even if she did, the mayor would only give her a hand, but what she truly desired was the whole prize. The enticing scent filling the alley convinced her that this awakened one could help her reach her second evolution. Her plan was simple: kill the dying awakened one quickly, then leave with the body. Jiang Xiyu's hands morphed into two dry, black branches, sharp claws snapping out from her fingertips. In a flash, she leapt behind Ajio, her talons plunging straight for his back. Just as her claws were about to pierce barely a hair's breadth, a wire tail suddenly lashed out from the side. Sensing danger, Jiang Xia twisted, grabbing the gaping, blood-red tail. Her crimson eyes turned toward Jiang Xia at the other end of the alley. "Am I invisible to you?" Jiang Xia's arms flicked, and two bone blades snapped out. Jiang Xia sneered. "If you fight me, you'll die? Risking your life for an awakened one isn't worth it. Maybe I can't beat you alone, but what about 2 against 1? Jiang Jia stepped out from behind Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia glanced at Jiang Xia. "No offense, but if he helps you, you'll only lose faster." Her words cut deep, stabbing straight into Jiang Jia's heart, leaving him breathless with pain. "Record this for me," Jiang Xia ordered calmly, then shot into the alley like an arrow. Jiang Xia charged at Jiang Xia, his claws slicing through the air. Jiang Xia's agility was astonishing. She vaulted up, just as Jiang Xia drew close, arcing behind him. She spun, her claws aiming straight for his back. At that critical moment, several dark purple tentacles shot from the mouth of the alley, streaking across half its length in an instant. They wrapped tightly around Jiang Xia's claws and yanked hard. With a sudden yank, Jiang Xia's claws paused midair. Jiang Xia had already turned around, her claws and gaping maw attacking in unison. Jiang Xia relied on her incredible agility to leap skyward again, but her body abruptly froze in midair. As she twisted to strike back, Jiang Xia's tail whipped around, lashing tightly around her ankle and forcefully yanking her down, preventing her from gaining any height. Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed as Jiang Xia dragged her toward the ground. A powerful force pressed down on her, nearly crushing the breath from her lungs. Against an opponent with such explosive leaping ability, the best strategy was to engage at close quarters, giving her no room to maneuver. In the empty alley, Jiang Xia's furious roar echoed as the surrounding residents cowered in their beds, trembling with fear, faces pale as paper. Jiang Xia bared her bloody maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp, jagged teeth, and mercilessly bit down on Jiang Xia's shoulder. Unwilling to back down, Jiang Xia retaliated just as fiercely. Her own maw opened, exposing sharp, crimson fangs as she bit into Jiang Xia's shoulder. Though her jaws weren't as large as Jiang Xia's, they were just as sharp and strong, if not even more so. As Jiang Xia's blood filled Jiang Xia's mouth, her body shuddered violently. An odd, intoxicating sensation washed over her, as if a unique flavor had exploded on her tongue. She was dazed, her mind going blank. Why did it feel this way? She couldn't comprehend it, but a single thought suddenly dominated her mind. She wanted to devour Jiang Xia completely. Jiang Xia's claws pinned Jiang Xia's arms to the ground, holding her upper body firmly in place. Her tail shot up, curling around her side and darting toward Jiang Xia's head. But just as she was about to strike, agony exploded in Jiang Xia's chest, as if a massive, bloody maw had clamped down on her. The neatly arranged scales on her chest cracked under the relentless gnawing, the sound of splintering bone echoing in the air. Jiang Xia tried to get up, but Jiang Xia suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around him. Through their entwined bodies, Jiang Xia saw a worm-like creature writhing, suctioned to his chest. The horrifying thing had crawled out from Jiang Xia's abdomen. "Didn't you want to hold me? Then go ahead, hold me as much as you want." Jiang Xia's laughter was laced with malice. Fighting through the searing pain in his chest, Jiang Xia freed his right claw and grabbed the creature latched onto him, squeezing hard. Jiang Xia's face instantly drained of color, agony contorting her features. With all his strength, Jiang Xia tore the creature away, the flesh on his chest ripping open in the process, pain threatening to overwhelm him. He refused to let go, gripping the bloody maw tightly to stop it from reattaching. At the same time, Jiang Xia's tail lashed out, but Jiang Xia seized it with her free hand. She grabbed the tail, bared her fangs, and hurled herself forward, trying to engulf Jiang Xia's head with her bloody maw. Though petite, Zhang Niyu's strength was astonishing. Just as she was about to laugh in triumph, a sharp pain stabbed through her abdomen. Looking down, she saw a black claw digging into her belly, trying to rip out the bloody maw hidden inside her. The viscous liquid spurting from the bloody wound coated the entire black claw. Jiang Xia's attack was swift and ruthless, tearing open a gash in Zhang Niyu's abdomen and ripping away a large chunk of flesh. She let out a piercing scream, somewhere between human and monster, as she struggled to throw Jiang Xia off. Standing in the alley, Jiang Xia held the quivering piece of flesh between his fingers like a lump of jelly. "You bit me, I tear off your flesh. Seems fair to me," he said coldly. His taunt completely ignited Zhang Niyu's fury. "You'll die a horrible death," she roared, leaping high into the air. Under the moonlight, Zhang Niyu's silhouette loomed over Jiang Xia like a specter, her claws extending several more inches. She swiftly grabbed her conical tail as it shot out from the alley, and the moment she landed, she aimed it straight at Jiang Xia's chest. Just as the tail was about to pierce him, it suddenly blossomed like a flower, its soft petals pressing against his chest. Jiang Xia seized the opportunity, his claw slashing at Zhang Niyu's face and ripping a bloody chunk from her right cheek. Zhang Niyu immediately retaliated, plunging her left claw into Jiang Xia's abdomen. Her 5 fingers closed around a piece of flesh and dark blue scales, tearing them free and shoving them into her mouth. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded Ajio staggered away from the alley, struggling toward the Shi-town family home. His face was as pale as paper, every step draining more of his life. He knew he wouldn't survive the night. The vengeful spirits of those he had wronged seemed to follow, weapons in hand, ready to tear his body apart. Visions haunted Ajio's dying mind. The blonde, blue-eyed foreign couple, the family of 3 from the north, his murdered companions. These hallucinations drove him to the brink of madness. I'm guilty, I can die, but please, just let me go home one last time," he muttered, his mind already slipping away. Back in the alley, the fight grew more vicious. Jiang Xia and Zhang Niyu were both consumed by frenzy, locked in a life-or-death struggle. Their bodies crashed together in the narrow passage until they finally tumbled out onto the street where Ajio was escaping. Zhang Niyu pinned Jiang Xia down, her 2 long, hairless ears wrapping around his neck like tentacles. Jiang Xia suddenly threw his head back, sinking his steel-like teeth deep into her ear. With a violent tug, jet-black blood sprayed through the air as Zhang Niyu let out a blood-curdling scream. That scream echoed down the street, reaching the dying Ajio below, sounding to him like the wailing of countless vengeful souls coming to claim him. Jiang Xia's brutality and madness were far beyond what Zhang Niyu had expected. Only now did she understand why. Despite being the stronger one, she had never managed to kill him and instead ended up battered and bruised. From the very start, this man had been fighting as if his life depended on it. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xia unleashed a surge of terrifying power. One of his arms broke free from its restraints, his upper body snapped upright, and a beastly roar erupted from deep within his throat. His gaping mouth, filled with razor-sharp fangs, lunged straight for Zhang Niyu's face. The sudden attack caught her completely off guard. Instinctively, she opened her bloody maw in retaliation. But that decision proved fatal. Her mouth could barely swallow something the size of a tennis ball, while Jiang Xia's jaws were wide enough to engulf her entire face. The moment her mouth opened, his fangs clamped down over her whole face like iron gates slamming shut. His serrated teeth sank deep into the flesh of her cheek. She could feel every sharp point stabbing into her mouth. With a violent yank, Jiang Xia tore away a chunk of flesh and skin, sending jet-black blood splattering like ink, along with a large piece of her face. The searing pain made Zhang Niyu shriek a sound like a rusty saw cutting through glass, the piercing screech echoing through most of the small town. As she instinctively covered her face, Jiang Xia broke free with his left hand and grabbed her long ears. With a swift hook from his right, the blade-like bones along his arm slashed across her throat, slicing open a deep gash. As her windpipe was severed, her screams were abruptly cut off, replaced by the sickening gurgle of blood. Black, tar-like blood poured from her throat and mouth. Terror finally overtook her. Clutching her neck, she tried desperately to escape. But Jiang Xia had no intention of letting her go. He sprang to his feet, his tail unfurling like a monstrous flower, and caught up with her as she tried to leap away. The tail wrapped around her head, its 6 blade-like segments spinning like a deadly saw, splattering blood in a perfect circle on the wall. Under the brutal force of slicing and tearing, the half-severed neck finally gave way. Her head was yanked into the air, while her body stumbled forward one last step before crashing to the stone pavement. The black blood seeped into the cracks between the stones, rousing the dormant moss and painting it with the colors of this new world. A warm surge of energy flooded into Jiang Xia, every cell in his body greedily absorbing the power he had gained from killing Zhang Niyu. The feeling of growing stronger was exhilarating. Jiang Xia spat out a mouthful of bitter, blood-soaked flesh and gazed with satisfaction at the corpse on the ground. When he looked down at the street, Ajio had already vanished without a trace. Are you okay, Xia? Jiang Xia rushed out of the alley, quickly took off his jacket, and pressed it anxiously against the gaping wound below Jiang Xia's chest, where a large chunk of flesh was missing. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining his palm red. Jiang Niu's head was still encased in the blood orb, dangling behind Jiang Xia like a gruesome ornament, giving the entire scene an eerie, chilling atmosphere. Meanwhile, over 400 meters away by the river bend, a brutal fight was raging. Several thick octopus tentacles flailed wildly in the air as they were sliced by sharp blades, dropping to the ground and twitching like freshly killed vipers. Black liquid spurted from the stumps. The octopus man, who had just been so aggressive in driving away outsiders, now had both hands severed at the wrists. His body and legs were tightly bound by tentacles thicker than his arms. The tentacles constricted around him like pythons crushing their prey, squeezing tighter and tighter. The sound of bones snapping echoed from within his body, as if someone was hammering away inside him. As the tentacles continued to coil and contract, his sternum and ribs were all crushed. Agonizing pain swept through the octopus man, but he could barely register if his only thought was to escape the death closing in on him. I lost, that awakened one is yours. Every word was forced out with the last of his strength. Li Sitong leaned in close to his face, a faint, mocking smile curling her lips. You've lost the right to say that. Back in the alley, Jiang Xia, still in his demonic form, leaned against the wall, breathing heavily as he tried to recover. Li Sitong returned as well, her clothes stained atari black and badly torn. A gruesome wound gaped on her exposed left wrist, as if it had been clamped by giant shears. Flesh peeled back to reveal flashes of bone. Right after the fight, Li Sitong's injuries had been even worse, but after completely devouring the octopus man, the nutrients she absorbed were rapidly healing her wounds. The pain lingered, but she didn't seem to mind. In fact, she seemed to relish the ongoing absorption in her gut. That octopus guy was pretty strong and very nourishing. Li Sitong walked over to Jiang Xia. In the short distance it took to reach him, a bloody scratch on her face had already healed, leaving behind only the faintest trace. I was just about to look for you, Jiang Xia said, watching her approach. Li Sitong glanced at the headless body of Jiang Niu and the blood orb-encased head on the ground, nodding slightly. Not bad. I was a bit worried you might not be able to handle her. Are you okay? Jiang Xia's gaze fell on the chunk missing from both sides of Li Sitong's left wrist. As long as it's not fatal, it'll be fine, she replied casually. Where's that awakened one? Got away. Got away? Li Sitong frowned, peering down the alley. She was on the verge of death. Where could she possibly go? She took a deep breath, catching the scent of blood in the air, then turned toward the direction of West Town. The demonic sense of smell was extremely sensitive to blood, especially that of an awakened one. Ajio's home was by the river bend in West Town. After crossing the arched bridge and following the riverbank for another 200 meters, he arrived. He pushed open the heavy front door and, his body already on the verge of collapse, fell inside, leaving a trail of blood across the floor. A woman in maternity clothes hurried out from the living room on the first floor. Seeing her husband collapse, her pupils shrank in terror, her face etched with fear. Though only a few months pregnant, her belly was already distended, even larger than that of a woman in her final month. Sensing the scent of awakened blood in the air, whatever was inside her began to writhe violently, reacting with an alarming excitement. The woman struggled to squat down, then stretched out her legs and sat on the ground. Her trembling fingers gently brushed over Aegeus' blood-stained body. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. A Jew managed to lift his head, his face drained of all color, as pale as paper. Driven by the last remnants of his will, he had made the journey from East Town back to his home in West Town, determined to accomplish two things. First, he wanted to see his wife one last time. As he gazed at her face, so familiar, yet somehow distant memories of their first meeting flashed through his mind. Her smile, the promises they had made. He loved this woman deeply, so much so that it was this very love that had led their family down a path from which there was no return. The second task, and the most agonizing decision of all, had to kill his wife and the child she was carrying. The thought had haunted him countless times, but whenever he looked at the woman who had been by his side for 8 years, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He had always clung to the hope that the child in her womb might be normal. However, the way her belly had swelled so rapidly in just a few short months, and the violent movements had witnessed whenever she ate, had made the truth unmistakably clear. Now, with the shadow of death looming over him, he knew he had to act. He feared not only how many people his wife and child might harm in the future, but even more so, he couldn't bear the thought of them living on as monsters no longer human, nor truly anything else destined one day to die horribly at the hands of other demons or awakened ones. Though doubt still lingered in his heart, there was no time left. Please, forgive me, a Jew whispered silently to his wife. Summoning the last of his strength, a layer of blazing red armor formed over his fist. The heat intensified, distorting the air around them. Whatever was inside her seemed to sense the danger. It began to writhe even more violently, stretching the woman's belly until it looked like a thin membrane. Through the skin, laced with blue veins, the outline of a massive creature could be seen twisting inside. The woman's pupils shrank in sudden realization. She instantly understood her husband's intent. Instinctively, she tried to protect her child and scramble away, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, a black claw burst through her abdomen, latching onto Aegeus' wrist. The flames met the thick, white fluid pouring from the wound, sending up clouds of acrid black smoke. A guttural whimper escaped the woman's throat, her eyes wide with shock. Her body arched backward at an unnatural angle, as if some invisible force was pulling her apart. At the entrance of the courtyard, the scene unfolding inside left Jiang Xia and the others deeply shaken. A black creature, its body slick with viscous liquid, crouched on the blood-stained ground, greedily tearing into a severed arm. The monster's appearance was horrifying, its oval head wrinkled like the peeled skull of a rat, with narrow crimson eyes above a nose sharp as if carved by a knife, and rows of jagged white teeth. Though it stood only about 4 feet tall, its damp, snake-like tail stretched nearly as long as its body, dragging along the ground. All around, shredded clothing and fresh blood formed a gruesome tangle. The creature devoured its meal with astonishing speed, barely chewing as it swallowed pieces whole, and its swollen belly did nothing to curb its ravenous appetite. Even more disturbing was the woman lying nearby, her abdomen a mess of torn flesh and blood. She seemed oblivious to pain, gazing at the feeding child with a twisted, doting affection, showing not a trace of grief for her dead husband. The grotesque scene finally broke Jiang Xia, who was cradling Jiang Niyu's corpse. He suddenly dropped the body and stumbled away, retching into the darkness. He was no stranger to violence, but the warped truth behind this sight was too much to bear. Jiang Xia, too, furrowed his brow, shaken by the implications of what he saw. Li Sitong, however, simply clicked her tongue. Looks like we arrived too late, but at least we got to see the embryonic demon. Before she finished speaking, the creature suddenly sensed the intruders. It whipped its head toward the doorway, jaws opening wide in an ear-splitting shriek. As Jiang Xia's blade-shaped tendril was about to strike the demon's head, the woman, who seemed barely alive, suddenly sprang up and threw herself in the way, shielding the creature from the fatal blow. She clung desperately to the tendril piercing her body, her eyes still full of deranged maternal love, and screamed hoarsely at the demon, "Run!" Clutching the last of its meal, the demon turned and fled without a backward glance, paying no heed to its mother's sacrifice. It leapt onto the wall like a nimble monkey, only to have its thin leg ensnared by Jiang Xia's spear-shaped tail. Yanked back, the demon screeched, its claws slashing wildly and nearly severing Jiang Xia's tail. The woman's body was cut in half, and Jiang Xia's blade-shaped tendril drove through the demon's back, pinning it to the wall. The creature thrashed frantically, its claws gouging cracks in the bricks as debris rained down, but the tendril impaling it didn't budge an inch. In the next instant, a conical tail pierced precisely into the back of the monster's head, effortlessly driving through its notiothardan skull. The creature's limbs instantly went limp as it slid down the wall like a pile of sludge. "Whyd you kill it so quickly? I didn't even get a chance to study it properly," Li Sitong said, shooting Jiang Xia a resentful look. "Well, you never said anything," Jiang Xia replied, retracting his tail and feeling a warm surge of energy flow through his body. Jiang Xia, face pale, walked over to them. As he patted his chest to steady his nausea, he kept his eyes fixed on the monster still pinned to the wall by Li Sitong's tentacle. Was that thing even human? Even its own father? "That's a fetus demon," Li Sitong replied, her gaze shifting to the woman's body, now split in two on the floor. She was a mother demon. "What kind of strange demon is that?" Jiang Xia asked. Li Sitong explained in detail. A mother demon begins nurturing new life the day she awakens. While other demons can be unpredictable, mother demons are remarkably consistent. They'll do anything to protect the unborn child inside them, over and over again, as if it's their sole purpose. The life inside them is called a fetus demon. Cases like this are rare. I've only heard about them by chance. So that thing wasn't even the awakened woman's real child? Jiang Xia pressed. Not really. As far as I know, the fetus demon inside a mother demon has nothing to do with outsiders. Most of the nutrients she absorbs go straight to the fetus demon. If there's enough nourishment, the fetus demon can even evolve while still in the womb. Jiang Xia glanced thoughtfully at the woman's corpse. No wonder she was so weak, while her child was so strong. Staring at the fetus demon on the wall, Li Sitong spoke coldly. In a way, this is what a true monster looks like. No humanity, almost no thought, just a beast that knows only how to hunt. Her gaze fell on the scraps of clothing on the ground, and she sighed softly. You really were pitiful. Before leaving, Li Sitong found a suitcase and placed Jiang Niyu's body inside. then went to the bathroom to wash the blood from her face. Once Jiang Xia had also cleaned up, the three of them left the house. The mother and child demons left Li Sitong feeling sick to her stomach, and she had lost all interest in them. On the street, Jiang Xia smashed the window of a clothing store, and the three went inside to change. Although Li Sitong had previously found some of Ajio's clothes for him, Jiang Xia couldn't stand wearing a dead person's belongings and quickly changed out of them. Since there were no women's clothes in the store, Li Sitong chose a sharp-looking black men's outfit. Having helped carry the bodies earlier, Jiang Xia also changed into clean clothes, and before they left, he made a point to leave just under 1,000 yuan in cash on the counter. Seeing this, Jiang Xia gave Jiang Xia a thumbs up. Nice touch. It's not easy for small business owners to make a living. Since we took their clothes, of course we should leave the money behind, Jiang Xia declared passionately. What about the window? Jiang Xia pointed at the shattered glass. The glass? Jiang Xia stared at the window, looking completely serious. We're not taking the glass with us, are we? Fair point. Jiang Xia nodded in agreement. Li Sitong looked at the two in disbelief. What kind of logic is that? Every step Jiang Xia took sent a jolt of pain through his injuries, making him wince. Chong Wen's wounds from their earlier fight hadn't healed yet, and now he had even more. It was injury upon injury. Jiang Xia followed close behind, dragging a bloodstained suitcase. The sound of its wheels clattering over the flagstones echoed through the silent town, as if some demon was being dragged straight from hell. As the noise faded into the distance, a gust of wind swept down from between the mountains, engulfing the whole town like the mournful wail of the dead. I've made up my mind need to get stronger too. I can't keep holding you guys back. Even if I'm not the main character, I should at least be an important supporting one. No way am I going to be dead weight. And I've actually come up with a way to get stronger without crossing my own moral line. Jiang Xia rambled on between the two, then suddenly stopped and looked at Jiang Xia with suspicion. By the way, Xia, how did you get so much stronger so fast? Did you sneak out to hunt behind my back? Just as they were about to leave the town, Li Sitong suddenly stopped and slowly turned around, her gaze lifting to the distant darkness, locking onto the top of a tower. Sensing something was off, Jiang Xia turned as well, following her line of sight. On the tower's roof, two figures stood against the wind, their clothes whipping in the night air. In the darkness, four pairs of eyes met. Were they awakened, or something else? The distance was too great for Jiang Xia to sense anything. When he glanced at Li Sitong, he noticed her eyes glowing red, her pupils narrowing into slits like a snake's. She suddenly grabbed Jiang Xia's hand, urgency flashing in her gaze. Let's go? A few seconds later, Li Sitong spoke again. During that fight with the octopus-headed one, I had a feeling someone was watching us from the shadows. Looks like I was right, those two have been on the tower's roof this whole time, keeping an eye on us. At the top of the tower, two cold stares followed the three as they fled the small town. A young man in a black mask asked in a low voice, should we go after them? No. How? Chasing them would be pointless. The other, a middle-aged man with heavy camouflage paint obscuring his features, watched the trio with a frosty expression. That woman said Demonche is not to be underestimated. Especially after consuming the mayor, her strength's grown a lot. Taking her heat in is too risky. I'm not willing to take that chance. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath. Damn it. If I'd known, I would have killed the mayor a month ago. Instead, I let him live, and now he's just become food for a demon. The young man turned sharply, a look of shock in his eyes. What do you mean? Realizing Head let something slip, the older man fell silent, his face tightening. The young man stared at him in disbelief. You were keeping the mayor alive on purpose. So what? Why shouldn't I? The older man shot back, his eyes still locked on the figures disappearing into the distance. How could you? The younger man said angrily. You had the chance to kill a demon, and you didn't. You just let it go, waiting for it to hurt more people before stepping in. How are you any different from the demons? Why shouldn't I? The older man replied in a low voice. Awakened like us grow stronger by killing demons. The more evolved the demon, the greater the power we gain. If I kill a weak one, it's a waste. But if I let him evolve and then take him out, I get stronger. Isn't that better? The young man fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, he murmured, I never realized the game could be played this way. He paused, his expression conflicted. I always thought we were supposed to be. The older man patted his shoulder and gave a cold laugh. Don't idealize things. Demons have never been our real enemy. Then what is? The young man asked, stunned. The older man gazed up at the bright moon, silent for a few seconds before replying. It's this world, growing more chaotic by the day. The young man hesitated, glancing at his companion, unsure what to say. In that moment, he felt the world slipping further out of his grasp. But next time you want to talk about something this serious, the young man said, looking helplessly at the stream of urine splashing from the older man's crotch. Could you at least wait until you're done peeing? On the country road, Jiang Xia dragged his suitcase, footsteps heavy. Damn, I should have gotten a car. It's the middle of the night, and my legs are killing me. Li Sitong leaned in close to Jiang Xia, her eyes on the phone in his hand. Any luck getting a ride? Jiang Xia shook his head, looking resigned. It's late, and we're outside the city. No way we're getting a car out here. As he spoke, Jiang Xia's face twisted in pain, his head spinning as his upper body collapsed uncontrollably into Li Sitong's arms. The sudden loss of support startled Jiang Xia, who rushed over in a few quick strides, calling out anxiously, Xia, Xia. Li Sitong gently stroked Jiang Xia's pale face, the corners of her mouth lifting in a soft smile. You're quite the actor. Jiang Xia opened his eyes with a sigh, slowly straightening up and brushing the dust off his clothes. I was hoping I could just fall asleep and wake up at home. You've got some nerve, Jiang Xia scoffed, rolling his eyes at Jiang Xia. Without another word, he hoisted Jiang Xia onto his back, moving with the ease of someone who'd done it countless times before. After walking for a while, Jiang Xia's steps grew heavier. He stopped, slightly out of breath, and asked, aren't you going to at least pretend to be polite and ask me to put you down? Maybe show a bit of that masculine pride. There's no need for formalities between friends, Jiang Xia replied, leaning against Jiang Jia's shoulder with his eyes closed, his voice lazy. If you're tired, I can take the suitcase. Jiang Jia paused, sweat beading on his forehead. If you're holding the suitcase while I'm carrying you, isn't all the weight still on me? He pursed his lips and added, all right, enough talking. If you want to rest, rest. If we hurry, we might reach the county in an hour. But after just a dozen minutes, Li Sitong deftly ordered a taxi on her phone. The cab came down from Yinbei County. There were few cars on the country roads this late at night, so the taxi arrived quickly and picked up the three of them. The driver, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, didn't notice anything unusual about the suitcase shoved into the trunk. Jiang Xia sat in the back seat, eyes tightly shut, cold sweat streaming down his forehead from the pain of his wounds, his shirt soaked and clinging to his back. He was deep in thought. Awakeners grew stronger by killing demons, but he could not only gain strength this way. He could, like the demons, absorb energy from ordinary humans and even other awakeners. Had he just discovered a loophole? If he could absorb nutrients from other awakeners, did that mean since he was also an awakener could become stronger by drinking a bit of his own blood each day? Even if it wasn't much at a time, it would add up over the days. For a moment, Jiang Xia was lost in confusion. He began to wonder if he was truly an awakener, or perhaps a demon himself. Does it even matter whether I'm an awakener or a demon? Jiang Xia thought quietly. Remembering what happened with the Jew that night, he opened his eyes and looked out at the bright sky through the car window, as if something had suddenly become clear. Maybe the answer wasn't hidden in those facts swirling in his mind. Maybe it was about surviving this chaos in his own way, and only then could he decide what he truly was. Jiang Jia, not wanting to transfer to another car, paid the driver 2,000 yuan before they even reached Yinbei County and asked him to drive them straight to Xinghe City. For the unsuspecting driver, it was a lucrative fare, and he quickly perked up, gripping the wheel tightly and delivering them to the highway exit near Xinghe City by dawn. It wasn't until they were almost at Xinghe City that the three of them realized they'd forgotten to leave Zhang Niu's head in Yinbei County. But it was too late to go back, and they decided to just let it be. They were simply too exhausted to bother. At 6:46 in the morning, the pale blue sky looked like rice paper washed clean by water, its edges tinged with the first light of dawn. Early buses trailed behind street cleaning trucks, rolling over the damp asphalt. Jiang Jia headed home to rest. Li Sitong, dragging the suitcase, went to Jiang Xia's place. After calling the principal to arrange a meeting at noon, she disappeared into Jiang Xia's room. Though tired, Jiang Xia didn't rest right away. Instead, he took a hot shower, letting the water wash away the dried blood and grime from his body. His wounds, still raw and unhealed, revealed red and white flesh. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jiang Xia pressed his finger to a wound and brought the blood-stained fingertip to his mouth. The red liquid on her fingertip slowly trickled into her mouth, making Jiang Xia frown slightly. The faint sense of nourishment rising within her, along with a mild feeling of fullness, left her somewhat uneasy. This ability seemed almost too powerful. The regenerative capabilities of the demon kind were formidable, and she herself could recover strength by consuming her own flesh. If she lost an arm, how long would it take to grow back? Could it really regenerate? Doubt crept into Jiang Xia's mind. But it wasn't as simple as it seemed. If she were to cut off her arm and eat it, most of the nutrients would probably be used to heal the wound and restore her damaged body. And if the arm regenerated during this process, wouldn't that mean she suffered the pain for nothing? Jiang Xia couldn't help but give a wry smile at the thought of this unfortunate scenario. Leaving the bathroom, Jiang Xia changed into a loose tank top. Just as she picked up her phone to call her mother, she noticed a text message from her. Her mother wrote that she was safe and on her way to a place with no cell service. If there was an emergency, Jiang Xia should contact her father, Jiang Guohai. Her mother would call in 2 or 3 days at the earliest, or 4 or 5 days at the latest. Jiang Xia tried to call her mother, but only got the message that the number was out of service. No signal. Jiang Xia wondered where her mother had gone. Was she hiding deep in the mountains, or had she already reached a safe zone? Either way, as long as her mother was safe, that was all that mattered. Jiang Xia silently prayed for her mother's safety, then called her father, Jiang Guohai. He picked up quickly, his voice tinged with concern, as if worried something had happened to her. After a brief conversation, Jiang Xia learned that her father was still in Yinbei County. She reminded him to stay vigilant. As for coming home, she hoped she could see her parents anytime. But with the current situation so uncertain, especially with the possibility that demon kind might target her mother, it seemed safer to wait a few more days before having her father return. After all, Yinbei County was much safer than Xinghe City, at least for now. Things in Xinghe City were far more complicated. After hanging up, Jiang Xia returned to her messaging app and texted Jiang Xia to let him know she was home. As soon as she sent the message, a group chat notification popped up. It was from a gaming group she used to be active in. Jiang Xia had once been the deputy leader of a team in a shooting game, back when she was passionate about gaming, especially skill-based shooters. But as the game introduced more and more flashy weapons, her enthusiasm had gradually faded. Today, the group chat was clearly different. A member named Chang Nen had shared several videos. The footage was shocking. In a dark alley, a woman with a backpack was suddenly grabbed around the neck by a tentacle as she passed the entrance. She struggled desperately, but in the end, the tentacle dragged her into the alley. The scene was brutal and disturbing, and the group chat exploded. Is this real? A monster? Tentacles? Damn, what kind of hell is this girl going through? Messages flooded in. Changnan, where's the rest of the video? Don't hold out on us. Post it. If you need motivation, we'll send you a red envelope. The atmosphere in the chat heated up instantly. Someone even joked, I think I've seen something like this before, but it was anime. Is there a live-action version now? Jiang Xia scrolled through the chat, her gaze lingering on the video. Her instincts told her there was more to this than met the eye. Late at night, a chat group buzzed with discussion about the strange events that had been happening recently. Check out this video, Xiangnan said, sending a clip while wiping sweat from his forehead. Seriously, it's best not to go out at night these days. There might really be monsters in this world. Oh, come on. Guaxiato immediately retorted. It's obviously edited. Isn't this just like that Lizard Man documentary from 10 years ago? A girl chimed in, picking up the thread. Speaking of monsters, I actually saw someone running down the street with a kitchen knife last night, yelling monster nonstop. In the end, people from the psychiatric hospital took him away. Are you implying I'm crazy? Xiangnan snapped, sounding annoyed. Don't get me wrong. Captain, I'm just telling the truth, the girl quickly explained. Qiangnan's tone suddenly turned serious. I mean it. Stay in at night for now. My brother works in a special emergency management department that deals with, well, bodies. He says the way some of them died, it's not normal. I can't say more. Go on. Captain, I love hearing your tall tales. Zhang's Wichili laughed. Guaxiato was unimpressed. What's there to be scared of? Even if there really are monsters, as long as they're carbon-based life forms, a 7.62 caliber will take care of them. Xiangnan, are we still playing the team match this week? Daibei Abuxia asked. We are. Xiangnan answered without hesitation. All right, Captain's just talking nonsense. I'm going to bed. Zhang's Wichili concluded. The next day at 11:20 a.m., Li Sidong finished her shower and glanced at Jiang Xia, who was lounging on the opposite sofa, playing on his phone. Jiang Xia was replying to some photos of girls that Yang Jia had sent him. You haven't slept at all? Li Sidong asked. I slept a bit, Jiang Xia replied without looking up, typing a message to Yang Jia. If you don't rein it in, sooner or later you'll die because of women. Are you feeling any better? I'm recovering all right. Jiang Xia sat up straighter. It'll take about a week to be fully back to normal, but he'll be ready to fight again in 3 or 4 days. Li Sidong nodded and got to the point. About those strange sensations you had during battle, did you feel them again last night, when you fought Zhang Niyue, and that awakened one? I did. Jiang Xia's expression grew serious. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think I finally understand why I suddenly became stronger. Li Sitong's eyes lit up and she leaned forward. Tell me. Normal demon types absorb nutrients immediately after eating, but I'm different. Jiang Xia pursed his lips. It's like there's a special storage space inside me that keeps some of the nutrients from being absorbed right away. Li Sitong suddenly understood. So, during a fight, your body starts absorbing the nutrients stored there? Exactly, and it's not just simple absorption. These explanations were all prepared in advance by Jiang Xia. He was trying to craft a brand new identity for himself as a different kind of demon. He went on, when I'm fighting, the nutrients stored in my body seem to explode and increase rapidly. The fiercer the battle, the more nutrients there are. I hadn't paid much attention to it before, but last night, when I fought that guy Agio, I felt it very clearly. Do you remember those chunks of flesh I tore from him? The sensation was especially obvious then. The nutrients entered my body, and as the fight grew more intense, they just kept growing. Li Sidong nodded thoughtfully. So, your unique way of getting stronger is through fighting. The more intense the battle, the faster your power grows as long as you have enough nutrients stored up. Jiang Xia looked a bit unsure. I'm not certain if that's exactly how it works, but that's how it feels to me. I fought twice last night, and now I can definitely feel that I've gotten stronger. Li Sidong hadn't expected Jiang Xia's method of growing stronger to be so unusual, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But it seems not just any fight will do. It has to be one where you're fully engaged for it to work, right? Jiang Xia added, wanting to further flesh out his new demon identity. Otherwise, every time you finish eating, you'd just come looking for me to spar. Li Sitong smiled. Well, in that case, it sounds like we're a perfect team. You get stronger through fighting, so you go up against worthy opponents. After you kill them, you leave the rest to me, the other demon, to devour. Jiang Xia nodded, still a bit uncertain. That seems about right, but I'm still not sure if I'm correct. He'll need to experience another intense fight before I can be sure. Li Sitong chuckled. Don't worry, you'll get your chance soon enough. In a world like this, it's never hard to find a life-or-death battle. Just as Jiang Xia was about to respond, Principal Baihu called. After confirming they would meet at Jiang Xia's home, Li Sitong hung up and turned to Jiang Xia with a curious look. By the way, have you ever tasted your own blood? I heard that a few demons who aren't of your type gain nutrients from eating your flesh. Have you tried it yourself? Jiang Xia replied indifferently. I have, and it's just like you said. Li Sitong's expression grew more complicated. Without a doubt, Jiang Xia was the most unusual demon she had ever met or even heard of. You really are a strange one. So, before a fight, you don't even need to store up nutrients in advance. Just take a bite of your own flesh, and your blood and meat would release multiple times more nutrients. She paused, suddenly realizing something was off. Wait, if those nutrients explode inside you, shouldn't some of them help heal your wounds? But last night, you fought twice and tore flesh from a Geo. Even though you got stronger, your injuries are still just as bad. Why is that? Jiang Xia shook his head. I don't know. I really can't explain it right now. The only answer I have is that I don't know. Li Sitong thought for a moment, then finally said, I think I understand. If I'm right, those nutrients that explode inside you only boost your strength, they don't heal your wounds. She paused. If that's the case, what should we call this type of demon? Li Sitong shook her head, momentarily at a loss for words. I don't know. The types and names of demon seeds weren't there from the start, they were all named by people later on. Maybe you're the first of your kind, and you get to name it yourself. The right to name it. A thoughtful look flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. It'll take some time to think about it. Principal Huang Tianfu arrived nearly half an hour earlier than planned. The reason was simply had heard that Zhang Niyu's body had been brought back to Xinghe City, and he was too excited to wait, eager to see it for himself. Today, he was dressed quite normally, wearing the same black suit jacket he usually wore at school. In the living room, Huang Tianfu's hands trembled slightly as he opened the suitcase. When he saw the girl's body curled up inside, already starting to stiffen, he let out a satisfied hum, almost involuntarily. Well done. It's only the third day, and you've already brought me this gift. His voice was full of praise. Jiang Xia glanced at Li Sitong's face, noticing the same flicker of excitement in her eyes. Interestingly, Li Sitong's attention wasn't on the suitcase at all, but fixed on Principal Huang Tianfu. Jiang Xia instantly understood Huang was clearly her next potential target. Huang Tianfu bent down to inspect the body in the suitcase, muttering, it's just a shame the lower half of her face is ruined. Hard to make out what she looked like. Suddenly, his expression froze. Wait, something's wrong. Suppressing his excitement, he frowned and turned to Jiang Xia and Li Sitong. What's going on? Huang pointed to the severed head placed separately in the corner of the suitcase, his tone turning cold. Didn't I tell you to leave her head in Yinbei County? Hang it somewhere obvious? Why did you bring it back too? Li Sitong replied calmly. We were being watched in Yinbei County. We didn't have time to leave the head behind and had to get out quickly. If you really want the head left there, I can send someone to take care of it now. Huang Tianfu considered for a moment, his gaze growing twisted and his breathing heavy. No need. I've thought of something even more entertaining. Reluctantly tearing his eyes away from Zhang Niyu's body, he walked over to the sofa and sat down, pulling 2 deep red tickets from his pocket and placing them on the table. I keep my promises. The 2 spots in the safe zone are yours. Jiang Xia didn't pick up the tickets right away, but examined them closely. The material was unusual, not quite plastic, not quite paper, more like a special kind of metal. On the front was a golden shield-shaped emblem, and at the bottom, a set of serial numbers, D09116 and D09117. These are the 2 safe zone passes. Jiang Xia picked up the tickets, feeling their texture. Even holding them, he couldn't quite identify the material. Up close, they looked like plastic, but felt like metal. When he tilted them, the emblem and numbers shifted colors depending on the angle. On the back, a golden dragon totem was printed, which also changed color with the light. Huang Tianfu nodded. That's right. Take these tickets to the safe zone and show them at the entrance. As long as you pass inspection, you'll be allowed in. Where did you get these tickets? Jiang Xia wanted to know their source. From the look of them, they didn't seem fake. I told you a couple of days ago, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to verify it. But since you did such a great job this time, they'll satisfy your curiosity. Huang Tianfu began explaining. Right now, everyone entering the safe zone is by invitation only. Most people who are invited don't actually get a ticket. The safe zone authorities just bring them in directly. Only a select few, special individuals are given tickets. They can pass them on to anyone they choose. Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully. If I'm guessing right, Most of those special individuals you mentioned are those awakened who have aligned themselves with the authorities? Huang Tianfu nodded. That's right. Every awakened individual who sides with the authorities can get at least 3 safe zone passes. They can give them to family or friends. After all, as someone who's awakened and has chosen to work with the government, having a few privileges is expected. These 2 passes, did you get them from an awakened person? Huang Tianfu nodded again. That awakened one had 3 in total. I already gave 1 away, and the remaining 2 are yours now. Do you know where the safe zone is located exactly? Jiang Xia asked. Huang Tianfu shook his head. This isn't like buying something with after-sales service. I'm just giving you the passes. You'll have to find the safe zone on your own. You probably don't know the exact location either, Li Sitong said, taking the 2 safe zone passes from Jiang Xia and examining them closely. Huang Tianfu didn't respond. Instead, he took out a cigarette and lit it. Before the flame touched the tip, Jiang Xia noticed something odd about the tobacco. It wasn't the usual brown, but red, as if it had been dyed with something. Upon a closer sniff, a familiar scent threaded up his nose and into his mind. Seeing Jiang Xia's attention on the cigarette, Huang Tianfu offered the pack. Want one? It's a new product from that New World Cafe by the lake. It's been getting great reviews. I thought you never allowed students to smoke? Jiang Xia joked. That made Huang Tianfu chuckle. He put the pack away. You're right. As the principal, I can't let students smoke, can I? My turn, Li Sitong said eagerly. The anticipation of peeling back the layers was irresistible to her. Huang Tianfu shook his head. I'm a man of principle. I promised your leader I wouldn't reveal his identity to anyone. Li Sitong was silent for 2 seconds. I like people with principles, but I dislike those who break their promises even more. Huang Tianfu didn't reply. He simply pulled a photo from his inner pocket and placed it on the table. That's a unique way of keeping your promise, Li Sitong said with a soft laugh, picking up the photo. As she turned it over, her smile faded only to be replaced by a strange, twisted grin. It's him. Staring at the photo, Jiang Xia hadn't expected this. The leader of Li Sitong's organization turned out to be this guy. The person in the photo was Chen Kai. Both Jiang Xia and Li Sitong were caught off guard. Jiang Xia had even speculated that Li Sitong's boss might be his own father, but never imagined it would be Chen Kai. It seems that the boss I met before was just an actor he arranged, Li Sitong murmured. Cunning guy. If the principal hadn't shown her this photo, Li Sitong realized that no matter how much time she had, she never would have suspected Chen Kai. I have things to do, so I'll leave you 2 to it. Huang Tianfu stood up, put his black mask back on, and zipped up his suitcase. He was eager to stir up the next commotion. As he reached the door, he turned back and said, by the way, fun is better when shared. Make sure you come to school early tomorrow, or you might miss the excitement. You're going to get in trouble if you keep this up, Li Sitong warned him kindly. If you make too much noise and cause public panic, you'll end up on the authorities' radar. If they find out it's you, they might come after you to prevent any more incidents. Thanks for the reminder, but it'll be careful. Principal Huang Tianfu replied, a faint shadow flickering in his eyes. You're a good student. Since Changwen is gone, you'll take over as the student council president. With that, he wheeled his suitcase out of the office. Li Sitong watched the principal's retreating figure, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. Thank you for the promotion. If I'm at school, I'll do my best to keep things in order. I believe in your abilities, Huang Tianfu said before the door closed with a thud, leaving only Li Sitong and Jiang Xia in the office. Jiang Xia quietly observed Li Sitong's profile. He knew her too well. She hadn't warned the principal out of any sense of loyalty, but because she already saw him as prey. She didn't want the authorities to take him down before she could make her move. Jiang Xia took the photo from Li Sitong, studying it closely. I can't believe it's him. He hid himself well. Li Sitong stretched lazily and lay down, resting her head on Jiang Xia's lap. Staring at the ceiling, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The world just keeps getting more interesting. Not even movies can match this level of drama. Jiang Xia glanced down at her delicate features and asked, so, are you planning to make a move on Chen Kai next? Li Sitong grinned, answering without hesitation. Whoever's on top, I take them down. The 2 didn't leave the house all day. Jiang Xia alternated between playing on his phone and napping, doing his best to rest and speed up his recovery, ready for anything unexpected. Li Sitong stayed quietly in the study, focused on her colored pencil drawings. They both tacitly avoided any talk of the demons or the world, as if this was just a brief, peaceful break. In the afternoon, they went to the local market together and bought a fresh fish to make soup. Back in Guyu Town, Li Sitong had mentioned that ordinary food no longer interested her, but she still liked meat soups not for the taste, but for the comforting warmth they brought. That evening, Jiang Xia checked his injuries. Most of the small wounds had healed, and he figured he'd be almost fully recovered after a good night's sleep. At midnight, a video began to spread like wildfire across various chat apps, another masterpiece by Baihu. By the time the authorities started taking it down, countless people had already seen it. Jiang Xia watched it too. Jiang Xia had sent it to him. The video was shot in a theater in Xinghua City. On stage was Zhang Niyu's head, half her face destroyed but carefully cleaned. The upper half was impeccably made up, with false lashes and colored contacts. Someone had even styled her hair in soft waves. Her head was suspended midair by nearly invisible threads, a microphone placed before her. The singing came from her mouth, amplified through the mic, and echoing throughout the theater. The song itself was beautiful, but paired with the terrifying scene, it was deeply unsettling. Even Jiang Xia, who already knew the truth, felt his hair stand on end and a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head, as if drenched in ice water. How much worse must it have been for those who knew nothing? Maniac. An absolute lunatic. Jiang Xia muttered through gritted teeth. The psychopath rankings had updated again. Principal Huang Tianfu was firmly in first place, likely to hold the spot for a long time. Chang Wen had dropped to second, Chen Kai was third, and Yang Jia was bumped out of the top three. After watching the video, Jiang Xia even felt that Yang Jia wasn't all that twisted, almost normal, by comparison. Even Chen Kai's habit of building relationships before striking seemed almost reasonable now. Li Sitong was watching the video too. She leaned in close, eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'm really wondering, was the singing actually coming from Zhang Niyu's mouth, or was it played from the control room? Jiang Xia analyzed. Someone like him, who loves a spectacle and wants everything perfect, probably wouldn't use a playback. I bet he put a small speaker in Zhang Niyu's mouth. The audio in the video sounds a bit muffled, like something is blocking it. If it were from the control room, it wouldn't sound like that. Good point. He really does have a thing for putting on a show, Li Sitong agreed, a cold glint in her eyes. He's risking everything for attention. If the authorities are onto him, he only has himself to blame. The next day, Thursday, at 6:45 a.m., Xinghe No. 1 High School was thrown into chaos. Students and teachers poured out of the classroom building, their screams echoing through the campus. Panic swept the school. Several girls fainted from fright, and even the normally rebellious boys lost control and wet their pants. Jiang Xia had arrived early. He wasn't interested in seeing any so-called masterpiece, but Li Sitong had dragged him along, insisting they come early to see what kind of art the old man could create. Standing at the classroom door, Jiang Xia stared inside, his gaze fixed on a corpse dressed in an elegant formal gown. The bodice's shoulders were exposed, there was nothing above them. Frowning, Jiang Xia muttered under his breath, "That's my seat." Li Sitong, covering her face, let out a constant stream of screams. She trembled and leaned against the corridor wall, looking as though she was on the verge of a breakdown. Jiang Xia glanced at her, unsure whether her shaking was from fear, excitement, or if she was just pretending. He didn't ask, scanning the area instead. "What's going on? What happened?" Principal Huang Tianfu rushed up the stairs, followed by a group of frantic staff. Suddenly, a female teacher grabbed his arm. Her face was ashen, and she stammered for a long moment, unable to speak. Jiang Xia noticed a large wet patch on her black skirt. Furrowing his brow, Principal Huang strode toward Class 1's room, shouting, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Stay behind me." The crowd seemed to calm down a little, but Jiang Xia noticed that the nearly 60-year-old principal's voice trembled not just from fear, but from an uncontrollable excitement. Soon, several police cars and ambulances arrived at the school. The unconscious girls were carried to the ambulances. At the entrance to Class 1's room, a man in a police uniform with a scar above his eyebrow slammed his fist against the blackboard and roared, "What the hell are these people trying to do?" Like the other officers, he was with the emergency management department, had seen countless demonic creature corpses, but the impact of this scene was unlike anything had encountered before. He had expected to find a bloody mess, dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, and had mentally prepared himself for the worst. But instead, the corpse was dressed in a pristine new gown, with every trace of blood carefully cleaned away. The sight was far more chilling than any gruesome crime scene. "This isn't a crime scene, it's been meticulously staged," he muttered under his breath. His eyes scanned the corpse, noticing the bite marks and claw wounds, clear evidence of a demonic creature, not a human killer. As he fell silent, a woman wearing a mask leaned in and whispered, "It could be the body of the singer Zhang Niyu. Whoever staged this is probably trying to spark public panic." Thinking back to the bizarre head that appeared at the theater the previous night, the officer felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't begin to fathom what kind of twisted mind could orchestrate something like this. Just then, another officer entered the classroom and quietly reported, "Security says there was nothing unusual last night, but all the surveillance footage is missing." As his words echoed through the room, a heavy, oppressive silence filled the air. Normal classes were impossible, especially for the students of Senior 3, classes 1 through 4. After such a terrifying incident, who would dare set foot on that floor again? All the students were taken to the lecture halls in groups, while several teachers with strong nerves stayed in each room to comfort the still shaken staff and students. All faculty and staff members were also scattered among the classrooms, gathering together. In a situation like this, being surrounded by others was the only thing that could bring a sense of security. The male police officer with a scar on his brow followed Huang Tianfu, entering the lecture halls one by one. In each classroom, he would spend 2 minutes reassuring everyone, while his sharp eyes scanned every student and teacher, carefully observing their facial expressions for any sign of unusual emotion. As the leader of the emergency response team, he had handled many unusual scenes caused by demonic creatures over the past 6 months. Based on his experience, he suspected that the killer was likely still hiding somewhere in Xinghe No. 1 High School. Even if the perpetrator wasn't a student or a teacher, he was surely mixed in with the crowd. Since the killer had gone to such lengths to dress up the body and move it into a classroom, it was unlikely he would simply walk away. More likely, he had stayed behind, wanting to witness the chaos firsthand and satisfy his twisted desires. The officer thought to himself, if I can spot someone among the teachers and students who looks excited or out of place, that person is probably the culprit. Although tracking down the killer wasn't technically his responsibility, he believed this was the best opportunity. However, after checking several classrooms, he was disappointed by the lack of results. Just as he finished his rounds, his phone rang. Another incident needed his attention. He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. His main task was simply to secure the scene. But before leaving, he called out the student who belonged to the classroom where the body had been found. Jiang Xia walked over to the officer, trembling. Before the officer could speak, he hurriedly protested, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." He waved his hands in panic, fear written all over his face. The officer placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder and spoke gently, "I never said you did it. I just wanted to let you know not to blame yourself too much. Something like this would be hard for anyone to accept, no matter who it happened to." Jiang Xia was inwardly speechless, relieved that his mental resilience was gradually improving. Otherwise, he would have ended up traumatized by this group of lunatics. As Huang Tianfu spoke, he placed a hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder in a way that, to others, looked like he was comforting a frightened student. "You handled this matter beautifully," Huang Tianfu said in a low voice. "Are you interested in working together again? I can offer you a much better reward this time." Jiang Xia lowered his head, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. "If you keep doing things this way, I'll get you killed." Huang Tianfu didn't seem to care. In fact, a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "If my death can bring a little joy to this world, then it's worth it." He paused for a moment. "Actually, I don't think your work on the body was perfect." Jiang Xia thought for a moment and suddenly said, "In a place like this, she should have been dressed in a school uniform." As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. A wave of panic washing over him. Was he becoming twisted too? To say something like that so casually? In the police car, a male officer sat in the passenger seat, silently smoking a cigarette. The smoke curled in the cramped space. "Captain Liu, what are you thinking about?" The young officer driving glanced over and asked. Captain Liu didn't reply. His gaze drifted through the window, watching the streets blur past. In his mind, he saw a silver revolver and a string of information. Divine Sequence 098 Enforcer. He longed to join the team of Awakened and take on missions facing off directly against demonic entities. But he knew that, for now, it was best not to reveal his identity as an Awakened. Back at the school, his urge to catch the murderer was really just a way to identify the target, so he could act under cover of night. Looking back, he realized how risky that had been for the entire school. When dealing with someone who might thrive on chaos, once the killer's identity was exposed, no one could predict what madness would follow. By noon, the students of Xinghe No. 1 High School had all been sent home. When the campus was nearly deserted, Principal Huang Tianfu was lying on his office floor, his body twisting uncontrollably. His limbs and torso were taut as a bow, like someone bitten by a zombie. Heavy, excited breaths rattled in his chest, his eyes bulged wide like a goldfish, and his face was flushed bright red. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong, sitting on the sofa, exchanged a glance. Jiang Xia looked utterly defeated, while Li Sitong simply blinked. Neither of them interrupted the old man's ecstatic episode. It almost felt rude to disturb a demon at the peak of his emotions. It took over a minute for Huang Tianfu's excitement to finally subside. "Sorry you had to see that," Huang Tianfu said as he climbed to his feet, drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked through. He hadn't meant to make a scene, but he truly couldn't control himself. Fed collapsed from sheer excitement the moment he walked through the door. "It's human nature," Li Sitong said calmly. Jiang Xia couldn't help glancing at her, thinking, "Is that really how you use that phrase?" Jiang Xia got straight to the point. "Why did you ask us to stay? Is there something you want to discuss?" "I haven't been this happy in ages," Huang Tianfu said, settling into his chair and wiping sweat from his brow, his gaze flickering between the two of them. "To thank you, I'd like to invite you both to a dinner party." Jiang Xia and Li Sitong shook their heads at the same time, clearly uninterested in the idea. Huang Tianfu quickly added, "But this isn't just any dinner party. He'll be inviting a dozen people to go camping and have a barbecue outdoors." His voice grew more excited. "Then, every time someone leaves to use the restroom, they never come back. As the group gets smaller and smaller, I imagine the last one left will have some very interesting thoughts." Jiang Xia and Li Sitong exchanged a wary look, both on high alert. Jiang Xia slowly shook his head and replied calmly, "We appreciate your kindness, but we have things to take care of these days and won't be able to make it." A trace of disappointment flickered across Huang Tianfu's face. That's a shame. I was hoping to treat you both to a good meal. He paused briefly, then continued seriously. Since that's the case, let me move on to the second matter. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong remained patient. Even if the principal wanted to work with them again, as long as the reward was fair, they weren't entirely opposed. Huang Tianfu's expression grew solemn. I'm not sure if you've heard, but in a small country in the northern hemisphere, humans and demonic beings have completely fallen out. The apocalypse is already showing its face. Li Sitong nodded slightly. I've heard about it. I wasn't sure if it was true, but since it's coming from you, I have no doubt the news is accurate. Huang Tianfu went on. That country has almost been destroyed by war. One of the demons evolved to an unprecedented level, and in the end, the human army had to use a large-yield nuclear bomb to wipe it out. His tone grew heavier. But the fighting didn't stop there. Another neighboring country has now been thrown into chaos. The war has already spread to 2 countries. It won't be long before this news can no longer be hidden, and the world will descend into chaos. Get to the point, Li Sitong interrupted directly. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Huang Tianfu's eyes. Instead of waiting for the human armies to be fully prepared and flip the table, why don't we make the first move? While they're still caught off guard, we can plunge our own country into chaos ahead of time, starting with Xinghe City. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong exchanged a meaningful glance. Huang Tianfu's suggestion was truly shocking. Li Sitong was silent for a moment before responding coolly. Principal, with all due respect, you're someone who enjoys excitement. Some might say you thrive on chaos. But Jiang Xia and I have no interest in that. She looked Huang Tianfu straight in the eyes. The first to stick their neck out is always the first to get hit. Hats never changed throughout history. Don't underestimate our country's strength. I'm certain that if you try to stir up trouble, you'll be dealt with long before things spiral out of control. What's wrong? Are you scared? Huang Tianfu shot back with a provocative smile. Li Sitong remained unfazed. There's no need for reverse psychology. If I were that easily provoked, I wouldn't have survived this long. It's not that I'm afraid of death, I just don't want to do something foolish with foolish people. My advice, drop this crazy idea. You're strong, but you're nowhere near surviving a nuclear strike. Jiang Xia's look seemed to say, out of all the demons in the country, you're definitely the most conspicuous. Li Sitong continued. And do you really think our country isn't prepared? Don't underestimate the capabilities of a superpower with childish thinking. Unexpectedly, Huang Tianfu wasn't angry. Instead, he sighed. After so many years of teaching, this is the first time I've been schooled by my own students. If there's nothing else, we'll be going, Li Sitong said. Huang Tianfu nodded. All right, since you're busy, I won't keep you. My dinner party is on Saturday. If you're free, you're always welcome. Leaving the school, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong walked side by side along the lakeside road. Sunlight fell across Li Sitong's delicate features, giving her lips a faint rosy glow. She reached up to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, only for the breeze to scatter it again. The principal's a madman. There's no need to pay him too much attention, Jiang Xia said as they walked. But he was right about one thing: the apocalypse is already showing itself. It won't be long before it sweeps across the world. Li Sitong squinted into the distance. That means we have to make the most of the time we have. Every bit of strength we gain counts. Jiang Xia clenched his fists, a flash of determination in his eyes. I can't wait for my injuries to fully heal before I throw myself into the next fight. Time is life now. If we don't push ourselves, when chaos really hits, we might not even get the chance to fight back. After just one evolution, our bodies can withstand bullets, Li Sitong analyzed coolly. But barely surviving a bullet is one thing. Facing a Gatling gun is something else entirely. Not to mention tanks, planes, heavy artillery and others like us, or even stronger awakened. Jiang Xia nodded in agreement. We do need to speed up our growth. Hunting regular people is too inefficient for me. Li Sitong's tone grew colder. Taking down 10 or 20 ordinary people isn't as worthwhile as going after one of our own. And you only get stronger through real combat. Regular people can't put you in that state. So once your hunger is satisfied, don't waste any more time on them. She continued, awakened ones are the richest source of nutrients for both of us. But they're not easy to find unless they come right to us. Otherwise, it's not worth the effort. Her gaze sharpened. For the two of us, the best and most convenient way is to target our own kind. You get stronger through fighting. I get stronger by absorbing their energy. Jiang Xia turned to look at her. Are you planning to go after Chen Kai tonight? It's only a matter of time before I deal with him, Li Sitong said casually. Maybe in 4 or 5 days, maybe as soon as 2 or 3. But before that, there's something else we need to do. What is it? Li Sitong glanced toward the New World Cafe a few dozen meters away, a meaningful smile curving her lips. I want you to seduce someone. Jiang Xia was stunned, thinking he'd misheard. What? You want me to seduce someone? That's not the main goal, Li Sitong explained. Like I said, hunting our own kind is the fastest way for us to grow stronger. Plenty of them show up at that cafe every day. Go in, have some coffee, and see if there's anyone who'd make a good target. She paused for a moment. And while you're at it, try seducing someone. Jiang Xia looked at her with a wounded expression. Is this what you call the art of language? You obviously just want me to go in and seduce someone. Li Sitong turned her gaze to the lake, her eyes shimmering with the ripples on the water. You know I like devouring powerful kindred. The stronger they are, the more I want them. What does that have to do with seduction? Jiang Xia asked, confused. For the past 2 months, there have been 3 people I've had a strong urge to consume, Li Sitong said, a trace of excitement in her voice. One is the leader of our organization, I know who he is now. Another is White Tiger, I figured out his identity too. The last one is the owner behind the New World Cafe. She turned to Jiang Xia, a strange light in her eyes. You seem to be my good luck charm. I spent ages trying to uncover our leaders and White Tiger's identities, but as soon as you showed up, everything fell into place. Jiang Xia frowned. Who exactly do you want me to seduce? Li Sitong glanced toward the cafe, her eyes thoughtful. Chen Yusin, the cafe manager, probably knows who the real owner is. Regular staff might not, but as the manager, she should have that information. Jiang Xia frowned, tapping his fingers on the table as he considered this. Is it possible that she's not just the manager, but actually the owner behind the scenes? Like Chen Kai, who created a second identity for himself. He shook his head, dismissing his own theory. That's unlikely. I don't sense that same strong aura from her. He looked up at Li Sitong. So, how do you want me to approach her? Seduction? Jiang Xia straightened up and joked. I mean, I am pretty good looking, tall, charming, and all that. But let's be honest, it's not easy for a guy to seduce a woman. It's much easier the other way around. A woman just needs to bat her lashes or cross her legs, and most men would fall for it. Suddenly, his tone turned serious. But if she runs into someone like Jiang Xia, it's another story. In that case, she'd be putting herself in danger just by trying to flirt. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia with a hint of exasperation in her eyes. Are all men this superficial? Who says seduction has to be about physical attraction? If you go that route, all you'll get is her body. Lowering her voice, she spoke earnestly. The best kind of seduction is winning someone over emotionally, become her confidant. Someone she trusts completely. How exactly do you do that? Jiang Xia understood the idea. I've read online that the most effective strategies throughout history weren't about looks, but about appealing to the heart. Li Sitong nodded and pulled a book from her bag. From what I've observed during my visits, she loves reading all kinds of books, but especially literature. She handed the book to Jiang Xia. The cover read, Wind and Fallen Leaves. When you go in, just read quietly. She'll notice you. She meets plenty of people every day, but I doubt she's seen any demon kind sit down and read in peace. She explained, I picked up this book when I passed by the teacher's office after leaving the principal's office just now. Jiang Xia took the book, running his fingers over the cover as memories surfaced. I read this novel back in middle school. It's a pretty well-known foreign literary work. The author's writing is beautiful. I remember being completely immersed in the story for days after finishing it. His gaze grew distant. If I recall, it's about a couple's turbulent love story, but it's never sappy or cliché. Instead, it uses the backdrop of their homeland to express their feelings. Recently, my classmate Jiang Xia got hooked on it to reads it every time he gets bored in class. Jiang Xia smirked, teasing. Wow, asking your own boyfriend to go flirt with another woman impressive. It's not like I'm being serious, Li Sitong shot back. And I already said it's not about seduction. It's about connecting with her and building trust. Once you've built a rapport, you can try to get information from her bit by bit. She added, besides, there are plenty of our kind in that cafe. If you spot someone else who might be a good target, keep an eye out. And anyway, you're still injured, and it's broad daylight. There's not much else we can do right now, is there? Jiang Xia immediately caught her slip. See, you slipped up. At first, you said you wanted me to look for a good target, and now it's about flirting. Before he could say more, Li Sitong put him in a playful headlock and pinched his waist hard. He'll say whatever I want. Got a problem with that? All right, all right. Jiang Xia gasped, quickly prying her hands off. Rubbing his side where Shed pinched him, he felt a strange sensation, wasn't sure if he was becoming a bit of a masochist, but he found himself kind of liking Li Sitong's bossy attitude. Li Sitong blinked and said, I'd like to go myself, but I'm already a familiar face there. If I suddenly show up with a book and start reading, I'm afraid they'll realize I'm fishing for information. Jiang Xia pressed his lips together, frowning slightly. But I can't shake this weird feeling, he said, turning to Li Sitong. Are you really sure you won't get mad if I get too chatty with another woman? A gentle smile tugged at Li Sitong's lips. You're only doing this because I asked you, Toei, would I be mad? Then her expression grew serious. But just to be safe, let's put it in writing. That way you can't accuse me of anything later. Jiang Xia knew all too well how possessive Li Sitong could be. Just as he was about to agree, she added, Oh, and can I add one more thing to the agreement? If you get too cozy with her and I don't like it, I get to punch you once afterward. Just once. Are you even listening to yourself? Jiang Xia said, exasperated. Before he could protest further, Li Sitong all but dragged him into the cafe, giving him no time to review the plot of the book. He had to admit, though, she was right if you wanted to investigate people like them. A cafe was the perfect place to do it. Jiang Xia chose a seat by the window and ordered a cappuccino. As soon as he entered, He spotted the manager, Chen Yusin, by her name tag, a woman in her early 20s with short hair, delicate features, and a figure that balanced youthful innocence with a hint of maturity. She wore a pink work dress that ended above her knees, revealing long, fair legs, and paired it with mustard-colored combat boots. Just standing there, she was easily the most eye-catching presence in the cafe. True to Li Sitong's prediction, Chen Yusin's gaze was immediately drawn to the book in Jiang Xia's hands. Glancing around, Jiang Xia could sense that nearly all 7 or 8 customers in the shop gave off the same familiar vibe. He pulled his attention back and opened the book to the first page. 19-year-old Zhang Yu was a palace guard. Wait, something was off. Wasn't this supposed to be a Western novel? Why was there a palace guard? He read on. Consort Xiao was the emperor's favorite. At 20, she was voluptuous, with delicate brows, full lips, and dainty feet. Frowning, Jiang Xia checked the cover and found it had been torn off and replaced. He sniffed it, noticing a familiar red ink stain, and snapped the book shut, glancing in the direction of Yang Jia's house. He couldn't help but think, Yang Jia, you're a clever one. Time ticked by as Jiang Xia sat perfectly still. Suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a message from Li Sitong. Aren't you supposed to be reading? Jiang Xia looked out the window, trying to spot her. Read? In a place like this, with this kind of book, just sitting here made him feel guilty enough. If he did anything suspicious and someone caught a glimpse of what he was reading, word would get out. How would he ever face the others again? Maybe, one day, when I become powerful enough, my name will go down in history. The records might say, this is a strong-willed person who liked to secretly watch the emperor's uncle in public. Jiang Xia opened the book, snapped a photo, and sent it to Li Sitong. The book belonged to Yang Jia. Li Sitong's reaction was unexpected. She was utterly speechless. She immediately messaged Yang Jia, idiot. Are you reading this novel too? The store manager, Chen Yusin, suddenly walked over to Jiang Xia. He hadn't expected her to take the bait so quickly. Instinctively, he pressed his hand down on the book, worried that its contents might be revealed. Chen Yusin sat down gently across from him, her voice soft. I've read this novel before, too. I might not know it by heart, but am very familiar with the story. The main character is also a book lover. Even after his death, a book, the one he loved most in life, was placed inside his coffin. Jiang Xia paused for a moment. I don't really have many hobbies, except reading. I actually read this book once before, and it left a deep impression on me. The part where the two main characters meet because of a book really stuck with me. I remembered that scene before I went to bed last night, so I thought I'd read it again. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a flash of excitement in Chen Yusin's eyes, her body even trembling slightly. It seems we really do have a connection. Her voice caught in her throat, as if something was stuck there. Her eyes shone with an excitement she could barely contain, as if she couldn't hold back the thrill inside her. Jiang Xia hadn't expected this topic to spark such a strong reaction. It felt like all he needed to do was keep talking about literature, and he could easily get on her good side. At that moment, a woman's voice called from the front desk, Manager. Chen Yusin stood up and smiled at Jiang Xia. Excuse me, I need to take care of something. She walked over to the front desk, took care of business, and then disappeared into the storage room. The door closed softly behind her. She stood there, hands gripping the wall, her body pressed tightly against it. As the moments passed, Chen Yusin began to tremble, her face flushing. There was a strange, almost unhealthy beauty to her expression, a mix of intense excitement and suppressed emotion. She whispered, it's so rare to find someone with the same interests. Her fingers dug into the wall, leaving clear marks behind. 2 minutes later, Chen Yusin finally calmed herself, cheeks still rosy, and returned with a cup of cappuccino in her hands. This is for you, she said softly, placing the coffee in front of Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia looked at the familiar cappuccino, the scent filling the air and making him unexpectedly hungry. Thank you, he said, taking the cup, but a faint suspicion lingered in his mind. What was with the flush on Chen Yusin's face just now? What exactly did she do in the storage room? The unnatural flush on the woman's face put Jiang Xia on alert. His instincts told him that she might have some serious psychological issues. This is so rare. Chen Yusin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Xia, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. I used to be a book lover too, with lots of friends who share my passion. But ever since I changed, my personality shifted, and those friends drifted away. I never expected to meet someone like-minded among our kind. And you're even reading my favorite novel. It's funny, Jiang Xia replied with a smile and a shake of his head. I always liked reading, but I was never this obsessed. Maybe in a chaotic world like this, reading is the only thing that helps me find some peace. If I don't read for at least 2 hours a day, I feel unsettled. Chen Yusin propped her chin on one hand, her gaze burning as she stared at the young man across from her. Even the way you talk has a literary feel to it. You really are a true book lover. Meeting a kindred spirit in our situation and environment is worth celebrating. Too bad we can't have a drink. But she picked up the cup of coffee Jiang Xia had been drinking. This will do as a substitute. Drink this one. I already had some from that cup, Jiang Xia said, pushing the coffee she had given him back toward her. It's fine, it's all the same. The two coffee cups clinked together lightly. Chen Yusin stared intently at Jiang Xia, sipping eagerly, yet with restraint from the cup he had used. As Jiang Xia drank the coffee with its special ingredient, he felt a slight sense of fullness and nourishment. The intensity of her gaze made Jiang Xia wary. It was certainly rare to meet a fellow book lover among their kind, but her reaction was far too intense. Something was off. Sorry, Chen Yusin seemed to realize she was overreacting and quickly explained, I guess I got a little too excited. I just never thought I'd meet someone like this among our kind. It's almost unbelievable. I feel the same way, Jiang Xia replied thoughtfully. For people like us, we're usually either hunting or searching for food. Hardly anyone wastes time reading these days. Even though books can't teach us how to survive, they give us something to hold on to. People who love to read are always a bit lonely at heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xia felt something nudge him under the table. He glanced down and saw it was Chen Yusin's boot. Sorry, that was an accident. Chen Yusin apologized quickly. It's fine, Jiang Xia replied calmly, though he was sure it was no accident. This woman had felled off from the very beginning. A sense of foreboding crept over him, suspectedly Sitong had set him up. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, Chen Yusin said with a squinting smile. I'm Chen Yusin, graduated from university last year, and am a local here in Xinghe City. I'm Jiang Xia, a senior at Xinghe No. 1 High School. Also a local, Jiang Xia responded politely. So you're still in your final year of high school, Chen Yusin remarked with a sigh. After a brief pause, she added, I heard something strange happened at your school this morning? Jiang Xia nodded and began recounting what had happened at school. A headless body? Chen Yusin frowned slightly, clicking her tongue. With a heavy tone, she said, whoever could do something like that must be fearless. Aren't they worried about getting the authorities' attention and eventually being caught? Jiang Xia replied nonchalantly, I actually think it's a good thing. If someone else steps into the spotlight and draws the officials' attention, the rest of us can keep a low profile and live in peace. We should make the most of this calm while it lasts. Who knows? Once the world descends into chaos, we might not even be able to find a quiet desk to study at. Chen Yusin glanced at Jiang Xia, her tone tinged with curiosity. You're really into literature, aren't you? She lowered her head slightly, her fingers digging into her thigh as she tried to suppress her excitement. By the way, why are you here reading alone? Jiang Xia answered casually. Actually, I was supposed to meet a friend. He should be here soon. Is he one of us? Chen Yusin asked eagerly. Jiang Xia nodded. Is he a book lover like us? She asked, her voice full of anticipation. Jiang Xia shook his head, looking a little helpless. Chen Yusin seemed a bit disappointed and sighed, knowing that finding even a few fellow book lovers among their kind was already rare. The two of them continued chatting about various literary works. Although Jiang Xia's grades had always been average to below average in class, he had read quite a few books on his own. In the face of Chen Yusin's enthusiasm, he didn't bring up any works he wasn't familiar with, but instead steered the conversation toward topics he knew, making the discussion feel natural and relaxed. Before long, Chen Yusin found herself completely absorbed by the boy in front of her. She suddenly felt nervous, hiding her hands under the table and pinching her thigh hard to calm her racing heart. Just then, a female staff member called out, Manager. Chen Yusin snapped back to reality and glanced at the customer who had just walked in. Reluctantly, she said to Jiang Xia, Go ahead and read. I won't disturb you anymore. I've got work to do. Jiang Xia nodded, quietly watching her get up and head to the work area. As the manager of this cafe, Chen Yusin had countless responsibilities. She handled the complex dealings among the magical beings here. There was no way she was an ordinary person. Jiang Xia didn't know how powerful she really was, but he could sense an undeniable aura about her. As soon as Chen Yusin left, a message from Li Sitong popped up. Not bad. Looks like she's interested in you already. Keep building a rapport with her and try to earn her trust. I have to leave for now. He'll update you when there's more news. Jiang Xia glanced at his phone and replied, Okay. Just as he was about to go back to his book, footsteps sounded at the door. A man in a black suit, with a slightly protruding belly, walked in. His hands were in his pockets, his stride steady, exuding an air of authority typical of someone in a high-position presence that made it clear he was an executive. Jiang Xia frowned slightly. The man looked familiar, as if had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't recall when or where. When the man reached Chen Yusin, he spoke to her in a low voice. She nodded, then went up to the second floor alone. The man glanced around the cafe, and finally his gaze landed on Jiang Xia. The moment he saw Jiang Xia, he paused in surprise. The man paused, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xia with a look of surprise that quickly turned into suspicion. Clearly, he recognized Jiang Xia. Pulling his hand from his pocket, he walked over, looked Jiang Xia up and down, and asked in a low voice, You're Jiang Xia? Is Song Qiuyue your mother? Jiang Xia nodded. In that instant, everything made sense. No wonder the man looked familiar. This was Wu Daji, the supervisor in his mother's department, the one who used to harass her under the pretense of work back when his parents were still together. Jiang Xia remembered once, while playing games on his mother's phone, he had received a harassing text from this man. After his parents divorced, Wu Daji's harassment only intensified. He even remembered discussing with Jiang Xia about ambushing Wu Daji with a sack and giving him a beating, though for various reasons, the plan never happened. As for how Wu Daji recognized him, Jiang Xia understood that, too. Back in middle school, his mother's office was close to his school, and he would often wait for her downstairs if he forgot his keys or didn't have money. Over time, many of her colleagues became familiar with his face. Wu Daji didn't hesitate or wait for an invitation, just sat down across from Jiang Xia. Casually, he asked, "Where's your mom? She hasn't been to the office in days, and no one can reach her." Jiang Xia shook his head, his tone flat. "I don't know. Maybe she's missing. I haven't been able to contact her either." A subtle, knowing smile appeared on Wu Daji's face. "Come on, drop the act. I heard your mom's an awakened, and her identity got exposed a few nights ago. Word is, she's already fallen into the hands of others like her." Jiang Xia's expression didn't change. He replied coldly, "I really don't know." Wu Daji watched him closely, trying to read his thoughts. "You don't seem to care much about her, do you? Why should I? Is it my job to care?" Jiang Xia's tone was calm, his indifference plain. Wu Daji didn't press further or seem bothered by Jiang Xia's words. He just chuckled and relaxed. "What a shame. I have to say, I've rarely met a woman like your mother. She's truly something." As he spoke, a look of infatuation crossed Wu Daji's face. He closed his eyes, savoring the memory. She's 40, but her figure hasn't changed at all. There's a certain allure about her, so mature, so refined. Especially when she wears glasses, there's just something about her. He stopped abruptly, as if realizing had gone too far. His eyes snapped open, and he looked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was staring at him coldly, his gaze icy as a winter storm. "Go on, why did you stop?" Wu Daji hesitated, then forced a smug smile. "Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but it's the truth. Women like your mother are rare." Jiang Xia remained composed, his disgust obvious. "If you don't have anything decent to say, maybe you should keep your mouth shut." Wu Daji's smile faded, a flash of anger in his eyes, but he quickly laughed it off. "You're young, but you sure have a temper." There was still no warmth in Jiang Xia's eyes. He didn't respond, nor did he intend to show this man any courtesy. His mother had been insulted. Why should he sit there and take it with a smile? He wasn't some kind of saint. "I'm not really short-tempered, but if someone crosses me, I'm not the type to just let it go." "Didn't you just say you didn't care about him?" "What does that have to do with whether I care or not?" Jiang Xia's voice was calm and unhurried, with a hint of indifference. Her gaze swept over Chen Yusin, directly pointing out her contradiction without any hesitation. "If you don't have anything else to say, you should go. I have friends coming over soon," she said, making it clear she wanted Chen Yusin to leave. Chen Yusin lowered her head and stared at her cup. The departure of that person just now had left her feeling complicated. She glanced at Jiang Xia and asked, "Do you know that guy from earlier?" Jiang Xia replied coolly, "I know him, but not very well. We just ran into each other and exchanged a few words." Chen Yusin's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the boy sitting across from her. Suddenly, she said, "There's something strange about you. You have this alluring aura." Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding. This attraction didn't come from his appearance, but from the wound on his body that hadn't healed yet. The scent of blood lingered in the air, something she was especially sensitive to. "Maybe I got some Awaken's blood on me," Jiang Xia replied calmly. "I ran into an Awaken last night. Luckily, nothing serious happened." Chen Yusin raised her eyebrows in curiosity. "Targeted by an Awakened? You'd better be careful." "I don't think I was targeted," Jiang Xia said with a slight smile. "Still, it's always good to stay alert." The conversation suddenly shifted. Chen Yusin couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any concrete information about that Awaken? If you're willing to trade, I can offer you something in return." Jiang Xia paused for a moment before answering. He wore a white mask and carried a curved blade that gave off a chill. He was a man. "That's all I know." "Oh." Chen Yusin nodded, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She recalled some information she had. There was indeed an Awakened whose ability involved a cold, curved blade, but as far as she knew, that was a woman. She didn't dwell on it, figuring it might be a different Awakened. Jiang Xia checked his phone for the time. "My friend can't get away. He asked me to go meet him." He stood up and glanced around, deciding it was best to end the conversation here. If he kept talking with Chen Yusin, it would seem too deliberate. A bit of distance was better for now. "All right, go ahead if you're busy," Chen Yusin said as she took out her phone and scanned Jiang Xia's QR code. "Let's add each other. He'll recommend you some better books than the one you're reading. Maybe we can hang out sometime." "Sure," Jiang Xia answered simply, scanning her code. He turned and walked toward the door, glancing back once. Chen Yusin watched Jiang Xia's back as he left, her eyes following him until he disappeared through the door. Only then did she slowly look away. Her eyes curved into crescents, and for a moment, a gentle light flickered within them. "Jiang Xia," she murmured softly, her heart swirling with feelings she couldn't quite put into words, feelings that brimmed with affection. It was late at night, 12:21 a.m. Tower cranes stood tall and motionless in the night breeze, looming over the construction site that had been shut down for a week due to safety concerns. On the deserted grounds, an E300 luxury sedan rocked violently, its frame trembling with the movements inside. Suddenly, a tentacle slapped against the windshield, leaving a wet streak. After several minutes of intense shaking, the car finally stilled, and the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. A lighter flickered briefly, illuminating the cramped interior and revealing two sweaty figures sprawled across the reclined seats. As the flame died, only the burning tip of a cigarette glowed faintly in the darkness. A voluptuous woman lay on her side in the passenger seat, tracing circles on Wu Daji's arm with a tentacle from her right hand, her voice filled with satisfaction. You've gotten even better since you became a demon. Wu Daji grinned at her praise. Better than that useless husband of yours, right? Don't mention him. The woman's tone turned cold. Just thinking about him pisses me off. One of these days, I'll lure him out and finish him off. Don't. Wu Daji quickly stopped her. It's more fun to keep him alive. That's what makes it exciting. He chuckled, revealing his twisted preference. You're such a freak. The woman scolded, pulling her half-removed clothes back up in a hurry, her fingers deftly smoothing the fabric. The car fell silent for a moment. Once the woman had straightened herself out, Wu Daji finally muttered, "Damn that brat." The woman glanced at him and asked softly, "Still upset about what happened today?" "Not really upset, just annoyed." Wu Daji exhaled a cloud of smoke. "All that kid did was talk tough. If he's so capable, why didn't he just tear me apart right then and there?" She chuckled. "Why let a clueless kid get to you?" She paused, her tone shifting. "But honestly, maybe we should kill him. If he holds a grudge over what you said and comes after you later, that could be trouble." Wu Daji scoffed. A kid like that he didn't finish. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the entire construction site like a sword. Who the hell would show up here this late? Wu Daji frowned, flicking his cigarette, unease creeping in. A thunderous engine roar shattered the silence, the sound growing louder as someone floored the accelerator. Sensing danger, Wu Daji's hand shot toward the door handle. But before he could open it, a blue pickup truck barreled into the sedan like a steel beast, slamming into the side with a deafening crash. The car crumpled under the impact, windows shattering and scattering glass everywhere. The force sent the sedan flying several meters, scraping a harsh line across the ground. "Floor it! Run them over!" Jiang Xia shouted hoarsely from the passenger seat of the pickup. The blue truck reversed, engine howling like a wild animal, then charged at the battered sedan again. The second collision was even more brutal. The sedan nearly flipped, its frame mangled beyond recognition, parts flying off like shrapnel and littering the site. At last, the pickup screeched to a halt, its engine growling. The driver's door swung open and a teenage boy in a black jacket leapt out. His hands instantly transformed, 10 sharp black claws glinting in the moonlight. He strode over to the wrecked sedan, grabbed the twisted door, and ripped it off with a single yank, tossing it aside with a metallic crash. At that moment, a tentacle shot out from inside the car like a crossbow bolt, aiming straight for the boy's face. Jiang Xia moved swiftly, grabbing hold in an instant. At the same time, his other hand reached into the car, his massive palm clamping down on a woman's entire face. His claws dug mercilessly into her flesh, and with overwhelming force that ignored her frantic struggles, he yanked her out of the car. Before Jiang Xia could even shout, "Let me handle the woman," Jiang Xia's black claws had already pierced the woman's throat. As he ripped her out, a heart-wrenching scream tore from her lips. She could not only feel but also hear the sound of her own skin splitting, a piercing, unbearable noise in her ears. Suddenly, the woman's hands twisted and transformed into several thick tentacles, each as wide as a thumb, which quickly wrapped around the claws tearing at her throat. She used every ounce of her strength to try and pry them apart, her face contorted in agony. But having failed to complete her evolution, all her resistance was as futile as an ant trying to move a tree. Even as she unleashed her full power, the claws at her throat didn't budge, unmoved like the towering crane standing firm in the wind nearby. She never saw her attacker's face clearly, catching only a glimpse of glowing red eyes and the outline of a head shifting into a dragon's shape. In the end, with a chilling, wet tear, her entire head was ripped from her neck by those claws. Her scream was cut short, and jet-black blood gushed out like a fountain. Bang! On the other side of the sedan, the deformed car door was violently torn open. A massive figure crashed out from inside, shaking the whole vehicle so violently it seemed like it would fall apart at any moment. With the screech of twisting metal, a pig demon far larger than any wild boar burst from the car. This pig demon was incredibly muscular, nearly 2 meters long, its body bulging with muscle beneath a coat of jet-black bristles, each one harder than steel and glinting with a cold, metallic sheen. Its eyes glowed red, and above its pig head rose a single black horn. 2 long, black tusks jutted from its mouth, each longer than a grown man's hand, dripping with a corrosive white slime. The pig demon scraped the ground with its hooves, making a shrill sound before charging straight at the blue pickup truck. With a single collision, the force unleashed from its body sent the pickup flying, tearing part of it open. Just as the pickup was about to be flipped, Jiang Xia leaped out of the passenger seat. But before he could regain his footing, the pig demon was already upon him, ramming its huge head into his chest. Jiang Xia was flung backward as if hit by a speeding truck, a gaping wound torn open in his abdomen by the demon's horn, leaving him grimacing in pain, his face twisted in agony. Now fully transformed, Wu Dazi taking the form of the pig spun around and locked onto a new target, Jiang Xia. His massive body charged toward Jiang Xia like a runaway tank. Despite his bulk, Wu Daji's speed hadn't diminished at all, his hooves pounding the ground like war drums. Jiang Xia's tail quickly snatched up a car door from the ground and raised it as a shield. The pig's head crashed into the door with a thunderous blow, its thick horn easily piercing the metal. The impact drove Jiang Xia backwards, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth. Wu Daji's howls echoed across the construction site, sharp and terrifying, like a summons from the depths of hell. From every angle, his demon form appeared nearly invulnerable, thick-skinned and covered in black steel-like quills, with no obvious weak spots. The brute force he unleashed was even greater than the pickup trucks. In terms of raw strength, Jiang Xia knew he was no match for this pig demon. Far off atop the crane, Li Sitong sat leisurely at the edge, hands braced on either side, feet swinging as she watched the battle below with great interest. She had no concerns about Jiang Xia's abilities. Wu Daji's demon form, though seemingly tough and without weaknesses, was defined by its limitations. Unlike Jiang Xia, whose body was built for combat and who could launch a variety of attacks, Wu Daji was just a rampaging wild boar, lacking in tactics or flexibility. Jiang Xia gripped the car door tightly, his tail poised above Wu Daji's head, ready to strike down. Sensing the imminent threat, Wu Daji suddenly threw his head up, violently flipping both Jiang Xia and the car door aside. By the time Jiang Xia regained his balance and locked onto his target again, the pig demon had already leapt onto the roof of the deformed sedan. Under the weight of several hundred pounds, the car groaned and buckled. Wu Daji's red eyes swept over his opponents, sizing them up by their clothing and roughly confirming who had attacked him. "You've got some nerve, daring to attack me." Wu Daji's furious voice echoed through the empty parking lot. Jiang Xia sized up his opponent calmly. From his observations at the cafe earlier that day, he had already picked up a crucial detail. Judging by the intensity of the aura Wu Daji emitted, his strength was about the same as Jiang Xia's, suggesting he too had undergone a similar evolution. This method of gauging strength through aura was something Jiang Xia had developed on his own. He categorized the strength of his kind's aura into 4 levels. If someone's presence didn't make him uneasy, they were weaker. If the aura felt comparable, their strength was about equal. If it exerted a powerful pressure, the opponent was stronger, and if it radiated a sense of extreme danger, then the other was far superior. Take Li Sitong, for example. Her aura was always intense, and in a fight, it became downright terrifying. Of course, this technique didn't work on those adept at concealing their aura. "I'm not one to let things go," Jiang Xia said, fixing his gaze on the pigdemon-like figure perched atop the car. "What you said at the cafe earlier really ticked me off. If you'd just die for me now, I'd be thrilled." Wu Daji let out a bizarre laugh from deep in his throat. "Haha, what did I say? I just made a few comments about your mother, didn't I? So what? With those glasses, she looks like a real tease. I've wanted to force myself on her more than once, tearing her clothes off piece by piece. I bet she only pretends to be conservative when the time comes. She's probably wilder than anyone." Jiang Xia didn't say a word. In a flash, his tail whipped toward the top of the car like lightning. Wu Daji's massive body sprang down, jaws wide open, and suddenly a slick black tube shot out from his throat. Instead of striking at Jiang Xia directly, the tube fired a barrage of dense, black droplets, each one as fast and forceful as a bullet. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The droplets rained down on him. Even though Jiang Xia dodged at top speed, a few still struck his body. They couldn't break through his scales, but the impact left him aching. Dodging nimbly, Jiang Xia's tail suddenly stretched out, grabbing a bag of cement from nearby and pulling it in front of him. Using the swirling cloud of cement dust as cover, he first hurled a steel rod to distract Wu Daji. Then, bursting from the haze himself, he closed the distance in an instant, gripping a steel wheel rim yanked from a pickup truck as he charged straight at his opponent. The round wheel was suddenly lifted high into the air and brought down hard, aiming straight for that massive pig's head. Wu Daji didn't dodge at all, as if he had complete faith in his own defenses. He raised his head and took the blow head-on. With a thunderous crash, the steel rim smashed against his pig head, only to bounce off as if it had hit a solid iron plate, leaving not a scratch. Jiang Xia was stunned. This guy's hide was unbelievably thick. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wu Daji's huge claws quickly seize his own pig ears and pull. The ears weren't nearly as tough as his skull. Feeling a surge of pain, Wu Daji's body began to thrash violently, and he rammed his head fiercely toward Jiang Xia. Right now, Wu Daji was wilder than a pig at New Year's, almost impossible to hold down. The construction site was nearly deserted, but Wu Daji's ear-piercing squeals carried for hundreds of meters. Awakened residents all around were left baffled. Why did it sound like a pig was being slaughtered in the middle of the night? Wu Daji thrashed with such force that Jiang Xia was thrown violently into the air. The impact made Wu Daji let out an even shriller scream. Jiang Xia skidded across the sandy ground, clinging tightly to the huge black pig ear, tearing off a chunk, biting it, chewing a few times, and then spitting it out in disgust. Disgusting. Wu Daji was completely enraged. The red glow in his eyes grew brighter, and his massive body charged at Jiang Xia like a runaway truck. Each charge sent tremors through the ground. Suddenly, a cluster of dark purple tentacles shot through the air, wrapping tightly around all four of Wu Daji's hooves. To someone charging at full speed, it was like a stick suddenly jamming a wheel. Wu Daji lost control and toppled over. Yang Jia's perfectly timed move gave Jiang Xia the opening he needed. He pounced on Wu Daji like a wild beast. The black spikes covering Wu Daji's body were as hard as steel. Grappling with him was like hugging a ball covered in iron spikes. Luckily, Jiang Xia's scales were tough as well. Even though some were ripped off and his flesh torn during the struggle, the injuries weren't too severe. When Wu Daji was on his feet, he was almost invulnerable. Even Jiang Xia's strongest blow couldn't hurt his head. But now, toppled over, all his weaknesses were exposed. His back was impenetrable, but his bellis defense was nowhere near as strong. Jiang Xia grabbed the single horn on Wu Daji's head with one claw, reached for his throat with the other, and aimed his conical tail directly at Wu Daji's belly. Even though Wu Daji's hide was tough as iron, Jiang Xia's full-force attack tore through his flesh. The moment his tail stabbed into Wu Daji's abdomen, the tip opened up like a chainsaw, spinning wildly. A blood-curdling scream split the air. Wu Daji kicked out in every direction, sending up clouds of dust, his anguished howls chilling to the bone. Jiang Xia tried to pin Wu Daji down, only needed 5, maybe 10 seconds, and his tail could destroy all of Wu Daji's organs, heart included. But Wu Daji was simply too strong. Every kick from his hoof cracked Jiang Xia's scales. Jiang Xia could hear the faint sound of his own ribs breaking. In less than 3 seconds, Wu Daji broke free and shot to his feet. Meanwhile, up on the crane, Li Sitong was witnessing the whole scene, eyes full of confusion. She hurriedly pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and quickly snapped a photo of this rare moment. Jiang Xia riding on the back of the pig demon Wu Daji, rampaging all over the place. Yang Jie swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the spiky pig demon. Right now, Jiang Xia was sitting firmly on its back, a sight that made Yang Jie break into a cold sweat for him. The pig demon Wu Daji, after his mutation, had managed to stand up, but Jiang Xia's chainsaw tail was still buried deep in its belly, spinning wildly. Jiang Xia gripped Wu Daji's muscular body tightly with his legs, one hand clamped onto the single horn atop Wu Daji's head, while the other grasped a slimy black hose spewing from the creature's mouth, his sharp claws digging in deep. This was Jiang Xia's first time riding a pig, and the rush had his adrenaline soaring. Wu Daji, racked with intense abdominal pain, rampaged across the construction site, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake Jiang Xia off his back. He was in a dire situation. His defenses were nearly impenetrable, able to withstand even sniper bullets. But now, with a chainsaw tearing up his insides, the agony was driving him mad. With death looming, Wu Daji made a desperate move, charging straight at a cement mixer in an attempt to throw Jiang Xia off. The mixer, weighing several hundred kilograms, was sent rolling, and the violent impact finally flung Jiang Xia to the ground. Wu Daji staggered back a few steps, then wheeled around, jaws gaping as he thundered toward Jiang Xia. Before Jiang Xia could react, Wu Daji's massive head crashed to the ground just 3 or 4 meters away, sending up a cloud of dust as his huge body slid to a stop at Jiang Xia's feet. Aside from his missing ears, Wu Daji looked almost intact, but blood was pouring from his abdomen. Bits of shredded organs and flesh spilled from the wound, filling the air with a nauseating stench. His bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Jiang Xia, filled not just with hatred, but also disbelief. His vaunted defenses had been breached from within. Suddenly, someone dropped from Abovite. Was Li Sitong. She studied Jiang Xia, silently marveling at how quickly his strength was growing. Jiang Xia was breathing hard, struggling to say that the energy had gained this time was no less than what had absorbed from killing Zhang Niue. His cells were greedily soaking up the nutrients from Wu Daji. Li Sitong was impressed by Jiang Xia's astonishing rate of improvement. At this pace, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with her. Just then, Yang Jie, clutching his wounded abdomen, approached with some difficulty, a hint of pride in his voice as he said that, in the end, it was his help that made the difference. Jiang Xia acknowledged Yang Jie's contribution to the fight, but looking at his injury, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you badly hurt?" "It's nothing," Yang Jie replied, trying to sound casual as he waved it off. "But as long as the injury isn't fatal, it really doesn't seem to bother demons much at all." Li Sitong waved her hand, a relaxed smile on her face. All right, you two head back first. They'll handle things here. She reached out with her slender fingers, gently wiping the sticky, tar-colored blood from Jiang Xia's face. With a mischievous smile, she added, Babe, you went out hunting for my midnight snack, so late must have worn you out. As a reward, they'll let you kiss me. Hearing this, Yang Jie shuddered as if he'd been shocked, clutching his stomach and cursing as he staggered away. Showing off your love like that, watch out for lightning. After they got home, Jiang Xia took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and carefully settled onto the sofa, trying to ease the throbbing pain in his chest. Yang Jie collapsed onto the opposite sofa, just as motionless from his own chest wound, leaning back with a sigh. Suddenly, he asked, Jiang Xia, I have a question. Why is there this smell coming from you that makes me feel super hungry? Or am I just imagining it? It was the same question had heard from other demons countless times. Jiang Xia was tired of explaining, about to make up another excuse, when an idea struck him this could work not just for Yang Jie, but also as an explanation for Li Sitong. Want to know why I've gotten stronger so quickly? Jiang Xia asked, putting on a mysterious air. Yang Jie immediately perked up, eager for the answer. Tell me, if you have any good tricks, share them with me. Jiang Xia took his time, weaving a story about getting stronger through battle. When he finished, Yang Jie's eyes lit up with realization and surprise. No wonder you keep getting stronger every time you fight. The reason my blood makes you all hungry, Jiang Xia continued, tapping his chest, might be because of all the nutrients stored in my body. When I eat, most of the nutrients aren't absorbed right away, they're hidden in my flesh and blood. When I fight, those nutrients multiply and get absorbed. So if you feel hungry for my blood and flesh, it's probably because there's still plenty of nutrients left in me. Yang Jie's eyes sparkled as he slapped his thigh in excitement. Getting stronger through fighting a new type of demon. That's awesome. I've been thinking about what to call a demon like me, Jiang Xia mused. Li Sitong said she's never seen or heard of anyone like me before. Maybe I'm the first, so I get naming rights. A name. Yang Jie stroked his chin, staring at the ceiling. After you eat, the nutrients are stored in your flesh and blood, then explode and multiply during battle, making you stronger. I've got it. What's your idea? Jiang Xia looked at him expectantly. I have two names, one with 2 characters, one with 3. Which do you want? Jiang Xia thought for a moment. Most demons have 2 character names. Let's go with that. 2 characters, then, Mo. Yang Jie declared proudly. Jiang Xia froze, frowning. Can't you be a bit more serious? What? What's wrong with it? Yang Jie replied innocently. You get stronger by absorbing nutrients during battle. It fits you perfectly. Enough. Jiang Xia held up his hand. That name suits you more than me. What's the 3 character one? When Yang Jie revealed the 3 character name, Jiang Xia realized asking him for help was a terrible mistake. The 3 character one is Mo. All right, that's enough. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes. From now on, you've lost your naming privileges. No, your right to even make suggestions is gone. He noticed Yang Jie's expression suddenly shift, as if his pain had flared up again. Jiang Xia asked with concern, you okay? Need to go to the hospital? Yang Jie waved him off, trying to sound composed. Don't worry, it's nothing major, just a little puncture. Shadow demons seem to heal a bit faster than other types. It's hardly bleeding now. Jiang Xia knew full well that Wu Daji's horn wouldn't have left just a small puncture, but for demons, as long as it wasn't fatal, wounds usually healed up on their own. After a moment, Yang Jie perked up again. All right, I found a way to get stronger. Let me tell you and see what you think. Jiang Xia straightened up, a flicker of interest in her eyes. What's your plan? She asked. Yang Jie didn't answer right away. After a pause, he replied in a low voice, I've been keeping an eye on a few criminals. I'm planning to make a move. His tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable firmness in his words. Jiang Xia was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, a look of understanding in her eyes. That could work, she said quietly. She knew Yang Jie wasn't someone without principles. If he was willing to act, it meant these criminals had gone too far. Yang Jie gave a wry smile and shook his head. Sometimes I wonder what I'm even doing all this for. But it's strange, every time I stick to my principles, I feel a strange sense of satisfaction inside. Maybe that's your own kind of magic, Jiang Xia replied lightly, almost teasing, but there was a deeper meaning to her words. Yang Jie was caught off guard for a second, then chuckled. I doubt it. There can't be 2 kinds of magic in one person. If this is really my magic, then how do you explain me suddenly getting so lustful? Jiang Xia looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes. Maybe being unpredictable isn't your magic, it's just who you are. All right, enough about me. Yang Jie smiled, changing the subject. Xia, I've been thinking, just because it's called a safe zone doesn't mean it's truly safe. No one really knows why humans turn into demons. For all we know, those places could end up crawling with them someday. Jiang Xia nodded quietly, her expression serious. I've thought of that too. Actually, I often have nightmares. I dream about sending my sister into the safe zone, only to find it's full of demons. There was a hint of worry in her voice she didn't seem to notice. Why don't we set up our own small safe zone? Yang Jie went on. We could hide it in a basement or up in the mountains. When the world falls apart, we'll bring our families there and keep them safe ourselves. If we live together. If we die together. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up, and she nodded. You're right. That would feel much more secure than trusting the official safe zones. She fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting toward her father, uncertainty deepening in her eyes. Yang Jie noticed the change in her expression and paused. What's wrong? Jiang Xia looked lost. I keep feeling like there's something off about my dad, she said softly. He never seems as weak as he says he is. Mom was perfectly comfortable leaving my sister with him, and she told me that if anything happened, I should go to him. That means she trusts he can protect us. But if he's really that strong, why does he always hide it from me? Yang Jie didn't answer right away, as if he was pondering the same thing. Jiang Xia continued, and there's something else that worries me. My sister, she doesn't have any demon aura, but I still feel like she's different. Do you think she might be an awakened one? Or maybe a hidden demon? Yang Jie gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, Xia. Once I get back, I'll check out a few places, and we can talk this all through. He stood up and headed for the door, his voice still steady. I have something to do tomorrow night. If all goes well, they'll complete my first evolution by then. He paused, turned back to Jiang Xia with a smile, and added, wish me luck. And if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Jiang Xia nodded. You can do it. Yang Jia pushed the door open and suddenly froze. Jiang Xia frowned and walked over, puzzled. Standing outside was a girl in simple pajamas. She wore a silver bracelet on her wrist, and her fair skin looked especially radiant under the dim light. Her features were delicate, her demeanor gentle. She looked like the model of a well-behaved girl. When she saw Jiang Xia, she offered a shy smile and lowered her head, clearly bashful. In front of her stood a little boy, barely waist-high. The girl had her hands over his ears, as if protecting him from something. She's bailing, Jiang Xia said softly, her eyes flickering with a complicated emotion. She's mute. Her name sounds like a lark, but she'll never sing like one. Bai Ling was the same age as Jiang Xia, but instead of attending a special school, she was in her final year at No. 2 high school. She had always excelled academically. Her family had moved here when Jiang Xia was still in elementary school. If everyone has a childhood friend, Jiang Xia always thought of Bai Ling as his. Before middle school, they both attended the same elementary school. Although they weren't in the same class, they were close. Being neighbors, they walked to and from school together almost every day and were inseparable. However, after entering different middle schools, their contact gradually faded, just like most people who grow distant from childhood friends of the opposite sex as they grow older. Even so, they never lost touch completely. Bai Ling's parents often argued at home, sometimes even late at night. Whenever things escalated, Bai Ling would run to the doorway nowadays. She was usually accompanied by her younger brother. Whenever Jiang Xia's mother saw them, she'd invite the siblings inside, give them something to eat and drink, and let them stay until things calmed down at home. Tonight, Bai Ling's parents were arguing again, their voices loud enough to echo through the hallway. You'd better explain yourself tonight. What exactly is going on between you and that man? A furious voice demanded. I've told you so many times, there's nothing between us. We're just friends. Bai Ling's voice was filled with frustration. Just friends? What kind of friend gives you such expensive gifts for your birthday? If you want me to believe you, call him right now and tell him to stay away. Why should I? I don't have to be friends with him, but he does business with our company. You want me to call and tell him off? Are you trying to get me fired? Don't give me excuses. You just can't let go, can you? Finally found yourself a rich guy, and now you can't wait to climb into his bed every night. Huh? Qian, you bastard. Jiang Xia glanced at Bai Ling. He wanted to tell her to come inside since it was cold outside, but held back. This wasn't the time to meddle, especially for Bai Ling's sake. Li Sidong might show up in the middle of the night, and if she saw him and Bai Ling sitting together on the couch, especially this late. He didn't care for himself, but he didn't want Bai Ling to get dragged into anything. Before Jiang Xia could say anything, Bai Ling pointed at his face. He touched the cut on his cheek, gotten it when he fell earlier. Yang Jie tugged at Jiang Xia's hand and leaned in to whisper, she's the neighbor girl you mentioned, right? She's pretty cute. TSK, TSK. Xia, you're lucky. I won't get in the way of your love life. Just be careful. I mean, make sure your crazy girlfriend doesn't find out. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes at him. After Yang Jie left, Jiang Xia exchanged a few words with Bai Ling before heading back inside and closing the door. He sat on the sofa, replying to Yang Jie's ridiculous messages. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Who would be ringing the doorbell at this hour? At 2:30 in the morning, the sudden sound of the doorbell made Jiang Xia tense up in alarm. His mind raced with possibilities. Could it be Li Sitong? Or maybe Yang Jie had forgotten something and come back for it. Holding his breath, he quietly crept to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw it was Bai Ling. Relief washed over him, and he opened the door. Bai Ling stood outside, clutching a first aid kit, her expression flustered as she gestured anxiously with both hands. She seemed at a loss for words, her demeanor both nervous and urgent. Finally, she stopped, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, but Jiang Xia could tell she wanted to help him treat the wound on his face. It's fine, really. It'll heal in a couple of days. Jiang Xia instinctively refused, but Bai Ling was persistent. She pointed at the kit, then at his face, her determination clear in her eyes. All right, thank you. He'll return it once I'm done. Jiang Xia relented, a little touched by her insistence. As he took the kit, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Bai Ling seemed like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she simply waved and hurried away. Just as Jiang Xia was about to close the door, he suddenly sensed something strange in the air, as if something wasn't quite right. Instinctively, he stuck his head out and glanced down the hallway. His gaze landed on someone standing by the elevator. Li Sitong was there, arms crossed, staring at him coldly. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, and there was a chilling smile on her lips. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat, his mind going blank for a moment. What a coincidence, you're here. Li Sitong didn't move. She just stood there, watching him with that odd smile. Spending the night chatting with a pretty girl? Seems like you're quite popular. Jiang Xia frowned slightly, his tone calm. No, she's just a neighbor. She saw the cut on my face and insisted on bringing me a first aid kit. At 2:30 in the morning, she brings you a first aid kit? Li Sitong sneered, her voice full of skepticism. Jiang Xia held up the kit. See, that's all it is. Li Sitong looked him over, her tone even more mocking. Sure, a first aid kit delivery in the middle of the night. That's not suspicious at all. If there's nothing going on, why would anyone do that? Jiang Xia replied plainly. Her parents just had a fight. She was standing outside with her little brother. When I walked Jiang Xia out, she saw the injury on my face. A few minutes later, she knocked on my door to give me the kit. Li Sitong's eyes flashed briefly before she let out a cold laugh. She likes you, doesn't she? Jiang Xia shook his head firmly. I really don't think so. Li Sitong didn't seem surprised. Instead, she smiled. Don't worry, I wouldn't do anything to her just because she likes you. That would make me seem petty and childish. She paused, a complicated emotion flickering in her eyes. Actually, it's a good thing. If no other woman was interested in you, wouldn't that mean my taste is questionable, falling for a man nobody else likes? Jiang Xia was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Sitong to respond like this. Had thought she would be upset about him being alone with Bai Ling, but her calm reaction was beyond his expectations. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Li Sitong's eyes, and her tone turned icy. Still, I'm not happy about you meeting another woman in the middle of the night. She paused, a sly smile appearing on her face. By the way, if I hadn't shown up, would you have invited her in? Maybe had a little chat, or something more. Jiang Xia was startled, his expression changing. What are you talking about? Li Sitong's smile grew even colder. Relax, you can do whatever you want. But if you do, I'll make sure you regret it. With that, she suddenly pushed past him into the apartment. Tonight, you're sleeping on the couch as punishment. That's what you get for flirting with other women in the middle of the night. Jiang Xia looked confused but decided not to explain. Outside, the rain kept pounding against the ground, and the sound of tires splashing through puddles drifted clearly into the room through the not-quite-closed window. Jiang Xia suddenly opened his eyes on the sofa, his heartbeat racing. The dream he just had felt so real, his undercover identity, had been exposed. But what sent chills down his spine was that, in the dream, he wasn't an awakened one hiding among the demons. He was a demon undercover among the awakened. The thought left him drenched in cold sweat. He reached for his phone. The screen showed 8:11 a.m. Just then, Li Sitong walked out of the bedroom, still groggy. At the same moment, his phone vibrated. Chen Yusin, the manager of New World Cafe, had sent a message. We've just launched a new coffee at our shop. Want to come try it? My treat. Li Sitong slumped down beside Jiang Xia, looking half awake. After he shared Chen Yusin's invitation, she replied flatly, go ahead. It means she's already interested in you. Jiang Xia sat up straight, frowning slightly. I can't shake the feeling that she looks at me strangely. It's hard to explain. Chen Yusin's gaze made him uneasy. It wasn't the look you give food, but there was a kind of persistence in her eyes, like she wouldn't let her prey escape. Continuing to interact with Chen Yusin might be dangerous, but confronting her directly was out of the question. If it were that simple, Li Sitong would have acted already. Her real goal was to quietly gather information about the cafe's mysterious owner. Only after confirming the owner's identity could she decide the best time to act. Acting rashly could force Chen Yusin to clam up or even tip off the enemy. She's interested in you as a reader, but it's obviously not just about friendship, Li Sitong analyzed. Even if she wants to eat you, you don't need to worry too much, just avoid being alone with her somewhere isolated. As she spoke, her gaze landed on Jiang Xia. Did you just wake up? Yeah, why? Li Sitong gave him a knowing smile, her eyes drifting downward. Looks like you're really not that capable in that department. Huh. Jiang Xia glanced down at himself, then looked up again, completely bewildered. I saw online that most guys wake up with you know. Li Sitong's eyes dropped pointedly, but you don't seem to have any reaction at all. Is that really what you're focusing on? Jiang Xia stammered, embarrassed. I'm just tired. I barely slept. I was having nightmares the whole time, and the more he tried to explain, the more flustered he got. He argued with himself inwardly, there's no way he's not capable. He's still full of energy. The real reason was that had been exhausted these past few days, old injuries flaring up and new ones piling on. His backside had been aching all night. That's all it was. Li Sitong shifted, sitting sideways on the sofa, and suddenly leaned close to Jiang Xia. But the first night we shared a bed, you told me you've never been able to, even since you were a kid. Don't you think what you said then doesn't match what you're saying now? Actually, that night, I was just teasing you. Even if you could, I wouldn't have let things happen so easily, but as it turns out, you really couldn't. Jiang Xia was completely lost. Li Sitong smiled. All right, no need to explain. If you can't, you can't. I like you for who you are, not for. Her eyes dropped again, this time with a teasing smirk. As Li Sitong got up to leave, Jiang Xia felt his masculinity was being questioned and grabbed her hand. Wait, what? Planning to commit a crime? Li Sitong laughed, easily pulling her hand free. Hurry up and go get your coffee. And while you're at it, see if you can find a new target for tonight. Noticing Jiang Xia staring at her, Li Sitong knelt on one knee on the sofa, leaned over, and gave him a quick kiss. Her lips barely brushed his before pulling away, her eyes sparkling with mischief and a hint of temptation in her voice. Go on, I'll head home for a bit. If you get this done for me, there's a reward waiting for you. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia pushed open the glass door of New World Cafe, the bell above ringing crisply. He knew that even if Chun Yusin looked at him strangely, he still had to come after all. This was the best place to find a suitable target. Xinghe City was huge, with a couple thousand demons scattered throughout. Searching outside would be a waste of time. Here was clearly the best choice. As soon as Jiang Xia stepped onto the wooden floor, he waved at Chun Yusin, who was busy at the counter. She immediately set aside her work and greeted him warmly, her high-heeled boots making a crisp rhythm on the floor. She led him to a window seat bathed in sunlight, and personally brought over a steaming cup of their newest coffee. The inviting aroma drifted up from the cup, lingering at Jiang Xia's nose. Even now, he still felt some resistance to eating this kind of food, but he couldn't deny that the scent really whetted his appetite. It was a fierce battle between mind and body. Try the new blend, Chun Yusin said. She was still in her fitted pink uniform and those black boots, her makeup subtle, hairstyled in soft waves more alluring than she had looked yesterday. Jiang Xia took a sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, tasting much like what Head had the day before. He set the cup down and nodded politely. It's good. I think so too. Chun Yusin picked up the cup Head just set down and deliberately took a sip from the spot where his lips had touched. Jiang Xia couldn't help but notice the slight tremble in her eyes, as if she were savoring some rare delicacy. After putting down the cup, Chun Yusin looked at him with a slight frown. What happened to your face? She remembered he hadn't had so many small scratches yesterday. Something happened last night, Jiang Xia replied casually. Another encounter with an awakened? No, there aren't that many of them around. He shook his head. I ran into one of our own kind and got into a bit of a conflict. Chun Yusin nodded, her expression suddenly serious and her voice lowered. I didn't just call you over for coffee. There's something you should know. Things are changing fast in Xinghe City. There's been some serious infighting among our kind. Infighting? Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow. She leaned in slightly. According to our intel, a few demons in Xinghe City have teamed up and formed a group that hunts their own kind. Anyone who's gone through at least one evolution is a target. A number of demons have already been hunted over the past few nights. Thanks for the warning. I guess I'd better stop wandering around at night. Jiang Xia gave her a grateful look, though inwardly he wondered if what he and Li Sitong were doing was all that different. No need to thank me. It's only right, you're the only fellow book lover I have among our kind. If something happened to you, where else would I find someone with the same interests? As she spoke, Jiang Xia felt her boot brush against his foot under the table, a teasing touch that sent a chill down his spine. His instincts told him this woman was seriously twisted. He couldn't help but wonder how Li Sitong could feel comfortable sending her boyfriend into the company of someone like this. You take care too. After all, you're my only book-loving friend among our kind, Jiang Xia replied, trying to change the subject. Did you read the book I recommended yesterday? Chun Yusin followed his lead, her eyes full of anticipation. I did. Actually, I'd read it before. It's a great story, Jiang Xia nodded, a hint of longing in his expression. I remember thinking after I finished it that someday, when I have the money, they'll buy an RV and travel the country just like the main character. Maybe I'll end up like the main character in that book, making close friends everywhere I go, Jiang Xia mused, tapping his fingers lightly on the coffee table. It's funny, the book you recommended I've actually read it before. Well, not all of it. I only got halfway through before I thought the story was unbelievably boring. He looked up, meeting Chun Yusin's gaze. I've been thinking, if I ever have the time, I want to write a book too. I'd make myself the main character, tell the story of how this world is changing, and write about everyone I've met and everything I've experienced. He paused, a faint smile curling at his lips. Of course, that's if I ever find the time. Chun Yusin's eyes lit up, her hands unconsciously tightening around her coffee cup. I feel like we're becoming more and more alike, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Suddenly, she stood up, almost in a rush. Wait for me a second, I need to grab something. As soon as she left the table, Chun Yusin slipped into the storage room, losing control just like she had yesterday. her back pressed tightly against the cold wall, her perfectly manicured fingers digging into the plaster until her fingertips turned white. Her chest heaved, barely able to contain herself, desperate to get closer to Jiang Xia. Her eyes glittered with a dangerous light. She liked this man more and more, and she simply couldn't get enough of him. By the window, Jiang Xia rested his chin on his folded hands, deep in thought. Sunlight streamed through the glass, highlighting the sharp lines of his profile. He was certain that when Chun Yusin returned, her face would be flushed just like yesterday. What exactly does this woman want? Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes. He still couldn't quite figure her out, but one thing was clear: she definitely had some dangerous intentions toward him. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, when Chun Yusin returned to her seat, her cheeks were visibly flushed, and there was a strange glint in her eyes. "Do you have any plans tonight?" she asked with a sweet smile, her voice softer than usual. "I get off work early. You want to go see a movie? It's based on the book I recommended to you." "Tonight?" Jiang Xia shook his head, avoiding her gaze. "I don't think I can make it. I have something to take care of at home." "Really?" A hint of disappointment flickered across Chun Yusin's face, but she quickly recovered her smile. Jiang Xia glanced around the cafe, watching the customers and the busy staff. "This place is pretty big. You must get a lot of people coming in every day." "Of course," Chun Yusin replied proudly, sitting up straighter. "After all, our cafe is one of a kind in Xinghe City." "Are you the owner here?" Jiang Xia asked, watching her reaction closely. Chun Yusin shook her head and pointed at the name tag on her chest. "If I were the owner, would I still be wearing this name tag?" Jiang Xia nodded, his tone just the right mix of curiosity and admiration. "It must take some skill to run a cafe like this in Xinghe City. Your boss must be pretty capable." Chun Yusin shook her head again, lowering her voice. "Honestly, I don't even know who our real boss is." That answer made Jiang Xia raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Really? But you're the manager. How could you not know?" "I really don't." Chun Yusin leaned in, as if sharing a secret. "I know the person whose name is on the paperwork, but there's someone else behind the scenes. I've never actually met him, only heard he's a man, probably in his 40s. Jiang Xia considered this, unsure if she was telling the truth. If she really didn't know who the boss was, then getting close to her might be pointless. But then again, even if she did know, she probably wouldn't reveal it so easily. Still, he had learned something useful. The person whose name was on the paperwork might know more. Chun Yusin leaned in even closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "But there is one thing I do know: our boss has some serious connections. He's part of that secret organization, the Kingdom." "The Kingdom?" Jiang Xia feigned curiosity. "That's right." Chun Yusin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "There are at least 2,000 people like us in Xinghe City. The number changes every day with new arrivals and casualties, but it never drops below 2,000. With so many of us, there are all kinds of hunting groups and organizations. If you count the ones that really matter, there are about 10 major demon teams in Xinghe City. Some of the well-known ones are Wolf Den, Ascent, and the Club." She lowered her voice, so only Jiang Xia could hear. "But the most mysterious one is the Kingdom. They don't have many members, but every single one of them is at the very top of the food chain in Xinghe City. The Jiang Xia Club was founded by Principal Bai Hu. Climbing Jiang Xia was even more familiarly. Sidong and Qin Kai were both part of this organization. The name climbing symbolized becoming pioneers of a new world, striving to reach the summit. You said you didn't know who your boss was, so how do you know he's from the Kingdom?" Jiang Xia frowned, tapping his finger on the rim of his coffee cup. Chun Yusin's lips curled into a slight smile. "Just a guess. He never allows anyone to discuss anything about the Kingdom in the shop, and he strictly forbids any trading of Kingdom-related information." She lowered her voice. "So I figure, there's a good chance he's with the Kingdom himself." She paused for a moment, then added, "That said, if he really is from the Kingdom, I guess that technically makes me part of it too, since I work for him. I just don't have access to the inner circle." A hint of curiosity flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. "So, are people from the Kingdom really so powerful that any one of them could easily outmatch other monsters in Xinghe City?" The more he learned about Xinghe City, the better prepared he'd be. Chun Yusin shook her head, her fingertip tracing lightly across the table. "Not exactly. There's always someone stronger out there. Xinghe City doesn't have a lot of powerful monsters, but it's not exactly lacking either." She hesitated. "But in terms of overall team strength, I don't think there's any other monster group in the city that can compare to the Kingdom. They were probably the first monster organization to appear in Xinghe City." "The Kingdom," Jiang Xia murmured, frowning slightly. That name seemed to hold some deeper meaning. As he thought it over, he felt like he was starting to understand something. Maybe what Li Sidong wanted wasn't just to uncover the coffee shop owner's identity. She wanted to dig up information on the entire Kingdom, to go after all its members. If they could figure out who owned the coffee shop, they could follow the trail and uncover everything. By the way, Chun Yusin suddenly remembered, there's another rather unique group. The monsters in that organization call themselves the Guardians. I don't know what they're thinking trying to protect humans. She gave a mocking smile, as if she found the idea naive and unrealistic. But the latest news is, her voice dropped lower, 2 days ago, they were all eaten. The ones who took them out were those same monsters who always stick together. They didn't even leave a trace behind. After listening to Chun Yusin, Jiang Xia felt his understanding of Xinghe City's world broadening. No wonder this place was known as the city's top information hub. She really did have all the intel. Jiang Xia was about to speak again when a pleasant ringtone cut through his thoughts. I need to take this call. Jiang Xia pulled out his phone. Go ahead, Chun Yusin nodded. Jiang Xia quickly stepped outside and answered the call from Jiang Xia. Hello? Xia, something's up. It's urgent, I need your help. Jiang Jia's voice was tense. Help? Where are you? He'll be right there, Jiang Xia replied, instantly on alert. He'll send you the coordinates. Wait, Jiang Xia couldn't help teasing. Let me guess, you got caught messing around with a girl again? Jiang Jia sounded annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? Do you think chasing women is all I ever do? This is about what I told you last night about my evolution and getting stronger. It's serious, really urgent. All right, send me the coordinates. I'm on my way. Jiang Xia dropped the joking tone. After hanging up, Jiang Xia hurried back into the cafe to tell Chun Yusin that something had come up and he had to leave. It hadn't been a wasted try, picked up a lot of useful intel, even if he hadn't found a suitable target here. Before he left, Chun Yusin personally packed a cup of their new coffee for him. As she handed it over, her fingertips brushed lightly against the back of his hand. Watching Jiang Xia walk away, Chun Yusin's eyes were filled with the same affection as the day before. A female staff member quietly came up beside her, teasing, Manager, have you got your eye on him? What do you think? Chun Yusin replied, still reluctant to look away from Jiang Xia's departing figure. The female shop assistant drifted into her memories, her eyes momentarily unfocused. She studied the man in front of her, a flicker of familiarity crossing her mind. She was pretty sure he had come to the store once before, accompanied by 2 people from the climbing organization. But that didn't really matter. Chun Yusin stared at Jiang Xia's face, swallowing unconsciously as her heart began to race. No matter which group Jiang Xia belonged to, she was already deeply interested in him. If she let this like-minded person slip away, she wasn't sure she'd ever meet another. Jiang Xia strolled slowly along the lakeside path, glancing down at a message from Jiang Jia on his phone. To his surprise, the meeting point was actually Jiang Jia's house. The message was brief. Come to my place first. He'll explain everything when you get here, trust me. ITLL, open your eyes to a whole new world. Jiang Xia's curiosity about this special situation only grew stronger. Just as he was about to order a ride, a stranger's voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Xia. He looked up and saw a young man leaning on the railing by the lake. The guy wore a white jacket and had sharp, striking features. He looked to be in his early 20s, sporting a neat buzz cut, and his eyes were bright and full of energy. The aura he gave off was intense and unmistakably familiar. Jiang Xia frowned, searching his memory, but coming up empty. Do I know you? My name is Yi Kai. The young man shifted his position, now leaning back against the railing, his posture relaxed but with a hint of wariness. Yi Kai? The name meant nothing to Jiang Xia. It didn't ring any bells. In with the climbing group. Yi Kai looked Jiang Xia straight in the eye. Climbing group? Jiang Xia was immediately alert. Wasn't that the organization Li Sitong belonged to? Could Li Sitong have sent him? No, that didn't seem likely. Hi, is there something you need? Unsure of Yi Kai's intentions, Jiang Xia kept his tone polite. A faint smile played at the corner of Yi Kai's mouth. You almost became one of us, but you didn't finish the required task within 3 days. Jiang Xia shook his head with a wry smile. Well, maybe hunting 10 people was a bit too much for me. You've got a sense of humor, Yi Kai said, holding Jiang Xia's gaze. Let me just get right to the point, if that's okay? Sure, I appreciate people who don't beat around the bush. Yi Kai paused for a moment, turning his eyes toward the blue lake. His voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. I have a strong sense of possession. If I set my sights on something, no one else can touch it. If they do, I feel like something that belongs to me has been stolen. What exactly are you talking about? Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow, thinking this guy had his own set of issues. Yi Kai shifted his gaze back from the lake, his expression turning cold and losing any trace of politeness. You've been involved with a lot of things that are mine. For example, the pupil snake well. You'd probably call her Li Sitong. She's mine. From the day she joined the group, I decided she belonged to me. Same goes for the coffee shop you were just in. The manager, Miss Chun, she's mine too. Do you get what I'm saying? Crystal clear, Jiang Xia thought, amused. So basically, if you're interested in something, no one else is allowed near it, whether it's yours or not. Sounds like classic possessiveness to me. He realized he was dealing with someone who wouldn't be reasonable. Yi Kai shook his head, a stubborn note in his voice. It's not exactly possessiveness. It's just if someone else touches what I care about, it really gets under my skin. You know that feeling when you really like something, and in your mind, it should be yours? But then one day, you see someone else with it. He paused. Let me give you a simple example. With that, Yi Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed the coffee cup from Jiang Xia's hand. I like this coffee. I can choose to drink it or not, but you can't have it. A brief silence fell between them. The cool lake breeze swept by, rustling a few fallen leaves. Jiang Xia didn't say a word. He calmly reached out, took the coffee back from Yi Kai, unwrapped a straw, and, locking eyes with Yi Kai, plunged it into the cup. He took a long sip. Tastes great. Really good. Jiang Xia's actions brought about an immediate reaction. Yi Kai's face darkened with anger. Jiang Xia didn't pay the slightest attention to the young man's displeasure. He took big, noisy gulps of coffee, making exaggerated slurping sounds. After spending the past few days with Li Sitong, had learned an important lesson. When facing troublemakers like Yi Kai, you can't show any weakness. If you act timid, they'll think you're afraid and push you even harder. As for people like Yi Kai, who seem to always be looking for trouble, Jiang Xia had no intention of indulging him. Maybe his behavior would make Yi Kai want to pick a fight, but Jiang Xia couldn't care less who would make the first move was still up in the air. After draining the entire cup, Jiang Xia flicked his wrist, sending the empty mug flying straight into a recycling bin across the room. He patted Yi Kai on the shoulder and said casually, "I'm out of here, man. Maybe we'll meet again sometime, man. I'm stuffed." He didn't bother to say anything more, either because he had nothing else to add or simply didn't see the need to waste words on this guy. Take care. Yi Kai watched Jiang Xia walk away, his gaze thoughtful and unreadable. At Yang Jie's house, the old man lounged comfortably on the sofa, completely absorbed in an intense action movie on TV. Jiang Xia walked in looking a bit uneasy, carefully set the fruit head bought on the coffee table, and politely greeted the elder. Only after entering Yang Jie's room did he finally relax. This wasn't Jiang Xia's first time in Yang Jie's room, but every time he saw this pigsty, he couldn't help but wonder, was this really the bedroom of a third-generation rich kid? Clothes, books, and video game discs were scattered everywhere. The only redeeming quality was that, despite the chaos, the room didn't actually smell bad. Jiang Xia plopped down in the computer chair, casually flipping through a magazine full of beautiful women. So, what's this special situation that's supposed to open up a whole new world for me? Yang Jie, sitting on the bed, looked mysterious. Do you believe in gods? Gods. Jiang Xia was caught off guard. He looked up, puzzled. You mean awakened ones? Yang Jie didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. The story was simple. He wanted to get stronger and complete his first evolution as soon as possible, so he wouldn't be a burden. But he also wanted to hold on to his basic principles and didn't want to become the kind of person who'd hurt innocent people just for power. So had set his sights on some truly despicable criminals this way. He could get stronger and do some good at the same time. There's this guy called Bao. He used to be a notorious thug, Yang Jia explained. He did all kinds of terrible things and ended up in prison for 6 years. But after he got out, he was even worse than before. He's got a few guys with him, and none of them are any better. They'd planned to take action that night. Yang Jia had even placed a tracker on Bao's car so they could find him right away when the time came. But last night, after leaving Jiang Xia's place, Yang Jia happened to run into Bao in a narrow alley. Wait a second. Jiang Xia interrupted, frowning. When you left my place, shouldn't you have just taken a cab straight home? How did you end up in an alley? Yang Jia scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Well, you see, I was chatting with this divorced woman online. It was raining last night, and she said her window wouldn't close and her place was flooded. She asked me to come over and help. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes. All right, go on. So, I got out of the cab at the corner and started walking down the alley. Halfway through, I suddenly heard someone shout, "Brother Bao." That really got my attention. I moved to the alley nearby and quickly hid behind a tricycle, holding my breath. Peeking through a gap, I saw 2 people wearing masks standing not far away, with someone lying motionless on the ground next to them. A light rain was falling, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the air. The scene before me felt distinctly ominous. I listened closely and heard one of the men call out, "Leopard." The other replied in a low voice, and it sounded like they were discussing something. Checking the GPS tracker on my phone, I realized that Leopard's car was parked nearby. That gave me a pretty strong confirmation these were definitely my targets. Just as I was debating whether to make a move, Leopard spoke in an icy tone. With this woman tonight, that makes 10 in the past 3 days. Tomorrow night, we'll offer them to the High God. The High God will surely be pleased, and might even grant me the power to fight evil spirits. The words sent a chill through me, filling my head with questions. Who is this High God? What evil spirits? If the evil spirits are us, then what exactly is this High God? An awakened one? Why would an awakened one accept sacrifices? These thoughts kept swirling in my mind, and the whole situation felt more and more off. Leopard looked every bit like some kind of cultist. I decided not to act right away, choosing instead to observe. After all, I had no idea what this High God really was, and rushing in blindly wouldn't be wise. I casually checked the tracker on Leopard's car and saw that after leaving the alley, they drove straight out of town, stayed there for over 10 minutes, and then returned to the city. Judging by the route, the people they kidnapped were probably being held somewhere in the outskirts. High God, I muttered under my breath, baffled by the whole thing. It was impossible to just let this go. It seemed like I'd have to ask Li Sitong might know something. Just then, I got a message from her, asking where I was. We agreed to meet at Qingshan Park. As I was about to head out, my dad called. After a short chat, my sister Zhang Ling took over the phone. She said she and dad were going to stay in Yanbei County for a few more days before coming back. She also mentioned there were plenty of pretty girls in Yanbei County, and she had already gotten a few phone numbers for me. That girl really was getting more and more thoughtful. After hanging up, I quickly contacted Jiang Xia, and the two of us took a cab to Qingshan Park. On the way, the small cuts on my face had completely healed without a trace. It must have been those new coffees Chun Yusin treated us to. Maybe they really did work wonders for recovery. At Qingshan Park, we sat in a pavilion. Li Sitong cradled a hot cup of coffee, her brows furrowing slightly as she listened to our story about Leopard and the High God. She looked genuinely puzzled. If there really is a God, wouldn't that be dangerous for us? Jiang Xia asked nervously. If it's really a God, wouldn't it be too powerful? What should we do? Li Sitong gave a faint, amused smile, her eyes glinting with curiosity. If it really is a God, why would it care about just 10 people? Besides, any God that accepts sacrifices is unlikely to be a good one. I'd bet this High God is just something pretending to be divine. We need to find out what's really going on. Since the sacrifice is happening tomorrow night, why don't we follow them tonight and see for ourselves? Jiang Jia hesitated, a trace of worry on his face. But what if they're really powerful? Li Sitong flashed him a sweet smile, her eyes still full of interest in this High God. Don't worry. If things get dangerous, they'll make sure to get Jiang Xia out of there immediately. She sounded completely confident, as if she was already prepared for anything. Jiang Xia looked at Li Sitong, sensing she definitely knew more than she let on. After all, someone who could suggest investigating so decisively couldn't be clueless. Her curiosity about the High God seemed to go far beyond ordinary interest. A God? To be honest, I've never tasted what a God is like, Li Sitong murmured to herself, her tone light, yet carrying a hidden meaning that was hard to ignore. After agreeing to meet up that evening, Jiang Jia suddenly claimed he was too tired from the night before and decided to go home for some extra sleep. The remaining couple strolled through Qingshan Park, enjoying the fresh air as sunlight broke through the gaps in the clouds, bathing the earth in warm light and awakening everything around them. As noon approached, the clouds finally dispersed, and the sunshine made the air pleasantly warm. Jiang Xia couldn't help but tell Li Sitong about what she had seen and heard at the cafe that morning. After listening, Li Sitong nodded and told Jiang Xia to wait for further contact from Chen Yusin, convinced that Chen Yusin knew more than she was letting on. When Li Sitong heard about Jiang Xia's conflict with Yi Kai, she chuckled. Do you think he's an idiot? She asked lightly. Otherwise, no one with even a bit of sense would say something like that. Jiang Xia nodded and replied with a smile. I thought what he said was childish, not exactly stupid, but definitely immature. Exactly. Anyone even a little bit mature wouldn't say those things, Jiang Xia thought to herself, though her tone remained calm. If something bothers you, or if someone takes what you like, the rational thing to do is either secretly deal with your rival or try to negotiate, not just blurt it out and make yourself another enemy. She paused. But when it comes to demons, their personalities are all over the place. Li Sitong let out a quiet sigh, her expression growing more serious. All that talk about possessiveness is just nonsense. What he really enjoys is tormenting those who are weak inside, especially his own kind. She lowered her gaze, as if deep in thought. He gets a thrill out of amplifying his victim's fear and weakness during the torture, and that's what he truly enjoys. Jiang Xia was taken aback. So all those things he said were just to test me? She fell silent, thinking it over. If I'd shown any weakness, he would have immediately seen me as his target? That's right, Li Sitong nodded. He likes to prey on weakness, whether it's in humans or demons. If you show even a hint of it, he'll see you as prey. And he's not just some outsider's Chen Kai's right-hand man. He knows you're with me, yet he still tried to test you. That means he's not afraid of me anymore. Jiang Xia's expression sharpened instantly. Is Chen Kai planning to come after you? A shadow passed through Li Sitong's eyes. Yes. Keeping me around is already a risk for Chen Kai, especially since he knows I once thought about killing him. Maybe he's already realized I've figured out he's the leader of the organization. If I were him, I'd be planning to get rid of me first strike before I can act. When are you planning to move? Jiang Xia asked nervously. Soon. A faint, almost chilling smile appeared on Li Sitong's face. She suddenly turned to Jiang Xia, a playful glint in her eyes. If I die someday, you'd better avenge me after that. Join me in the afterlife. Don't say things like that. Neither of us is going to die. Jiang Xia tried to comfort her, even though he was a little anxious inside. Listen to me. I mean it. Li Sitong suddenly put her arm around Jiang Xia's neck in a gentle chokehold, giving him a warning smile. No more talk like that. Jiang Xia tried to pull his hand free from Li Sitong's tight grasp, inwardly marveling at the astonishing strength of this unpredictable woman. A few young men passing by glanced over, their eyes filled with envy as they watched what they assumed was a playful couple teasing each other. The two continued strolling through the park until most people had drifted away. Only then did Jiang Xia shift the conversation. Have you already found out something about the Supreme God? He asked softly. Li Sitong gave him a mysterious look and smiled faintly, as if deliberately keeping him in suspense. No idea, she replied, her answer short but meaningful. Really? You truly don't know? Jiang Xia sounded skeptical. Li Sitong just smiled, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. You'll find out tonight. Before he could press further, she smoothly changed the subject. I'm actually curious, what will your second evolution be like? She tilted her head, studying Jiang Xia with genuine interest. The second evolution is different from the first. There will definitely be significant changes, maybe even some kind of special ability. Jiang Xia perked up. A special ability? Li Sitong nodded, her expression serious. Exactly. Think about it though, could you compete with those awakened who possess special powers if you only evolved physically? What about you? What's your special ability? Jiang Xia asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Li Sitong only smiled. That's a secret. Her enigmatic grin made Jiang Xia itch with curiosity. Even though he knew she was teasing him, he couldn't help wanting to know more. The day slipped by quietly. As night deepened, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong finally met up with Jiang Xia outside his apartment building. At 11:50 p.m., capital city time, the night sky was heavy, the cold wind sharp as needles, carrying the dampness left behind by the rain. Guided by a tracker, a Bao's car led the three of them to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. The complex was sizable. The main gate opened onto an empty lot, with old workshops to either side. Further in were warehouses and a cafeteria. Years ago, this had been a feed processing plant, but after relocating 7 or 8 years ago, it had been left completely deserted, steeped in silence and desolation. Under the moonlight, the wind brushed against rusted fences, making them creak low and mournful, while a sense of suffocating tension filled the air. In the center of the factory grounds, a bonfire blazed, casting warmth into the cold night and sending flickering light across the shadows. 8 figures in white cloaks stood quietly on either side of the fire, hands clasped in front of them, each face painted with strange blood-red totems. A Bao stood at the heart of the firelight, tall and imposing, his gaze deep and unreadable. Behind him, 10 men and women knelt, their eyes and mouths covered with black cloth, bodies trembling as if awaiting some command. The entire scene radiated an eerie atmosphere, as if a sinister cult was about to begin a mysterious ritual. Hiding in a patch of shrubs some 50 meters from the factory gate, Jiang Xia and his companions watched everything through gaps in the leaves. Li Sitong focused intently on suppressing the aura of the demon seed within her, keeping it confined within a 5-meter radius. Even though she had already completed 1 evolution and was close to finishing a second, controlling her aura with such precision still required considerable skill. Jiang Xia also worked to keep his own aura within 15 meters. Although this was relatively easy, maintaining it for a long time was exhausting, almost like holding his breath, draining his mental energy. In front of the bonfire, a Bao knelt, holding a dagger that glinted in the firelight. His expression was solemn as he murmured a prayer. Great Supreme God of Order, thank you for granting us mortals the chance to become your followers. It is your protection that allows us to survive in this chaotic world. Only you can guide us to mend the fractures of this world and rebuild the halls of the divine. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure settling over everything, as if the entire world was waiting for some mysterious power to descend. Within the factory grounds, a Bao's voice rose above the crackling of the bonfire, sparks leaping in front of him. Great Lord of Order, please accept our offerings. Take away the evil within them and purify their bodies. Creak. The warehouse's steel rolling door shook violently, screeching with the harsh sound of metal scraping. Suddenly, several pitch-black tentacles tore through the door, sending fragments flying in all directions. An enormous creature slowly crawled out from the darkness. Behold the descent of the divine. Abeo immediately prostrated himself on the ground, joined by 8 followers, their faces filled with fervent devotion. What kind of god has 8 legs? Jiang Xia couldn't help but whisper from the bushes. The so-called Lord of Order was as large as a family SUV, its entire body coated in slick blackness, oozing a thick, tar-like liquid. A heavy stench rolled off it, as if someone had dumped an entire basket of seafood right under their noses. Its lower half was made up of 8 thick octopus tentacles, 4 of which supported its massive bulk. Its upper half, however, was the torso of a giant mermaid, as though someone had replaced an octopus head with a mermaid's upper body. From the scaly face and long, seaweed-like hair, it was clearly female. She had no arms. In their place were more writhing tentacles. In the darkness, her eyes, larger than fists, glowed with an eerie blue light, and her gaping mouth could easily swallow a wash basin. It's probably a mindbender demon, Li Sitong explained in a low voice. This kind of demon creates illusions and manipulates people's minds. Its mental influence is strong, even awakened ones can fall under its spell. I knew it. There's no such thing as a Lord of Order, just a monster playing tricks, Jiang Xia muttered, then asked worriedly, are we in danger of being controlled, too? Li Sitong shook her head. No, I've encountered one before. Even a mindbender that's evolved 3 times still needs its target to ingest something before it can control them. If it's evolved 4 times or more, though, that's another story. Could this one be at its 4th evolution? Jiang Xia asked nervously. You think 4th evolution demons are as common as cabbage? Li Sitong replied, exasperated. Even among its kind, those who have reached a third evolution are extremely rare. To the three, this so-called deity was nothing more than a grotesque monster. But under the influence of their hallucinations, Abeo and his followers saw a radiant, golden figure surrounded by divine light, with 3 pairs of white wings unfurled behind it and eyes filled with holy authority. The black ooze appeared to them as pure golden energy, a sacred power that could cleanse all mortal impurities with a single breath. Smack! A black tentacle lashed Abeo across the face, leaving behind a sticky pool of black liquid. This is a blessing from the god. Abeo trembled with excitement, scraping the slime from his face with shaking fingers and eagerly stuffing it into his mouth, as if savoring a rare delicacy. 10 men and women knelt on the ground, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. They could clearly sense the heavy, ragged breathing of the massive creature before them, terror sparking through their bodies like electricity. Some had already lost control of their bladders, soaking their pants, while others had simply fainted from fear. Suddenly, a thick tentacle shot out and wrapped around a young man, dragging him toward the gaping maw of the giant merman. The creature's enormous mouth, lined with jagged teeth the size of eggs, snapped shut with barely any effort, tearing the young man's upper body in half. Abao stood to the side, his eyes shining with excitement as he watched. In his feverish gaze, this was the main god absorbing the sins of the guilty, transforming their bodies into feathers for its pure white wings. The merman devoured its prey with terrifying speed, its sharp teeth grinding flesh into pulp before swallowing it down. 2 more tentacles grabbed the man's legs and shoved them into its mouth. With its massive size and savage feeding, it resembled a monstrous meat grinder. The second, third, and fourth victims were consumed in quick succession, each disappearance taking only a matter of seconds. Li Sidong watched with barely contained excitement, clutching Jiang Xia's thigh in a death grip. It seemed that every time she witnessed her own kind devouring others, she lost control of her emotions. Jiang Xia winced in pain, prying her hand off his leg, only for her grip to move to his waist. The numb, tingling sensation almost made him cry out. Helpless, he placed her hand back onto his thigh. How strong is that thing? Jiang Xia wondered, unable to sense the creature's true power from his distance. Before he could think further, Li Sitong flashed a sly grin and suddenly shoved him out of the bushes. Jiang Xia stumbled, nearly falling, cursing under his breath. Li Sitong, you bastard. The mind-controlling merman, in the middle of devouring its 6th victim, immediately noticed him. Its fist-sized eyes swiveled in his direction, its mouth still crunching, blood and flesh flying. What a beautiful moonlit night, Jiang Xia said as he straightened up and looked to the sky. It's just a shame I'm blind and can't see a thing. Abao suddenly pointed at Jiang Xia. Get him. 8 followers threw off their cloaks, drew their daggers, and charged out of the factory. But as soon as they appeared, the 2 in front were decapitated by a sweeping tail. In the next instant, the pointed tail skewered 2 more through the chest. The remaining 4 barely made it within 5 meters of Jiang Xia before the blue tail sliced them down like vegetables. The 8 bodies lay scattered outside the factory, blood spurting, some still twitching. Bang! A gunshot tore through the night. The bullet struck Jiang Xia's face, the force hitting him like a sledgehammer. Half his face went numb, his mind ringing. For the first time, he truly experienced what it felt like to be shot, his head filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder drifting from the barrel. Jiang Xia reached out and touched his face, feeling a sharp sting. The bullet hadn't gone all the way through, but the powerful impact had torn a ring of flesh, with several blue-green scales knocked off and scattered in the distance. Luckily, his transformation was quick enough that most of the force was absorbed by his scales and toughened flesh. Bang! 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 Abao squeezed the trigger repeatedly, emptying the entire magazine in one go. As a sharpshooter, even from dozens of meters away, half the bullets in his clip struck Jiang Xia with deadly accuracy. Yet the damage was minimal. The scales on Jiang Xia's body acted like a perfect bulletproof vest, absorbing almost all of the impact. Demon! Abao's hand trembled as his pistol slipped to the ground. He spun around in panic to look at the main god, who was still feasting. Main god! Demon! It's a demon! What greeted Abao was a tentacle that suddenly shot forward, impaling his head. His body stiffened, then collapsed like a rag doll. The tentacle dragged him to the gaping maw, stuffing his upper half inside. With a crisp snap, the rest of his legs dropped limply to the ground. What a pity! Even in death, he never realized the god he worshipped was a demon too. Jiang Xia stood at the factory entrance, the sound of gnashing teeth echoing in his ears. What's the difference between gods and demons? How many of those so-called awakened apostles are actually good people? Aren't they all just trying to survive? The demon at the center of the factory spoke while picking up the pace of her meal. The last 2 unconscious people on the ground were dragged toward her mouth by her tentacles. The voice was clearly that of a woman, but it was husky and rough. She bit down, stuffing half a body into her mouth, chewing carelessly before swallowing. She looked out toward the factory entrance and asked, her words muffled, "So, what do you want?" outsider. Here to eat me? Nothing. Just passing by, Jiang Xia replied coolly, all the while trying to sense the strength of this other demon. You're still the same as when you were a kid, always full of lies. When I was a kid, Jiang Xia was taken aback. Did he know this demon from before? Xiao Xia, don't you remember Aunt Qin? I used to hold you all the time when you were little. The demon, calling herself Aunt Qin, crammed more food into her mouth, red liquid mixing with the black slime on her skin, creating a bizarre color. Her eyes, glowing faintly blue, locked onto Jiang Xia. It was as if, in the presence of someone familiar, her meal tasted even better. Aunt Qin? Jiang Xia was just about to recall the memory when a fierce commotion erupted behind him. A figure burst out of the bushes and crashed heavily at his feet. It was Jiang Xia. Blood gushed from a hole in his shoulder, making him grimace in pain. Two more figures quickly followed from the undergrowth. Jiang Xia rushed forward, catching Li Sitong and quickly sizing up the other newcomer. Not far away, a man in a red suit and a clown mask steadied himself, a cold laugh rumbling in his throat. He toyed with a golden coin in his hand, flicking it up and down with his thumb in a constant rhythm. I'm fine. I almost got ambushed by this awakened one. Though, Li Sitong said, glaring at the clown-masked man with clear annoyance. Well, look at that. Two more, the clown sneered. You're not those demons sticking together in Xinghe City, are you? Otherwise, I can't imagine why you'd be after me. Inside the factory, the demon who called herself Aunt Qin stuffed the last leg into her mouth, juices spraying from the corners of her lips. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong exchanged glances, both realizing something was off. An awakened one had appeared by all rights. This Aunt Qin should have turned her attention to him immediately. Instead, she remained unusually calm, focusing entirely on the two new demons. There was only one possibility: they were working together. There was another awakened among them, hidden in the Shadowsa fact that Jiang Xia and the others hadn't anticipated. It made sense that an awakened could show up. Even though Xinghe City didn't have as many awakened as demonkind, their numbers weren't so low as to be negligible. What truly shocked them was that this awakened was actually working with the demons. Well, aren't you tough, little lady? The man in the clown mask stared at Li Sitong, letting out a chilling, twisted laugh. That last kick almost broke Uncle's bones. If even you admit she's strong, she must be pretty formidable, honey. Be careful. A voice called out from inside the factory. It was clearly the demon. Honey? Jiang Xia looked utterly confused, his brows furrowing. Don't worry, sweetheart, they'll be careful. The clown-masked man blew an exaggerated kiss toward the factory, then turned back to Jiang Xia and Li Sitong, his laughter turning sinister. Whatever your reasons for being here, it doesn't matter. Tonight, you'll both fall under my golden coin. Li Sitong leaned forward slightly, speaking quickly and quietly to Jiang Xia. This is complicated. This awakened is probably under the mind control of that demon, or maybe not. Either way, the demon inside just recently underwent a second evolution. It's going to be tough for you. Hold them off. They'll take care of the awakened and come help you after. But he's strong, so it might take me a while. No sooner had she finished speaking than a golden coin flicked from the clown man's fingertips. It shot past Jiang Xia and Li Sitong at incredible speed, making a sharp, whistling sound as it went. It flew like a bullet, covering 100 meters in an instant, leaving only a glimmer of gold in its wake. But in the very next second, the coin suddenly curved back, returning just as fast. Look out! Li Sitong shoved Jiang Xia aside, twisting her own body away just in time. What are you two whispering about? The clown man tilted his head, his tone mocking. But I have to admit, little beauty, your reflexes aren't bad. In fact, out of all the demons I've killed, you're the strongest. Just to be clear, I'm not dead yet, Li Sitong replied coolly, steadying herself as her eyes flashed with a sharp edge. Impressive, very impressive, the clown man nodded, sounding genuinely admiring. You're young, but you keep your cool. Or maybe you just haven't smelled death yet. Li Sitong cocked her head, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Do you always talk this much? The clown man burst out laughing. All right then, let's cut the chatter. They'll try to make your death as painful as possible, so you really get a taste of what it means to be alive. He paused abruptly. Oh, look at me, rambling again. His eyes grew cold behind the mask, and the golden coin shot toward Li Sitong once more. This time, it expanded in midair, no longer bullet-sized, but as large as a manhole cover, slamming into Li Sitong's hastily raised arms with a loud thud. At the same moment, a thick tentacle shot out from inside the factory, lashing toward Jiang Xia. He quickly snapped back to attention, dodging just in time as the tentacle grazed his sleeve. Xiao Xia, do you know how much Aunt Qin was hurt by you? Came a plaintive voice from the tentacle's owner. When you were little, Aunt Qin used to hold you every day, and now you want to kill her. Standing at the factory entrance, Jiang Xia frowned deeply, trying to recall who Aunt Qin was. Then it hit him. She was one of his mother's close friends, a wealthy woman with fair skin, long legs, and an air of elegance. She looked every bit the socialite. She used to visit often when he was a child, but after he started middle school, she disappeared, supposedly traveling abroad. But as far as Jiang Xia remembered, she never had a husband. In fact, she was a firm believer in never getting married. So it's you, Aunt Qin. You've got it wrong. I wasn't trying to kill you. I was just passing by. That's all. Jiang Xia's voice trembled as he took a few steps back. Passing by. Aunt Qin's twisted face curled into a sneer. This isn't a place you just happened to pass through. You already tried that excuse once. Her tone softened suddenly. Forget it. Whatever brought you here, it's been so long since we last met. Come here and let Aunt Qin give you a hug. Jiang Xia's eyes widened as he watched her 8 thick octopus legs crawling rapidly toward him, each step leaving a trail of slime on the floor. Instinctively, he retreated until his heels pressed up against the wall. Come on, Xia. Into Aunt Qin's arms, she cooed, spreading her tentacles wide, her voice sweet and seductive even as black slime dripped from the corners of her mouth. You used to love giving Aunt Qin kisses when you were little. Let's see how much you love Annie now. Her voice did carry a hint of allure, but with her monstrous half-human, half-octopus appearance, who could possibly go along with it? Gunfire echoed from the area behind them. Hundreds of gold coins shot through the air, creating a storm of bullets like a battlefield. Jiang Xia clutched his chest and staggered to a safer, empty corner. With nowhere left to run, Jiang Xia twisted his body sharply, narrowly dodging several slimy tentacles that lashed out at him, and dove deeper into the factory. Don't go, Xia, Aunt Qin called out, immediately giving chase. Chunks of meat and mucus spilled from her mouth, but her tone remained sickeningly sweet. Let Aunt Qin hold you. You've grown so handsome, even after being transformed. I just have to give you a good hug. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several tentacles, each thicker than a thigh, whipped toward Jiang Xia from every direction, slicing through the air with a piercing screech. Jiang Xia darted and twisted, his body tracing impossible arcs through the air. As a tentacle lunged from behind, his tail suddenly snapped open like lightning, latching onto the slimy limb with a blood-red maw. Ah! Aunt Qin let out a bone-chilling moan of delight. Xia, is this how you hug Auntie? Auntie loves it. Harder, hold me tighter. Damn it. Can you not be so twisted? Jiang Xia growled through gritted teeth. He could feel the mouth on his tail clamping down on what felt like a giant, slippery snake slick on the outside, solid muscle within. As sharp teeth tore at her tentacle, Aunt Qin yanked it back with a deranged whine. Xia, that's not how you do it. I asked for a hug, not a bite. If you bite Auntie, then Annie will have to bite you back. All 8 of her octopus legs propelled her massive body toward Jiang Xia at a speed that belied her size, leaving deep imprints in the floor. Don't run, Xia. Don't run. Don't you remember promising to marry Aunt Qin when you were little? Jiang Xia crashed through a pane of glass, tumbling into the first workshop on his left. Shards glittered in the air before hitting the ground with a crisp clatter. Bang! Aunt Qin barreled in after him, her huge body smashing the doors apart, sending wood chips and metal fragments flying. 2 tentacles lashed out like whips, aiming straight for Jiang Xia. Although the workshop was spacious, it had been cleared out, leaving nowhere to hide. Jiang Xia's claws flashed out, catching both incoming tentacles with deadly precision. As 2 more tentacles came at him from either side, Jiang Xia's tail shot out to snatch one, while he kicked the other away, leaving a deep gash along its surface. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Xia drove his 10 sharp claws deep into the flesh of the octopus limbs, black fluid oozing from the wounds. The pain made Aunt Qin convulse violently, her tentacles thrashing in desperate struggle. Let go. Let go now. Whoosh. The tentacle head, kicked aside, swept back at him. Jiang Xia released his hold just in time, his body retreating with impossible speed as the tentacle brushed past his forehead and slammed into the wall, sending concrete and debris flying. The deafening crash echoed through the empty workshop, cracks spiderwebbing across the wall. Xia, you've made Aunt Qin very angry now. Her voice had lost all sweetness, replaced by a chilling, furious rage. Aunt Qin suddenly opened her huge, gaping mouth and let out a deep, guttural roar. In the next instant, a jet of black water shot from her throat, swift, corrosive, and deadly. The liquid was like poison. As soon as it hit the ground, it sizzled and smoked, filling the entire workshop with a pungent, acrid stench. Jiang Xia's eyes were sharp. He quickly twisted his body to the side, narrowly dodging the powerful blast. He practically hurled himself across half the workshop, determined to avoid even the slightest contact with the black water. The foul liquid spread rapidly, almost flooding the entire space. Jiang Xia remained perfectly still, wary of making a single false move. He suspected the black water might be a trick to cloud his ninja skill. Aunt Qin was notorious for as a mind demon, whose abilities were both complex and unpredictable. A sense of dread weighed heavier on Jiang Xia's heart. Li Sitong had warned him. Aunt Qin had definitely undergone a second evolution. Otherwise, she could never have reached this terrifying level of power. Jiang Xia himself was on the verge of breaking through to that stage, but now he realized the gap between them was far more than a single evolutionary step. The real danger was precisely this process. Evolution meant the body and its abilities would be transformed, granting leaps in speed, strength, and even defense. In this battle, his chances of victory were slim. The black water didn't just spray, it also unleashed several whip-like tentacles, weaving an invisible net that engulfed the entire workshop. Jiang Xia dodged again and again, but he was gradually forced into a corner. At last, he couldn't avoid the jet of black water shooting past him, and the tentacles closed in from all sides, silently twisting toward him. With a burst of strength, he seized two of the tentacles in his hands, gripping them tightly. But two more whipped around him like lightning, binding him fast like merciless pythons, squeezing tighter and tighter. No matter how he struggled, tore, or stabbed, there was no breaking free from their endless grasp. Finally, "I've caught you." Aunt Chin's voice was low and honeyed in his ear. "You've worn me out. Little one, come here. Be good. Let me hold you. Become my servant." The two tentacles wrapped around Jiang Xia's body tightened abruptly, squeezing the air from his lungs. An intense sense of suffocation overwhelmed him. His wrists were bound tightly. Even his tail was locked in place behind him, couldn't move at all. Suspended in midair before the mermaid. He realized this was the most dangerous moment he had ever faced. Despite the creature's affectionate tone, calling herself Aunt Chin and addressing him as Little Xia, Jiang Xia knew all too well this was a fight for his life. Now that he had uncovered her secret about having an awakened companion, there was no way she would show him mercy. The options were clear: die, or become her mindless servant. Neither was acceptable. "Little one, you've worn me out. I finally caught you," the mermaid sneered. "From now on, you're Aunt Chin's slave. You'll hunt for me. If you do a good job, maybe I'll let you live." She stretched out a black tongue to lick her lips as her abdomen and throat began to bulge ominously, a clear sign she was about to spray her deadly black water. Jiang Xia struggled with all his might, but the tentacles wouldn't budge. Just as the black water was about to be unleashed, a huge shadow burst through the workshop doors and slammed into the mermaid. The impact knocked her off balance, causing the black water to miss its mark and only hit Jiang Xia's left hand. The tentacles loosened, and Jiang Xia dropped to the ground. Regaining his balance, he looked up to see a creature that resembled a kangaroo, but its body was covered in crocodile-like armored skin, and its sharp claws were especially striking. Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia immediately recognized him. Only Jiang Xia, with his ability to perfectly mask his presence from their kind, could have pulled off such a sneak attack. Anyone else would have been discovered by Aunt Chin before they even got close. Though she had been knocked aside, Aunt Chin quickly lashed out with her tentacles and managed to push Jiang Xia back, using several octopus-like limbs to steady herself. "Are you alright, Xia?" Jiang Xia rushed to Jiang Xia's side. "You've completed your first evolution?" Judging by Jiang Xia's strength, Jiang Xia was certain he had evolved. "I used those followers to evolve. Luckily, there were enough of them," Jiang Xia replied briefly. Jiang Xia couldn't help glancing at Jiang Xia's lower half, partially covered by torn clothing, wondering if he really had a kangaroo-like pouch there. "Little Xia, your resistance has made Aunt Chin very angry," Aunt Chin snarled, glaring at them as she got back on her feet. "I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you now. To be precise, they'll beat you within an inch of your life and hand you over to my husband. You'll become one of the souls that make him stronger. We have to fight together, it's our only chance." Jiang Xia shouted. The odds of winning 2 against 1 were uncertain, but this was their only path. Retreat would only make them weaker. As they charged forward, 2 thick tentacles suddenly whipped down from above like crashing pillars. Though they missed, they smashed deep craters into the floor, and the thunderous sound echoed throughout the workshop. The two split up, with Jiang Xia moving to the left and Jiang Xia to the right, surrounding Aunt Chin from both sides in a pincer attack. Facing this assault, a contemptuous smile curled at the corners of Aunt Chin's lips. Her thick, powerful tentacles danced in the air, perfect weapons for fighting multiple opponents at once. Besides, in terms of strength, she far outmatched the two of them. With a loud thud, Jiang Xia was caught off guard by a sweeping tentacle and sent flying like a broken kite, tumbling across the ground and getting soaked in black water. At that moment, Jiang Xia seized the opportunity, gripping 2 tentacles tightly with hands like iron clamps. Suddenly, the tail behind him shot up, striking toward Aunt Chin's forehead like a venomous snake. In the nick of time, Aunt Chin quickly retracted the tentacle that had been entangling Jiang Xia, and the tip coiled precisely around the deadly tail. "Not bad, little one, but not good enough," Aunt Chin sneered. But in the next instant, her pupils shrank in shock. The tip of the restrained tail suddenly bloomed open, revealing 6 petal-like appendages resembling a human hand, clutching a small black object in its palm. Before Aunt Chin could react, a stream of pungent liquid sprayed directly into her eyes. This was Jiang Jia's secret weapon had given Jiang Xia before the fight, a homemade pepper spray, much stronger than anything sold on the market. Made with industrial-grade chili extract, even a drop was excruciatingly painful to ordinary people. If it got in the eyes, it would cause temporary blindness, and without immediate treatment, could lead to permanent damage. To make it even more potent, Jiang Xia had mixed in high-proof alcohol. A piercing scream echoed through the workshop as Aunt Chin's tentacles recoiled violently, her hands clutching at her eyes. Even after her second evolution, her flesh and blood eyes couldn't withstand such intense pain. In agony, her massive body thrashed wildly through the workshop. Take her down while she's weak. Jiang Xia's eyes sharpened as he lunged at the struggling Aunt Qin like a bolt of lightning. In just a few seconds, the pain had brought tears streaming down her face and left her head ringing. She desperately tried to open her eyes, but instinct forced her to keep them tightly shut. Even if she managed to open them, tears blurred her vision completely. Sensing movement behind her, Aunt Qin spun around, spewing black water from her gaping mouth and swinging her tentacles wildly. Jiang Xia dodged nimbly, grabbing one of the tentacles. His sharp claws pierced deep into the steel-hard flesh, tearing open 2 wounds the size of his palm. Aunt Qin's furious roar shook the workshop. She lashed out with 2 more tentacles, trying to flank him. One brushed past Jiang Xia's shoulder, scraping off a few scales with a harsh, metallic sound. Darting between the flailing tentacles, Jiang Xia locked onto the one head already injured. With precise timing, his claws dug in again, and, finding the weakened spot, he ripped the tentacle clean off. The severed limb thrashed wildly in Jiang Xia's grip, and Aunt Qin's screams grew even more agonized. Jiang Xia had finally discovered the key to defeating Aunt Qin. Although Aunt Qin's 8 octopus-like tentacles looked terrifying, they had a fatal weakness. 4 of them were needed just to support her body. If she lost even one, her balance would be thrown off. This meant she only had 4 tentacles available for attack. If those attacking limbs could be destroyed, her combat ability would be greatly reduced. At that moment, one of her tentacles had already been severed, and Aunt Qin's strength was clearly diminished. The intense pain sent her into a frenzy. She could barely keep her eyes open, her vision blurred, and her remaining 3 tentacles thrashed wildly, smashing the workshop floor to pieces. Suddenly, 2 of her tentacles swung together like a giant pair of scissors, aiming straight for Jiang Xia. He quickly retreated, and the 2 tentacles crashed into each other with such force that it made his heart race. If he had been caught between them, his entire body would have been crushed in an instant. Jiang Xia created a loud distraction at just the right moment, drawing away 2 of the tentacles. Jiang Xia seized the opportunity. His left claw gripped one tentacle tightly, while his right hand, transformed into a bone blade, slashed down with all his might. With a sickening sound, nearly 2 meters of tentacle were sliced off, splattering pitch-black blood across Jiang Xia's face. Aunt Qin let out a piercing scream, then called out in a trembling voice, "Xiao Xia, I used to hold you when you were little. How could you do this to me?" She stopped spraying black liquid, seemingly exhausted. Clearly, producing the black water drained her energy. Jiang Xia ignored her emotional plea. While Jiang Xia wrestled with another tentacle, Jiang Xia struck again, his bone blade flashing with cold light. Another 3-meter section of tentacle crashed to the ground, writhing in agony in the black water. With all 3 attacking tentacles destroyed and only one left, Aunt Qin finally realized she was in danger. She didn't dare stay any longer and crashed through the workshop doors in a desperate escape. Jiang Xia and Jiang Jie chased after her, with Jiang Jie leaping onto Aunt Qin's back. Instantly, her last tentacle whipped around, trying to throw him off, but a green tail had already pierced her back. She barely managed to knock the tail aside with her tentacle, but it was clear she'd been seriously wounded. She didn't linger in the fight, but sprinted swiftly toward the workshop across from her. Her vision blurred, and with 3 of her tentacles already destroyed, she propelled herself forward on the remaining 4 like spinning wheels, every step driven by the instinct to survive. If she tangled with Jiang Xia any longer, death was certain. Her only hope now rested with her husband. Her body slammed hard against the wall of the opposite workshop. The suction cups on her remaining tentacles immediately latched onto the surface, dragging her upwards. But halfway up the wall, disaster struck. Several tentacles suddenly lost their grip, and she crashed heavily to the ground. A strange weakness washed over her. Struggling to open her eyes, she finally saw the truth. Jiang Xia's tail was holding a heart, dripping with pitch-black liquid. Her heart. "Xia, how could you do this to Aunt Qin? Please, give me back my heart." Her voice trembled, filled with despair. Jiang Xia didn't respond. He simply watched in silence as Aunt Qin died. Killing the woman who once cradled him stirred something inside, but he had no choice. If he didn't kill her, he and Jiang Jie would die instead. This was the most profound lesson Jiang Xia had learned in this new world. Only the weak have the luxury of too many feelings. He wouldn't become heartless, but he would save his precious emotions for those closest to him. With a wet snap, Jiang Xia's tail closed like a vice, crushing the burning heart to pulp. Aunt Qin's body went rigid, a low moan escaping her lips as her soul seemed to dissolve into the night. Almost instantly, a powerful warmth surged into Jiang Xia's body, a wild energy flooding every cell, threatening to tear him apart. He realized a second evolution had begun. With a heavy thud, Jiang Xia dropped to his knees as the raging energy rampaged inside him like a furious dragon. Popping noises echoed within as his claws gouged deep furrows into the ground. The force felt like a hammer forging steel, striking his body again and again, making it tougher with every blow. His form changed little, but starting from his forehead, his scales shifted from blue to crimson, the color spreading down until his entire body was covered in deep red. The blistering heat distorted the air around him. Jiang Xia coughed sharply, spitting out several drops of red liquid. They landed on the ground and didn't disperse, radiating an intense heat like molten lava. His whole body burned as if a furnace had been lit inside, radiating waves of scorching heat. The pitch-black blood clinging to him sizzled and bubbled in the heat, turning to wisps of black smoke with a nauseating stench. After several dozen seconds, the forging force faded away. Jiang Xia remained on his knees, panting heavily. The sensation of this second evolution was much like the first, indescribably intense and grueling. But as it ended, a new clarity dawned, and he felt as though his body had reached a whole new level. Once the transformation was complete, the burning red scales on Jiang Xia's body gradually faded back to their usual dark blue, seemingly beyond his control. This must be the special ability Li Sitong had mentioned. Congratulations, you've completed your second evolution. I'm proud of you. Yang Jia's faint voice drew Jiang Xia's attention. He turned quickly and saw Yang Jia lying not far away, illuminated by the campfire. His injuries were clear: a gaping hole in his abdomen, another wound in his left shoulder, and even a chunk missing from his face. Yang Jia lay on the ground, his breathing shallow. Asphalt-colored blood kept pouring from the gaping wound in his abdomen, pooling into a dark puddle beneath him. Jiang Xia rushed to his side in just a few strides and immediately knelt down to check his injuries. The wound was neither minor nor catastrophic, fatal for any ordinary person, and even a god wouldn't be able to save him. But Yang Jia was a demon-blooded. Maybe there was still a sliver of hope. Yang Jia looked up at Jiang Xia, his lips trembling, his voice so faint it was barely audible. Xia, I don't think I'm going to make it. If I die, just burn my body. He struggled for another breath and continued. And if you can, take care of my father and my grandparents when you have the chance. They'll be watching over you from the afterlife. Shut up. Jiang Xia snapped, cutting him off. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he tore a chunk of flesh from his own left arm and pressed it into Yang Jia's hand. Hang in there. Getting to his feet, Jiang Xia turned to face the chaos outside the factory, squinting to survey the battlefield. The fighting was dizzying. Over 100 gold coins zipped through the air like bullets. Strangely, many coins bounced harmlessly off Li Sitong, while others left bloody marks or thumb-sized holes in her body. Jiang Xia focused, finally noticing the trick: off all those coins, only one was real. The rest were illusions, after-images conjured by the genuine coin. The problem was, there was almost no visual difference between the real and the fake. The only way to tell was whether they drew blood. In such a dense barrage, it was impossible to know which coin to dodge. Li Sitong was surrounded by coins, her clothes stained red from the many wounds that now riddled her body. She didn't back down. Two sharp, blade-like tentacles whipped out from within her, slicing through the air toward the clown-faced man several meters away. Just as the tentacles were about to strike, all the coins converged at once in front of the clown man, merging into a massive golden shield that blocked the attack with ease. The clown man stopped attacking for a moment, coughing violently. He hurriedly pulled off his clown mask, revealing a pale, gaunt face in his 30s. As soon as he removed the mask, a gush of black liquid spewed from his mouth, hissing and smoking as it hit the ground. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and his previously dazed eyes began to clear. His gaze first lingered on Qin Yi's corpse inside the factory, pausing for a moment before shifting to Jiang Xia. It was clear that Qin Yi's death had freed him from her mind control. Thanks, kid, the clown man rasped, his hand still trembling. If it weren't for you, God knows how long I'd have stayed under that witch's spell. He slipped the mask back on. To show my gratitude, when I kill you later, they'll make it quick. Li Sitong stood where she was, her wounds still bleeding, but her expression was utterly calm. Her voice was as steady as ever. Congratulations in advance. Once you kill the three of us, maybe this new power of yours will be ready to evolve again. The clown man coughed twice more and shook his head. No. Evolution is what you demons call it. For us awakened, we call it awakening first, second, third awakening. Same thing as your first, second, and third evolutions. He adjusted his mask. Enough talk. Let's finish this. Who dies first, you or the kid? If I can't kill you in a minute, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Li Sitong's gaze remained steady, not a flicker of emotion crossing her face. Pretty bold talk for a little girl. Just don't back out when the time comes. As soon as the clown man finished speaking, his eyes flashed suddenly. He noticed a sudden change in the woman's eyes. A heated pair of blood red, vertical pupils appeared, and an eerie crimson light rippled outward like water. The clown-faced man felt a jolt of alarm, but before he could react, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the factory. To his shock, Aunt Qin, who had already died, was now demonized once more. Her massive body charged toward him like an out-of-control truck. At the same moment, Li Sitong exchanged a quick glance with Jiang Xia, a silent understanding passing between them. Jiang Xia immediately caught on, and launched his attack right after Aunt Qin. The clown-faced man was caught in a dilemma. Suddenly beset on three sides, he hesitated for a brief moment before deciding to use his enlarged coin to block Li Sitong's tentacle strike, then turned to escape. But this choice proved fatal. Jiang Xia dropped down from above, tackling him to the ground, and Aunt Qin's enormous body crashed down right after. Pinned beneath her, the clown-faced man struggled desperately, but he couldn't move under Aunt Qin's crushing weight. In a panic, he recalled his coin and smashed it into her back. The moment Aunt Qin was knocked aside, Li Sitong's blade-shaped tentacle struck precisely, piercing the back of his skull. "Your awakened ability is the most useless I've ever seen," Li Sitong said coolly, retracting her tentacle as she approached. "The coin is a decent weapon, but there's only one. You can barely handle a single opponent, and once anyone closes in, you're helpless. Maybe if you'd evolved again, you'd have more coins. Too bad you won't get that chance." She paused for a moment. "TSK, I usually don't talk this much. Must have picked it up from you." As the snake-like pupils faded from her eyes, Aunt Qin's corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. The entire fight had lasted less than a minute. "Completed your second evolution?" Li Sitong asked, turning to Jiang Xia. When he nodded, she looked pleased. "Not bad. You might be the fastest among us to grow stronger. What about your special ability? What did you get after evolving?" Jiang Xia demonstrated his new power. His scales instantly shifted from dark blue-green to deep red, radiating intense heat. Li Sitong's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward. Even from half a meter away, she could feel the wave of heat rolling off him. She reached out to touch his scales, only to jerk her hand back from the burn, though her eyes shone with admiration. "I can also spray some sort of special liquid," Jiang Xia added. "It's not quite fire, and not regular magma either. The temperature's about the same as molten iron." "We'll admire it more when we get back," Li Sitong said, turning her attention to the bodies on the ground. "Now let's divide the spoils. I don't want this one. He's too ugly and covered in black slime. No appetite at all. As for the awakened one, the three of us will split him. You pick which part you want first." Jiang Xia glanced at the clown-faced man's corpse, momentarily unsure which part to choose. 2:30 a.m. Jiang Xia returned home, took a shower, and sat down on the couch. Most of his wounds had already faded, and even the torn flesh on his left arm had completely healed, leaving no trace. Li Sitong, fresh out of the shower and wearing one of Jiang Xia's oversized shirts, emerged from the bathroom. Droplets of water slid down her hair. She sat across from Jiang Xia, legs crossed, her gaze lingering on him with curiosity. "Even now, you still can't get over it, can you?" she asked, looking him straight in the eye. "Who says I can't?" Jiang Xia shot back. "If I hadn't gotten over it, how could my wounds have healed so fast?" No sooner had he spoken than a familiar wave of nausea surged up his throat. He took a few deep breaths, forcing down the queasiness that threatened to overwhelm him. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but the fact that had been sick repeatedly on the way home betrayed his true feelings. He had shared the spoils of victory. Despite his deep revulsion, didn't really have a choice. Strength didn't matter as much as healing. If he kept fighting while injured, there was no telling if he'd survive the next battle. At least the awakened one had left a whole corpse behind, but, cheers. Li Sitong smiled faintly. "Actually, I kinda like you like this. But I am more curious. How long can you keep this up? And what exactly is your demonic nature? Is it just you trying your best to hold yourself back and act normal? Or has your personality not been affected at all?" "I don't really know." Jiang Xia shook his head, frowning slightly. He was uneasy himself, unsure if that demonic side would ever emerge and if it did, what it would be like. Li Sitong stood, casually running her fingers through her damp hair, droplets sparkling in the light. "I'm not staying over tonight. I need to go home and sleep otherwise. If my dad comes back early tomorrow and I'm not there, he'll freak out." "Do you want me to walk you home?" Jiang Xia asked. "Walk me home?" Li Sitong raised an eyebrow. "If something happens, are you protecting me, or am I protecting you?" She laughed, but her eyes showed she believed in him. "But honestly, with your strength now, if something did happen, you could really help me out. Tomorrow should be quiet. Get some rest and recharge. It's almost time to deal with Chinkai." After Li Sitong left, Jiang Xia sat on the couch for a long time, lost in thought. Ding. Suddenly, his phone lit up with a message from Yang Xia. "Yang Xia, that was amazing. I feel incredible." "Jiang Xia, can you not talk about it?" Just thinking about sharing that awakened one made Jiang Xia's stomach churn again, and he had to fight the urge to vomit. "Yang Xia, not only are my injuries gone, I feel stronger than ever. Seriously, if you brought 10 bulls here right now, I could take them all down in an instant." "Jiang Xia, you mean cows?" "Yang Xia. Ugh, that's disgusting. Sometimes you really say the weirdest things. But I have to admit, Xia, the way we worked together was flawless. We even beat opponents stronger than us. Hat means we've got some serious chemistry, maybe even a bond. If we were both awakened, we'd totally be the main characters." "Yang Jia. But thinking about it more, after hanging out with you these past few days, I've realized something new about the world. There's no real good or evil between awakened and demons. It's not about what you are, but who you are inside. Who says demons can't be the heroes? You and me, we're the protagonists. Jiang Xia, enough already. Go to sleep. That night, Jiang Xia didn't bother going to his room. He just leaned back on the couch and, before he knew it, drifted off to sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the notification sounds on Jiang Xia's phone kept going off, jolting him awake from a nightmare. He sat stiffly on the sofa, chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath, sweat already beading on his forehead. Ever since he had glimpsed the other side of this world, nightmares had become a regular part of his life. Last night's dream was no different from the others. It was always the same group of awakened who had died by his hand. The one who appeared most often was Aunt Qin, whom he had killed just the night before. Jiang Xia forced himself to take a few deep breaths, trying to steady his emotions before picking up his phone to check his messages. A message from Chun Yusin flashed on the screen. She was inviting him over for coffee, saying she had some new intel about the situation in Xinghe City, along with a few leads about their mysterious boss. Jiang Xia's first instinct was to reply and say he'd come by soon, but he hesitated. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he erased what had typed. He couldn't afford to act too eager. If he seemed overly curious about their boss identity, Chun Yusin might get suspicious. This message could very well be a test. He decided to play it cool. There was no need to rush. If she really had something important, he could always go tomorrow or the day after. Today, he had things to take care of with a friend. Once had sorted out his thoughts, he noticed the medical kit on the table. Glancing at the date, he realized it was Saturday. Bai Ling would be up soon. After a quick wash, Jiang Xia picked up the kit and headed to her place. To avoid drawing attention to how quickly his facial wounds had healed, had carefully placed 2 bandages on his face. He pressed the doorbell, and before the 3rd ring could finish, the door swung open. Bai Ling stood there in a white jacket, a flash of surprise and excitement in her eyes when she saw him. Here, I'm returning this. Thanks again. Jiang Xia handed her the medical kit. It hadn't actually helped with his injuries, but her kindness warmed him. Bai Ling took the kit, smiling as she gestured to his face, indicating that had almost fully recovered. You should be more careful next time. Good thing your face is still intact, or finding a wife would be much harder. Jiang Xia laughed in response. She smiled again and made a gesture, inviting him inside for a bit. Just as Jiang Xia was about to decline, a well-dressed woman came out from inside. Lingling, who is it? Oh, Jiang Xia. Bai Ling's mother, Aunt Gu, greeted him with delight. Hello, Aunt Gu, Jiang Xia said politely. What brings you here, Xia? Is something wrong? She asked with concern. It's nothing. I had a fall a couple of days ago. Bai Ling saw the injury on my face and gave me a medical kit, so I came to return it. Jiang Xia replied with a casual smile. Really? Was it serious? Aunt Gu looked at him with genuine worry. No, it's nothing. Really, Jiang Xia waved it off lightly. I won't keep you. I've got something to do today. Aunt Gu smiled warmly. No need to thank us. We've been neighbors for over a decade, and you and Bai Ling grew up together. This is nothing. Come in and sit for a while. It's been ages since you've visited. No, it's fine. I'm meeting a friend soon and have to head over to his place. Jiang Xia declined politely, glancing at Bai Ling. Maybe next time. Thanks again. What's the rush? Your plans can wait, but you're here now. If you're worried about time, I can drive you. Aunt Gu said cheerfully, still urging him to come inside. Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment, but the warmth and familiarity of Bai Ling's home made him relax just a little. Jiang Xia waved his hand repeatedly, politely declining Aunt Gu's enthusiastic invitation. No, thank you, Aunt Gu. Really, I can't today. Maybe next time. Our families live just a few steps apart. We can see each other anytime. But Aunt Gu remained as warm as ever, smiling and shaking her head. Why wait for next time? Today is just fine. Don't be so polite. Come in and sit for a while. I have something to ask you anyway. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she took Jiang Xia by the arm and led him inside. Inside, the atmosphere on the sofa was a little awkward. Jiang Xia sat up straight, clearly not at ease. Bai Ling sat across from him, her head lowered in silence, and a subtle tension filled the air. Aunt Gu, meanwhile, was busy in the kitchen, dressed casually and radiating a gentle, homely warmth that seemed to fill the whole house. Graduation exams are coming up soon, aren't they, Xia? Aunt Gu emerged from the kitchen with a plate of sliced cantaloupe, placing it on the table. Just one semester left. Have you thought about which university you'd like to attend? She sat down beside Bai Ling, her eyes full of genuine concern. Jiang Xia scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Not yet with my grades. They'll be lucky to get into any university. It doesn't really matter which one. Aunt Gu frowned slightly, but her tone stayed gentle. You shouldn't think like that. The university you choose could shape your whole future. Her expression grew more serious, perhaps because she had often taken care of Jiang Xia over dinner when his own parents were busy with work. Jiang Xia paused, then gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. I'd love to get into a good university, but my grades just aren't up to it. That's not the right attitude, Aunt Gu replied kindly. There's still time if you work hard now. If you get stuck, just ask Lingling for help. She's been your friend since you were little. Jiang Xia quickly waved her off. I can't do that. Bai Ling needs to study for the exams too. If I bother her, it'll just be getting in her way. Aunt Gu smiled, unconcerned. You and Bailing are such close friends. You've been together for years. If you have questions, just ask her. It's no trouble. She changed the subject. By the way, Xia, where's your mother? I haven't seen her in a while. She's away on a business trip, Jiang Xia replied casually, though he felt a faint sense of unease. She should be back in a few days. Aunt Gu sighed. It can't be easy for her, raising you on her own. If she met someone suitable, maybe things would be a bit easier. You should try to understand her. Jiang Xia nodded, giving a small, wry smile. I don't mind at all. I've told her before I won't interfere with her personal life. As long as she's happy, that's all that matters. She insists on waiting until I'm settled before thinking about herself. It's good that you feel that way. It shows you've grown up. Aunt Gu nodded, her eyes filled with a hint of relief. It's not easy for your mom. I know someone who, after her divorce, met some nice people, but her kid kept acting out and ruined several relationships. Every family has its own struggles. Jiang Xia lowered his head, silently recalling his parents' divorce and the unanswered questions he still had about his father's infidelity. He and Bailing stayed at her house for over half an hour, chatting about trivial things, before Jiang Xia finally took his leave. He tried calling his mother again, but her phone was still out of service, which made him even more anxious. When he got home, Jiang Xia had just set down his backpack when his phone rang. It was Principal Huang Tianfu, inviting him to a camping dinner that night. The principal said there would be more than 20 people, so it should be lively, and suggested he bring Li Sitong along if he wanted. Jiang Xia thought for a moment, politely declined the invitation, and then lay down for another nap until noon, when Jiang Xia called to arrange a meeting. Today was a rare day of perfect weather. The sun was warm but not harsh, and a gentle breeze drifted through the busy streets. If not for the calendar, one might have mistaken it for early summer. At a street corner, two teenagers crouched on the curb, each with a green popsicle in their mouth, their eyes wandering. One of them, Jiang Xia, suddenly brightened up, his gaze fixed on a pair of long legs in black stockings crossing at the opposite traffic light. He swallowed hard, eyes glued to the legs until the woman walked past them, at which point he reluctantly looked away. Stunning. Jiang Xia smacked his lips. Next to him, Jiang Xia frowned, feeling like he must look like a creep too. Jiang Xia was just too sleazy so much so that passers-by probably thought he was the same kind of troublemaker just for sitting next to him. Can you keep it together? It's broad daylight, Jiang Xia muttered. Jiang Xia raised his eyebrows, completely unashamed. What's there to hold back? She dressed up like that to be seen, didn't she? If no one looks at her, if no one compliments her, then what's the point of putting in all that effort? Jiang Xia sounded so reasonable that Jiang Xia was briefly at a loss for words. He could only take another lick of his popsicle in silence. Xia, sometimes you're just too uptight. Jiang Xia patted the traffic light pole beside him. You need to be more like this. Then he waggled his limp green popsicle. And not always like this. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes. You're the one who's never serious. If you don't want to end up in trouble because of women, you'd better be more like this most of the time. He shook his own popsicle and tapped the pole in return. You can't always be like that. As soon as he finished, both of their gazes were drawn to another pair of long legs and black stockings. The four eyes followed the figure until she disappeared into the distance, both reluctant to look away. Look at this one. This one's even better. Jiang Jia suddenly got excited, his attention snapping in a new direction as if Head found a hidden treasure. Jiang Xia followed his gaze and had to admit she really was attractive. But after a couple of seconds, he snapped out of it. Seriously? Did I come out here just to sit on the curb and stare at women with you? Can you please not mess with my peace of mind? Or at least stop trying to turn me into another you? I asked you out for a walk so we could check out pretty girls, didn't I? Yang Jia grinned smugly. If we're not looking at girls, then what's the point of going for a walk? I could tell from the stars last night that today would be great weather, and sure enough, the women aren't bundled up like they were before. My prediction was spot on. This one. Yang Jia quickly turned again, eyes shining. She's a bit older, but she's maintained herself really well, still has her charm. You can tell she's the type who's all proper at home, but really captivating outside. I love that contrast. Feels like a real conquest if you win her over. Jiang Xia looked where Yang Jia was staring and had to admit, the woman did have a unique allure that came with age. Wait a second. Jiang Xia suddenly realized this was getting out of hand. Was he really going to spend the whole day sitting on this curb with Yang Jia, ogling women like some kind of creep? This one too, not bad at all. Yang Jia's gaze shifted to the crosswalk again, evaluating. Those legs long, shapely, perfect. And that face Is it just me? Or does she look like your crazy girlfriend? Jiang Xia's eyes snapped to the traffic light across the street. On the other side, Li Sitong stood with one hand on her hip, the other raised and pointing straight at him. Even from a distance, her glare sent a chill down his spine. The sun was shining, but it suddenly felt as cold as the dead of winter. In less than a second, the chill in the woman's eyes from across the street seemed to cut through the distance and envelop Jiang Xia completely. This is bad, we need to run. Yang Jia shot to his feet, ready to bolt, but Jiang Xia grabbed the corner of his shirt and held him back. What's there to run from? Jiang Xia replied calmly, showing no trace of panic as Li Sitong strode quickly toward them. Jiang Xia was already sweating nervously. If you want run, at least let me go. If she finds out I brought you out here to check out girls, she might kill me. He kept a close eye on Li Sitong as she approached, his voice growing frantic. He leaned in and whispered urgently in Jiang Xia's ear. Just say you drag me into this. They'll go along with Ida as long as she believes it. The sound of Li Sitong's heels striking the pavement grew louder. As soon as she reached them, Jiang Xia spoke first. Didn't you say you were going to stay home and rest today? And didn't you tell me you'd be napping at home? Li Sitong shot back, her gaze flicking between the two of them. Must be fate. Yang Jie jumped in, desperate to save himself. His voice was a little high-pitched with guilt. Out of everyone in Xinghe City, you two just happened to bump into each other on a walk. You're obviously meant to be together. Even the old matchmaker up in heaven couldn't have planned this better. Li Sitong crossed her arms, giving Yang Jie a cold, skeptical look before turning to her boyfriend, her lips curling into a sly smile. Sitting by the road, ogling women, and not even sparing the older ones? That's a new low. I could see you both practically drooling from across the street. If I hadn't shown up, were you planning to go over and flirt with them? No, you've got it wrong. Yang Jie and I weren't checking out women. Jiang Xia glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, then leaned forward and lowered his voice. We were looking for anyone in the crowd who might be an awakened. That's right, exactly. Yang Jie immediately grabbed onto the excuse, slinging an arm around Jiang Xia's shoulders and putting on an exaggerated expression. Who are we? We're not exactly lacking in female company. Why would we need to sit by the road just to look at women? Oh, so Jiang Xia has plenty of beautiful women around him? Li Sitong's tone was light, but her eyes were sharp as knives. Of course. You're one of them. Yang Jie replied quickly, shifting gears. You are the prettiest woman by Jiang Xia's side, worth more than 100 others. If anyone's irreplaceable, it's you. Smooth talker, Li Sitong said, but she gave Yang Jie a significant look. He caught her meaning right away and nodded. I actually have a date, so I'll leave you two alone. Just text me if you need anything. With that, he practically ran off. As soon as Yang Jie disappeared around the corner, Li Sitong crossed her arms and headed toward a stylish shoe store nearby. Come on, roadside flirt. Since we've run into each other, you're coming shopping with me. Jiang Xia stood there, totally confused. Roadside flirt? The next 3 or 4 hours turned into an endless shopping trip. Jiang Xia followed Li Sitong from one store to another, arms weighed down with more and more shopping bags until his legs could barely support him. But not all the bags were Li Sitong's purchases, some were his own necessities. After all, he was going through clothes faster than ever. Every fight left his outfits in tatters, impossible to wash or repair, so he had no choice but to constantly buy replacements. After dropping off their haul at home, the two of them went for a walk along the lakeside road. By now it was 6 in the evening, and the clouds overhead were painted gold and crimson by the setting sun, as if melted together by some mysterious force. When the colors were at their most vivid, the lake looked like a single piece of amber, only to be broken apart by the gentle breeze, the golden light rippling across the water in waves. Of all times of day, Jiang Xia liked dusk the most. It had a unique charm. It didn't carry the hope people feel in the morning, but it was full of dreams for the future. It lacked the midday bustle, but everywhere you looked, life was in full swing. It wasn't as quiet as night, but somehow, in this moment, his heart felt more at peace than ever. Last night, Aunt Qin came back to life. Was that your special ability? Jiang Xia asked curiously. He had planned to ask Li Sitong about it the night before, but she had left right after her shower. Yes, Li Sitong replied simply. Is it telekinesis? Or can you control dead bodies? Jiang Xia pressed. I'm guessing it's the latter, right? That's a secret, Li Sitong said, unwilling to elaborate. Fine, keep your secrets, Jiang Xia muttered, turning his gaze to the lake. Ripples danced across the water, and the golden glow of the setting sun reflected in his eyes. Li Sitong was silent for a moment before she finally spoke. I can control corpses, but at the moment, only those of our kind, and only if the body is mostly intact. If it's in pieces, I can't do anything. She stopped, resting her hands on the railing and gazing out at the lake at dusk, as if she too was enjoying this brief moment of peace. So how strong are the corpses you control? Jiang Xia asked. Not as strong as they were when alive, and using this ability takes a lot of energy, Li Sitong replied, turning to look at Jiang Xia. It's the same for your special ability. All those liquids you produce come from your own energy reserves. The more you use, the more it drains you. I figured that out last night, Jiang Xia nodded. He hadn't used his own ability in battle, but had seen how Aunt Qin had wildly sprayed black liquid everywhere, only to collapse from exhaustion in the end. There's something else you need to know, Li Sitong said seriously. During a fight, don't use your ability unless it's absolutely necessary, especially if your opponent doesn't know what you're capable of. If you use it recklessly and fail to land a blow, your enemy will know what you can do and be on guard next time. I get it, Jiang Xia nodded, then changed the subject. So, can you tell me how many times you've evolved? At first, he thought Li Sitong had only evolved twice, but now that had undergone 2 evolutions himself, he could still sense a huge gap between their strengths. What? Are you really that interested in my evolutions? Li Sitong smiled. I'm not telling you, but with the way your power is growing, you'll probably catch up to me sooner or later. She marveled again at Jiang Xia's progress through evolutions in less than 2 weeks, while it had taken her nearly 2 months to reach the same stage. What's the maximum number of evolutions for a demon kind? Jiang Xia pressed. No one knows. Li Sitong shook her head. All we do know is that each evolution is harder than the last, requiring more nutrients every time. There are a lot of mysteries in this world that we're still figuring out. The only real difference between us is that I became a demon kind before you, so I just know a little more. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have run around like a headless chicken and gotten myself killed by now. For the first time, Jiang Xia formally thanked Li Sitong. Whatever her reasons for sticking with him, her help was something he genuinely appreciated. You can thank me as much as you want. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia, her smile warm at first, then her gaze turning serious. She reached out and gently touched his chest. But promise me never let there come a day when you have to say sorry to me. Jiang Xia was about to reply, but stopped himself. At that moment, both of them sensed the presence of another of their kind approaching. Their eyes sharpened as they turned to look behind them, instantly on guard. The newcomer was Chen Kai, dressed in a deep blue suit, his hair perfectly styled, and his leather shoes gleaming. As always, every move he made exuded an air of gentlemanly grace. What a coincidence, Chen Kai spoke first, smiling as he approached them. He glanced briefly at Li Sitong before his gaze settled on Jiang Xia, his eyes lingering noticeably. You look a lot stronger than you did a few days ago. He's just had a better appetite lately. Li Sitong replied for Jiang Xia, raising an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Chen Kai gestured toward a cluster of buildings not far away, his tone calm. I'm moved. I live nearby now, at Lakeview Villas. The environment is pretty nice. Not bad? You must be doing well for yourself. Li Sitong nodded, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. What? Couldn't stay at your old place anymore? Or did it just not suit you? It's not that, Chen Kai shrugged. It's just that this place suits me better now. The villas just opened, not many have been sold yet, so there aren't many neighbors. That makes it easier for me when I have dinner in the evenings. He paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Even if I make a bit of noise, it won't disturb anyone's rest. Li Sitong chuckled at his dry humor, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. So you're saying you're the kind of neighbor who doesn't bother anyone? Disturbing others isn't good. Chen Kai smiled, then continued. By the way, since we've run into each other, how about dinner at my place tomorrow night? Lakeview Villas, number 68. I'm planning a big dinner, plenty of food. No thanks, you go ahead. I'm not a fan of your dining style. Li Sitong waved him off without a second thought. Unwilling to give up, Chen Kai leaned forward slightly and pressed again. Good food is meant to be shared. What's the fun in eating alone? You've turned me down so many times, but this time, don't say no. Li Sitong crossed her arms, teasing. Unless your main course tomorrow is awakeners, then maybe you'll consider it. Chen Kai laughed, a sly glint in his eyes. If I had awakeners, I'd keep them all to myself. It's settled, then come to my place tomorrow night, after 11. Late at night, the appetite is always better. Li Sitong thought for a moment, drumming her fingers on her arm. We could come, but we'll need something in common to talk about. Just eating would be too boring. Her eyes turned sharp. How about this? I've always been curious about the true identity of our organization's leader. Let's talk about him tonight. Chen Kai shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. I'd love to, but I really can't reveal his identity. But if you come to dinner, we can talk about that kingdom. I know quite a lot. Li Sitong nodded thoughtfully, a calculating glimmer in her eyes. That does sound tempting. We'll see about tomorrow night if we have time. We'll come. See you tomorrow. Chen Kai nodded slightly and walked away. As soon as he left, Jiang Xia turned to Li Sitong, his eyes wary. Are you planning to make a move on him tomorrow? Li Sitong pressed her lips together, thinking for a moment. Let's check it out first and hear what he has to say about the kingdom. If the situation's right, we'll act. If not, we'll just have dinner. Didn't you say he's probably already decided to get rid of you? What if it's a trap? Jiang Xia looked worried, concern clear in his voice. Maybe. Li Sitong showed no sign of concern. In fact, her eyes were sparkling with excitement. But that just makes me look forward to tomorrow night's dinner even more. Watching her expression, Jiang Xia finally understood Li Sitong wasn't afraid of trouble at all. In fact, the more dangerous things got, the more excited she seemed. Aren't you scared? Li Sitong turned to Jiang Xia, a faint smile on her lips, but her eyes glittering dangerously. Chen Kai isn't just any demon. Among our kind in Xinga City, he's one of the strongest. If you want to go, he'll go with you. Li Sitong smiled, gently cupping Jiang Xia's face in her hands. Her gaze was steady and tender. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anything happen to you. Get some good rest tonight, and get ready, we have a banquet to attend tomorrow. As night fell, Jiang Xia returned home and tried once again to reach his mother. The phone screen still displayed out of service area, deepening the furrow in his brow. Carrying a lingering sense of worry, he lay in bed, his thoughts circling back to the dinner at Chun Kai's house the next evening. Chun Kai was the head of an organization, and his strength was beyond question. Jiang Xia analyzed the situation in his mind. If the predatory abilities of the demon breeds in Xinghe City were ranked, Chun Kai would definitely be at the top. Still, in an unknown fight, Li Sidong might be able to take him down. The real problem was that the banquet would be held on Chun Kai's turf, where he had likely already set a trap. Marching straight into the tiger's den, knowing the danger, Jiang Xia mused wryly, yet he felt no fear. In a world so full of peril, he had long since accepted the possibility of death. Hiding away would only keep him safe, but if he wanted to protect his family, someone had to take the lead. He wasn't sure yet how strong his parents really were. Maybe they already had the power to keep the family safe, but Jiang Xia had made up his mind. He would be the one to charge forward. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, waking Jiang Xia with the sound of his phone ringing. On the screen was a video call from his younger sister. As soon as he answered, Jiang Ling's face filled the screen. She was chewing enthusiastically on a golden, crispy piece of fried potato, speared on a bamboo stick. Jiang Xia, do you know what time it is? You're still in bed. Stayed up gaming again last night, didn't you? Her mouth was full, but her voice was loud and clear. Jiang Xia rubbed his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead, left over from a nightmare. Where's Dad? He's walking up ahead. Jiang Ling expertly flipped the camera to show a middle-aged man walking in front of her. When are you coming back? Jiang Xia asked, sitting up. Jiang Ling sucked in a breath from the spiciness of her food, then turned the camera back to her own face. No idea. Whenever those two boys I beat up bring their families to apologize, that's when I'll go back to school. Huh. Jiang Xia blinked, patting his head, wondering if he was still half asleep. What are you talking about? You beat them up, and now you want them to bring their families to apologize before you'll go back? You don't get it, Jiang Ling replied confidently. Those two boys had it coming. After meeting them, I realized there really are guys in this world who are even more annoying than you. Jiang Xia nearly blacked out from exasperation. With a sister like this, he was going to lose years off his life. Other people's sisters would either apologize or at least explain that they were provoked, but Jiang Ling just turned it into a jab at him. And their parents aren't any better, Jiang Ling continued, frowning as she took another bite of fried potato. They said a lot of nasty things about me and Dad, so they have to apologize too. Otherwise, I'm not going back to that school. Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully. That's actually a pretty solid excuse to skip school. Maybe when classes start next week, they'll just pick two random people, beat them up, and demand they bring their families to apologize to me. Otherwise, I'm not going either. Jiang Ling pursed her lips, a sly glint in her eyes. See, now you're back to being the most annoying guy in the world. All right, that's enough chatting. Take care of yourself at home, and don't spend too much time on your phone. Don't wander around after dark, and wait for me to come back. I'll bring you something to eat. Jiang Xia stared at the ceiling in a daze, a question mark practically floating above his head. He felt a little confused and wondered, am I supposed to be the big brother here, or is she actually the brother? After hanging up, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel even more determined to work hard, charmed by the girl's playful and lively personality. He spent the whole day at home, only heading downstairs for some fresh air in the evening when he couldn't stand being cooped up any longer. As luck would have it, he ran into Aunt Gu just as she stepped out of the elevator. She was especially dressed up today, a red dress, black stockings, and impossibly high black heels, looking mature and strikingly elegant. The elevator was filled with a strong scent of perfume. Jiang Xia greeted her casually and watched her leave, a thought flashing through his mind. Uncle Qian is away on a business trip, so where is Aunt Gu headed all dressed up? At 10 that night, Li Sidong pulled up outside the building in a black convertible sports car. Her outfit was similar to before, but with a different color scheme and style. A green turtleneck sweater, black casual pants, and white sneakers, looking fresh and energetic. Her fair skin didn't need any extra help from her clothes to stand out. Li Sidong got out of the car and walked over to the passenger side. You drive, she said. Jiang Xia hesitated, glancing at the flashy sports car, feeling unsure. He wasn't much of a driver. The last time he drove a blue pickup, it was only because Jiang Xia had patiently taught him for hours. His driving skills might just pass at a bumper car level, but handling a high-performance sports car like this was a different story. After Li Sidong gave him a quick rundown, Jiang Xia carefully pressed the gas and eased the car out of the complex. The night wind rushed past, carrying a hint of chill, and Jiang Xia instantly felt more awake, almost weightless. He was secretly relieved that his second time driving could go so smoothly. Li Sidong sat in the passenger seat, her hair getting a bit tousled by the wind. She turned to Jiang Xia and said, when we get to Chun Kai's place, just play it by ear. If things don't feel right, we'll leave, since as long as we don't get physical, he can't really stop us. Jiang Xia nodded, focusing on the road, though he couldn't help but feel nervous. If they ran into the traffic police, there was no way a rookie like him driving without a license would get away with it. Luckily, the trip went off without a hitch. 20 minutes later, the sports car rolled smoothly into a lakeside villa community. Li Sidong pulled two beautifully wrapped gift boxes from the trunk and handed them to Jiang Xia. It's only polite to bring a gift when you're visiting someone's home. You can't show up empty-handed, she said with a smile. Jiang Xia glanced down at the boxes in his hands, curiosity piqued. Cookies? Bombs? He asked. Li Sitong laughed and shook her head. Bombs. What are you talking about? Jiang Xia fell silent for a moment, quietly wondering to himself what exactly is inside these boxes. Jiang Xia carried the gift box with extreme caution, afraid to let it jostle even slightly. He had to be careful after all. Li Sitong was unpredictable enough that she might actually have slipped a couple of light bombs inside. It wouldn't be out of character for her to decide on mutual destruction. Although Jiang Xia knew that at their level as demonic beings, they could easily shrug off a handgun bullet and ordinary explosives posed little threat, he still preferred to err on the side of caution. Chen Kai's two-story villa shared the same architectural style as Chiu Fengbi Yuan, except that the buildings here were painted in shades of gray and white, instead of the soft red hues of Chiu Fengbi Yuan. When the doorbell rang, it wasn't Chen Kai who answered, but Yi Kai, a young man Jiang Xia had met once before. "You're here, come in and have a seat," Yi Kai said to Li Sitong with a bright smile, completely ignoring Jiang Xia. Stepping inside, they found the spacious living room with a high ceiling was much larger than that of Chiu Fengbi Yuan. A crystal chandelier hung overhead, and a winding staircase led upstairs. On the sofa sat a man in his 30s with a buzz cut and bulging muscles, who was laughing uproariously at a comedy playing on the TV. Seeing them enter, the man greeted them with a flushed face before turning his attention back to the movie. "Where's Chen Kai?" Li Sitong looked around, not spotting their host. "He's on his way back," Yi Kai replied. "He said if you arrived first, just make yourselves comfortable." Li Sitong sniffed the delicious aroma hanging in the air, which made their mouths water. "What? You started eating without us?" "There was a bit of a situation," Yi Kai said, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the man on the sofa. "Mostly because of him." "What did I do?" the man retorted, turning around. "If Shed just listened, I wouldn't have had to get rough. If Chen Kai finds out you got to the food first and ruined his ingredients, he's going to be pissed," Yi Kai sneered. "You're one to talk. Didn't you sneak a couple bites too?" the man replied carelessly. "Besides, Chen Kai isn't that petty. That one didn't matter, there's still another, isn't there? And it's not like there aren't more." With that, he burst out laughing again at the prank on TV. Jiang Xia set the gift box on the table and took a careful look around the room. On the surface, everything seemed normal until his gaze landed on a peculiar wall. There, a glass display case stretched about 3 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, neatly divided into small compartments. Each held a different item: watches, glasses, belts, perfume, gloves, scarves, and more. "There are more now, huh?" Li Sitong walked over to the display case, arms crossed as she examined the collection. Jiang Xia joined her, already suspecting the answer. "Are these all from the victims?" "Victims? They're food," Yi Kai said, coming to stand beside Jiang Xia, admiring the case as if it were filled with fine art. "Every time Chen Kai brings food home, he takes something from them as a keepsake before or after the meal. After all, every ingredient that makes it into his house was once a good friend or a relative of a friend." Jiang Xia glanced over the display case. There were at least 200 items inside. Even through the glass, he could almost sense a heavy, metallic scent of blood, though he knew it was just his imagination. As he was about to look away, something in the last compartment caught his eye. It was a silver bracelet with a familiar pattern. A jolt went through Jiang Xia's mind. Bailing. Jiang Xia felt as if there was a motor whirring in his head, making his thoughts buzz uncontrollably. He stared at the bracelet, his heart pounding. It looked almost identical to the one Bai Ling had worn since she was a child. His fingers trembled slightly. He would rather believe his memory was playing tricks on him than accept the possibility that this bracelet really belonged to Bai Ling. Was the owner of this bracelet a girl? Jiang Xia pointed at the bracelet and asked Yi Kai, his voice quivering just enough to reveal the sliver of hope he still clung to. Before Yi Kai could answer, Li Sitong let out a mocking laugh from the side. "Have you ever seen a guy wear a bracelet like that?" She narrowed her eyes and added, "Actually, I think I know who it belongs to." Jiang Xia forced himself to stay calm, locking eyes with Yi Kai. "Can I see her? That might be a bit difficult." Yi Kai had barely finished speaking when the villa's keypad sounded with a series of beeps. The door opened slowly, and Chen Kai walked in, dragging a large black suitcase behind him. "Welcome." Chen Kai released the suitcase handle and strode over to Jiang Xia and Li Sitong with a warm smile. Li Sitong pointed at the gift box on the table. "We brought you a little something. You really don't need to bring gifts when you visit my house. Your company is enough," Chen Kai replied, turning to Jiang Xia. He placed a friendly hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder, his tone full of enthusiasm. "Jiang Xia, I'm glad you decided to join us for dinner. Even though you didn't finish your last hunting task, I think tonight we can talk about you joining our group. I really appreciate you." "Sure, we can talk later," Jiang Xia replied mechanically, but his eyes never left the black suitcase by the door. Yi Kai stepped forward and swiftly unzipped the suitcase. Inside lay a woman in a red dress. her face pale, clearly drugged and unconscious. Jiang Xia's gaze flicked between the woman in the suitcase and the silver bracelet displayed in the glass case on the wall. The truth was obvious. Ye Kai bent down and effortlessly lifted Aunt Gu from the suitcase, carrying her into the dining room. Jiang Xia followed to the doorway, watching as Ye Kai didn't immediately deal with her, but instead strapped her securely to a steel chair, carefully binding her hands and feet. The person you grabbed earlier, was she the owner of the silver bracelet? Jiang Xia fought to keep his emotions in check as he asked. Does it matter? Ye Kai finished securing Aunt Gu, clapped his hands clean, and walked to the doorway. Jiang Xia glanced at the unconscious woman in the chair, his mind replaying the moment he'd seen her at the elevator earlier that evening. He'd simply assumed she was going out to meet someone, never imagining that person would be Chen Kai. How many people from her family did you take? He asked, his voice barely steady. Why did people around him always seem to catch Chen Kai's attention? 2 adults, 2 kids, the whole family of 4. Ye Kai replied calmly, as if he were just talking about the weather. I thought her husband was out of town on business. Jiang Xia remembered Aunt Gu mentioning just that the night before at Bai Ling's house. He never made it to the airport. We picked him up right after he left his house, Ye Kai said lightly. Chen Kai said not to let a single one get away. He paused, then added, looks like you really do know this family. They're my neighbors, Jiang Xia said curtly. Ye Kai paused for a second, then shrugged it off. Oh, your neighbors? I didn't realize. Old Chong was the one who grabbed them, the guy outside watching the movie. Where's the girl with the silver bracelet? Jiang Xia asked urgently. What? Was she your chosen target for the hunt? Ye Kai smirked. Well, that's too bad. You should have moved faster. He patted his stomach. A third of her is here now. Most of her's already been absorbed. The other 2/3 are with old Chong. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and held it for a moment. The familiar scent in the air triggered his nerves, filling him with a sense of discomfort that rose from deep within. Following the trail of the smell, he stopped in front of a tightly closed door. The unsettling odor was seeping out from behind it. Bai Ling. Jiang Xia placed his hand on the doorknob but hesitated to turn it. Deep down, he still clung to a sliver of hope, wishing he wouldn't find the worst when he opened the door. With a click, the door creaked open, and the heavy stench of blood hit him immediately. As the door swung halfway, the sight inside was suffocating. A room of just over 20 square meters, where 7 people lay unconscious and bound on the floor. Among them were Uncle Qian, Bai Ling's younger brother, and 5 others. Near the entrance, blood-stained scraps of fabric were scattered, and that familiar white jacket he'd seen before stood out starkly among them. Jiang Xia stared at what remained of Bai Ling's clothes, only to realize he felt strangely calm, neither sad nor angry. This unexpected tranquility confused him. Had he really grown so cold that even the death of his childhood friend left him unmoved? Jiang Xia. Chen Kai's voice snapped him back to reality. He closed the door and returned to sit beside Li Sidong on the sofa. Chen Kai fixed his gaze on Chong and said sternly, do you know how long it takes to prepare an ingredient? Sometimes 2 weeks, sometimes a month. Even though there are 4 in their family, missing one will seriously affect the taste of tonight's dinner. I lost control this time. They'll be more careful next time, Chong admitted softly. Chen Kai's expression softened. Forget it. You're one of us, after all. But don't let it happen again. Chong instantly broke into a grin. Kai, it really was my fault. I apologize, but that woman just now. Let's not talk about that now, Chen Kai interrupted, then turned to the couple across from him with a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Losing one person isn't a big deal. It won't affect tonight's banquet. Think of it as a little appetizer for these 2 gluttons. He glanced at Jiang Xia and added, sorry, I know some of tonight's ingredients are your neighbors, but their allure was just too great for me to resist. Maybe it's a little rude to take from your own backyard, but good food is meant to be shared. You can have the first taste later. Your own backyard. Interesting way to put it, Jiang Xia replied evenly. But I'm curious, you seem to have a particular fixation on me. You always target the people around me. First my mother, now my neighbors. Chen Kai quickly waved his hand, his voice earnest as he explained, I need to make this clear. I noticed them first, and only met you afterward. If I'd met you first, I never would have approached anyone close to you. And I really have no inappropriate intentions toward your mother. I just wanted to be friends, that's all. Jiang Xia listened with an expressionless face, her eyes as calm and still as a quiet lake. No matter what Chen Kai said, it no longer mattered to her. She replied coolly, it's fine. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. Chen Kai glanced at his wrist, where a gold Rolex glinted under the light. It's 10:14, he said. There's no rush. We can chat for a bit and have dinner at 11. Chong, standing nearby, brightened like a hungry child and suggested, Kai, why don't we eat while we talk? I'm starving. Didn't you just eat? Chen Kai frowned, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Chong licked his lips, rubbing his hands together. I did, but your dinner is just too tempting. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Hearing the compliment, a trace of pride flashed across Chen Kai's face, but he remained firm. Good food deserves respect. Dinner starts at 11 sharp, not a minute early. All right, Chong said, patting his stomach and settling into the sofa. He exchanged a silent glance with Jiang Xia, both quietly sizing each other up, each convinced the other was a worthy opponent. Li Sitong, uninterested in the dinner, cut straight to the point. What do you know about the kingdom? Chen Kai crossed his legs and pulled a sleek metal case from his pocket, lighting a dark red cigarette. The fragrant smoke drifted through the living room as he spoke. From what I can tell, the kingdom is the strongest magic wielder group in Xia City. No other group can compete with them. Their leader, the king, is likely the most powerful magic wielder in the city. Li Sitong shook her head, sounding impatient. Anyone could find that out. Tell us something we don't know, like how many people they really have. Chen Kai exhaled a cloud of smoke. Their core group is small, maybe just a handful, but they have others working for them. For example, that cafe by the lake, I suspect the real owner is a member of the kingdom. The staff might not be core members, but in a sense, they're part of the group too. What else? Li Sitong pressed. Chen Kai lowered his voice mysteriously. There's a rumor, supposedly from inside the kingdom. They say their goal is to create a real kingdom in the future, one that can stand on the world stage. A real kingdom? Li Sitong raised her eyebrows. That's some ambition. For someone to dream that big, this king must be pretty formidable. No one's ever seen the king in action, Chen Kai said slowly. But in our circles, everyone agrees she's the most powerful magic wielder in Xia City. The strongest magic wielder. Li Sitong repeated under her breath, a bright spark of interest in her eyes. A few minutes later, Chen Kai glanced at his wrist again. The Rolex dial caught the light, gleaming coldly. It was still not yet 11 o'clock. He turned his gaze to Jiang Xia, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. Jiang Xia, let's talk about you joining us now. I'm quite interested in you. I really admire your style, Chen Kai said, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. Brother Kai, maybe you guys should talk first. They'll go get the ingredients ready, a Chong chimed in eagerly, already leaning forward and ready to get up. What's there to prepare? Chen Kai frowned, thinking for a moment before a cruel glint appeared in his eyes. Chop off that woman's husband's head and put it on the dining table. Splash her awake with a basin of cold water. We'll listen to her scream while we chat. Think of it as a warm-up before dinner. A Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Kai, I have an idea. What if we cut out her tongue? If you cut out her tongue, how is she supposed to scream? Chen Kai shot him a cold look. You don't get it, Brother Kai. A Chong leaned in, his voice trembling with excitement. You've never heard the sound of a mute in utter despair. When fear and pain overwhelm them and they can't scream, the noises they make are like the cries of wounded animals choked, sobbing, almost inhuman. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, an expression of sick enjoyment crossing his face. Normally, I don't agree with old Chong, but on this, he's right. Yi Kai took a deep breath, as if savoring the lingering taste of their last meal. He closed his eyes, lost in the memory. The sounds a mute makes, that's the most beautiful sound in the world. Yi Kai opened his eyes, licking his lips as if still savoring the experience. I didn't want to ruin the meat by messing around, but the noises she made from her throat were irresistible. Every whimper seemed to beg, eat me now? Trust me, Brother Kai, a Chong chimed in, his eyes shining with a disturbing light. If we cut out her tongue first, the guttural noises and crazed expression she'll make will take tonight's feast to a whole new level. Enough, Chen Kai barked, shooting a Chong a fierce glare before turning his attention to Jiang Xia, noticing the cold murderous intent radiating from him. The mute a Chong's talking about, she seems to be more than just a neighbor to you, isn't she? She was the first real friend I ever had, Jiang Xia replied, a complicated mix of emotions in his eyes as he looked toward the deathly quiet room. Only now did he truly understand why he hadn't felt anger or grief before, because it was only in this moment that had fully accepted Bai Ling's death. She was a girl who smiled at everyone, because it was the only way she could show she was friendly. Jiang Xia remembered pretending to be deaf for a long time, ignoring everyone who called out to him. When Bai Ling anxiously tried to communicate with him, he told her he really was deaf, so whether she could speak or not didn't matter to him. Those were memories worth cherishing, but over the years, they'd grown distant and faded. Maybe she never imagined that not being able to speak would cost her life before I could get here, that she'd be eaten by those two bastards. Jiang Xia's voice was like a blade of ice, each word sharp with chilling intent. What did you say? A Chong's eyes narrowed, but Chen Kai quickly pressed down his raised hand. Oh-ho, Li Sitong glanced at Jiang Xia's cold profile, blinking in excitement. My boyfriend's mad. I've never seen him this angry. She looked over at a Chong and Yi Kai, clicking her tongue. You two are in for it now. Jiang Xia slowly stood, his eyes glowing an eerie red as he fixed his gaze on a Chong. I'd like to hear what you sound like without a tongue, you piece of trash. Chen Kai hesitated for a second, casting a wary glance at the clock on the wall. Li Sitong gave a faint, threatening smile, her voice soft but full of menace. No need to look. The help you're waiting for isn't coming. As soon as Li Sitong finished speaking, Jiang Xia's body instantly transformed, becoming monstrous in a flash as he lunged at a Chong like a bolt of lightning. Prepared for this, a Chong rolled to the side and began his own transformation. His muscles swelled visibly, shredding his black t-shirt. Once transformed, A Chang resembled a giant black gorilla. His entire body was dark and bluish, his eyes glowed crimson, and the most terrifying feature was his gaping maw, stretching from one ear to the other, easily wide enough to swallow a human head. His jet-black tongue, over 20 centimeters long, glistened eerily under the lights. Forced back to the spiral staircase, a Chang threw a powerful punch, the wind howling as it sliced through the air. Jiang Xia dodged nimbly and, with a flick of his wrist, sent a sharp, teal, cone-shaped tail stabbing toward a Chang's face. A Chang caught the tail with his right hand, but in the same instant, Jiang Xia's razor-sharp claws gripped his neck tightly. The claws pierced his flesh, drawing a bellow from a Chang that echoed like a runaway tank as he drove Jiang Xia backwards step by step. In terms of physique, Jiang Xia's transformed body was just as imposing, standing 2 meters tall, with explosive muscle power that matched a Chang's. With a sudden kick, Jiang Xia sent a Chang flying up the spiral stairs, then charged after him, his claws raining down like a storm. A Chang landed a heavy punch to Jiang Xia's chest, knocking him sideways onto the steps. But Jiang Xia's tail swept out, forcing a Chang back and foiling his attempt to follow up. Chen Kai watched the fierce battle with cold eyes, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xia. He's improved fast. Just a week ago, he hadn't even completed a single evolution, and now he can stand toe-to-toe with a Chang after a second transformation. He turned to Yi Kai, who was watching nearby. Go help a Chang. Yi Kai stood up and began his own transformation. His form was even more menacing. His head took on an equine shape, with a massive, tooth-filled maw even larger than a Chang's, lined with rows of jagged fangs. His torso resembled a lizard's, coated in a slick, viscous fluid. A hard, turtle-like shell covered his back, and most striking of all was a tail made up of more than a dozen black tendrils. On the stairs, Jiang Xia and a Chang continued their struggle. Jiang Xia landed a savage kick, sending a Chang crashing through the glass railing and slamming onto the living room floor below. Yi Kai approached a Chang, smirking. Not looking so tough now, are you? A Chang climbed to his feet, the wound on his throat exposing flesh mixed with tar-like blood. He glared up at Jiang Xia on the stairs, advancing step by step. Stay out of this. I can handle him myself. Before he even finished speaking, he stomped hard, shattering the tiles beneath him, and launched himself up the staircase like a cannonball, each step cracking under his massive weight. Yi Kai slowly made his way up the spiral staircase to the second-floor living room, the movement of his neck producing a series of sharp, clicking sounds. The clock on the wall showed it was past 11. On the living room sofa, a man and a woman sat facing each other, seemingly detached from the world, completely unfazed by the chaos of the fight happening nearby. At this point, Chen Kai was finally convinced that Li Sitong had been telling the truth. His anticipated backup really wasn't going to show up. How did you know I was planning to kill you? He asked bluntly. Li Sitong raised her head, her gaze passing through the glass to focus on the upstairs living room. To be honest, it was that idiot Yi Kai who slipped up a couple of days ago. I couldn't be completely sure at the time, but with things like this, it's better to be safe than sorry. She sighed. Telling Yi Kai about the plan to kill you was my biggest mistake. It's a shame, really. I actually admire you. But you have to die? As a demon, you're far too much of an unpredictable factor for me. For all I know, one day I could end up as your dinner. Besides, I get the feeling you've thought about killing me more than once. Chen Kai flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked, so how did you know I was looking for backup? Li Sitong turned her gaze away from the second floor. It's because you're so cautious. As the leader of the organization, you even went so far as to invent another leader as a decoy. That alone shows how careful you are. If you were planning to kill me, you definitely wouldn't do it alone. You couldn't be sure you'd succeed on your own. Setting traps indoors is too much trouble and wouldn't be that effective against me anyway. The safest bet would be to find someone strong enough to help you and take me on 2 against 1. Then how did you figure out who I was recruiting? Chen Kai was genuinely puzzled. He knew the person had approached for help hated Li Sitong with a passion and would never betray him. While Yi Kai knew about his plan to kill Li Sitong, he had no idea Chen Kai had brought in backup, let alone that the attack was happening tonight. We didn't actually need to know who it was, Li Sitong replied, her eyes once again drifting to the fierce fight upstairs. It was Jiang Xia's idea. We hired a security team, told them that I lived nearby, and felt like I was being watched these past few days. We had them send over a dozen people, all in disguise, to keep watch around the area. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. So as soon as my backup showed up, he would notice all these mysterious people hanging around. Before figuring out who they were, he definitely wouldn't dare make a move. He'd probably even think I was working with the authorities to set him up. Exactly. So even if he couldn't make it, he wouldn't risk contacting you about it, Li Sitong replied. Chen Kai's eyes flickered with doubt. But then why didn't I notice anything strange when I left the house this evening, or when I came back just now? If your people were already in place, there should have been at least some clue. With so many people around, there was no way he could have missed the slightest movement. He refused to believe he had become that dull-witted. The phone rang. Li Sitong said calmly, "It's for you." Chen Kai hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. I was wondering why there were so many spam calls today. Turns out someone set up surveillance from a distance. Every time I left the house or started my car, the calls would start coming in. If I answered, my attention would be diverted. And to keep me from getting suspicious, you even called me yourself once. He chuckled, sighing. Even when I drove back, as soon as I entered the villa complex, the phone rang again. I have to admit, it's pretty clever. As he spoke, he stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Jiang Xia, I should have killed him long ago. Li Sitong gave him a faint, slightly provocative smile. So what do you think of my choice of boyfriend? Not bad. Very impressive. The world isn't short on warriors, it's short on people who can actually think. Chen Kai was furious. The thought that his carefully laid plans to get rid of Li Sitong had been unraveled like this made him grit his teeth, wishing he could tear Jiang Xia to pieces right then and there. But as he calmed down, he suddenly asked, "There's one thing I really want to know. How did you find out I was the boss of the organization?" "I'm not telling you that," Li Sitong answered with a smile. "All you need to know is I want to devour you." Before the words had even faded, a chill swept over Chen Kai. Suddenly, dark, demonic claws lashed out at him, moving as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was caught by those claws. At the same moment, his entire body transformed, turning into a black, horned beast as if under a spell. Li Sitong's smile didn't waver. "Let's make this quick. I don't want Jiang Xia to be killed by those two before I deal with you." A piercing scream ripped from Chen Kai's throat as his fully transformed self lunged at Li Sitong, fight to the death, filled with murderous intent. They clashed in an instant. The living room upstairs was reduced to rubble, shards of glass raining down, wooden tables and chairs splintered into pieces. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia was still struggling desperately. Head just managed to elbow a Chong away when Ye Kai's massive jaws snapped open and lunged at his shoulder. One bite nearly engulfed Jiang Xia's whole shoulder, dozens of sharp teeth piercing his scales, sinking deep into flesh and tearing it apart. At the same time, a Chong's green tail was swallowed by Ye Kai. Agonizing pain shot through Jiang Xia as his flesh was ripped and devoured, a Chong gnawing madly, unwilling to leave a single scrap behind. The pain was almost numbing, but one thought kept echoing in Jiang Xia's mind: had to kill these two. He wanted to hear their screams when they no longer had tongues. No matter what happened, he would make these bastards pay. The two of them attacked him in tandem, one from the front, one from behind. The moment they took him down, two gaping maws closed in, mercilessly biting down. The air filled with the sounds of tearing flesh, splattering blood, and wet, vicious chewing. Both Chong and Ye Kai had undergone two evolutions. Their strength now pressed down on Jiang Xia like a mountain. This felt like a battle he couldn't possibly win. He could hear the sound of his own flesh being torn apart, but felt no pain. In that moment, there was only one thought left: had to kill these two bastards himself, watch them suffer, and make sure nothing was left of them. Jiang Xia ignored Ye Kai, who was biting his thigh, and with a sudden burst of strength, broke free from several restraining tails. His claws shot up and down, catching the massive jaws snapping toward his head with precision. In one swift motion, his upper body jerked upright, his dragon head lunged forward, and his sharp teeth sank deep into the flesh of the black tongue. A muffled, agonized sound rumbled from deep in Chong's throat. His thick, trunk-like hands immediately clamped down on the dragon head, biting his tongue. As he yanked his head back with all his might, the black tongue was torn straight out of his mouth, sending tar-like, viscous blood splattering across Jiang Xia's face and trickling slowly down his scales. Staggering to his feet, Chong clutched his throat and stumbled backward, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Blood streamed from the torn root of his tongue, bubbles bursting at his throat with a sickening, gurgling sound. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat erupted from the seams of Jiang Xia's scales. In an instant, his entire body shifted from dark to a glowing, deep red, radiating intense heat, like a piece of iron fresh from the forge. Sensing the sudden rise in temperature, the dozen or so black tails wrapped around Jiang Xia recoiled as if shocked, quickly releasing him. Ye Kai also leapt away, putting distance between himself and his suddenly blazing opponent. The pitch-black blood pouring from Jiang Xia's wounds hit the searing red scales and sizzled, releasing acrid black smoke. In this brief moment of respite, a tidal wave of pain crashed through Jiang Xia, nearly overwhelming him and blurring the edges of his vision. Ye Kai stared in shock at Jiang Xia's transformation, then swallowed the bloody scraps hanging from his mouth. His gaze flicked to Chong, who was clutching his throat and staggering backward, unable to scream. Ye Kai's pupils constricted sharply. Jiang Xia looked at Chong, whose body was pressed against the glass wall as he struggled in agony. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Jiang Xia's lips. What a sound, truly beautiful. The silent scream of a mute really is the best sound in the world. Chong fought to suppress the agony in his throat, blood clouding his vision as he glared with hatred at the enemy who had stolen his tongue. He opened his bloody mouth, but could only manage a hissing sound as air scraped through. Then, tensing every muscle like a raging beast, he charged at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia did not back down and rushed forward to meet him. The two beasts collided midair, their claws screeching across the tiles with a piercing shriek. Under a Chang's furious assault, Jiang Xia was hurled across the room. The moment Jiang Xia hit the ground, a Chang pounced like a tiger on prey, pinning him down despite the scorching heat of the red scales. He opened his bloody jaws wide, aiming to bite down on Jiang Xia's head. Jiang Xia's arms were pinned to the floor by a Chang's powerful grip, leaving him unable to break free. Just as those massive jaws were about to clamp down on his face, a surge of deep red liquid burst from Jiang Xia's mouth, shooting straight into a Chang's open maw like a raging serpent. The instant the scalding flow touched his mouth, a Chang's attack collapsed. He released Jiang Xia and rolled madly on the floor, clutching his throat. Within seconds, the burning pain exceeded anything his body could withstand. But the worst part was, he couldn't make a sound cold and scream to vent the agony in his mouth. All he could do was clutch his throat, desperately trying to block the fiery torrent from pouring down his esophagus. He writhed helplessly on the cold tile floor, unable to scream, forced to endure the hellish pain in the most primitive way possible. First, his mouth and throat felt like they were exploding with pain, then his esophagus, then his stomach, each wave of agony, making his body convulse violently. Thick, black mucus gushed from his throat as he tried in vain to extinguish the merciless red fire inside his mouth. Jiang Xia didn't attack the fallen Achang again. He wanted to give this once powerful opponent time plenty of time to fully experience the agony of not being able to scream. Achang writhed on the ground in agony, guttural whimpers escaping his throat. He dropped to his knees, pounding his fists wildly against his chest and abdomen, desperate to force out the searing red liquid inside him that felt like molten iron burning through his organs. The pain made his eyes bulge, threatening to burst from their sockets. At that moment, a dozen jet-black tails shot out like venomous snakes, instantly coiling around Jiang Xia's neck. Ye Kai dared not approach. Recklessly knew he could withstand heat, but there was no way his body could survive the corrosive, molten liquid Jiang Xia spewed. Jiang Xia gripped the tails, strangling his neck with both hands, but they were tougher than steel and didn't budge. The more he struggled, the tighter they constricted. A tidal wave of suffocation crashed over him, nearly overwhelming him. Suddenly, Ye Kai's eyes flashed with two beams of eerie green light, striking directly into Jiang Xia's pupils. As the tails tightened violently, a jet of pitch-black blood burst from Jiang Xia's mouth. Be afraid, Ye Kai hissed with a sinister smile. To die in terror, that's the most painful fate. This was the special ability he had gained after his second evolution, the power to amplify the fear in a person's heart to its absolute limit, robbing his prey of any will to resist before death claimed them. Just as Jiang Xia's neck was about to be crushed, he grabbed all the tails at once. With a lightning-quick slash of the bone blade on his right arm, he severed the bizarre appendages. Pitch-black liquid sprayed everywhere as Jiang Xia roared and lunged at Ye Kai, slamming him to the ground with brute force. Jiang Xia straddled Ye Kai, raining down a relentless barrage of punches like a violent storm, each blow tearing flesh from Ye Kai's face. Gazing up at those blood-red eyes, Ye Kai was suddenly struck by a realization his opponent felt no fear at all. Without fear, there was nothing for his power to amplify. No, that's impossible. Ye Kai cried in disbelief. How can anyone not feel even the slightest fear of death in a life-or-death battle? Ye Kai began to fight back, his hands frantically attacking Jiang Xia's body. Red scales fell away with sharp, crisp sounds, and pitch-black blood splattered across the floor like spilled ink. But Jiang Xia didn't care about the pain. Instead, he dug his claws into Ye Kai's gaping maw, determined to tear it apart. Realizing what Jiang Xia was about to do, Ye Kai was struck with fear. He quickly grabbed Jiang Xia's wrist, clenching his teeth tightly. He stared into Jiang Xia's eyes, burning with fury, and terror seized his heart. At that moment, he finally understood why. Even with both him and Achang teaming up against this one man, the battle was going so badly. They were up against someone who, from the very beginning, had resolved to kill them both, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. The strength unleashed by someone with nothing left to lose is unimaginable. They feared death, even serious injury, but Jiang Xia cared about nothing anymore. Jiang Xia suddenly broke free, slamming his fist hard into Ye Kai's chest, which was protected by a shell. The impact made Ye Kai grunt in pain, his mouth opening uncontrollably as he spat out a mouthful of tar-like, viscous blood. In that brief moment of vulnerability, a claw covered in red scales darted into his open mouth, its 5 hooked fingers grabbing hold of his tongue. A shock ran through Ye Kai. He instinctively snapped his jagged, serrated teeth closed, sinking them deep into the flesh of the invading red claw. At the same time, he clamped down on the claw with both hands, holding on tightly despite the burning heat of the red scales, which made his own claws sizzle. He didn't dare let go, biting down with all his strength, desperate to sever the offending limb. But a moment later, a searing pain shot through him. Jiang Xia's claw had pierced into the flesh of his tongue, sending electric agony through his brain and breaking his grip. As his mouth fell open, Jiang Xia wrenched the blue-black tongue straight out, and at the same time, a torrent of red fire surged into his mouth like a rampaging serpent. MMPH. Ye Kai whimpered in pain. Mimicking a Chong, he grabbed at his own throat with both hands, desperately trying to stop the red fire from pouring inside. Bang! 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 Jiang Xia brought his fists together, turning them into a relentless hammer that pounded again and again into the shell on Ye Kai's chest. With every blow, more red liquid sprayed from Ye Kai's mouth. Finally, with a sharp crack, the shell fractured. Boom! A huge black figure crashed in from the side, wrapping its arms tightly around Jiang Xia and slamming him to the ground. A Chong straddled Jiang Xia, raining down punch after punch on his face, each blow powerful enough to bend steel. Driven past the brink by Jiang Xia, he ignored the agony tearing through his own body, channeling every ounce of muscle into each brutal strike, each one landing with a heavy, thunderous sound. But as a Chong unleashed his fury, a red claw suddenly shot toward his gaping mouth. Several black-tipped claws pierced straight through his throat with a sickening squelch, emerging from the back of his neck. Black, viscous fluid oozed from a Chong's mouth as the red hand squeezed, forcing foul matter out. The pain froze a Chong for a split second, and Jiang Xia seized the fleeting opportunity, flipping him over with a violent twist. Before a Chong could get up, Jiang Xia's red-scaled body was already pinning him to the ground. Then, from Jiang Xia's gaping maw, a relentless stream of red fire poured onto a Chong's face like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, a Chong's entire head was engulfed by the burning liquid. Thick black smoke and the stench of scorched flesh filled the air. Jiang Xia pinned a Chong's arms to the ground with his claws, giving him no chance to escape, and continued to unleash his furious fire straight into the ape's face. After several seconds, Jiang Xia finally released a Qiang not out of mercy, but as a far more ruthless choice. Ah Qiang writhed on the floor, red streams of fire engulfing his head. The flames clung to his skin like molten steel or melting glass impossible to wipe away, searing into every inch of flesh. Even his eyes ruptured under the heat, sending out jets of tar-black blood. The agony drove him to near-animalistic whimpers, his voice like a wail carried from the depths of an abyss, thick with despair. He clawed frantically at his face, desperate to tear away the burning fire, but his hands were quickly consumed as well, the pain pushing him to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Ye Kai was faring no better. His mouth was filled with fire, each moment a new wave of torment. His tongue had already been burned away, leaving him unable to scream, could only stare wide-eyed, his eyeballs bulging grotesquely. The guttural whimpers from his throat sounded eerie and inhuman, chilling to the bone. The pain was so intense it nearly drove him unconscious, leaving him oblivious to Jiang Xia silently closing in from behind. By the time Ye Kai sensed the danger and tried to fight back, Jiang Xia was already at his back. Two icy claws seized his arm and twisted hard. Ye Kai's eyes widened even further, his agony silent but unmistakable in his expression. With a sickening snap, his bone broke, and Jiang Xia ripped the arm clean from his body, as if it had never belonged to him. Even with only his right arm left, Ye Kai struggled to resist, reaching out to grab Jiang Xia. But as soon as he did, another crimson claw closed around his wrist. With another sharp crack, Jiang Xia twisted and tore, ripping away Ye Kai's remaining arm. Powerless to resist, Ye Kai tried to turn and flee, but before he could take a step, one of Jiang Xia's massive claws clamped around his ankle. He was suddenly weightless, then slammed brutally into the ground. The world spun around him as his body crashed down, shattering tiles and sending shards of stone flying. The entire villa shook as if struck by a giant hammer, the deafening impact echoing through the house. Jiang Xia held Ye Kai by the ankle, swinging him back and forth, smashing his body into the floor like a ragdoll. With each blow, a fresh crater appeared in the ground, the overlapping dents stacking up with the relentless violence. Only when Ye Kai was barely clinging to life did Jiang Xia finally stop. Ye Kai was limp, unable to move, his bones ground to dust by the beating. Even the shell on his back fractured in several places. The pain was beyond endurance, yet all he could do was suffer in silence, stripped of any strength to resist. He couldn't speak, his body no longer obeyed him, only his mind remained, forced to endure every wave of agony. Jiang Xia knelt down and pried open Ye Kai's jaws with both hands. Ye Kai's eyes pleaded for mercy, but Jiang Xia remained unmoved. Staring into Ye Kai's eyes, Jiang Xia suddenly wrenched his hands, snapping Ye Kai's jaw with a crack. At the same time, a torrent of scorching red fire burst from Jiang Xia's mouth, mercilessly pouring down Ye Kai's throat. The heat threatened to burn straight through his mouth and esophagus. Accompanied by a deafening, beast-like roar, Jiang Xia slammed Ye Kai's jaws shut, clamping his teeth together so he couldn't open his mouth again. Ye Kai was completely helpless, utterly unable to resist. The burning fire rampaged within him, the unbearable pain causing his muscles to spasm and his face to contort in agony. He was beyond words, forced to withstand a torment no body could bear, left to endure the suffering with nothing but his mind. You wish you could die now, don't you? Jiang Xia asked in a low voice, his tone cold as it echoed through the silent villa. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I want you to truly feel what it's like to be alive through pain. Jiang Xia's voice was wild with madness as he gripped Yi Kai's bloody wound, refusing to let go until he was sure most of the fiery liquid had been forced into Yi Kai's stomach. Yi Kai collapsed to the floor, racked with agony. Jiang Xia turned away and headed to the other side of the room, where Chang was writhing in pain. By now, Chang's face had been scorched by the fire, leaving it charred and unrecognizable, while his organs were being cooked to cinders by the intense heat. So you do feel pain. I thought pain would only excite creatures like you. As Jiang Xia crouched down, Chang suddenly sprang up not to attack, but to blindly crash around the second-floor living room in panic. Just as Chang smashed through a window and was about to plunge to the first floor, Jiang Xia's massive claw shot out, grabbing his arm and dragging him back inside. In that instant, all hope of survival drained from Chang's eyes. Jiang Xia pinned Chang to the ground, sinking his blood-soaked jaws into his arm and tearing away huge chunks of flesh despite Chang's desperate struggles. Even as Chang's heavy fists landed blow after blow, Jiang Xia didn't stop. Soon, an entire arm was ripped clean off. When Chang tried to fight back again, another stream of searing liquid engulfed his head. He could only utter muffled cries, finally tasting the despair of being unable to scream. The suffocating pain ravaged not just his body, but his very soul. Within 30 seconds, Chang's limbs were shredded by claws and fangs, chunks of flesh strewn across the floor, the ground stained black with thick, tar-like fluid. He was now little more than a mutilated torso, his head barely able to move. Jiang Xia's claws dug into Chang's charred abdomen, and with the last of his strength, he forced one final surge of fire into him. Exhausted, Jiang Xia collapsed, listening quietly to Chang's dying struggles. Chang's muscles twisted and convulsed uncontrollably, every inch of his flesh racked with agony. In that moment, death itself became a mercy, but Jiang Xia clearly intended for him to linger in pain, forcing him to wait for death's slow approach. A minute later, Jiang Xia felt a surge of warmth flood his body. Chang was dead. Though his life was gone, his flesh continued to twitch. Seconds after, another strong rush of warmth. Yi Kai had died too, both of them perhaps wishing only for a quick end in their final moments. The second-floor living room fell silent, though the sounds of battle continued downstairs. Jiang Xia wanted to go help, but he was completely spent. This two-known fight had pushed him to the brink. His scales were shattered, flesh torn, face unrecognizable, and two claws on his right hand broken. As the deep red armor faded to a dull blue, the air slowly cooled. Now, only his ragged breathing and pounding heart echoed through the empty room. Compared to the second floor, the living room on the first floor looked more like a wasteland. The crystal chandelier had been smashed down, the floor tiles and walls were viciously destroyed, as if a devastating disaster had swept through. Several tentacles thrashed wildly in the dim light, while the ramhead demon darted between them, shards of glass crunching under its claws. After several fierce clashes, Chun Kai was struck by a sharp, blade-like tentacle, his body slamming into the wall with a forceful impact. He spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood, leaving a deep dent and dark stains splattered across the wall. No sooner had he hit the ground than several tentacles lashed at him like lightning. Chun Kai rolled aside to dodge the attack, his figure flickering as he crashed through a door and darted inside. The room was where Chun Kai had prepared ingredients earlier that night, and the enclosed space behind the door was thick with a stifling atmosphere. The moment he entered, a slick, crunching sound echoed out. Within seconds, Li Sitong could sense the presence of her own kind in the room growing unnaturally intense, as if some force was surging rapidly. She quickly swept her blade-shaped tentacle inside to probe, but as soon as it touched the air in the room, a powerful force clamped down tightly. The next instant, a strong suction pulled at her tentacle, threatening to drag her entire body in. Li Sitong's heart tightened. She knew this was a very bad sign. She yanked her tentacle back with all her strength, breaking free just in time. From inside the room, the sound of gnawing and tearing rang out again, accompanied by a heavy, metallic scent of blood. A few seconds later, Chun Kai emerged. His appearance had changed dramatically, was now visibly larger, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, with an even more intense aura than before. For thick black tentacles trailed from his back into the room, resembling giant hoses, as if he were drawing energy through them. Chun Kai let out a chilling, grating laugh. Wiping the pitch-black blood from his mouth, his eyes glinted with provocation. Still not showing your full demonic form? What's wrong? Do you think I'm not worth it? In that instant, Li Sitong understood this must be Chun Kai's special ability. He could absorb energy from his surroundings and temporarily convert it into his own power. But instead of using it right away, he stored it, ready to unleash it during battle. Even so, the energy from 8 ingredients was still limited for him. 8 energy sources isn't a lot, but it's better than nothing. For you, the fight is only going to get tougher from here, Chen Kai said, cracking his neck, his crimson eyes burning even brighter. The 4 tentacles behind him retracted slightly, and one shot toward the dining room, piercing a mangled corpse with a sickening squelch. Li Sitong scoffed, her gaze unwavering. Pressure? The stronger you get, the more interesting the challenge. If you were too weak, I wouldn't even bother killing you. As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to transform. Her legs merged and elongated into a snake's tail 3 or 4 meters long, covered in black scales slick with a layer of viscous white fluid. She grew taller as her form shifted, her 2 blade-shaped tentacle arms still present, and 4 shadowy tentacles trailing behind her. Her face remained mostly unchanged, but her mouth stretched wider at the corners, revealing jagged teeth and a pair of venomous fangs. Her eyes burned crimson, her entire face radiating a sinister energy. At that moment, Chen Kai's tentacle retracted from the dining room, and both of them erupted into action. Li Sitong lunged at Chen Kai, her 4 tentacles sweeping in from both sides to flank him. Chen Kai moved with a ghostly agility, effortlessly dodging every attack from the snake-like tendrils and the diving Li Sitong. His movements were so swift and elusive, it was nearly impossible to keep track of him. Behind him, 4 powerful tendrils lashed out, serving as his deadly weapons. In a blur, his tendrils shot forward, intertwining with Li Sitong's, quickly locking together in a tight, unbreakable knot. With a sudden, forceful pull, Chen Kai tore through Li Sitong's tendrils, ripping them apart. At the same moment, the tendrils on Li Sitong's back snapped and fell away. Chen Kai's claws, as strong as steel pincers, gripped her blade-like tendrils tightly, while 2 more of his own wrapped around hers once again. Seeing Li Sitong lower her head and lunge at his waist, Chen Kai reacted instantly, kicking her away and breaking her attempt to ensnare him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia watched the fierce battle from the living room window downstairs. The fight between Li Sitong and Chen Kai had reached its peak, but Jiang Xia couldn't tell who had the upper hand. Still, he could clearly see that Li Sitong was under immense pressure. It's nice just to lie here and wait for the fight to end, Jiang Xia thought. Had already risked everything fighting Yi Kai, and a Qiang managing a Tugagenstone comeback was already his limit. Now, battered and exhausted, he knew he was no match for someone like Chen Kai. Even if he tried to help, it wouldn't make a difference. Li Sitong should be able to finish this fight. Yet, deep down, he knew this lazy hope was nothing but wishful thinking. The outcome was far from certain. If Chen Kai won, it would only be a matter of time before Li Sitong was torn apart, and Jiang Xia doubted he would survive either. His eyes scanned the room, searching desperately for any chance to turn the tide. A vase? He frowned at the vase in the corner. Seriously, what could I do with that? The sofa? Am I supposed to offer him a seat? Jiang Xia managed a bitter laugh as he glanced around, his gaze landing on a bottle of mineral water. But that was even less useful than the vase. What could he possibly do with that? Panic rising, Jiang Xia's eyes suddenly settled on Yi Kai's corpse a few meters away, then shifted to a Chong, now limbless beside him. An idea sparked. Maybe there was a way to use the body to create an opening. As Jiang Xia pondered his next move, the battle downstairs reached its most intense phase. Each fighter was now left with only one tendril. Chen Kai's shoulder was slashed by Li Sitong's blade-like tendril, blood spraying out, while Li Sitong's serpentine body had been torn open by Chen Kai's claws, leaving raw, bloody wounds. The two were evenly matched, trading blows in close combat, but Chen Kai seemed to have a slight advantage thanks to his razor-sharp claws. Chen Kai ignored the thick tendril Li Sitong had wrapped around him. It posed no real threat. He used one of his own to yank her left blade-like tendril, seized her right with his claws, and aimed his free claw straight at her heart. Li Sitong's remaining tendril was tightly wrapped around Chen Kai, leaving her unable to break free or create enough distance to dodge. Even as she leaned forward, closing in to try and counterattack, Chen Kai's claws moved with lightning speed, about to pierce her chest. At that critical moment, with only a sliver of hope left, Li Sitong twisted her body desperately to evade the fatal strike. Just as she was about to be torn apart, a dark shadow shot across the room fast as lightning. Chen Kai's eyes darted over, and his outstretched claws instantly retracted as he caught the dark shadow flying toward him. When he took a closer look, his heart jolted. It was a Chong. A Chong's face had been so badly burned it was unrecognizable. His limbs were gone, leaving only a charred, blackened torso that resembled a horrifying human-shaped piece of charcoal. Chen Kai's pupils contracted in disbelief. A Chong and Yi Kai had actually lost and died in such a gruesome way. When he first sensed only a single familiar aura left on the second floor, he had assumed one of them had taken care of Jiang Xia. He never expected things would end like this. In that moment of distraction, Li Sitong seized the opportunity. She darted away, quickly putting a safe distance between herself and Chen Kai. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Kai caught a glimpse of her, while also sensing another familiar aura rapidly approaching. He whipped his head toward the spiral staircase, but before he could react, a figure crashed heavily into him. The impact sent Chun Kai staggering, but he recovered instantly. Black tendrils burst from his back, stabbing straight through the body that had collided with him. With a violent sweep of his right claw, he easily severed the attacker's head, sending it flying into the wall like a soccer ball. Huh, Jiang Xia? As the head rolled and landed, Chun Kai recognized Ida Dragon's head protruded from the back. It really was Jiang Xia, but the one who had charged at him wasn't Jiang Xia himself. Instead, Jiang Xia had used Yi Kai's corpse as a human shield, hiding behind it to launch a sneak attack. Yu Chun Kai had barely gotten a word out when a massive figure slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. He tried to get up and fight back, but a thick snake's body had already wrapped tightly around his torso and limbs, squeezing him with the crushing force of 100 locomotives. His arms and legs were pinned, leaving only his head exposed. The next instant, a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth lunged forward, clamping down on his neck. Dozens of fangs pierced deep into his flesh, biting all the way to the bone. He could have dealt with the tendrils on Li Sitong's back, but this giant serpent was a different story. With his limbs pinned so tightly to his body, he didn't even have room to struggle. In the darkness, the harsh sound of scales scraping against flesh echoed a brutal contest between snake and human ribs. Chun Kai's eyes bulged in agony. At that moment, the sound of breaking bones rose sharply, only to be cut off at a certain breaking point. As the snake tightened its grip even further, a muffled crunch like crushing a plastic bottle with bare hands resonated in the darkness. A mouthful of tar-black blood sprayed from Chun Kai's lips. He had lost all ability to resist. The body that once withstood explosions was now shattered, bones snapping inch by inch, organs crushed and deformed, broken ribs piercing his heart. He couldn't even scream. His bulging eyes locked onto Jiang Xia, who lay not far away, seemingly unable to move. Yet in Chun Kai's gaze, there was no fear of death, only overwhelming rage. It was this boy who had ruined his plan to get help killing Li Sitong. This boy who had saved Li Sitong at the crucial moment. And again, at the last second, it was him who gave Li Sitong the perfect chance to strike. At that moment, there was only one thought in Chun Kai's mind: kill this boy. If he could do it all over again, he would have torn this kid to pieces the very first time they met. The snake's coils grew tighter. Another mouthful of tar-black blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, gushed from Chun Kai's mouth. Chun Kai's eyes grew wider and wider, as if the snake coiled around him only needed to squeeze a little tighter, and his eyeballs would be forced from their sockets, bouncing into the air. His face flushed a deep red from suffocation. Though his mouth gaped open, he couldn't draw a single breath. Fury and unwillingness flickered in his gaze. With a final, desperate struggle, Chun Kai's breathing stopped altogether. Still, the snake's body didn't loosen its grip. Instead, it constricted even more forcefully. The sound of bones snapping was clearly audible, as if determined to eliminate any chance of a comeback even after death. A full minute passed before the serpent finally relaxed its deadly hold, only after Chun Kai's body had been crushed beyond recognition. During this minute, Jiang Xia struggled to prop up his battered body, staggering unsteadily across the ruined floor. He made his way first to the room where someone was being held. He pushed open the door, scanned the scene inside, and his face instantly grew grave. He silently withdrew, dragging his nearly unresponsive legs to the dining room, where he checked on Aunt Gu, who was tied to a chair. His frown deepened. Finally, he searched through the debris scattered across the floor and discovered a silver bracelet. Tearing a scrap of fabric from his pants, he carefully wiped away the dust and blood from the bracelet. As he stared at the silver ornament, his gaze grew complicated, emotions surging within him. My condolences. Li Sitong had appeared at his side without him noticing. She wrapped herself in a piece of curtain to cover her nearly bare body, quietly watching Jiang Xia in this moment of vulnerability. She actually liked seeing this softer side of him. Jiang Xia looked up at Li Sitong and was about to speak when a piercing chill suddenly shot through his chest. He looked down to see a gaping, blood-red hole below his chest roughly the width of a young woman's wrist. It was Chun Kai's tentacle, which had first pierced through Yi Kai's body, and now had stabbed straight through his own chest. Blood gushed from the wound, soaking the front of his shirt. As his vision blurred and consciousness faded, Jiang Xia pitched forward and collapsed. Li Sitong stepped forward quickly and caught his falling body. Jiang Xia's performance taking on two opponents and turning the tables had far exceeded her expectations. At first, she had only planned to help him out by taking down one of his enemies during the chaos, but the fight had unexpectedly moved upstairs, and when she tried to follow, Chun Kai kept her pinned down. What surprised her even more was that, before she could finish off Chun Kai, Jiang Xia had already defeated both opponents on his own and even came to her aid, giving her the perfect chance to strangle Chun Kai. This man really was impressive. On the way back, Jiang Xia drove a luxury SUV worth hundreds of thousands. Li Sitong sat in the back seat, with Jiang Xia's head resting on her lap. After consuming Chun Kai, most of Li Sitong's wounds had miraculously healed. Jiang Xia glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror, then suddenly cursed. What did those bastards do to Jiang Xia? Why is there a hole in the seat of his pants? And what's that sticky stuff around it? Animals. Absolute animals. That was my tail that poked through. Jiang Xia muttered weakly, eyes still closed. Even in his exhausted state, he felt the need to clarify. If rumors spread, his reputation would be ruined. I thought you passed out. Yang Jie shot him a surprised look. I didn't. I just figured if I closed my eyes, maybe when I opened them again, I'd be lying in a soft, clean bed with a nice, fluffy pillow. Jiang Xia replied feebly. Besides, I really can't move a step. I can't even move a finger. At this point, even opening his eyes felt like a Herculean effort. Still, one thing was worth mentioning. Sitong's thighs beneath his head were wonderfully soft. As the car left the villa district, a deafening explosion suddenly shattered the air. What was that? Yang Jia quickly checked the rearview mirror. Jiang Xia struggled to open his heavy eyelids and looked at Li Sitong in disbelief. Did you really put a bomb in that gift box? Li Sitong looked down at him, her long lashes fluttering as she blinked. What else did you expect? After leaving the villa district, Li Sitong gave Yang Jia an address and told him to drive there. Where are we going? Yang Jia glanced at Jiang Xia in the rearview mirror, frowning. Blood had already soaked through Jiang Xia's clothes. Shouldn't we take him home so he can rest and recover? I could go out and get him some nutritious food to help him heal. As he spoke, Yang Jia couldn't help but notice the scent of blood and flesh coming from Jiang Xia. The smell filled the car, making his mouth water uncontrollably. He didn't want to eat Jiang Xia, but the aroma was simply too tempting to ignore. Li Sitong looked down at the dark, tar-like blood seeping from Jiang Xia's wounds, her brow furrowing. Normally, after coming out of his demonic state, Jiang Xia's blood should have returned to its usual red color. But now, it still looked strange. Something was clearly wrong. I think it's because of those two opponents he fought, Li Sitong analyzed, lightly touching the odd-colored blood. Their attacks probably contained some kind of toxin. Given enough time and proper nutrition, he might recover on his own, but that could take a while. It's better if we go to that clinic and get it sorted out quickly. Jiang Xia could feel something was off too. His weakness was much more severe than simple exhaustion, as if something inside him was blocking his recovery. That clinic isn't just any regular clinic, is it? Yang Jie gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Li Sitong's confidence in a quick fix made it clear this wasn't an ordinary medical facility. The clinic itself is pretty normal, Li Sitong replied, leaning back in her seat. But the owner is a medical demon. A medical demon? Yang Jie blinked, still focused on driving. That's a new one. I've never heard of such a demon before. They're a species of demon born with healing abilities, Li Sitong explained calmly and professionally. There's also something called a pseudo-medical demon. For example, I'm a variant demon. If I evolve and gain healing powers in the future, I could be called a pseudo-medical demon. But from what I know, it's rare for non-medical demons to develop true healing abilities, and even if they do, they're nowhere near as effective as real medical demons. She looked down at Jiang Xia, who was resting his head on her lap, and asked with concern, Are you uncomfortable? Do you want to change positions? Change positions? Jiang Xia paused, his gaze involuntarily falling on her pale thighs. Li Sitong's clothes had been torn to shreds during the fight, and she was now only wrapped in a curtain, which barely covered her up to her thighs. If he turned around to change positions? No way. Li Sitong grabbed Jiang Xia's ear, clearly seeing through his thoughts, and twisted hard enough to make him wince in pain. The car finally stopped on an old street in the city's historic district, in front of a rundown clinic. The place was dimly lit, with a steel folding door cracked open just enough for someone to pass through. The plastic curtain, yellowed and brittle from years of sun and wind, looked even more worn under the light. Yang Jia pulled back the curtain and led the other two inside. The small waiting area was furnished with a few blue metal benches, the kind you'd see in old clinics. Next to the benches stood several rusty force stands. There were 2 rooms on either side. One was the doctor's office, the other a ward with a few simple beds. As soon as they entered, a man in a white lab coat came out of the office. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, wore half-rim glasses, and had a stethoscope around his neck. His face was clean-shaven and neat. The man clearly looked surprised when he saw Li Sitong. Tong Shi, he asked, his gaze sweeping over her makeshift outfit. What's with the get-up? On the way there, Li Sitong had already told the others about this doctor, Lin Yuan, who used to be part of her organization. Had left 2 months ago after falling out with Chen Kai, so now he was, more or less, an ally. Ran into some trouble, Li Sitong said simply, pointing at Jiang Xia beside her. My friend here needs your help. Looks like it was a pretty intense fight, one of those close calls where you almost lose your life, huh? Dr. Lin Yuan examined Jiang Xia's injuries, his eyes professionally scanning over him. Suddenly, he wrinkled his nose, sensing something unusual in the air. The smell on him, Lin Yuan began, but Li Sitong quickly cut in. He killed 2 awakened. Their blood got on him. 2. Not a bad haul. Lin Yuan nodded, not pressing further. All right, help him inside. Inside the clinic, Jiang Xia lay on the examination bed as Lin Yuan leaned in to inspect the wound on his shoulder. When he pressed down on the injury, a tar-like, dark fluid seeped out, immediately catching his attention. This looks like a Chang's ability. Lin Yuan turned to Li Sitong. When he's demonized, his teeth secrete a special fluid, Li Sitong explained. It interferes with our kind's self-healing. And since the demonization can't be fully suppressed for a while, the blood stays that color. Is there a way to fix it? She asked, worry in her voice as she glanced at her boyfriend on the bed. No problem. This is my specialty. Lin Yuan turned to Jiang Xia. Could you close the door? Don't let any regular patients in. Once Jiang Xia left, Lin Yuan sat by the bed and extended a tongue that was dark and tinged with blue. At the tip was a leech-like opening, which he pressed directly against Jiang Xia's wound. Jiang Xia shivered all over, quickly closing his eyes and turning his head away. He could feel something being slowly drawn out from his body. When the treatment ended, Lin Yuan spat some black, viscous fluid into the trash. There. The residue will dissipate soon. He got up to rinse his mouth, a faint taste of nutrients lingering on his tongue. From a glass cabinet, Lin Yuan took out a black medicine bottle and poured out a jelly-like substance, handing it to Jiang Xia. Drink this. What is it? Jiang Xia eyed the nauseating black substance in the cup. It's a healing medicine specifically for demonic injuries, made from the flesh and blood of our own kind. It's rare. If Tongshi hadn't sent you, I wouldn't have brought it out. How much of our kind's flesh does it take to make one cup? At least one who's completed a second evolution. Consider the fee waived. But if you ever come across any fresh corpses of our kind, bring them to me. Jiang Xia took a cautious sip and was surprised to find it tasted like chilled herbal jelly. With his eyes closed, it wasn't hard to swallow at all. The effect was immediate. The pain faded in less than half a minute. Lin Yuan poured him half a cup of water to wash down the remaining medicine. Just rest for now. Drink another cup in 10 minutes. You'll be good as new by morning. As for the missing flesh and blood, that depends on how fast you can eat. Thanks, Dr. Lin. Jiang Xia was genuinely grateful for the doctor's professionalism. Jiang Xia brought over 2 sets of spare clothes, something Jiang Xia had prepared in advance. After changing in the room across the hall, Li Sitong returned to the clinic. Business has been slow lately, she said, arms folded. Lin Yuan shook his head with a sigh. Who comes to little clinics these days? Everyone goes to the big hospitals. But that's fine, peace and quiet. Not like money matters much anymore. Anyway, he glanced at her and asked, so what happened between your friend and a Chong? With awakened around, shouldn't you be fighting them? Why are you fighting each other? Li Sitong sat down, her tone calm. Chen Kai is dead. Lin Yuan's expression shifted from disbelief to surprise and finally settled into calm. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, what? Dead? Li Sitong immediately picked up the thread, her tone heavy. When we went to his place tonight, 2 awakened suddenly showed up. They were strong. One of them could even control the dead. After a Chong was killed, he was taken over and turned against us. As for Chen Kai, she paused, then continued her story without missing a beat. Good riddance. I never liked that guy anyway, Lin Yuan commented coldly. He pressed on. What about those 2 awakened? One died along with Chen Kai. I killed the other one, Li Sitong answered crisply. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical but not too concerned about the truth. You should have let your injured friend here share one of their powers. At least then he wouldn't be in such bad shape. Li Sitong sighed, her voice full of regret. I wanted to, but both awakened had incendiary bombs on them. They blew themselves up before dying. There was nothing left but ashes. Burned up? Lin Yuan looked disappointed. What a waste losing both of their bodies like that. Li Sitong feigned a pained expression as well. It is a shame, but honestly, I might have done the same. At least this way, the demons don't get to feed on them after death. She changed the subject. You've gotten a lot stronger since 2 months ago. Sensing the familiar aura from Li Sitong, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, I heard there's a demon team in Xinghe City lately, hunting their own kind every few days. That wouldn't be you, would it? I can tell you for sure, it's not us. Li Sitong denied firmly. Lin Yuan nodded. That's good. Apparently, this team has pissed off a lot of demons. Langxue is leading the charge. Several groups have agreed to hunt them down and wipe them out. What's Langxue? Jiang Xia, who had been listening, suddenly asked. He remembered Chen Yusin mentioning the name too. Lin Yuan glanced at Jiang Xia and explained readily. It's a pretty unique demon team. They hunt together, but they're really united like an actual wolf pack. There's a leader called Wolf King and a Wolf Queen. I've never seen a demon team that treats each other like family. All of them have wolf-like demon forms. Pretty amazing, right? Jiang Xia took a sip of his drink, feeling much better, almost able to get up and walk. So, do you have to have a wolf form to join? No, Li Sitong interjected. Actually, I've got some intel on Langxue, though I'm not sure how reliable it is. Everyone in the room, including Lin Yuan, who was always interested in demon-related news, turned their attention to her. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia and asked, remember Chongwen from the class next door? Jiang Xia remembered vividly the fierce fight he had once had with Chongwen in the alley. That was his first real life-and-death battle, even more intense than his clash with Wang Fei. In that instant, Jiang Xia suddenly recalled something Li Sitong had said. Chongwen had powerful backing, and his demonized form was a wolf's head. That meant Chongwen must be a member of Wolf's Den. Li Sitong continued. Chong Wen's backing is Wolf's Den. He's a member of that powerful family, and all the information I have about Wolf's Den came from him. Both the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen are students at Xinghe University. Almost all the demonized students at Xinghe University are members of Wolf's Denver. The reason they're so united is because of the Wolf King's special ability. Lin Yuan frowned, puzzled. What exactly is the Wolf King's ability? Li Sitong explained slowly. The Wolf King is a prime demon. Prime demons have a unique power. They can alter the demonized forms of other demons, making them resemble themselves. For example, if the prime demon's form is fish-headed, he can transform other members to look similar. If he's wolf-shaped, those he influences will gradually develop wolf-like features, becoming more and more like wolves. She paused for a moment before continuing. More importantly, all demons who accept this change develop a sense of kinship with each other. They become like family, and this bond only grows stronger with time. This is why the members of Wolf's Den are so tightly knit. The power makes them a true family. Lisa Tong's gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, her tone serious. But there's a catch. To join this group, you have to do so willingly. Otherwise, the prime demon's ability doesn't work. Once the group is formed, even if the Wolf King dies, his power will transfer to another member, who then becomes the new leader and takes over Wolf's Den. Lin Yuan looked even more confused, so Li Sitong added, "You asked about the difference between a king demon and a prime demon. Honestly, there isn't much. A king demon is like a monarch, ruling over his subjects, while a prime demon is like the head of a family. In short, a king demon leads like a king, while a prime demon is more like a parent." Jiang Xia suddenly snapped his fingers, realization dawning. So, a king demon is the leader of a group, while a prime demon is more like a parent within a family. That makes more sense. Li Sitong nodded. Exactly. But prime demons are the trickiest of all. If you kill one, the rest of the group will go mad with revenge. If you ever need to take action, you have to wipe out every last member to avoid future trouble. Jiang Xia pondered silently, staring at the ceiling. If Chong Wen was part of Wolf's Den, killing him would definitely bring their wrath. Not many people knew about this yet, but it was still a potential threat. Still, Jiang Xia wasn't too worried. He figured he would deal with whatever came his way. Lin Yuan was still processing all this information when suddenly, there was a knock at the door, a sharp, insistent sound. Lin Yuan frowned, rolled his wheelchair over, and pulled up the security feed. The screen showed two men and a woman at the door, their presence sharp and intimidating. Lin Yuan's frown deepened. Speak of the devil, it's people from Wolf's Den. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong also sensed the unusual aura outside. It was clear these people shared the same bloodline as them. The air was thick with tension, as if a storm was about to break. "They're here," Jiang Xia whispered, his eyes resolute. The knocking at the door was rapid and relentless, tinged with a sense of urgency. Clearly, someone seeking medical help. Lin Yuan glanced at the surveillance monitor, his gaze lingering on a pale, gravely injured young man. Though his eyes were calm, he felt no fear in his heart. "Don't worry about it," Li Sitong said, lounging back in her chair with an easy tone, as if unconcerned by the situation. "You all stay here, they'll take care of it." Lin Yuan stood up. Rather than rushing to open the clinic door, he first picked up a concoction he had prepared, poured a full glass for Jiang Xia, and only then strolled leisurely to the entrance, quietly closing the door to the consultation room behind him. The steel folding door creaked open, and the first to step inside was a tall, striking woman. Her face was sharply defined, her features both refined and cold, and her fiery red hair glowed beneath the dim lights. Dressed in a black leather jacket and a fitted skirt, with black boots clicking on the floor, she carried herself with commanding authority, as if she could take charge of any situation in an instant. Exuding a leader's aura, her steps were resolute. Following close behind were two young men. One was clearly in bad shape, trembling and groaning in pain, biting down on a towel as sweat streamed down his distorted face. The other supported him anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. "Dr. Lin, please, can you take a look at my friend?" The young man with an earring asked urgently, his face etched with concern. Lin Yuan glanced at the injured man, showing no surprise. He wasn't a miracle worker and couldn't immediately determine the extent of the injuries. "Sorry, I only treat regular people here. This is beyond what I can handle." "You're the demon healer," the young man protested, his tone growing irritated. "We're already here, can't you just help us?" Lin Yuan replied calmly. "I'm not the demon healer, that's just a rumor. I have some skill, enough to treat ordinary injuries. But your friend's clearly been poisoned by some kind of demonic toxin. I can't help with that." Although his clinic often saw patients with similar demonic afflictions, Lin Yuan was reluctant to treat strangers. Over the years, had helped some out of friendship or chance, but he wasn't running a charity. When it came to unfamiliar demon kind, he preferred to keep his distance. Had only met these two young men once before, they were far from close. After a moment of silence, the red-haired woman finally spoke, her voice low but commanding. "Demon healer, Black Deer, once a climber, now courted by every major organization since you withdrew. If you were just an ordinary healer, none of them would be so eager to have you. My name is Song Min, Wolf Queen of Wolf's Denver. Do us this favor, and you'll have an ally in Wolf's Denver. If you ever need help, we won't turn you away. Lin Yuan paused, his expression unreadable. Wolf Queen, he murmured. I figured you must be Wolf's Den's second-in-command. In that case, he looked down at the wounded man on the floor. I can treat your friend, but on one condition. A flicker of suspicion crossed Song Min's eyes, but she let him continue, her voice still even. Name it. I hear Wolf's Den is hunting a group of rogue demons lately. Bring me their bodies, Lin Yuan said bluntly. Not just as a favor, this is your payment. Song Min was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed. Fine. As long as their bodies are intact, they'll bring them to you. This isn't just a favor, Lin Yuan said, his voice turning stern. It's your payment for treatment. If the bodies are destroyed, you'll have to hunt down more and bring them to me. If there are no more demons left in Xinha City, you'll need to go elsewhere and bring some back. Let me be clear. If you refuse to pay, you'll have to live with the consequences. He stared at Song Min, his gaze cold and unapologetically threatening. It's your choice whether or not I treat him. Inside the clinic, as Lin Yuan's firm voice sounded from outside, Jiang Xia clicked his tongue and remarked, that Dr. Lin doesn't seem easy to deal with, huh? Li Sitong smiled faintly and replied calmly, of course not. He used to be one of us in the climb. There aren't many people in our organization, but more than half are considered top predators in Xinha City. She paused, recalling, 2 months ago, when Lin Yuan was still with us. Our organization was easily among the top 2 or 3 demon hunting teams in the city, maybe not on par with the kingdom, but close. But now, Lin Yuan has left, Chen Kai is dead, and honestly, I doubt we can even make it into the top 3 anymore. Jiang Xia frowned and asked, so, are you planning to stay with them? Li Sitong gave a nonchalant smile. It doesn't really matter. If something comes up and I want to help, I will. If I don't, I won't. The only reason I joined the organization was to kill the leader. Everyone else is irrelevant to me. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan walked into the treatment room, picked up the black medicine bottle, unscrewed the cap, hesitated for a few seconds, then poured out about a thumb-sized amount. He filled a paper cup with tap water, stirred the medicine in, and brought it out. His voice was clear and firm. Drink this. The pain should go away in about 10 minutes. Inside, a weak voice asked, what is this? It's a medicine I made. Pretty rare stuff. I don't usually take it out for just anyone. For most people, I wouldn't even fill the cup this much, Lin Yuan replied, a hint of pride in his tone. The cup was indeed full. The injured young man drank it all in one go, gulping it down. Thanks. What are you doing? Lin Yuan's voice turned suddenly stern. All 3 turned their eyes to the slightly open door. Standing in the gap was a red-haired woman, only a third of her figure visible, one cold eye peering through. Creak. The door swung open as the red-haired woman nudged it gently with her boot and stepped inside. She glanced around, her gaze lingering briefly on Jiang Xia lying on the bed, then moving to Li Sitong, who sat nearby. Lin Yuan strode to the doorway, displeasure clear in his expression. What do you think you're doing? I don't recall letting you into my treatment room. I'm not in. I was just passing by and happened to look in, the woman replied, her voice tinged with provocation. Saw a familiar face. She paused, then corrected herself as her eyes shifted to Li Sitong. Actually, I know her. She might not know me. Li Sitong remained seated, responding with a simple, oh? The red-haired woman sneered. Li Sitong, class president of senior year 3, class 1 at Xinghua First High. We have a teammate named Chongwen. He's been missing for days. The night he disappeared, he said he was meeting you in the bamboo grove. Li Sitong raised an eyebrow. He's missing? If you want to know about his disappearance, you should ask yourself, the red-haired woman said, her gaze intense and fixed on Li Sitong. Li Sitong was silent for a moment, her tone shifting. So, you think I had something to do with it? Song Min's eyes were icy. We think he's dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have vanished for so long, and he hasn't gone home. Chongwen hadn't been with us long, but he was one of our own. We're hunting for his killer, awakened or not. Human or demon, whoever it is will pay. Her stare became even colder, focused sharply on Li Sitong, a murderous aura radiating from her. Li Sitong's gaze didn't waver as she shot back coldly. You think I killed him? Her tone was tinged with annoyance, clearly unimpressed by Song Min's accusatory attitude. Maybe, Song Min replied, her voice as sharp and cold as a blade. By now, Jiang Xia was struggling to sit up in bed, while Jiang Xia stood by the door, ready to tackle the red-haired woman at any moment. Li Sitong rose to her feet, her presence growing even more formidable, a palpable pressure filling the room. Fine, they'll tell you straight. I didn't kill Chongwen. Believe it or not, I never laid a hand on him. She paused, her tone turning colder. But if you can't find the real killer and want revenge, treat me as the culprit. Bring your wolf cubs and come for me, or you can do it right now. As she stood, Li Sitong's aura was impossible to ignore. Her gaze swept over everyone in the room like a blade, waiting for their next move. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Song Min could clearly feel the powerful presence coming from directly in front of her, and she also noticed that Dr. He Lu had quietly moved to stand behind her. She knew that the slightest move on her part would cause everyone around to rush at her without hesitation. Lin Yuan stared coldly at her back and spoke in a steely voice. I won't get involved in your personal grudges, but if you dare make a move in my clinic, I promise even if the Wolf King himself came, he wouldn't be able to save you. Suddenly, a voice sounded at the door of the examination room. A young man with an earring stood there, his gaze sharp and fixed on Li Sitong, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Was it you who just said that? His tone was icy, openly provocative. Li Sitong glanced over, seeing the young man closing in, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a faint, amused smile. The Wolf Den crew really does stick together, she said lightly. But you're not the only ones who know how to look out for each other. Jiang Xia, standing nearby, suddenly chimed in with a teasing tone. If you don't get what she means, think it over. And if you still can't figure it out, they'll give you a coin so you can ride the kiddie car outside the supermarket and think about it while you rock back and forth. Li Sitong chuckled softly and nodded, adding, I agree with that. Before the young man could react, the Wolf Queen beside him raised her hand to stop him. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Li Sitong. We'll find the real culprit. I hope it's not you. Song Min sensed that Li Sitong's presence hadn't weakened at all. She was still as forceful as ever. Narrowing her eyes, Song Min said quietly, I don't like being suspected, and I hate threats even more. Like I said, if you really can't find the culprit, just treat me as the one you're looking for. Li Sitong's tone remained calm and her expression unchanging. Every word she spoke declared her strength and resolve to everyone present. Your friend's wounds have been treated. If there's nothing else, you should leave. Lin Yuan finally spoke, his tone leaving no room for argument. This is my place, and I don't want to see any trouble here. Thanks for tonight, Doctor, Song Min said as she turned, shooting an unhappy glance back at the clinic. Her steps were brisk, but carried a hint of barely contained anger. Let's go. Once outside, the young man with the earring helped his companion along, his face dark as he grumbled to Song Min. Min, that woman and the injured Githir way too arrogant. They have the strength to back it up. A little arrogance is normal, Song Min replied after a pause. She turned back to look at the clinic, her dissatisfaction even more obvious. Biting her lip, she struggled to suppress her anger. The woman's attitude a moment ago had clearly rubbed her the wrong way. She felt her authority had been silently challenged. Back in the car, Jiang Xia was still driving. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong sat in the back seat, quietly discussing Lin Yuan. Don't be fooled by Lin Yuan's polite appearance. He's courteous to us, but deep down, he's pretty twisted, Li Sitong said, casually twirling her hair. He's obsessed with making medicines and potions living or dead. Everything is just an experiment to him. The whole process is pretty brutal. So you think he's suspicious? Jiang Xia frowned slightly, clearly uneasy about the doctor's background. Of course he's suspicious, Li Sitong replied with a slight, dismissive smile. I need to go home tonight. You get some rest, and come find me at Xiofeng Bun when you wake up tomorrow. All right, Jiang Xia agreed, though he couldn't shake his unease. He glanced out at the night scenery, his mind restless. When he got home, Jiang Xia quickly showered and sat on the couch, dialing his mother's number. Once again, he got the automated message. The number you have dialed is not in service. His heart tightened, and his mind raced. Where could his mother have gone? Could something have happened to her? He looked down at his shoulder, at the patch of missing flesh, his expression darkening. Quietly, he swore to himself that, no matter what, he would uncover the truth behind everything that had happened tonight. The wound glowed faintly red with a hint of white. Just looking at it made his teeth chatter. The medicine from Lin Yuan was indeed effective so long as he didn't touch the injury. The pain was almost negligible. Still, his body felt weak, and even walking took some effort. After taking down Yi Kai and Chang tonight, Jiang Xia could feel a surge of energy flooding his body, but he was still a long way off from his third evolution. Thinking back to his previous evolutions, the first mainly strengthened his tail and the bone blades on his arms. The second didn't alter his physical structure, but he gained special abilities and a new combat form. This red-armored battle form, though, always made Jiang Xia frown. Every time he activated it, it felt as if all his strength was being drained. The loss of energy was especially intense when he sprayed out the red liquid. It was almost like his body was being completely overdrawn. Still, he had to admit that this form had given him the upper hand in tonight's Tunon fight, allowing him to turn the tables and defeat Yi Kai and Chang. Lying in bed and thinking back to his fight with Li Sitong and Chen Kai, Jiang Xia was curious about how many evolutions Li Sitong had gone through. But she always just smiled and kept him guessing, never giving a straight answer. Maybe it was the effect of Lin Yuan's medicine, but he felt unusually wired and couldn't fall asleep no matter how he tossed and turned. He picked up his phone. The screen was covered in cracks from the fight at the villa. It still worked, but using it was far from comfortable. As soon as he turned it on, a news alert popped up. Last night at 11 p.m., a gas leak caused an explosion in a villa area of Xinghe City, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury. The next morning, Jiang Xia woke up before his alarm. After a night's rest, the smaller wounds had mostly healed, but the larger one still needed plenty of nutrition to recover faster. After washing up, he lay on the sofa, idly chatting with Jiang Xia on his phone. At 10 in the morning, his younger sister Jiang Ling called him on video, chewing on a skewer while scolding him for skipping school. The two siblings bantered back and forth, from returning her old dress to buying a new one, and in the end, Jiang Xia gave in and promised to get her that 3,000 dress she wanted. At 11, after receiving a message from Li Sitong, Jiang Xia took a cab to Chofeng. Just as he was about to enter the passcode at the villa gate, he suddenly sensed something off. There were two faint traces of presence inside that felt like his own kind. This was clearly different from what Li Sitong had told him about being alone. Just as Jiang Xia was hesitating at the door, the villa's entrance suddenly swung open. "Come in," Li Sitong's voice called from inside. Stepping into the villa, Jiang Xia saw that the spacious living room held only Li Sitong. Yet, he sensed two faint but distinct demonic orasone from Li Sitong herself, and the other emanating from a strange creature on the table. It was a thumb-sized black monster, shaped like an octopus, writhing its tentacles beneath Li Sitong's fingertip and making faint squeaking noises. The little creature sparked Jiang Xia's memory. In the villa across from Chofeng, a similar demon had burst from the body of that lust demon with a fish head and nearly forced its way into his mouth. Luckily, Head reacted quickly enough to tear it apart. That had been his first demon kill, but had never found the right moment to ask Li Sitong what exactly it was. "What is this?" Jiang Xia leaned closer to the table, eyeing the squirming creature. "I call it a parasite demon. It's something I created with my second special ability," Li Sitong replied, frowning slightly as she looked at the tiny monster touching her fingertip. "Unfortunately, its demonic aura is too obvious, so it's basically a failed experiment." "Second ability?" Jiang Xia sat down, surprised. "You've already developed a second power?" "Yes." "How many evolutions does it take to gain a second ability?" Jiang Xia asked eagerly. Li Sitong explained, "There's no fixed rule. It might happen after the third evolution, or the fourth. I got mine after my third, but yours could be different. Your next evolution might just enhance your current ability, making it more distinct." Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully, realizing that demon evolution didn't follow a set pattern. His gaze returned to the parasite demon. "I remember that last time, with the lust demon, your father's friend, the fish-headed woman. She had something like this inside her, just a bit bigger. That parasite demon was planted by me, too," Li Sitong admitted. "That's why I had you go after her alone. Even if you couldn't handle her, I could have used the parasite demon to end her life from the inside at a critical moment." Only then did Jiang Xia understand. Li Sitong had prepared a backup plan all along. He just hadn't expected another awakened one to appear out of nowhere. "So, is this thing considered a living demon?" Jiang Xia continued to study the parasite demon on the table. Li Sitong paused to think. "It's alive, more or less. As for whether it counts as a demon, I'm not sure. It might be classified as a variant. I made it using Chun Kai's flesh and blood, combined with a living animal. But its life is tied to mine. If I die, it dies, and I can end it at any time. If there's something unique about it, it's that it can evolve just like us, but it has a limited lifespan," Jiang Xia explained to Li Sitong, gesturing at the black, wriggling parasite on the table. According to her, a parasite made from the flesh of a once-evolved creature wouldn't last more than a month. One made from a twice-evolved creature could survive for about 2 months. In short, the stronger the raw material, the longer the parasite would live. Jiang Xia observed the creature with interest, watching it squirm like a pet, and couldn't help but ask, "So, how long do you think this one will live?" 3, 2, 1. Before she finished speaking, Li Sitong suddenly counted down and slammed her palm onto the parasite. Black liquid splattered everywhere, staining the entire table. "You just killed it?" Jiang Xia stared in disbelief, the corner of his mouth twitching. Li Sitong remained unfazed. "It was a failure. Its demonic aura was too strong, and it was too large. The perfect specimen should be able to completely hide its presence and be no bigger than a fingernail, much easier for parasitism. It's not a total failure, but it's not much help to me right now. I need something better. You could have let me do it." Jiang Xia protested, feeling a bit regretful. He still remembered the energy Head gained from killing a similar parasite before. Even though this one was smaller and wouldn't make much difference for a third evolution, every little bit helped. "Why do you want to kill it so badly?" Li Sitong asked. "No real reason. It just looks like it feels satisfying to squish," Jiang Xia replied offhandedly. "Weirdo," Li Sitong muttered under her breath as she started cleaning up the mess. Soon after, she brought over a large bowl of fresh, fragrant strawberry jam and insisted Jiang Xia finish every last drop. "This is so fresh. Did you go hunting last night?" Jiang Xia didn't drink it right away, instead taking a careful sniff. "I went to the New World Cafe this morning and traded some irrelevant information for it. It's enough to keep you healing for a couple of days," Li Sitong urged. "Come on, hurry up. It won't taste as good if it sits for too long." Jiang Xia didn't argue. He finished the entire bowl in 2 minutes. He could clearly feel the flesh around his wounds writhing, new tissue rapidly growing. "How much stronger did you get after last night's fight?" Li Sitong asked, sitting across from him. Not much. I haven't had much to eat these days, so I'm low on nutrients. They'll probably have to fight a few more battles like that before I reach my third evolution, Jiang Xia replied. Then he asked, do you think I'll ever grow wings? I'm hoping my third evolution will give me a new ability or at least upgrade my red armor. There's no way to tell, Li Sitong shook her head. Every demon evolves differently. Maybe you'll get wings, but having wings doesn't mean you can fly. I once knew someone who grew wings, but still couldn't get off the ground. Wings that can't fly? Jiang Xia blinked, glancing at the wings on his back before letting out a small laugh. Having wings, but not being able to fly, isn't that just pointless? Li Sitong teased him with a smile. Maybe the wings are just there to fool your enemies into thinking you can. The whole day passed quietly in the villa. Jiang Xia spent the time resting, and neither he nor Li Sitong brought up anything about magic or awakeners. Instead, they simply sat together on the sofa, watching movies, romance, suspense, crime, even animation 5 or 6 in total. By the end, Jiang Xia felt a little dizzy from the constant mood swings, sometimes romantic, sometimes tense, sometimes hilarious. The fast-paced plots left his mind struggling to keep up. The curtains were drawn, leaving the room dim except for the soft glow of the TV. Li Sitong leaned against Jiang Xia's shoulder, holding a big bowl of strawberry jam. She'd eat some herself, then feed him a spoonful. From her gentle gestures, Jiang Xia felt a relaxed warmth, and he started to realize he was actually enjoying this quiet time alone with her. By 10:50 p.m., the last movie ended. Jiang Xia reached for his wounds and found they'd mostly healed. After a day of rest, proper meals, and Li Sitong's occasional feeding, he was feeling much better. Thunder rumbled outside, and the sky grew darker. Li Sitong curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees. Looks like it's going to pour soon. You should just stay here tonight. No point running back and forth in this weather. Jiang Xia glanced at the curtains, briefly illuminated by lightning. The damp, chilly air made him think she was probably right about the storm. He nodded. All right. Just as he spoke, his phone lit up and rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. As he picked up, Jiang Xia wondered if maybe his mom had changed her number and was calling him. But as soon as he answered, a familiar voice came through. Jiang Xia, can you guess who I am? Jiang Xia paused, then replied, Principal? He put the phone on speaker so Li Sitong could hear too. You and Li Sitong didn't come to school today. Off saving the world again. Principal Huang Tianfei's voice held a note of teasing. Jiang Xia answered calmly, just had a few things to take care of. Besides, school doesn't seem all that important right now. Huang Tianfu sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. You missed the camping trip the other night. Shame, really. You have no idea how much fun it was. It started out lively with everyone there, but as more people left, it somehow got even more exciting. Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow. Really? From the sound of it, we missed quite a night. It's all right, there'll be a next time. Do you know what I did that night? Huang Tianfei's tone shifted, growing more animated. I went camping with over a dozen regular people, but only one other like me. Every time someone stepped away to take a call or go to the bathroom, we'd follow and take care of them, then hang their heads from the trees. By the end, only 3 were left. When they realized something was wrong and ran into the woods, can you imagine their faces when they saw those heads hanging in the trees? Huang Tianfu sounded thrilled, as if reliving the joy of that moment. Jiang Xia could picture his twisted, excited expression. Jiang Xia frowned, but kept his composure. Sounds like quite the camping trip. Too bad we missed it. No worries, you'll get your chance next time. Suddenly, Huang Tianfei's tone dropped. I have a great idea now. Want to hear it? What is it? Jiang Xia asked, curiosity piqued. Hide and seek. Ever played? Huang Tianfei's voice brimmed with mischief and excitement. Jiang Xia was a bit speechless. Not only had he heard of that game before, had even played it himself. He was about to make a sarcastic remark when Principal Huang Tianfei's excited voice came through the phone again. There was a manic edge to it as he explained. I'm planning a game of hide and seek. Pick a place, gather 20 or 30 people, and before the game starts, eat someone in front of everyone. Then tell the rest they have 20 minutes to hide. We'll start hunting them down, and the last 2 we find get to walk away alive. He said it so casually, as if he were organizing a party. Jiang Xia's mouth twitched, couldn't help but wonder what kind of brain this principal had to keep coming up with such bizarre, twisted ideas. Then again, for certain magic beings who crave the ultimate thrill, this kind of game was probably irresistible, exciting, brutal, and simple in its rules, but filled with pressure. It was exactly their sort of thing. Playing along, Jiang Xia replied, sounds interesting, I guess. Huang Tianfu sounded even more pleased. Of course, my ideas are never short on creativity. That's all for now. I'll work out the details and invite you before the game starts. With that, he hung up, as if the whole purpose of the call had just been to share his excitement about this twisted plan. Jiang Xia put down his phone, his mind still reeling from the madness he'd just heard. All he could think was how bizarre. He had barely set the phone back on the table when the screen lit up again. Another unfamiliar number was calling. Frowning, he answered, hello? A familiar, warm voice came through. Xia. It was his mom. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. Overjoyed, he hurried to the window, his voice trembling with excitement. Mom, You finally called. Li Sitong glanced over at him, but didn't try to listen in. Instead, she picked up the remote and started flipping through movies on TV. On the phone, his mother sounded gentle but tired. Things aren't settled here yet, so I can't leave for now. I just wanted to let you know I'm safe. They'll probably need a few more days before I can contact you again. Stay put in Xinghe City and don't wander around. Don't worry, I'm safe. Jiang Xia asked urgently, when will you be back? His mother hesitated. It's hard to say, but it shouldn't be too long. Just don't worry about me, take care of yourself. He'll call again in at most 3 days. Now I'm going to call your dad to check on Lingling. Okay, make sure you take care of yourself. Jiang Xia's voice softened. After a pause, he asked, by the way, Mom, I wanted to ask you something. Lingling, is she normal? There was a few seconds of silence before she asked in return, what did your dad tell you? He said Lingling's fine. There was another pause. Then she said quietly, Lingling, I'm not really sure either. Whatever your dad says, just go with it. Listen to him while you're Hamido, whatever he tells you, okay? Jiang Xia frowned slightly. Was his mom just blindly trusting his dad? Suddenly, the call was interrupted by a burst of static, like the signal had suddenly gotten bad. His mother's voice came through one last time, with a final reminder. Take care of yourself, and don't go running around. Okay, Jiang Xia replied softly, listening to the beeping as the call ended. For the first time in days, he felt a bit of relief. He hadn't slept well lately, constantly worried about his mother's safety. Since her last call, had heard nothing from her, and the longer the silence lasted, the more anxious he became. At least tonight, she had called to let him know she was safe. But even as he felt reassured, a new sense of unease crept in. He couldn't shake the feeling that his parents were hiding something from him. There was no concrete evidence, but it wasn't just his imagination. If there really was a secret, why keep it from him? Wasn't he their son? As he stood by the window lost in thought, less than 10 seconds after the call ended, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. It was Jiang Xia. As soon as he answered, he heard frantic, panicked breathing on the other end. Xia, this is urgent, really urgent. Jiang Xia's voice was trembling. I think someone's after me. I might be done for. Please, help me. The impending downpour had already driven away the few pedestrians on the street. Thunder rumbled heavily within the dense clouds, while streaks of purple lightning flickered playfully across the sky. Fierce winds swept down from above, lashing the earth in a cleansing storm. In a pitch-black alley, Jiang Xia was gasping for breath, his phone screen still lingering on the call-ended interface. Everything had started half an hour earlier. He had planned to go hunting tonight, searching for suitable targets. After all, inviting people to hotels one at a time was far too slow, and he was desperate to complete his second evolution. The plan was simple: knock the target out, make a small incision to draw blood just enough to avoid endangering their life. He intended to hunt until 3 in the morning, aiming for at least 8 people. He would use some of the blood himself, and deliver the rest to Jiang Xia the next morning to help with her recovery. But shortly after coming downstairs, he sensed the presence of 3 others like himself lurking in the shadows. At first, he didn't pay much attention. Such encounters weren't unusual, had once picked up on more than 8 similar auras at a single intersection. But what happened next made him wary. No matter which street he turned onto, those 3 presences followed him closely. When he set his sights on a drunken young man and slipped into a residential alley, those 3 indistinct auras appeared around him again, right on cue. His instincts screamed at him. He was being hunted. After hanging up with Jiang Xia, he followed her instructions to leave the residential area and head for a crowded place. As long as he made it to the main street, his pursuers wouldn't dare make a move. He could only pray the rain would hold off a little longer, otherwise the streets would soon be empty. But then, he sensed the worst-case scenario unfolding. From the depths of the dark alley ahead, one of those presences was closing in, while the other 2 approached from either side, preparing to cut him off. Damn it! Jiang Xia cursed under his breath. This was definitely a trap set for him. His mind raced for a solution. If none of these 3 had undergone evolution, he still might stand a chance. But if they had each evolved even once, fighting 3 alone was impossible. Even Jiang Xia could only manage a 2 alone at best. Hold out until backup arrived. Jiang Xia and the others were at least a 10-minute drive away, even if traffic was clear. In a close-quarters brawl, there was no way he could last that long. Feeling the 3 auras closing in, Jiang Xia made a snap decision and bolted. His only hope was to find a place to hide, completely suppress his demonic aura, and hope he could hold out until Jiang Xia and the others arrived. Meanwhile, in a private billiard hall near Xinghe University, the crisp crack of a cue striking a ball echoed through the hall. A tall young man, about 22 or 23, stood holding a cue. He wore a black turtleneck sweater, ripped black jeans, and Martin boots, his eyes fixed on his target. So, you're planning to get that Yang Jia kid to tell you whether they killed Chongwen or not. His hair was thick and jet black, his eyes bright as stars. A silver ring glimmered faintly on the index finger of his left hand. When he spoke, his tone was steady and forceful. The young man glanced across the pool table, fixing his gaze on Song Min. His voice was cold as he said, I think there's a good chance Chongwen was killed by them. Beside the pool table, the The red-haired woman remained silent. The young man set down his cue stick and turned to face the wolf queen, Song Min, his words blunt and unyielding. Tonight's plan was pure foolishness. What's wrong? Song Min's voice was calm and unaffected, as if unmoved by his criticism. First of all, you targeted that guy called Jiang Xia because you wanted to find out if they were behind Chang Wen's murder, right? But what if they weren't? The young man stared at her, pressing his question. If they weren't, then they weren't, Song Min replied coolly. The young man let out a helpless laugh and shook his head. If they didn't kill Chang Wen, then all you've done tonight is bring powerful enemies down on us. That woman, Tong Shi, isn't someone you can provoke lightly. She's reckless, fearless, and driven by vengeance. She will come back for us. Song Min frowned slightly, still unconvinced. But why can't we find out the truth about Chang Wen's death? He was one of ours. The young man's gaze grew even colder. Don't you get it? Do you really think we can uncover the real killer? Chang Wen's death isn't a simple matter. So what? You're saying this is the police's job, and if we can't find the killer, we just let it go? Song Min asked in a low voice. If we can't find the culprit, should we just give up? There was a hint of defiance in her tone. He shook his head. It's not about giving up. It's about making the right choice. He paused. If Chang Wen were still alive, I'd go after him no matter where he was, even if it meant storming a fortress. But he's almost certainly dead. We can't stay stuck in the past. We can't drag everyone still alive into danger for the sake of someone who's already gone. He paused again, his expression growing more serious. Every time you go out there, you risk making enemies or running into someone even stronger. Are we supposed to hunt down and avenge every single death? That would only lead to our own destruction. Song Min lowered her head, shaken by his words. Then his tone softened slightly. Of course, I understand. As the Wolf Queen, you care deeply about every member. That's what gives our team its strength. But you let your emotions cloud your judgment. If you suspected they killed Chang Wen, you should have talked to me first, made a plan, and if you decided to act, you should have gone all and left no loose ends. Even if they weren't the culprits, the moment you attacked, you should have been ready to wipe them all out. Song Min listened in silence. Tonight you went after a small fry. All that's going to do is bring us even more trouble. Do you really think Tong Shi is going to let us off the hook? She's not someone you can just kill and expect everything to be over. Song Min bowed her head, and after a moment of silence, said quietly, I didn't think it through. It's not that you didn't think it through, you didn't think at all. The young man's voice was harsh. Remember, every decision you make could drag the wolf den into disaster. He turned away, picked up the pool cue, and with practiced ease sank a ball into a pocket. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Cancel tonight's operation? It's too late. Keep going, kill them all, and destroy the evidence. Inside an abandoned hospital, its main gate sealed with a heavy iron lock, Jiang Xia was forced to his knees. A razor-sharp claw twisted mercilessly into the flesh of his shoulder, blood streaming from the torn wound and soaking his shirt. His hands were pinned, and another claw, reeking of a foul stench, clamped tightly over his mouth. The scream rising from his throat was stifled, reduced to muffled whimpers. Kneeling in front of him was a young man with a metallic earring glinting in his left ear. His eyes glowed a deep, blood red, and his face was twisted into an almost deranged expression. Leaning in close, the man rasped, So, are you going to talk or not? Jiang Xia could only manage a strangled MMPH. MMPH, the agony exploding through his nerves like a series of detonations. He cursed silently. Damn it, you've got my mouth covered, and you still want me to talk? How am I supposed to say anything? The young man with the earring released his grip over Jiang Jia's mouth, then yanked his hair, forcing his contorted face upward. He stared hard into Jiang Jia's eyes. Talk, he demanded. Jiang Jia gasped for air, sweat soaking his shirt. He hadn't expected to be found so quickly. Now his only hope was to stall for time. He had already shared his location with Jiang Xia, who would be able to track him down. But it had been less than 5 minutes since Head called. Even if Jiang Xia broke every traffic law speeding over, it would still take at least 7 or 8 minutes to get here. By then, Head probably be dead. I didn't kill anyone. I don't know who did, Jiang Jia stammered, sweat streaming down his forehead as he stared at the young man with the earring. Let me go? We can pretend none of this ever happened tonight. With a snarl, the young man grabbed Jiang Jia's face, forcing his mouth open to reveal sharp teeth dripping with thick, yellow-green saliva. He suddenly bit down on Jiang Jia's shoulder. At first, Jiang Jia thought he could handle the pain. It was just a bite, after all. But within seconds, it became unbearable. Whatever toxin was in that saliva magnified the pain tenfold. His features twisted in agony, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It felt as if every inch of his wound had been packed with salt and set on fire. Damn you. If you want to kill me, go ahead. If you don't finish me off tonight, I swear I'll come for you. Jiang Jia shouted, his words slurred. Had intended to beg for mercy, hoping to buy more time, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The thought of pleading felt like branding himself a coward. His pride and sense of survival wouldn't allow it. The young man with the earring licked the blood from his lips and sneered. I like people with backbone. They're my favorite to kill. Fine, since you're so eager to die, he'll grant your wish. Whether you killed Chong-won or not, he'll just say I did it to avenge him. Isn't that what that woman said too? For a split second, Jiang Xia regretted his bravado. Maybe if Head begged, he could have bought a few more minutes. Too late. No, Head said what Head said. If he was going to die, at least Head go out with some dignity. Though was it still too late to beg? Just as the young man was about to finish him off, the roar of a motorcycle engine thundered outside the hospital gates. The sound was deafening. With a crash, the iron lock was wrenched apart. The gates flew open, and a beam of light pierced the darkness. Framed in the motorcycle's headlights stood a tall, imposing figure in a black jacket, its head shaped like a dragon's. Behind him on the bike sat a woman in a black sweater, her face cold and determined. Holy shit, Jiang Xia thought, off flooding through him at the sight of the two at the door. Now that's badass. You made it here already? 6 minutes? No, it must have been 5 at most. Jiang Xia's sudden arrival left everyone in the room stunned. The combination of a motorcycle's agility and the shortcut through the alley really was the fastest way to get here. The young man with the earring narrowed his eyes, sizing Jiang Xia up and down. Even though he could sense the powerful aura of 2 more of his kind outside the door, he still spoke in a mocking tone. Well, backup's here, and just in time. We were just about to discuss whether Chong-won is really. Before he could finish, a teal tail flashed through the harsh light, striking like lightning. The earringed youth didn't even have time to react before his head was severed by the deadly blow. Blood arced through the air as his headless body staggered and crashed to the ground. Dark, asphalt-colored blood gushed from the stump of his neck, quickly spreading across the floor. Thunder rumbled loudly in the clouds above as the remaining 2 members of Wolf's Den snapped out of their daze. They barely had time to process their comrade's death before instinctively grabbing the hostage on the ground. Don't come any closer. The burly youth clamped his hand around Jiang Xia's throat, eyes locked nervously on the terrifying dragon head demon before him. Take one more step, and he'll kill him. Jiang Xia let out a chilling laugh. Trying to negotiate with a demon? Don't you think that's a bit stupid? Or do you assume him like you Wolf's Den types, treating my partners like family? To me, he's just a hunting partner expendable. He advanced with every word. You have 10 seconds. Let him go, and he'll let you walk away. Of course, you can choose to kill him. His life means nothing to me. But if you do, you'll piss me off, and when that happens, no one will be able to save you. The 2 Wolf's Den members exchanged a glance. Having only undergone a single evolution, they knew they were no match for this terrifying dragon head demon. Not to mention, there was an even stronger woman waiting outside on her motorcycle. In that brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Xia seized his chance and broke free from their grip. By the time the 2 tried to catch him, a teal tail was already whipping toward them, forcing them to retreat. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Jiang Xia staggered back to Jiang Xia's side, legs shaking. The world almost lost a major player tonight. As soon as he finished, he gasped, pain shooting through his shoulder so sharply he nearly passed out. Next time, don't wander off alone. Jiang Xia shot him a glance. You should be grateful we found a shortcut and got here on the motorcycle tonight. Seeing the 2 Wolf's Den members trying to escape in the other direction, Jiang Xia blurred into motion and blocked their way. Did I say you could leave? The 2 exchanged another look. The burly one forced himself to speak. We already let your man go. Let's not pretend you did it out of goodwill. Jiang Xia's eyes swept over Jiang Xia before turning coldly back to them. If you have any sense at all, you should realize you're not getting out of here alive tonight. His voice was laced with undeniable menace. So, who's going to die first? Both members of the Wolf Den could feel an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain was bearing down on them. Their eyes first landed on the woman leaning against the motorcycle at the entrance, then shifted back to the dragon head figure standing 3 meters away. We won't interfere. If you 2 can defeat him, you're free to go tonight. I keep my word. Li Sitong, arms crossed, leaned back against the motorcycle. Rain had already soaked her clothes, but she didn't seem to care at all. The 2 men stared at Jiang Xia, their gazes heavy with dread. Deep down, they knew the truth. It was impossible. They didn't stand a chance. This guy had killed their strongest, Yuan, with just a single swipe of his tail. The speed and power of that blue tail were beyond anything they could have imagined. Even if the others stayed out of it, there was no way they could defeat this monster. But if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to fight. Thunder rumbled overhead as rain poured down in sheets, pounding the ground with deafening force. The 2 Wolf Den members moved at the same time, transforming in the blink of an eye. Their bodies swelled and twisted, bones cracking audibly as they shifted into werewolf form, razor-sharp fangs, claws like knives, and bodies covered in coarse gray-black fur. But as soon as they charged at Jiang Xia, a black-scaled claw lashed out, seizing one of them by the face. With a brutal squeeze, flesh caved in, half his face torn away to reveal stark, white bone beneath. As a blood-curdling scream filled the air, the other man was kicked aside, sent flying in a wide arc before crashing hard into the hospital wall. Jiang Xia wanted to help, or maybe just take his own revenge. His hand was already on his gun when Li Sitong's sharp command stopped him in his tracks. After 2 exchanges, the remaining wolf den members flanked Jiang Xia on either side, panting heavily, eyes flickering between terror and despair as they searched for any weakness. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find a single flaw. Perfect fighting form, claws sharp as blades, a powerful tail, and armor like scales. Even the blue scales covering his skin were far tougher than anything they could break through. Thick tentacles sprouted from both their backs, shooting out like arrows to pierce the rain. But before they could reach their target, a single sweep of Jiang Xia's blue tail sliced them clean off. Black liquid spurted from the severed ends, quickly washed away by the downpour. Watching the fight unfold in the hospital courtyard, Li Sitong felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Under her guidance, Jiang Xia had become this powerful. She remembered just a week earlier, when even facing Chang Wen who hadn't completed his evolution, Jiang Xia had struggled with every move, fighting cautiously. Now, against 2 opponents who seemed to have evolved once already, he was dominating with ease. No, it was more than easy, it was effortless, like slicing through vegetables. Rain continued to pour without mercy, splashing half a meter high off the ground. Li Sitong twisted her wet hair into a messy bun and watched the one-sided slaughter with cold detachment. Jiang Xia threw a punch, sending the burly wolf den member flying more than 10 meters. He crashed to the ground, rolling through the mud and water. When he finally managed to crawl to his feet, a blurred figure was already upon him. A blue-scaled claw grabbed his face, and with a look of terror and a sickening tear, his entire head was ripped from his neck. Blood gushed like a fountain, quickly diluted by the rain. Feeling a surge of energy inside him, Jiang Xia turned to the last man standing. The skinny one stared back, his wolfish eyes filled with naked fear. Missing an arm, he stumbled backward, slipping and shouting frantically, "The Wolf King won't let you get away with this. The Wolf King will hunt you down." With a wet sound, Jiang Xia's blue tail whipped through the rain, piercing the man's chest and dragging him closer. A violent punch twisted the wolf's head around with a crack that was quickly drowned out by the storm. As the tail withdrew, the man's body collapsed, his head twisted at a grotesque angle, red eyes still fixed on Jiang Xia. There was hatred in his gaze, but even more fear. The pitch-black blood mingled with the rain, quickly washed away by the relentless downpour. Jiang Xia had never experienced such an effortless victory, it was almost addictive. If only every fight could be this easy, he thought. But he knew that only by taking down stronger demons could he gain more energy and reach his third evolution faster. "Let's go," Li Sitong shouted. Jiang Xia deactivated his demon form, wiped the blood from his face, and glanced at the 3 bodies on the ground. He walked over to Li Sitong, his face full of questions. "Do you need me to wait for you?" "No need," Li Sitong replied with a shrug, completely unconcerned. "I'm not interested in their corpses. Too weak, not even worth the appetite. Plus, it's pouring. Let's get out of here." She swung onto the motorcycle, twisted the throttle without a second thought, and sped off with Jiang Xia, leaving Jiang Xia staring after them in disbelief. "Wait, I didn't get on." Jiang Xia chased after the bike, running desperately through the rain like a lover left behind. Jiang Xia, wait for me, please." With a sharp pain in his shoulder and the slippery pavement beneath him, Jiang Xia lost his footing and crashed to the ground. "Get your own ride." Li Sitong's voice echoed from far away, cutting through the rain. Jiang Xia picked himself up, a flash of anger in his eyes. He considered going back to mess with the 3 dead bodies, but experience told him it was best to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. He sighed. They're already dead, what's the point in tormenting them further? Just as he was about to leave, he froze. A sudden, fleeting presence, something like his own kind, sent a chill down his spine. A heavy thud landed nearby. He spun around, eyes locked on the darkness. A massive silhouette crouched in the hospital courtyard, the sound of flesh being devoured echoing through the rainy night. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the creature. It was huge and pitch black, a humanoid with the face of a bird except instead of a beak, there was a gaping wound running from ear to ear. Black wings extended from its back as it tore into the corpse of a young man, whose left ear still bore an earring. Jiang Jia's head spun and goosebumps erupted across his skin. What is happening? Not again. Thunder rumbled, one strike after another. The rain eased up, but the oppressive atmosphere only grew heavier, as if something even more terrifying was about to arrive. Water rushed through the storm drains, and Jiang Jia's instincts screamed at him to get out. He turned to flee only to sense 2 more presences closing in from either side. He spun around, using his demon night vision to spot 2 figures in black, faces hidden behind vicious demon masks. The one on the left spoke first. "Not a bad haul tonight. 3 free corpses, and 1 left alive." Jiang Jia immediately recognized the mother demons from Xinghe City, the type that hunted their own kind in packs. The one on the right spoke calmly. "You can have the dead ones. The live one is mine." Their voices were steady, but there was a chilling undertone. The demon on the left moved closer, excitement in his voice. "Why not let me have the live one? I love the thrill of tearing flesh from living prey, savoring those weak whimpers before they die." The one on the right sounded annoyed. We agreed before we started. I get the live one. Can't you stick to the plan? Jiang Xia felt utterly hopeless. What is it with today? Even among demons, am this unlucky? He sighed. Xia, you and your girlfriend, could you walk a little slower? What's the rush to get home? Suddenly, a blinding headlight swept over the scene. The motorcycle. They came back. Jiang Jia's heart leapt with hope as he turned toward the light. Both masked demons paused, turning to look at the bike and more specifically, the couple on it. Jiang Xia climbed off, scanning the area cautiously. His eyes skipped past Jiang Jia and landed on the bird demon still feasting nearby. Hey there, Li Sitong called out casually. The man on the right frowned. Why did you come back? Li Sitong replied, unhurried. If we pretended to leave, would you have shown yourselves? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.